Morning, fellas. It has been a day so far. We've had a hoot here for the last 40 minutes, and now, Brandon Hayes, we are finally getting into it. First game of the day. What are the thoughts? We're gonna get speedrun this one. Hayes, what's your quick take on this one?
Well, I think TNL might actually be able to speedrun Iberian Soul. You know, this team are in some incredible form at the moment. Iberian Soul have never really left me super impressed either. They have actually had some decent results lately, though, so at least they are winning some of their series, but I think that this should be TNL's game to lose.
Brandon?
Yeah, probably the same, to be honest. I've not been able to catch these teams, to be honest, recently. I know Iberian Soul were doing well towards the back end of 2024. That was the last time I probably covered them. And TNL, I've just managed to dodge this team all the time. But the most exciting thing for me is the fact that they gained Kane from Passion UA, which is like an unbelievable sign-in for them, sort of manage their Counter-Strike division. Look at how quickly they've improved in like 3 weeks since they've had him. So I'm really excited to see this progression.
All right, let's hop a little bit over towards then as well. Let's talk a little bit about Iberian Soul, because we have seen them a little bit. Right, not really all too impressive in recent times, but they have been picking up these wins, right? They kind of started not great, they slowly improved, but I wouldn't still call them that great either. And maybe that's a bit of an insult. Currently, like, the last few weeks or month-ish, their form has been found, they've been good. But my question is, and has been since this team kind of came together as Iberian Soul, since they brought back Alex, is what do you really do in this team if Soul isn't shooting back? Like, I don't really have anyone that I look at in this team and be like, yeah, that's gonna be the guy. I don't know who that is gonna be, and that's my problem with Iberian Soul.
Yeah, I get that. It used to be like Mopaz, but it hasn't been for a long time. Stododo on the AWP has also been underwhelming. He's just not consistent. Like, you'll have some crazy rounds where he looks like Monacy. I'm not joking. Like, he'll hit these really ridiculous flick shots, but then he'll just disappear for like 4 or 5 rounds. He has the AWP and he just doesn't have the same sort of impact. It's like you've got a group of fine players, but like you say, you're just kind of lacking that extra impetus, that extra 10% kind of thing, I think.
And when Iberian Soul chose to submit their graphics to us, you could have used a better photo of Davy G, guys. Like, I'm sure there was multiple photos of this shoot. You've done him so dirty. Like, it's actually upsetting.
You know, sometimes you just gotta humble the man's ego a little bit. That's probably what it is, you know? Has to be, surely. But, on the other side, talking about TNL as well, right, the side of Kane is one that I think as well has been really great. And the improvement may be because of it, maybe some other parts as well, but on this team, they have brought the firepower. I've been really impressed with Cairn, but more importantly, I think almost Dawi, I've been very impressed by on this team and how good he is in these rounds that they've managed to play and win. Because I've managed to see a fair few games, like I think 4-ish, about 4, maybe 5 even. And every single time, almost every single time, there was one that I don't want to talk about. They did look incredibly good and solid throughout the entire series. So, for me, I think this is a team on the upward trajectory. They're currently showing it. They've barely had any losses recently as well, to just add that there as well. It's just been win after win after win, and almost every single one of them 2-0 as well, no matter what. They're dangerous. They are very dangerous. I don't know if you guys have much more to add, Brandon. You said you hadn't seen them much, but
yeah.
How about Hayes?
I love this team. It's like a team that you just don't expect to be that good because they don't have any like crazy recognizable name value. And if you haven't been watching Tier 2 Counter-Strike, you'll open up the game and think, well, they don't even have pictures on HLTV. But let me tell you, these guys are, in about 3 months from now, these guys could follow like an Amiga kind of trajectory and be the talk of the town and maybe just sneak in like another LAN qualification. They did make the final of the LAN where they lost to Passion UA not too long ago. And one of the things I love the most about this team is how hyper flexible they are. They don't have like very fixed roles like a lot of teams, which then gives them that freedom to just kind of activate in any moment around the map. It's not like, oh, well, we don't have the right player in the part of the map for that certain place, so we can't do that. They're able to just like morph to the situation and kind of do what's required. Like, you don't have a hard entry fragger in this team. You've got Davey, you've got Ken, who's often on those kind of duties as well. All of them, like I said, are happy to be the one to kind of open up a bomb site or flip the script and play that late lurk and control the opposite side of the map. So they're very diverse in their skill sets across the board.
That's really cool, and that's exactly what Passion UA used to do. When Passion UA were making these runs with Fear, and obviously you had Kane there as the coach, that's literally what they did on CT side. They were all willing to be malleable. They would all swap roles independently based on what the situation arose in, and it just made for some really fluid Counter-Strike. And it's wild to me that I've not been able to watch these guys live yet, and I'm really excited. That was the first thing I said to Hayes when he joined. I was like, I'm really excited to watch TNL, because I've somehow been dodging them. The only guy I've ever casted from this roster is Knife.
Yeah, that was kind of the first introduction I also had, but let's leave that until we get to the server, because now we gotta also know the Veto, or just go through it one last time, right? We've had this one, no surprise, delayed a little bit. To those who were not paying attention, so we already know the Veto. We've kind of had it in the back of our minds for a little bit. Is there anything that really stands out to either one of you here? I'll let this be an open floor.
Yeah, I'll go. Look, this is exactly the same Veto as it was when these two teams last played against each other, and Iberian Soul got spanked 2-0. They have to go Nuke because their Veto doesn't play well into TNL. TNL's only ban is Iberian Soul's best map, so we're in for a rocky start immediately based off that, and then they have to go in towards Nuke, and they lost against TNL on Nuke last time, but they couldn't really go anywhere else. They would have loved to have gone Train, but you can't. You feel like you can't really go to Anubis. It's really brutal, and that means that TNL have got complete control on this Veto. Ancient is the decider. Guess what, gents? We won't need it. I really do think this is going to be 2-0, and Iberian Soul, unfortunately, are plagued by TNL's good results recently, and how flexible, again, they are being in the Vetoes.
Yeah, they've got a proper full 6-map map pool to TNL, so it's very difficult to Veto against this team. Yeah, Mirage is also such a good map for TNL. Like you said, they hammered Iberian Soul last time 13-4. I would expect a similar result here, and I also don't think we'll be going to a third.
Good to see that we're all in unison here, because I also don't think Ancient's needed. But
well, there we go. Makes a nice change.
It does.
All three of us in agreement with each other.
It leads Iberian Soul to one hell of an upset in that regard if they do get it in this one, because we don't really have the highest expectations for the team. They haven't shown us that they kind of have what it takes at the moment. Maybe they're trying to find that form, but they still have these issues of player consistency and actually being awake all at the same time. So it's not going to be an easy fight for sure, and that's what TNL have shown as well. I just want to, again, commend the insane consistency they've had in almost every single series for the last month and a half, almost 2 months as well. There has just been a 2-0, 2-0, and 2-0. It doesn't matter which way it's got. There's probably been like 4-ish occasions where it has not been that 2-0, but instead gone to 3 maps, or in one case, a full 5-map series as well. It has been that insanely consistent for them, and it's crazy.
I mean, to put it in perspective, they've played 34 maps this month, or in the past month, and they've only lost 8. Like, these guys are just so consistent, and to be this consistent in a tier 2 space is rare these days. And like I said, I feel like they're still not being talked about enough. I feel like this team soon could actually be like a team that kind of takes the scene by storm and could start to kind of poke and prod into the higher levels of the game. Like, I don't think that they're far off the top of tier 2. I don't think that there's a team in tier 2 that they couldn't be competitive against right now. The games they're losing, it's fair enough. They lost to PARIVISION, understandable. They lost to FabBet. I guess that's a bit of a blimp on the radar, or a blight on their record, rather, should I say. You know, a very tightly contested land grand final against Passion UA, but they're beating all the teams that they're supposed to as well to really solidify their consistency and their spots in the tier 2 space right now. So Brandon, I know you haven't seen these guys before, but let me tell you, you're in for a treat, because they also play good sound Counter-Strike. Like, they make good decisions, and that's why they've been so consistent, because they don't play a hyper volatile brand of CS where you can't get these sort of results day in and day out. So I think you'll actually like what we're going to see from them.
This is mental. I just looked, and they beat Passion UA 2-1. That's the only time a series has gone 3 maps in the last month. Like,
crazy.
What?
Yeah. They're cracked. They are cracked.
It's their map pool. Like I was saying, they have a proper 6-map map pool, so they'll always permaban Inferno, and no matter what you pick into them, they have a very good chance of winning that map. So they're a really difficult team to play against at the moment.
I think for now, however, we are gonna then leave it at that. We're gonna leave Brandon to rack his brain, grind his gears a little bit, and see what he comes up with here. What other justification does he have for why TNL's gonna take this 2-0? You guys at home, do stay tuned. There's a slight delay, one more, and then we'll get on with the run, and should not be too long, hopefully. But when we do come back, it'll be Mirage, Hayes, and Brandon will take it away then. So, we'll see you in a little bit.
We weren't lying when we said it was going to be a slight delay, and we're now underway with the first playoff game of the day here in CCT Series 2 EU, baby. Joined by Brandon and Flyrax. Well, one bullet fired in the round, one frag found, and TNL have an advantage.
Lovely. And look at these player cams. Absolutely beautiful.
Setting an example.
Exactly.
They didn't want your wrath, Brandon.
No, they didn't. Alex
the Fozal
Boost.
wrath. Was it Fozal?
It was.
I don't remember who it was. I think so.
I think so, yeah. Doesn't matter. Anyway, Alex has seen players boost up in towards window. That's prompted Sassol to go for a little bit of an adventure out towards ramp. The issue is that they're split in B and Knife's already behind them.
Oh man, in such a good position. However, he hasn't actually been able to get a kill. Now it's probably more important for him to just stay alive. Look at the way Mopos is using the smoke grenade as well. WG's going to run into Knifey and he will go down, but at least the trade's available. Mopos stayed alive for a lot longer than I expected. That smoke giving him time and space, but Davey just dinks Sassel as he rounds the corner, finishes off the frag, and that's a great way for TNL to open up.
Oh, I love this. It's so quick. You can watch Flyrax just have a little peeky poo over towards connector. It's a technical term for it.
Love that. Yeah,
mid.
I'm going to use that.
And then immediately, Alex spots them boosting, and the reaction's just not quick enough. It's like, oh, okay, they could be in the window, and Knife. I always just say Knife. I could be wrong on that. And
yeah, I've always gone with Knifey just because of the extra E.
Yeah.
I think Knifey sounds nicer as well. I don't know.
We'll go
It's an
Knifey.
Yeah, extra syllable though.
We can.
But that's also the one thing I love about this TNL team is how fluidly they move across the map, because notice how quickly they went through the motions. It's not like they got the kill then paused for 30 seconds. Yeah, bang on Q-chers, lads, yeah. While I'm trying to big them up, just missed the easiest smoke in the game. I was playing a game last night where my teammate, for the life of him, couldn't get the stairs smoke right, Brandon. And
what elo is it?
every time we it was just a couple Premier games with some friends, to be fair, but every time we exec A, there was just a stairs smoke in sandwich. He was throwing the CS:GO smoke still, you know, so
Oh dear.
gotta stay up to date with the smokes, guys. Come on, just follow Nod out here and he'll give you everything you need. I don't even know the guy, by the way, so I'm not plugging my friend here, but he's got the goods.
This is, again, literally small micro things that are really fluid. I love the Ken's immediately ran over with the max 10 just to get these kills, but also you can just go back into jungle and grab the AK.
Nope.
Or that AK. What on earth? You could have gone jungle, mate.
Yeah, why? He chose such a difficult option there. A bit of an oversight. And there's also some good damage inflicted by Barry and Sol, at least, as well. I mean, it was a full eco, so to get 2 kills and also deny one of the AKs being carried over, something to work with going into this next round here.
I played Mirage last night as well. That sounds like a normal statement for most people, but I absolutely hate playing this map. I don't know what it is. I've just got such a mental block over it because every time I play it, I don't know, I just get owned and I can't do it.
Do you anchor the B sites on this map as well?
Yes, but like the thing is that I think people in pugs make really stupid decisions on this map. And I can't predict them.
The thing is that it is one of the easier maps to pug out on. Like, I'd rather play this than a train or an overpass or a nuke or something like that with a group of unknown players.
They're the best. Right. I'm going to lock in, because it's the first gun round.
Big round, yeah.
Dewey's just... Oh!
This is what I'm saying.
I'm so excited. I'm just going to fangirl out.
Oh man, avoid the flash, find the frag, and Salsal. A bomb site now in full control of Iberian Soul. Util usage is good. Bomb carrier is just going to slide into the site here. They're going to take full CT control off the back of a perfect flashbang. Man, it's poetry in motion.
It isn't and it isn't. Because it is a 3v2. Never mind the saving. It's beautiful. It really is. Poetry in motion. I couldn't have said it better myself. That was so nice. He just instantly deletes the guy's stairs. It forces Sasso into taking a really awkward little fight by himself. Where he's like, okay, I've got to pop flash and try and get a multi-kill here because the rotate's really far away because they're impression over towards A. Impression over towards mid, sorry, Iberian Soul. And then TNL just go, okay, well, we got to 2 kills. We're just going to flash deep in towards CT. Grab that one. Everything's hunky-dory. And that round's over within, like, 25 seconds. Bro's got his shirt off. Respect.
And he's eating. He's literally... Bro, the game was delayed by half an hour.
Right.
How are you eating now in the 3rd round? Like, the greasy hands on the mouse and the keyboard. Do you just reach a point where you stop caring about that and then it just doesn't affect you because it's just like perma-grease? I don't know.
It's just gamer gunk, mate. Like...
No, not in my keyboard or my mouse. Not in this house, brother.
If you ain't eating, well, you're not. If you're not eating in between deaths when you're pugging, you're doing it wrong.
Okay. I mean, I will say he's eating up Iberian Soul on the server, and then he's got some chow there outside the server as well. But yeah, that's the one thing is just how seamless the movements are for TNL, and that's a reflection of how comfortable they are on these maps. Yeah, missed flashbang. But just keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on how seamlessly they transition through the stages and through their executes. Oh, you've ticked to the molly mobiles. You've given up the QU there. You can't peek after that.
It genuinely reminds me so much of like young Passion UA. Oh, nice shot out of Mopos. Can he get any more? His health is low, and now it's even lower because of the molly, and he still finds another kill. Mopos is making this tricky. At least there's one trade, and the player at the USP gets a dink over at bench, but unfortunately, there's that weaponry and that quantity of players. But I tell you what, 19 HP on Doorway, 11 HP on Knifey. It was a really potential danger round. That's
yeah, Alex tries to get out with the rifle, but not going to be able to make it happen. It was dangerous, but still good work from TNL, well navigated to be able to get themselves out into the bomb site there, despite the troubles they ran into. And as well played from Mopars because he knows that Molly is about to dissipate, so he's stepping into Van, knowing that TNL won't expect anybody to be there, even if it costs him 1 tick of his very low health. Good damage again. And by the way, I think we go with Davey. I mean, I know it's normally Dorwi, but with him being from Ukraine, I think that W is probably pronounced V. It's what most
His name is
people
David as well, right?
Yeah, so that would confirm my suspicions.
Yeah, apologies TNL lovers, but Davey has got the opening kill. He has been traded though by a player down in Underpass, and Onyx has been completely destroyed by nades. And they say, okay, do you know what? We'll go up Palace, we'll try and make it work, but Sasso will deny a really important multi-kill. It is still a 2-on-3. The issue is that Flyrax is so far removed from his teammate that Onyx needs to now come over.
Yeah, and Onyx is going to arrive on the scene, but he's got no util and he doesn't have much health either. They're going to try and stick the bomb plant in the smoke. A flash to just force these players back initially, so at least he's gotten the bomb plant out of the round at the bare minimum here. 3v2, Iberians will have to win this round, almost just because of what Salsal was able to do with that double kill. That's the difference maker. That's the moment in the round that's given Iberian Soul the edge. Flyrax, oh my god, first tap is brilliant. They know where Onyx is though, but they won't be able to get him anyway.
Okay. The thing is, I can't really add any inspiring commentary here. Get that top on, mate. Come on.
Maybe he didn't want to eat with his shirt on. He didn't want to mess the shirt up. Okay,
he didn't want to mess the shirt up, but he's happy to get all the crumbs on the keyboard.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the priorities.
Damn, Annika's got it all going.
Let's just talk about how amazing that afterplant was in terms of it wasn't even a good afterplant. They had a crossfire, sure, but they've just hit 3 1-taps. individuals are off the charts right now. Look at how consistent this kill distribution is as well out of TNL. 5-0. Maybe they'll get us back on track for the day.
I mean, there's some potential for that. It's going to have to be a speedy one, though. We're already an hour since we were supposed to start the game. We're only 5 rounds into the first map, but they have come into this blistering. And now you got to think for Iberian Soul. Well, if a spray transfer, a crazy spray transfer like that from Southall is not going to be enough to win you around, then what more do we need?
Oh, exactly. You even got individual efforts, but they're not converting. That's going to be such a frustrating one as well. You even got the spam through the smoke that brought the guy down to low HP. Onyx was already on like 40 HP when that afterplant started, but he's got blown to bits by the nade in middle.
And they knew he was in sandwich as well, right? In the 1v1, like he was locked in there. That's such a difficult place to play from in a 1v1 if they know you're there.
Yeah, that's honestly like a backbreaker where you feel like you've got everything and you don't win. It's like, oh, just like, how have we done this? How have we let this happen? Yeah. This one, again, just a couple of MP9 sprinkled in with the pistols. TNL taking things really slow. They've got really good coverage now in towards mid. You've got the Palace lurk as well. But you have got Alex hitting the dig. Flyrax will at least find one, and now Davey wants to try and trade. Remember, the bomb's out there, so that makes things a little bit more problematic, but Davey takes matters into his own hands, and Ken is there to also trade and spot the player in Palace. So many trades going on at once. It is still a 2v2, and Davy G remains active in Palace, and I don't think they're aware of Stododo on A.
No, they did spot him.
Oh, did they? I was going to say, with that many players, you're going to assume that B is probably free. Flyrax will probably be locking this kill.
We'll just get out of there, honestly. No need to give up the opportunity here for Davy G. No need to give up a 1v1, and he will be able to get out of dodge with his life intact. Smart decision making. And I don't think it was actually the player who swung stairs, like, who was the one that noticed the player. I think it was someone who was dead that was watching him that might have seen it in the peripheral in the screen, because obviously the guy who was on stairs would have been hyper-focused on Palace. I think it was like a delayed comm from someone else that was dead.
Right, question now, because again, I haven't seen this team. Who AWPs?
The AWPer is Flyrax.
So I thought it was, because you had a P250 in the pistol. So there's little context clues, guys. But he's been just ripping heads. Absolutely just
looked like their best rifler so far,
honestly.
Yeah, that's why this team is so dangerous and scary. And like I was saying in the pre-game, so versatile.
Man, I think honestly the new meta with teams nowadays, and I think we are going to see it sort of bleed in a little bit, obviously with the Falcons and their sort of investment and the way they're going with their transfer strategy. But the key to winning now is having not just one star player, but 5. Like you need. I
know.
You need as many people as you can to put on that pedestal. And I just looked at ratings of TNL. Flyrax is amazing. Davey, Ken, really good as well. Like, this is a very scary roster. And even Onika and Knife, their ratings are not bad either. Like, this is looking a bit dangerous. Everyone's popping off. And if you can shut down one guy, well, unlucky. You still got another 4 to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. Like, their third highest rated player has a 1.12 rating. That tells you all you need to know. That's the new Zywoo nade that's been getting used. It's become quite popular to try and break open the smoke and you don't take any damage from it. So it's a nice one that's become an option. Break open the sniper smoke. Either way, it's going to be fast and pacey into the B bomb site. And it's a world of success for TNL. Such good awareness there from Davey to stay posted up on the smoke and not get sucked into the bomb site. He's just trusting his teammates there.
I'm in awe with the calling of this as well. The pace of these rounds have been perfect. And what I love about this is that they've been going A, they've been conditioning it so much. Like, you think back to the first gun round, we had this little pop-out ramp where players were just taking contacts and taking heads mainly. But then you go into another A execute, you default in towards mid, where you get shut down a little bit. Where do you end? You end on A, but then you still won't be on the pistol, you won't be on your first anti-eco. And Iberian Soul have just taken another timeout. It's a second timeout within 2 rounds. And it's to say, guys, we need to address A, because A is the problem. And TNL call for a fast B pop.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, it really is impressive to see how they go through the motions and shift through the gears and know when to bring that sort of call to the table, because that call is always a good one. It's just about the timing, right? It's about the timing that you bring it to the round. And when you know you have your opponents against the ropes, they know what important round that is for Iberian Soul. It's the perfect moment. You got room to play with in terms of the scoreboard as well, in terms of the economy.
Yep.
So you got kind of just throw caution to the wind.
Man. Iberian Soul can still make something good out of this half. All pins to Dodo's hands. 7-5 would be that luxury. There is Flyrax confirmation. He is the AWP because he's now bought an AWP. David G has a little fight in towards mid. There is one player here in Onyx, but he's been known to be lurking out over here. Trades are immediate for Davey. Break on the smoke for David G. Needs a multi. Needs to at least get one, and he comes up completely empty-handed. And Flyrax is posted, waiting for the window peek of Dodo, but it's not coming.
And Onyx been able to get out of top middle in the meantime as well with his life intact. That's just round over. Again, it's the B hit, but with the variation this time of sending somebody in towards mid to just keep the mid players focused, keep the cat player interested somewhat as well.
Let's go one step further with that.
Yeah,
wanna,
go ahead.
I'm going to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
I'm cranky, but I'm also excited. And the difference in this variation here is that Onyx being used as a deliberate sort of noise setter in mid. Whereas in the previous round, he contact walks the whole way from top mid, down under catwalk, into connector, and even walked through his own connector smoke. So he was deliberately trying to be a proactive lurker. And in this round, they've gone, right, make all the noise you want in the world. Let us know if they're fighting mid. Well, Molly comes in, Flash comes in, nade break on Zywoo comes in, as you rightly mentioned. Oh, yeah, guys, they're fighting mid. Go right now. Immediately, that's when that activation comes in B-apps. And you've even got that deep short smoke to cut them off.
And they're both 4-1s, right? They're both 4-1 splits. And it's just the variations with how you're using that mid player and the tempo with which you're hitting that B bomb site. And there's the depth on display. And again, it's called Iberian Soul of God. I feel like we've seen a different round from TNL every single round on this T side so far. So how do Iberian Soul counter that? How do they pause and be like, okay, well, this is what's going wrong. Let's have this adjustment, and then we can try to find some success.
This is now the third timeout used by Iberian Soul in 4 rounds. And I'm good at maths. That means they've got none left. They've got no timeouts left in case this runs deep, in case they are able to bring something back. They then rely on TNL to make things happen. And to be honest, I don't think TNL are going to give them that satisfaction. This has just been breathtaking.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. It's actually why I was kind of excited for you to get to see this team. When you told me you hadn't seen them, I was like, "Dap, you're in for a treat." I think that was like the first thing I said to you. And they certainly have delivered.
All I'm doing is glazing them. And do you know what?
Yeah,
it's fun.
So.
Yeah, that 8-0. Bro, look how
and
scared
these rounds
they are.
haven't been easy. Yeah. Force back. There's an opening kill here at least. An opening frag that's gone untraded. That is a mild success. Davey G will be able to lock down Catwalk for another okay. That brings Salsa into the equation. And finally, Iberian Soul have been able to keep TNL at bay. And it'll be a flawless round for the Spanish team.
Yeah, fair play. They just gambled that it was going to be another one of these mid-to-Bs because, hey, they've been working. They've been knocking on the door the entire time, TNL. So David G drops his util preemptively. Really deep catwalk molly. Drops the smoke behind him. Gives him room to focus on one thing at a time. And then the force comes in with the nade break in the smoke. It was a nice idea from TNL, but David G's multi just does everything. And that's exactly what Nexus was saying. Like, you need to get Sasso online, but also this man here, David G, he can win games single-handedly for Iberian Soul. And now we need to sort of have that performance because the rest of the team need a little bit more time to warm up. B didn't work. Let's go A, and we've got Onyx in mid again by himself.
And he's been able to get a lot of space. Salsal's fully committed. He's in sandwich. He's got Stododo in CT. Knifey wants to fight him, no big wide swing. Poor miss from Stododo. It's just become far too often lately with his recent form. And Salsal's now isolated. Knifey's going to swing him. Salsal's weapon switch. Knifey's doubled down. A-bomb site devastated and probably round over.
Oh, yeah, he's just killing all of them. Mobboss will finally get that trade. They brought double AWP into this round to make things happen. And it hasn't worked. So a really big investment. That hasn't quite paid off. To be fair, they might have just picked up Flyraxes off the floor. Either way, double AWPs yield nothing. Mopos has to go save on 13 HP. TNL do not let Iberian Soul get consecutive rounds in a row.
Well, why is Salsal weapon switching there as well? Like, that's just a...
That's mental.
That's a sin, honestly. I mean, not to guarantee he would have gotten that kill, but obviously he stands a chance if he has his goddamn gun out. And Stododo, like, you're the AWPer posted on CT, you get peeked from ramp. I know you've got to get that kill. You've got to get that kill. Those are frags that you expect your AWPer to get out range when he's posted on an angle like that.
I'm going to be cheeky. Production observers, if you are listening to me, are we able to fly through all the cameras for TNL at some point? Because I think either the majority of them or all of them are on boot camp.
Okay, well, we can see Davies on boot camp, and it looks like I think he's got Ken next to him. Let's have a look. Come on, production.
It's all good.
Don't...
Oh, never mind.
You see what you've done?
Yeah,
no,
my bad.
It's fine. If we can do, if
my
bad.
My
shake
bad.
the ship up, then all good. We've got a default, Brandon. We have a full proper default here now from TNL.
Flyrax is definitely there with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Flyrax is the guy who's next to Davey. We can kind of piece this together.
Onyx is there.
Yeah, I think there's someone between Onyx and Flyrax, though. Anyway, okay, hang on.
It's ridiculous how much they're just dry swinging. Yeah.
Yeah. They're trying to bully him.
Moppos is scared about window. Oh, but he's seen B-apps and he's like, right, I need help. Drops the smoke. This is a really nice little covering smoke, and Daviju's been overwhelmed. And now Moppos needs to just try and live, and he can't do that. This is just unbelievable.
Onyx
can even kill Sasso. Sasso's in ramp.
Yeah, and they don't want to just hard commit to the save again, but they're going to have to knife. He's really chasing Stododo down, but Stododo at least will be able to get the kill to shut down that aggressor. It's going to be more where that came from. Stododo hit some parting frags here.
Hang on.
Looks like Salsal wants to consider trying to get back into the site here. Problem is he's so low. Yeah, there's no way to win the round from here, I'm afraid.
Ninja? No.
Denied. That's double digits inside of 11 now for TNL. And again, I mean, this is Mopos and Davi G, brother. These are no slouches. And they're just getting destroyed on that B-bomb site currently. Oh, and Stododo doesn't even survive the bomb explosion. I haven't seen that before. And Connectors, yeah, Mirage isn't really notorious for being one of those maps that is super punishing for the bomb explosion range. That's surprising.
I feel bad for him. Fortunately, he can be dropped over last round of the half. I guess that's, one saving grace. I mean, there was a miscom there from Iberian Soul in middle, because you've got Mopos looking at jungle, looking at the potential flank. They haven't done that since the pistol. And now we're going to go fast A again. And we know how quick they can be. Look, they're already on the site. Flashbang's good. To deny Knifey, but not on it. At least there is a trade.
Destroyed.
Yeah, two in connector. Oh, okay. It does work out slightly. Ked's now fumbling with Util. This is a complete disaster. They got the entry kill, then they couldn't get the space after it, and now Flyrax is being swarmed by 4 players. Iberian Soul will at least get 2.
I think what enables them there massively is the flashbang. A single flash is what completely disrupts that push there from TNL and stops them from being able to extend any further forward than Sandwich. That's what buys time then for the connector player to join up with the stairs player and for the rotations to come through in CT. Then you get the connector player who takes first contact, then the stairs player goes undetected so he can swing at that point, and there's just way too much going on in that moment there for TNL to try and contain. Notice how fast those CT players are committing forward as well. Combination from Alex and Salsal successful.
And also,
that was a good showing.
Oh, hello, Nexus is here.
Hello, Nexus, hello, love.
We're not done
Man,
yet.
why is your cam not on? Like, that's crazy to me. My cam goes off as soon as we go into the game, Brandon.
Mine's on right now. Hello,
Ooh,
production.
I just don't like production, like, staring at me the whole time while I'm casting, man. It feels a bit weird.
That's fair. I just forget sometimes. Another key thing to that is that one flash, as you said, just to bolt on your point. What it also did was completely wreck their trade spacing. And everyone's just peeking consistently. Unlucky. Oh, Onyx killed the guy behind Davi G. But fortunately, he is traded, and they've now shown the bomb at B, and they've gone, no, we're going to go back A now. We're going to try and get these rotations, and TNL currently aren't biting on it.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time with to try and marinate this round as well, and they know they have Stododo in towards top mid, so they're going to try and connect the dots here. 3 players through lowers, and I mean, you've got one on Cat. Knifey is going to decide to face top mid. That'll cost him his life. Big kill from Stododo. He's ready for the follow-up as well, and he's spotted the player on Catwalk here. So now there's a completely free pathway onto the same bomb site. In rotations, it's going to be very difficult with WG. He's going to backstab into Marker. Davy's a dead man, and this round is a guarantee now for the T side.
Or is it? Yes. They're not going. Oh. Oh no, they're coming B. Now they go A. After Flyrax just removes Davy G.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
Yeah. They're gonna go A. It's all okay. Everything is fine. And that was Iberian Soul giving TNL a little bit of their own medicine, because it was basically exactly the same pistol round. I had the same conclusion. Sassol, tucked, and then peaks. Instant deletion. That is exactly what Iberian Soul needed. A pistol round. A little bit on the way to recovery.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no two ways about it. They absolutely had to win the pistol round there. So at least they've been able to check that one off. But there's just such a long list of objectives right now. The anti-force spy, anti-eco, gun round. Those are all objectives that have to be checked off before we can even realistically conceive Iberian Soul coming back into this game. They have won consecutive rounds, though, so they can start to feel like they're getting into the game in terms of a little bit of momentum.
He's got his knife out. Okay, he doesn't anymore. I was really curious what he was going for there.
Nice.
To his death, apparently.
Going to be contact up ramp as well, so TNL don't really have any idea what's going on, and they've decided to just stack up on that B-bomb side. They've gone for the gamble stack on the force spy. Makes sense. Just roll the dice, try something out of the ordinary in this kind of a round. If they don't come your way, you can just save your guns, save your money in the next round, and still have something to work with.
Oh, so last time TNL and Iberian Soul played each other on Mirage, TNL won 13-4. But they won 11 rounds on their T side.
Oh, wow. Okay, so there was a slight improvement for Iberian Soul, is what you're saying?
A slight one, yeah. By one.
Not much, unfortunately. It's like 100% increase, and that sounds great until you realize that it's just from 1 round to 2.
What's he doing?
Having a laugh, isn't he?
Bless him.
This has got to be scroll wheel for jump. There's no way that's spacebar. Are you a scroll wheel jumper?
I don't want to get into this.
Oh no. Are you this guy like walks forward with mouse button one?
No,
do you like Mezzi?
I'm not Mezzi. I'm not a Grand Slam winner, actually. Soon to be major champion
Really?
Mezzi.
What?
No,
You're not crazy.
No.
Okay, well, it is going to be another... I mean, effectively a force buy for TNL because they have a forced up set of weaponry, but they've saved their money here.
Yeah. So they forced into the last and just saved everyone. So
Yep.
all good.
Decent chance. I mean, in terms of this round, it's not like it's just USPs. So Iberian Soul do need to tread lightly. You know, you've already highlighted the individual prowess for TNL, which means these sort of force buy rounds are so dangerous because you can just have a pop-up from any one of their players where they get like a quick double kill and stay alive and just turn the round on its head. And there's a tag through the smoke from Flyrax.
Of course. When nothing's going your way, just a casual tag through the smoke feels horrible. Davy G is definitely not going to push that smoke because he just took his hand off his mouse. Just waiting for it to fade. He's going to go around the corner, pre-fire knifey, and remove him. All gravy, baby. Say Iberian Soul, as they've now got A for free again. And it was just exactly the same stack that TNL had in the last round, and it didn't work. And now they've gone for it again, and it didn't work. Unlucky, boys.
I think it's a
Question
bit
is-
predictable, though. Just because it's a force buy, stacking up the B-bomb side and the CT side makes the most sense, and Iberian Soul just read into that.
Is it one of these where you want to die in this round because you want to have your good weapons?
I think you just upgrade them anyway, even if you do survive. I mean, maybe inflicting damage could be worth it if you could try and get a kill or two here. And if you're Iberian Soul, I don't think hunting is worth it here at all. I think the risk far outweighs the reward. That nade would have gotten a kill, unfortunately. The util just has been a bit questionable today from both teams.
Oh, nice shot.
Oh, Alex, okay. Alright, good to see some mechanical prowess on display here for Iberian Soul.
Yeah, it feels a bit needless going for those hunts right at the very end there for Mr. Mopos. But that's okay. 10-5. They have upgraded everything. Orp out for Flyrax. M4's out for the rest of the gang. And you got all the U2 as well. This is where TNL looks their most dangerous. In fact, they look dangerous just across the board on T side. But now they've got everything at their disposal. Let's see how they operate in the default.
Yeah, if Iberian Soul can win this gun round, then it feels like, hey, maybe there's a way back into the game here from this point. Alex is going to phase straight through the connector smoke without a care in the world. He has got some support. The jump up, I don't know if anyone was close enough to actually get that audio cue. I mean, the util that they're throwing will now give the game away. Knifey is in a really awkward position. Palace a threat, connector a threat, ramp a threat. And he's going to just try and cycle the smoke grenade here, I think. No, good timing on the swing up, but it's such a long time to kill. Wait, where's the trade? It isn't there. Davian somehow has gotten two. I don't even know. This round is just all over the place.
I'll tell you what's happened. And that is really, really cool from TNL. Because what they've done is, the thing is, Knifey has to be proactive here because he's in a really awkward spot, right? So what he does is he peeks out connector. He's about to get this kill on Sasso as well. Maybe? Oh, no. Wait, we'll come back to it. We'll come back to what they did, even though Ken has the bomb. We'll recap it in a sec, because there's 35 seconds left. I don't want to rule this out. Mopos is low, okay, and dead. So now we can start talking about this again. So, what's really cool from Knifey is that he's in a really dangerous spot, as you alluded to, because there was a guy Palace, there was a guy Ramp, there was two guys coming out Con, and it was one of those where you really needed to make a decision. He wide swings connector, gets the info, and then he leaves it and goes elsewhere. And that means that the short player and the player rotating away from market door to go into jungle, they can now have all of that responsibility. And he cuts the map off in half on A. And he goes, okay, well, if I put enough pressure here, and they've also seen me spray at default, they're not going to be worried about short. They'll give it a little jiggle. Davey can then take his time in. Back-turned, instant kills out of Davey. And Knife even gets the kill over at ramp. This movement here was just so exceptional.
And yeah, I like the way you've broken it down, because if you don't have that eye for it, it can look a little bit messy. But they have made some really good decisions, some micro decisions in the moment there, to be able to deal with what was going on from Iberian Soul, and that just pours cold water on the comeback now. And Salsal, I think was he able to stay alive there? I think he did, right?
Yeah, he did.
14 and 8. He's having a good time of it in the server. Just need, like Stododo, we need a bit more out of him, a bit more out of Mopos. Mopos had a bit of a better time of it on that B bomb site. Maybe they could have gotten a few more rounds. It's not impossible to conceive. Iberian Soul could have been competitive here. Anyway, they have to win this gun round. No two ways about it. Lose this, then there's no money. 12-5. Game is over at that point. Hello.
No way.
No ways. Are you kidding?
And they've just swung the ramp guy because he knows there's going to be a rifle support. It just goes from bad to worse and worse again. And now Davies even holding for this connector walkthrough. Oh, they just got that round in the palm of their hand, haven't they? Excellent rotations. Call it done. Let's see what happens on Nuke. Come on now.
Yeah, we got Davey against Davi G. Both named David. But yeah, clearly an AWP diff and a David diff right now.
David diff.
Is that a bit horrible? Sorry if it is.
That's hilarious.
12-5. A single kill in that all-important gun round there for the T side means that this game is surely as good as done.
When did he...
Maybe
like, When did he
Yeah.
get 17 kills? Like, well, I know we got 2 on that short play, but I've just been obviously blissfully just watching along. But then I glanced down and I was like, wait, 17? Fair play.
Yeah,
he's just a
the
boss.
frag around right now. A kill per round on average, which is an incredible average, honestly. I mean, we look at like a 0.8 KPR as a very good KPR. Gonna be a flash into middle. There's Davey doubling down again. Okay, multi-kill monster. It's gonna prompt Iberian Soul to try and get into the same bomb site, but Knifey will follow up with a multi of his own, matching the efforts of Davey. It's just the Dodo left. He's gotten 4 kills in the map. He needs 4 frags in the round. He won't get one. Davey finishes the map with 20 and TNL on top.
Unbelievable. Like, so good from TNL, right? Like, I'm in awe of how good they were. And you know what, man? If this is going to be what every TNL game is going to be like, then sign me up to watch every single TNL game, because they are insanely fun to watch.
Nexus.
You're muted.
You're muted, mate.
You're still muted.
God.
Now, there we go. There we go. You know, of course, we have these technical issues. I also shared them. But that was a crazy opening. I have a fair few things here, but honestly, I don't think I could put it much better than you guys did as well when you guys mentioned that not a single T-side round seemed to be the same when it came to TNL. They were just throwing variations of these rounds as well, and just the small adjustments, they were so nice, they were going at them. It's way too easy. It was way too easy. Like, that is almost as expected, and is harsh to say, but it's also... what can you do? There is no other way about it. But I've got a couple more things I do want to mention. We can roll the highlights as well. I'll let you guys take a little bit of a break, if we can get to them. There you go. You guys can get out of here. I'll be here for a moment or two. Now, this is the round Brandon already got himself into the game. Was like, yeah, sign me up. Now, he carried that momentum toward the end of the game. This is one of the, however, one of the first 2 rounds, and one of the only rounds where it looked like Iberian Soul almost had a chance. They were getting damaged out. They had those openings from Alex. And then you have this one as well. It's the glimpses where Iberian Soul showed that they can fight back. They can get things done. But you just didn't have the individuals there. It's the trust and the procedures that TNL go into these rounds with, where there essentially is no weak place for them. There is no gap that anyone can slip through. Even if it is one player watching, you're still gonna get domed. It is that sort of situation for Iberian Soul. It is a bit sad, it is a bit upsetting, but at the end of it, there really is not much more to it. You have these small adjustments that they made, T-side, that we can talk about for a long time, I think. But then, when it actually comes to TNL, losing that second round, I think that's what we'll kind of look at as well a little bit here. It wasn't one where I would say that it was won because Iberian Soul started playing better. It definitely felt more like it was a round instead where they were finally forced to play so passive, so slow. You had WG on a short, picks up 3, yes. But it was one where they'd finally given up on actually fighting for mid control. They said, you know what, enough is enough. We're not going to actually fight you on that anymore. They've given up that control instead. Gambled on the fact that they would walk back into them. And then you have finally a moment of WG showing us what he can do. But at the end, all of that still gets overshadowed by what was mentioned at the end of the David difference there for TNL. W's collective 20 kills at the end of the series, or end of the map here. You don't even need half the players there. You still have a 2 versus 4 from Onyx and Fleerax in round number 5. The 2 out of 3 in that case, post-plant as well, where they just make it look so easy. You have the individual moments from every single one on TNL that kind of showed up when they needed to. You've got rounds where Onyx lurking in mid, he's making the noise there instead. He's changing things up as well and just being a nuisance and something that wasn't really easily figured out by Iberian Soul, and that's kind of that. It is very much a one-sided show. The scoreline reflects it. I think it could have gone even worse. It is the grace of the pistol that the scoreline does not look as bad as it really could be. But at the end of the day, you're still headed to Nuke, and you're still down a map. There is no other way about it, and thus we are headed towards now map number 2. It's gonna be Nuke. Hoping for a better show, begging for a better show, but as kind of mentioned as well in the pre-game, when you look at it, Iberian Soul, they just don't really have a lot of options for the Veto here, right? Inferno, that's like the best map they have, bar for Nuke. But that's the one that TNL already insta-banned, they don't play it, that's one thing. So you kind of still have to go to a strong map for TNL, and one thing you kind of share is Nuke on both sides. So, going to it, it's not going to get a whole lot better, but certainly you're expecting more out of Iberian Soul. They had the foreknowledge on this. They've got themselves an 8-win streak currently going on Nuke as well. They managed to beat Spirit Academy on it. Ruby, who've been looking pretty good. Monte as well, you know, up and down a little bit. Same with Fatbit as well. They've had these wins on this map where you can kind of say, yeah, I can see why they get in here. Why they can take this one. But these games as well recently have been getting closer and closer, so teams are still fighting back. It's not like it's a too dominant of a show from Iberian Soul, but it's their CT side, but they do a lot of their heavy lifting. And just making a bit of a guess here, I don't think they're going to be starting on that CT side. So, I really don't know exactly how that is going to go, but it is a strong map for TNL. One thing we can say, we all had at the start of the series here, we said it is probably going to be a 2-0 here for TNL. While we talk about 8-0 when it comes to Iberian Soul and Nuke. Well, currently you got a 9-win streak on TNL and Nuke as well, so both going up against it at one of their best maps they've shared here. And unless during this break Iberian Soul do decide to wake up, there really isn't much they can do. It's that simple. So we go to said break. We'll come back. Iberian Soul, do or die. It's playoffs here, round of 16. You win, you go into the quarterfinals, you lose, you're out, no other chance. And so, TNL, perfect opportunity. Finish it out on Nuke, 2-0. We'll see you then. Alright, we're back, and we're getting ready for our second, maybe final, map of this series, unless Iberian Soul decide it's time to wake up. Because we barely got to see anything from them. We saw a fair few rounds where they did show some capability, but overall, let's say they don't pick up that second pistol, the game is over at that point already. It just makes it look a little bit cleaner. In the actual truth, what happened, it was a massacre. That simple. So, on Nuke, what are you guys actually expecting here? What's your thoughts when it comes to it? Hazel, let's start with you.
I'm expecting an improvement for Iberian Soul, that's for sure. I mean, it's their best map. Nuke is objectively their best map at the moment. It's the map that they try and play as frequently as possible. Inferno's their go-to. It's a close second. I mean, outside of those two maps, they don't really have a huge amount going for them in their Veto, but Nuke is the one map that they've still been very stable on. They've still been able to put up consistent good results. So, I mean, there should be an improvement. The last time they played against each other, it was a very similar scoreline on Mirage, and then Nuke was still very competitive. It was 13-11. So I think we should have more of a game in our hands, especially towards the end of Mirage. It did look like Iberian Soul were waking up a bit more, so if they can carry that over into map 2, then we should have a game on our hands.
Anything else to add? Brandon, you notice a lot of these small things that were done by TNL here for the first map. Now, that's Mirage, right? That's a very simple enough map. Despite your own experiences playing it, I salute you, B Defender, you're doing God's work out there. But when it comes to Nuke, this is what I can expect to be more your drift overall. What do you kind of expect from here to transfer over from Mirage on TNL specifically? With the very small size you've had.
Good fundamentals. Like, I've been really impressed with how they've been working together in the mid round, and even in that small sample size of CT rounds, we saw proactive pushing on the extremities. We saw them go towards ramp and B apps together as a unit, and that is obviously a big promotion of that on Nuke as well. I'm fully expecting the outside smokes to be broken by one player, where back garage will get involved, main will get involved, and they've just got their guns out. And good trade spacing is the key feature for absolutely everything TNL did on both T and CT side. So I'm expecting that really good fundamentals. And for Iberian Soul, I want to see fundamentals, because once we got Davi G and Mopos holding really good crossfires on that B-bomb site, we did get around. Even in that pistol round that they won, again, it is decisive decision making, which we know that these players can make. It's just making sure that they don't get overwhelmed by what's happening, because TNL did such a good job at dictating all this tempo. Everything that they wanted to happen happened, and Iberian Soul almost got absorbed into their game, and it's so brutal to watch, and it's brutal to play against an experience. So I'm just really hoping that Iberian Soul, especially with an experienced in-game leader like Alex, can just say, guys, as cliche as this is, we've got to play our own game.
Yeah, I really think that should be the case, and it should be it. Like, on paper as well. Now, we do go to Nuke, which is one where they've been more than okay on, right? 8-win streak, they're growing it, but they're going up against still what is a 9-win streak on the other side. So one of these ones is going to fall right now. But it's not only that, it's just the fact that whenever TNL have decided to show up, they have showed up. It's been a win, it's been decisive, it's been a 2-0 for the last month. Like, is that going to change today? Is Iberian Soul the guys who are going to do it? My vote is still on no. I don't see that being the case, and I don't know if that is really going to change, and I want to see it. I want to see there being more of a challenge here, and I want to kind of see TNL humble just a little bit. But at the same time, I just want to see them continue, because god damn, that is beautiful Counter-Strike they're playing.
Yeah, no, it is. And look, Stododo is a much better AWPer on Nuke, because he can be left to his own devices quite a lot, and it just means that he can sort of pick and choose his own engagements. We won't see much of that on the T half. We'll definitely see it on CT. And Sasso, as you mentioned, pre-game Nexus was delivering. So if we get a combination of those two, maybe if Davi G has some more hero moments, then we definitely maybe can rule out a potential for this being a 2-0, but as it currently stands, based on what we just watched, I think I'm with you. I think it's going to be really difficult for Iberian Soul, but let's see it. I am hopeful for them, because they did show some little spurts of encouragement.
Yeah, especially
Yeah.
towards the end of Mirage, right? So it's just problem for me is trying to go up against this TNL on an individual level is where Iberian Soul struggled in a lot of Mirage, right? They just got banged out the server. Didn't feel like that was necessarily like a symptom of the map itself. Just felt like there was a gap in the firepower department in both these teams, and I think that's where Iberian Soul could still struggle on Nuke.
Yeah, now here's the thing as well. TNL, they've got a very solid CT side, and that's where they're going to be starting on. Same with Iberian Soul, they've also got a very, very solid CT side, like 65% win rates, pretty damn good, impressive as all hell. But can they really get enough rounds is my question. Because we didn't get to see that much when it came to TNL and their CT side for Mirage, that's that whole thing. But kind of like Brandon puts it, how you control outside and how they're going to be getting to stop Iberian Soul on their T side as well is going to matter a lot. So the fundamentals of Nuke, or the newest metas and such, I think is what's going to matter here. But I don't know what that's actually going to look like. 'Cause I think I've only seen them once here, and I don't remember who that was against. It might have been Ecstatic or something. It was a closer call. But my memories have not really given me a lot here to go for TNL and Nuke, unfortunately. But what I can rely on, I think, and what we've now been shown over time, is just that the individuals don't stop. And that's one thing that TNL will always have, apparently. So, before we hop over towards it, final confirmations, let's not just ask 2-0, let's go for score lines. I'm gonna put you guys under the microscope here. Go for it, just give me the score line. Brandon, what do you have here?
Oh my
Closest
goodness
one is a P250 Sand Dude from my inventory.
Wonderful. 13-8 TNL.
I was going to go 13-6 TNL, but now that doesn't seem as fun as it was because you went 13-8. I'll go 13-9 Iberian Soul, I guess. You know, why not? Like,
Iberian Soul. Okay.
Yeah, why not? Like, I'm just going to go for something different here. Like, we're predicting scores. I mean, just, you know, have some fun. The worst thing that could happen is I could be wrong and then no one will remember, and if I'm right, then I have bragging rights at the end of the map. So
And the P250, mate. Come on.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Lucky me.
Hey, high prizes, man. High stakes. But we can talk about that later. For now, we'll see if you're going to be right or not. Who's going to be winning this one? You guys decided on Nuke, so take it away here for the second map.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, let's hop into this then. TNL, of course, starting on the CT side because it's not their map pick. That means that... Okay, no util, but we've got Knifey on the dualies, and Onyx got a kit. I feel like Onyx is the biggest workhorse right now for TNL. He gets all the fun jobs of dropping weapons and, yeah, going out mid. He can't die, but he has created a pathway. Look at all these rotates down B. Joke's on you, gamers. It's A.
Oh man, and that's because they've had a player who's like come through that broken squeaky door, and so they've got a foothold on the A bomb site. Ken kind of has an idea that Mopaz is here, but Mopaz will just destroy him anyway. An Iberian Soul, okay boys. I mean, they won the T-side pistol on Mirage convincingly, and it looks like they're going to be able to do that here on Nuke as well.
That was really panicked from TNL. That is Davey getting a kill on the opener, Onyx getting pushed off ramp, and then he's obviously the comms are ramp, I'm rotating down, and then everyone's rotated down. I feel like it's not been properly drilled in who's supposed to be rotating down there, and maybe it's just a comms issue there. But great work from Iberian Soul. You bang on the money, just take that lurk space, easy kills, and again, it's nice to see Mopaz and Sassol start off strong.
Yeah, I mean, Mopaz was probably the one who heard them rotating down the vent off of the A bomb site, so it was just a really easy call there to filter his teammates into A from hell into heaven. And it's going to be the follow-up force by now coming through from TNL. Feeling really good about my prediction now, Brandon. I think it's basically locked in.
Oh, yeah. Love it. I mean, they did lose the pistol on Mirage on CT. And it was those gunnies that look really good. They are forced in again here. This is a team that is so confident in their individual ability that they're going to force again and again and again. Onyx has found 2 kills with the 5-7 before being traded. That is a worry for Iberian Soul.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Flyrax out in the open. Lands the tag on Salsal, but that ain't no frag. So it levels it back into an even numbers game. Of course, Salsal's going to be kind of limping through the rest of the round here. They've got time to play with. They've got little bit of utility as well. Couple mollies, smoke
Ooh.
flash. How simple do they want to keep this?
I'm going to cut you off because I'm really enjoying watching Knifey right now because he's gone all the way through B, he's gone up secret, and now he's gone back garage to make sure that no one's gone heaven. So you're still creating this consolidated pack of players, but you're now limiting even more options. If Ken overextends, that's the danger. Sassel gets his head ripped off. And now you've got 2 players backside, and you've got Knifey on the heaven rotate.
Oh, Mopaz, though, is going to be the one who tries to be the difference maker, and he's gone down to Ken as well. WG gets drawn into the A-bomb site, and TNL, honestly, they've made that force fire look easy. And like you say, the attention to detail there from Knifey is what gives them so much confidence and conviction to remain stacked up on that A-bomb site. Because he's making the moves and he realizes there's no one that's wrapped outside, there's no one hell. Eventually, he's even cleared out ramp in heaven. And at that point, TNL can just remain solely focused on Hut and Squeaky, and they just mop up everything that comes their way.
Worst case scenario now for Iberian Soul, because we're speaking about the fact that you sort of get in the pistol, you need to sort of get these rounds. Sassel gets rid of Onyx, and I'll tell you what, fair enough. Maybe they can just force them back. Drop down in towards the B ramp. And that's an open site. Do you want to go for this in the 4v3?
I mean, I think so. You got 3 rifles, you've got a kit, you've got utility. On Inferno, this would have been round over immediately, but on Nuke, there could be some room for the retake. And they're going to start to feel this one out. They've got incendiaries to try and clear out these awkward positions as well on the bomb site. They've, like I said, they've got smoke grenades, so this is doable, you know. You still have WG who's on the A bomb site. Going to be a while before he can join up with this team. Incendiary's going to flush Mopaz out, but he's been able to find a frag as a result. Now he's just trying to buy time. It will go down, but then the trade comes through straight afterwards from Alex, who actually doubles down on the Tech 9, and now we're just trading rounds.
Yeah, a hot take there. Even though it's a 3v4, would have loved to save there, because you're going to be forced into this anyway. Just keep 3 rifles. It'd look a lot better. Realistically, I don't think you are winning that retake. It is the confidence of these players to go for a round like this, go for a retake like that, but you haven't got any info of where these guys are. You've got 1 molly, 1 smoke, 1 flash. I think it is better to keep 3 M4s there personally, but that's just me being pessimistic. And TNL will being optimistic. They force back in again, and how good those 5-7s looked, fair enough, why not? Ken is getting dicey, up close and personal with that outside smoke, and Sassol's got no idea.
Yeah, they are hard clearing it though, and they will be able to find the frag as a result. WG takes damage in the process, but he's still alive, and oh my goodness, this makes it really awkward now for Flyrax. Where is he? Is he? Yeah, he's playing around the smoke outside. That's so brave. Brazen and successful, and they will be able to deal with the later wave that comes through and towards lobby. It's almost like a slow lobby crunch there, and they end up just getting picked off one by one. So easy kills for Iberian Souls. They're going to take a pretty comfortable lead here on their T side.
God, that's a shame, because that setup looked really dangerous in towards Hut. Having the contact of the deep player on the Deagle line, and then the FAMAS being baited in close. It's just good proactivity from Iberian Soul, just to continuously hold for this lobby crunch, just in case it does come in after outside was denied with Ken, up close and personal. But if no one was on that ROPS angle, I could have got a little bit spicy. Could have been incentivized to go in for a kill, then that means the FAMAS works. You see the ideas for TNL. It didn't work, however. Ken did have a Zeus, and now he sold it, so that's depressing.
I was going to say sanity prevails, but okay. I guess Nuke CT side is one of the maps that you can kind of nestle yourself into a bit of a corner.
It's also fun, and we like fun.
That's true. You got me there. I can't refuse that. Last time these two teams played against each other on Nuke, it was the first map of the series. Obviously, second map this time round. And Iberian Soul had a 4-8 T side. They went down 4-8 going into the second half, and they lost the map 13-11. They're going to have 4 rounds inside 5 this time round, so should certainly have a few more this time round. I mean, there's quite a few kills here. Has the bomb been dropped? Where is the C4?
Yeah, on him. On Flyrax. Okay,
and he has an AK now as well. Oh, WG, that's so brave from him, but it's going to work out.
Yeah, I actually love that from WG, and it looks reckless, but he knows that The guy, the Flyrax was on a USP when he got his kill. No armor. It's an eco. You just need to jump down that vent. You hit one shot anywhere on this guy's body, his cursor is going to be flying all through the air. His crosshair is going to be so offset. So it looks reckless. If Flyrex gets the instant headshot, which we know he can do, then it does get troublesome, and you actually start to question that play, and that probably would be the criticism of, oh, we shouldn't have done that. But hey, risk versus reward. Iberian Soul 4-1 up. And as you say, doing an impeccable job on this T side, and they've got rounds to play with now. They can try and get a few more. Wow, look at this buy. It's a Furia buy.
Yeah, I like
TNL.
it. I mean, it's not ideal, but it just shows that they have faith in their full weapons, that they're like, okay, I know it sucks, we're going to go down 5-1, but once we do get all the weapons we need and all the utility, then we'll be fine. Knifey has gone all in. I guess max round loss bonus means for mass armor, MP9 armor next round, so it's not the end of the world, and this one's going to have some pace. Remember, Iberian Soul are expecting to play against a gun round here.
That's true. Nice nade. Here's what I was talking about, by the way. Nade comes in from heaven. It allows Ken just to swing. Gets the spam out a lot earlier. And the USP will actually get rid of Davy G. And now you've not revealed that it isn't sort of an MP9 sort of quasi-buy. Flyrax will get rid of Alex. There's still one player in towards Hut. And Onyx closed the gap over at Radio with a Mag 7. This is dicey now.
Oh, okay. Very good clearance for Davy, and Salsal doubles down. And then they duck dive their way down the vent so they can avoid Flyrax's AK and get a free path onto that B bomb site. Mopos still hangs around, but yeah, looking like it's a strong recovery. Job should be as good as done. Salsal is 9-1. What a blistering start to Nuke it's been for him.
Such important kills as well, because when Flyrax gets that trade outside, you start to think, oh, not feeling too amazing. Imagine if he'd kept that Mag 7. That would have been an instant kill on Sasso. He now finds double digits. Iberian Soul will go 5-1 up. Flyrax can hold on to an AK, which means actually he can get an AWP now and drop Knifey the AK. So this is a really big save. You got to remember that this round comes close, and again, it's with the MP9. It's on the lesser weaponry because they wanted to be a little bit more proactive with this one.
So at least they've inflicted some damage, but I mean, there is still a lot of money in play here for Iberian Soul, so they'll still have that buffer going into the round after this, no matter what happens here. And this is the round TNL have been looking forward to. This is the round that they just kind of forfeited the previous, that they can get all the weapons here and now. Which means there's a lot of weight on this round for TNL. They have to win this one.
Let's go then. Let's see it. Well, what does this gun round look like for TNL? Where's this AWP? Starting over at ramp. Davey is in a world of trouble, and so is Knifey. But Knifey still manages to find one. There are trades back, and Onyx been removed as well. But you still don't know about Davey and Flyrax, who are now in lobby.
Oh, big wide swing there from Davey. Forces Salsal off the plot, but he's going to get his crosshair in place perfectly in time. And there's time now in the round as well. Flyrax with the USP is searching. Oh, this is really brave. All about Salsal's in the corner. Ken looking to double down. Salsal has been on an absolute tear on this map so far. He's only died once. Ken is looking to inflict a second death on Salsal as they dance around the site, but the AK will prevail, and Salsal is inevitable.
Okay, well, this is how you win the map. And to be fair, Nexus Arsenal's for win conditions. As I said, Sassol's got to pop off. And so is the Dodo, but that was more CT. This guy's actually unbelievable. Like, I'm so impressed with the way they work this. I really actually like the idea from Flyrax to go search in there with the AWP, because, I mean, what else can you do in that situation? You've walked all the way from ramp, not received contact. You've got to go through hut. It feels uncertain to go through door. Too many intricate angles. And then wants to be close to his player up heaven, which did promote that trade. Nothing they do is working. That advanced lobby crunch didn't work whatsoever. Onyx able to get Mopos. Finally an opening kill, and Sassol's already holding for this inevitability of Flyrax flying up the ladders. Davy G's got run as well. Suddenly it's a player advantage. And it gets even better.
Yeah. Very good work here from Iberian and Soul not to crumble after that opening frag comes through. They have looked a lot more stable here on Nuke than they did on Mirage, where even if things don't go according to plan initially, they've still always had some sort of a response. some sort of a solution on the fly has been figured out by Iberian Soul. And they're up 7-1 in the blink of an eye. This is a very dominant display from them. 6 rounds in a row.
15-1. I'm not surprised the pause comes out now. I mean, what can you do? Think about all the variation TNL have thrown at Iberian Soul. Because you've had lobby crunch, you've had double ramp push, you've had Davey getting aggressive through the door smoke, you've had a player that starts down secret early as well. We haven't had back garage, we haven't had close back red. Maybe that's something they'd look to do. TNL on their CT side, what they've been doing quite a lot is they've been saying, okay, in the early stages of these rounds, we want to take this piece of map control. And all they need to do is just shift up the timing of it. I think if they play a little bit more passive in the beginning of the round, and then in the mid-round they look to take that space, I think it will work out a lot better for them.
Well, let's see. I mean, they need these last 4 rounds in the first half. That's almost like non-negotiable at this point for TNL. And I'm really excited to see what Iberian Soul are going to bring to the table here in this round, where they've got that 7-1 lead, where they've got momentum behind them. They're going to try and ride that wave all the way into ramp. It's Onic who's on the front lines. He's just been destroyed. And they could continue to ride that all the way down into the B bomb site. It's going to be a while before anybody can even respond here for TNL. Iberian Soul in full control of B. This could be round over immediately. I don't see any way back for TNL.
I mean, they're not going for it. They're going to save. They have to. And even got Davy G just holding. Unfortunately, he gets removed by Davey. But in the grand scheme of things, you don't care if you die because you've won the round again if you're Iberian Soul. 8-1, no contest. This round you had TNL getting a little bit more active outside. The AWP came over to peek Silo on an unorthodox angle. Then you had Ken playing back red. And it didn't work because Onic got punished immediately. There was no safe haven for him. My only question is, you take a look at the X on the map. Is he jiggling that spot up close? Or was he just on the... Yeah, he was jiggling up close. Remember the kill?
Yeah, he was. He was playing really up close.
Why are you doing that when the outside players are already active? That
That's
feels really redundant.
Yeah, that's not a push and a pull. That's just a push and a push, you know? Yep. There's no balance there. The scales are just going to fall apart at that point. 8-1. This is a fantastic display from Iberian Soul. What an impressive improvement coming through from them here compared to what happened on Mirage, where they got completely destroyed. 9v1 and 7, 4 and 7 on Can and Flyer Axe. It's going to be an opening kill from the AWP, but there's more pace and ferocity on display here. Sarsel with his best twists impression will be able to find 2 kills on the A bomb side, devastate the defense, and oh my goodness. I mean, at this point, we can just wrap Nuke up and call it a day.
I really want Sassel to get more kills. There we go. But I also want him not to die because I want this rating to be as high as possible. 18-1 after 10 rounds of play. Like, I don't believe
almost
it.
2 kills around at this point, which is just an impossible average.
And what a reaction, what a change of pace that is as well. Because Firex gets an opening kill deep, holding from towards sort of like heaven area. And Sassel goes, okay, well, I know I've deliberately got this. And a little molly in towards main to block his audio. Chef's kiss from Alex and Iberian Soul.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more because they know they have TNL against the ropes as well. So they're just looking to continue to bully them here, continue to play on the front foot and smother their opponents. Flyrax with the AWP, he knows that Sarsel's been favoring Silo, so he's thinking maybe I can pick him out in the round nice and early and then we won't have to deal with him throughout the round, but been forced back by good util.
Oh, yeah. He's got
like
the crocodile, yeah. I do like the XM.
We need an audio track for the crocodile. Obviously, like, Jaws has got the shark has the Jaws one. I don't know what the crocodile one would be. Probably something similar.
Snappy, 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 snop.
All right, mate. Your lack of sleep is starting to show, I think.
Not seen that.
No.
It's a German.
My mental health is better for it.
It's a German kids show about this crocodile called Snappy.
Okay.
Snappy, this clean crocodile. He's cute.
I prefer the song 99 Red Balloons in German. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's true. Here we go. This is the slowest round Iberian Soul have played, and the most respect that they're being given. The cross and the smoke will work. Mopos is holding for a reaction, because if you're TNL, you have to go into towards lobby here. And he peaked. Never mind. And Flyrax found Sassol as well. It's the best position TNL have been in since they had 5-7s.
By far, by some distance at that as well. Don't count Iberian Soul out though, because despite the fact they're down 3v5, they have actually been able to nestle themselves into this B-bomb side. Plant going to go uncontested. What are the post-plant positions going to look like here? I mean, they're kind of committed. They have a little bit of freedom. I like that Alex is going to try and join up with WG here, because you can't be in a position where you have nowhere to play off of, nowhere to fall back. And I mean, Alex right now is just committed out in the open. He gets that kill on Onyx, and he's been able to take the space through the double doors. This is what I'm talking about. Now this actually gives them some decent room to work with. WG's brought it back to an even numbers game, and he's gone one step further. Not like this TNL. The round disintegrates before their very eyes. It looked like Flyrax has already accepted his fate here. I think they're calling it a day. There isn't enough time for the defuse. Knifey's committed, but he doesn't have a kit. Flyrax should get this frag, and well, it's inconsequential. That's double digits for the T side.
They play that so well. What, 5v3? Bomb goes down with 16 seconds left. Look at Alex's positioning. And TNL drop a really nice molly, because it does stop the players going back into double door from the bomb site. So that was a really nice idea. But Alex plays on the edge of the smoke. He's conscious about ramp on the left-hand side. Great comms from Iberian Soul. And they're just able to make things happen. And a really, really exceptional afterplant from them. All constructed at the hand of Alex. TNL go back to being aggressive again, but this has proved to not work, and Ken's position has proved to be hard cleared by Iberian Soul. And they even flash it. Damn it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, from bad to worse. If we hadn't reached worse already, from bad to worst at this point for TNL. The only round they've managed so far was the Force Buy. We need some sort of individual brilliance to give TNL a spark. Otherwise, I mean, they're going to be on the receiving end of 11-1. There we go. Maybe some revitalization. Again, they've got themselves an advantage, but that didn't prove to be enough in the previous round.
It didn't. But it's just that little bit of grit and determination. That is Knifey just taking a time in and just pushing through lobby, ignoring Mopos. Davigi now has to walk over and try and get to the A bomb site past an auto shotgun. If Onyx chooses to swing, Mopos has now cleared all of this out. So you've got to be a little bit conscientious of the fact that players can be in towards lobby and ramp. When's the penny going to drop for TNL? Maybe now.
Good question. There we go. Davey. Oh my goodness. I was looking at that thinking he has the kill every single day of the week. And Onyx with the Crocodile will be able to at least finish off the job. So we had a 10-2 half on the first map, completely dominated by TNL. They won their 13-5. We have a 10-2 half here on the second, but in the opposite direction.
I can't believe this, but I'm thoroughly impressed. I love the way Iberian Soul played this, and Sassol going 18-2 and having one of the career highlights has been a real joy to watch. I guess that is the answer. You just need your individuals shining up and out-shooting TNL. And maybe it's not even individuals plural. It's just Sassol getting a double multi-kill at the start of all these rounds, giving TNL no chance.
And then even the rounds like in the post plants where they're at a disadvantage, he's still able to come alive for them. I mean, he had so much impact there throughout the half, did Sassol. Really important kills coming through from him consistently. I mean, TNL, I think you'd be surprised at how many opening kills they got throughout the half. I haven't actually checked, but I remember them getting at least, I'd wager at least 4 opening frags in that half. So a bunch of opening kills goes unconverted.
Rush A. Get kills. That's the name of the game, but they're being disrupted and dismantled by Davy G. The rest of the squad comes in to help out, but it's really as simple as Dual Beretta's top heart.
Okay, well, job done. Wrap it up. Let's head across to a third and final map. If you're just joining now and you see the HUD, then that's really going to suck once you realize that we're going to flip that HUD. It's Iberian Soul. Ahead 11-2. And I've just gone back and checked on HLTV, by the way, and out of the 12 rounds that were played in the first half, TNL had 7 opening kills.
Really?
7.
It did not feel like that. It really didn't. They don't get an opening kill this time, but at least Davey will trade. They're all going to now try and converge on this main man, Sasso. 18 kills deep. Holding a good off angle. Gets rid of Onyx. How many more can he find? Not enough. There's a lot of damage, though, onto these players. And Alex is actually able to wallbang one of them. They've immediately got a rotate of Stododo in B. This round should not have any legs to it if you're TNL. This should be Iberian Soul claiming map point.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just so much damage inflicted, and Alex knows he's chipped these guys down as well. That is confirmed damage. I don't know, man. Flyrex and Davey, what do they even do from here? Saving doesn't make any sense. They're going to get, what, $2,900 if they lose, or should I say when they lose this round? And Alex is perfectly positioned. You can always back Alex to make the right decision. Even in that situation, he doesn't overcommit to ramp because they're up 11-2, inflicts the damage, drops the smoke, gets out of dodge, repositions himself. Very difficult to try and deal with from here. May even just do enough to force him back to ramp, you know?
Yeah, it has. Just by his presence alone. And I love how Iberian Soul don't overreact. Like, Stododo could have rotated. He opened the door forward about it and then says, actually, you know what? My life is so much better here on B because Alex now can't see anything. I can win the round for my team in its entirety if I just don't peek. And now we'll give it a little bit of a swing. Perfect. And remember, Flyrax is so low. Easy collection for Stododo. That's money into the piggy bank for the AWP. But hey, guess what? We might even see a world in which he needs it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, this next round is going to be the best opportunity for Iberian Soul to finish off the job. Production, can we flip that HUD, please? My brain capacity can't compute the names being on the opposite side, on the wrong side. Although, this could just be the last round and it doesn't really matter. There we go. Thank you very much, Andy Anderson. Force buy for TNL, Tech 9s across the board, a Mac 10 as well. No prizes for guessing what's coming this round.
The old A-pop, but if it's event dives, Stododo is here. They're going to wait. They're going to pretend. And now they eventually start to commit. Davy G's in a great position, but loses out his fight. Fortunately, Mopos is here to at least get a multi-kill, at least bring back things even. But Onyx is still putting up a really big fight alongside Flyrax. They want to make sure this doesn't happen, but a miss molly over towards Heaven makes things a little bit worrisome. Although Alex has already read this rotate. Alex is already down B, and so is Sasso.
They've actually left Flyrax almost high and dry. They said, mate, we don't want anything to do with you. We don't need to do anything with you right now. Alex hasn't got a kit, but he's just going to smoke off single door and try and inflict some panic right now. He's going to try and cause a little bit of chaos. Flyrax is the one coming through the double doors, and they're not ready for him. So he'll find both the kills to keep TNL alive for a little bit longer.
You know what? That is such a shame that the kit isn't the other way around, because the kit comes in from ramp and it's on Sasso, who's low HP. Because I think that smoke on Decon, the fake out on the bomb just for a second, and then going back on the defuse would have worked. Would have worked, wouldn't be here. Instead, we've got TNL that need to now win 9 rounds in a row. Was 10. Money is a little bit dire for Iberian Soul. But even if they lose this, then you're at what, 12-5? That's fine. That's not.
I mean, at this point, you're just maybe trying to save face a little bit if you're TNL. Just improve the mood in the camp going into that second round. The third map, rather. What am I saying? If they can just maybe make this like 13-8, probably asking a lot, but certainly would just kind of force Iberian Soul to exert a little bit more energy to get this map done. Knifey, this is very good timing. They're not going to be expecting this, but Stododo turns back in time just by happenstance.
He turns back in time because Hell smoked off and they didn't know. So actually, TNL's smoke grenade has ruined them to a certain extent, and that spray from Stododo is brilliant. This round's not done. Look at Sasso, he's backside MP9, but is hard cleared by Onyx.
Oh, it's pre-fired. I mean, Onyx just runs at him while gunning. Davy's able to find WG in the meantime, so it's advantage TNL. Looking like they've got a little bit of bite back in them here on Nuke, and I think Stododo and Mopaz are just going to say, yeah, we'll have to concede the round from here. They've done enough. 12-4.
Fair play's going clear that. Many teams would not have cleared Dark there. But Onyx, he knows all.
I mean, it feels like there was a lot going on in the round there. So like you say, most teams would have just overlooked that entirely.
Good news for Iberian Soul is they are a team of individuals that have played together for such a long time, in and outside under this organizational banner, to the point where what you're going to experience is the fact that they will give TNL respect.
I mean, we saw that all the way up until, like, even at 10-1, they still weren't, or 9-1, they still weren't overplaying their hand. They weren't just making silly decisions because they had such scoreboard pressure on their opponents. They were still playing the game that got them to that point, and I think that's a good reflection of what you're saying, that Iberian soldiers keep their respect up for TNL, even when they're in these dominant positions. Now, was Mopaz spotted? I mean, I think that he was, unless the silo player was blind. Certainly known now, and there's one of the 2 rifles already on the deck. Completely unrecoverable as well.
Ooh, good nade onto Davy G as well. But Stododo has got rid of Davy. There's that deep hell smoke that we saw last round. What's the play here? You got a guy in towards Secret. It feels like they just want to take these fights outside. This can come back to bite them if they're not careful. How'd you get this bomb across? Maybe with brute force.
I think that's the solution, yeah. I mean, that was certainly an appropriate way for them to get the job done on Mirage. They're just going to be kicking themselves thinking, man, if only we had a few more rounds to work with coming into this T side, and it could just all spin out of control. Stododo's gone ahead of the molly, and unfortunately, he's had to make so much noise to actually get in the position to take the gunfight that they've managed to hear him in time. And now it's just Alex left remaining. 1 versus 2 to try and end the map here and now. Molly kind of delays proceedings a little bit, but now he's been smoked out of position. Bomb easily recoverable. And it is going to be Alex who's trying to make something happen, but Flyrex has his crosshair perfectly trained, and Alex is going to walk straight into it. Although he actually slides past the first, but Knifey will lock it down.
Oh my god. Well, that was scary, wasn't it? Great work out of Alex. 2 kills with the 5-7. Making things really turbulent there for TNL. Not even giving them this comfort that, oh, it's just an eco round, guys. But this is what I meant probably about a minute ago, where I said, look, these guys are so experienced in Iberian Soul. They're going to respect TNL, considering how map 1 went as well. They're going to take a pause now, because now they've got the guns all back in play. They just want to make sure that they don't make any faux pas. They don't want to allow this comeback to happen. It was 12-2. You can't let this comeback happen.
I mean, it's never going to happen, right? Iberian Soul haven't tripped over the map so far to fall into a 12-5 scoreline. They've just looked way too convincing to not win one of the next 7. Like, I would bet the house on it, surely, right? Yeah, I'm not worried at all.
Nice shot. And that's how they got their openers on Mirage. They just dry fought these angles straight back in towards A, and the flashbangs are incredible. 2 players out heaven, but not for long. And Sassol's got to go save. Remember, he was 18-2, and now he's 20-7.
Yeah, he's gone 2 for 5 since then, but problem is, like I was saying, TNL are just going to be kicking themselves that they didn't get this going a little bit earlier on the map, that they weren't able to win more rounds in the first half with 7 opening kills as well. I mean, very often, the reason why you also were surprised that they had 7 was because it was almost like an instant trade for Iberian Soul every time, and then a second kill straight afterwards, or they maybe lost someone one part of the map, but then they straight away went down ramp into the B-bomb site and just won the round from there. So they weren't really impactful opening kills, but I mean, it's something. Well, Sassel says, not now, Mom. Not now, I'm busy. Mom, I told you. With my friends. Don't embarrass me. Yes, I want coffee. Thank you. Someone open Salsal's door in case anyone missed exactly what I'm just on about right now. I do like the way he has his computer set up, by the way, on the shelf above him. I mean, a lot of trust in that shelf, but it means it doesn't have to be on the desk, it doesn't have to be on the floor, which is never ideal. I'm a fan.
And he's got some fans in his PC just constantly waving at him. Oh, hello.
I'm your biggest fan, Salsal. You've got so many of us here.
That was really just awful.
I was thinking something like a joke along similar lines, so we're all good. Not here, TNL.
I love this little crunch. This is really good. How Iberian Soul. Oh dear, Davey got caught lacking, looking the wrong way. Now this crunch comes in. It's the Dodo's found through with the 5-7. It's probably all said and done because there's a player back garage you're not ready for. And there goes Sasto. And we really are his biggest fans. Iberian Soul dismantle TNL. And we get back-to-back drubbings on map picks. 13-5 in that ilk on Mirage. Yeah, there it is at the top. And 13-6 there on Nuke. Unbelievable. Hi, Nexus.
Hey, how you guys doing? I'm going to be taking you guys through what happened here. And like you said, it was another massacre. Not sure what word Veto just used. I've never heard of that one before. I'm not going to try to say it again either. But it is Iberian Soul against all odds, except Hayes, who did decide to play the devil's advocate and say they're going to win this map, actually coming out on top here in a second map comeback, essentially. Or, well, not a comeback, but in ways. I'm a little bit lost here, I'll be honest. That first half, I will say, first half, it did feel really weird to a degree in parts, but it was kind of like Hayes put it toward the end as well there. Despite the many entrances that TNL had, it was, on the other hand, Iberian Soul exerting a lot of pressure across the map that then TNL just could not respond to. That's kind of what that first half then came down to in some parts as well. You have these moments as well where it looks really damn good. You have, I think, it's round 6, I think. We're going to see it here. I think if Flair acts in 1 vs 2, you've got him with the AK-47 in the vents. You have close calls, close scenarios. Same as we could have said on map number 1 for Iberian, so they can just kind of flip that on his head from there on out. You have these moments of almost but not enough. But what we did have enough of was Sorsol. He was smurfing. 18 kills for the first half. He was having a blast. Decided to take matters into his own hands and did not let go at all a single thing here. An insane individual performance. One of the best we've seen in a long time, I think. And decided he's going to take this map. We talked about the win conditions and what's it going to be. What is it going to be for Iberian Soul to come back? I mean, Sorsol was one. We did say at the start of the series as well, if he's not performing, who else is going to be? That was the question for the individual consistency of this team. You need Sorsol. Who else? Well, you did get to see a little bit of WG, a little bit of Alex, and even just the Dodo toward the end, right? We said this map might be a little bit better for him. He's got to be left to his own devices to at parts, but the CT side is so short, we really only see him for a little bit of it. He's got his moment, right? This is one of the rounds, and then, of course, the final one to end it as well here, the 5-7 finding 3 is absolutely criminal. But you have these moments, you have situations where Stadodo is showing up as well, right? He may not be the most impactful on the AWP, but you can, again, extend that exact same courtesy to map number 1, and when it came to just Jawi being a menace on the server as well. No one else was really necessary. All you had to do was do your job at the end. And that's pretty much what happened. You had Sorsol here instead to pull off that same sort of miracle, same sort of individual form. He did his job and more. And everybody else is fit into those same sort of slots that they needed to make sure this one does get carried over. A surprise, but a welcome one in terms of how dominant this was. Because for Iberian Soul, we do have the questions of, okay, how good is this team actually going to be if they click? How will they keep performing? Can they stay consistent? Last couple of weeks, they do kind of say yes, but 2 weeks isn't really enough to say a team is consistent, but they are trying to get there, and that is now what they've done here as well. Forced us to a third map show. For the first time in a month for TNL, things have gone 3 maps besides the last game they had against Passion. That is crazy. So, now, in towards a map number 3. Ancient, you go back and rewind the tape to Void. We said this was going to be done in 2. TNL probably have this one in the bag unless something crazy happens. Something crazy did happen. And now we are headed toward Ancient. Where, unfortunately, it's gotta be Iberian Soul up against a little bit of the... well, their own demons. Their CT side on this map is not really one that has any sort of hype around it. This is the CT-sided map in the pool. You've got a 44% win rate when it comes to it. That is a slight issue. Yet they've still been getting a fair few consistent games on this. There's been a lot of these games that go double digits, even a couple of overtimes involved as well. You have games where they have showed their resilience on this map, but there's things to work on. I'm hoping these things do get, better as time goes on. But in recent times, that's only kind of gotten worse. Their CT side's been looking weaker. It's the T side where they have done that magic. And if that's the sort of T side they're going to have, where Soul's dropping 18, or even just have that confidence that we get to see from him, exert it and give it to a couple of their players on his team, then sure, I'm all for it. But until then, we actually do have a small break, so we need to know what's going to happen. If you guys also want to know as well, don't go too far, because we will be right back with that third and final map of the series. So, Iberian Soul, this will be decided on map number 3. Can you take it all the way? Alrighty then, map number 3. None of us could have expected this, except Hayes, who decided to go against the grain here on map number 2 and say it was indeed going to be Iberian Soul to take it. How you feel? Very smart, I'm assuming.
No, I actually don't even feel that good. I only did it to be a contrarian. I never actually truly believed the prediction. I was literally going to go 13-6 for TNL before Brandon gave his, so I'm not going to ride that one too hard, to be honest with you. It was fun, but like I didn't actually think it would happen. So yeah, good job to Iberian Soul, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, good. Yeah, good job. I don't know. It is hard to kind of pinpoint that game in a way. It is just also going sicko mode, same as Dalby went on map 1. You guys have that going back and forth. But now to map number 3. Like, Ancient, there's barely anything like a CT side to really talk about when it comes to Iberian Soul on this map. I don't know how they've won as much as they have here. It is kind of hard, but they've been tenacious. I'll give them that much. Brandon, is there anything else you're kind of looking out for when it comes to now specifically this third and final map?
Consistency, I suppose, from both teams, but more Iberian Soul. I feel like TNL got the track record to prove that they can be consistent. It's just whether Iberian Soul's individuals can match up to the same task. Like, I think that's a brilliant performance from Sasso, as we've kept describing. I don't want to harp on about it too much, but if you're at the point where you can't deliver this map in, map out, then that is definitely a concern for me, yeah.
Hayes, quick question. Now, you and I, we've seen TNL a little bit before. Have you had a chance to see this Ancient of theirs?
Yeah, I have, and they're very, very good on the map. I mean, like I was saying, they have a very strong 6-map map pool. Best map is probably Mirage, and then I think the next best map would be Ancients. And I'm not just talking about statistics alone, just from what I've seen from them, like in terms of volume as well. Ancients is such a good map. Also for their skill set with what we were describing in the pregame, how fluid they are, how they can kind of chop and change between roles. So then on a map like Ancients, it does give them so much flexibility to just kind of cast themselves across the map and be able to activate wherever it's necessary. So I think that TNL, I think that it was like a flash in the pan with what happened on Nuke. I think it should kind of revert back to the mean here, and TNL should get the job done.
Are we on the same page as well there, Brando? Are we expecting TNL to eventually come out victorious?
Should be, but you know what? They looked really good. Iberian Soul, didn't they? So they got invited to this event for a reason. Let's start to see it now, maybe, because we keep hyping up this TNL team. Obviously went 3-0 in the Swiss stage, have looked really good, but I'm just hoping for a clean game of CS. Ancient is a really good middle ground, so I'm nervous, I'm full of anticipation to kick off map 3.
As are we all. Now, I think we're still waiting for a camera or two to be set up on the player's side. We gotta make sure those are all good as well. But for this one, we've gone through a whole lot of things. We've had a Mirage. We've had a Nuke. We've had 45 minutes of break to delay this game. We've had it all here today. We've really have. Now, to continue, I don't think we actually really have to. Now, honestly, it is hard to kind of bring much of a conversation into this one, because there has been very little of what was sort of promised, all in a weird way. Or I wanted consistency, wanted a clean game. We haven't really got that. Instead, it's been 2 games that has just been too quick to really give much about. So, unless you guys have anything you guys want to add to the conversation, I think a break is in order.
I just spilled my coffee. Trav would be very disappointed in me for having a cup of coffee on my desk right now. So a break would actually be ideal so I can clean this up, you know.
All right. Hey, I'm not gonna go against you. We'll come back when we have map 3 ready, so don't go too far. Hopefully it won't be too long.
Okay, map number 3 required between TNL and Iberian Soul. Both teams convincingly winning their own map picks. Now, we go to Ancient. Iberian Soul start off on the CT side. I mean, I'm still looking at this thinking surely TNL are going to get through to the quarters, but hey, let's see what Ancient has in store.
Well, it starts off with an immediate fight in towards middle. Flashbang is brilliant. Out of fly racks, look at that. Stodono answers back immediately until Knifey comes over the top at Heaven. 3v1, Mopos is out of position, and the guys from TNL are already scaling A.
Yeah, I just love that from TNL because they have somebody at the bottom of middle just to take contact initially, and then once they take contact, that's when the flashes come over the top. That's the best way to guarantee the perfect timing for the flashes because you're not just throwing them hoping someone's going to be there and get blinded. You're waiting for them to give you concrete, ironclad information that they're there. Then the flash comes over the top and it just devastates Iberian Soul's mid setup. Lovely jubbly.
Very happy with that.
Welcome back, TNL. First T-side pistol they've won, by the way.
Oh, mate, I was just about to say that. The fact that they finally find that breakthrough, just in sync, little commentators.
I know, lovely.
They get that breakthrough. Onyx found a double up with the Mac 10. He's making so much money. Do not give this boy any more money. Yeah, that's it. Get Davey a kill on the AK. But 4 kills from the SMG. If you really wanted to, can't talk. Flyrax could drop an AK to Cairn, and he could say, Onyx, give me an AWP, mate. He doesn't. He just drops an AK.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, T-side AWP Ancient doesn't really have a huge amount going for it. What, you can boost up on the box and hold the line into B. What else is there really outside of that? I feel like the maneuverability of the rifle just gives you so much more, at least in the early to mid round. Late round in the post plant, AWP obviously becomes massively impactful. Really difficult to get past the AWPs on these bomb sites if you're trying to retake. So I think that's probably where it carries the most value.
Okay, interesting. Keep your eye on that, by the way. Mopos smoking off that choke point immediately. You got to remember that one of the rounds that Iberian Soul were able to win on Mirage was when Davy dropped that smoke preemptively at short, and it gave problems for TNL, and it isolated frags. Immediate donut crunch off the back of that one smoke, because it also denies Mopos info. Davy smokes one off as well. Sassel goes round the corner, but they just completely disrespect the smoke. Get these 2 trades immediately, and the AWP can only fire out for nothing. Stododo's firing blanks, and now he's put in the dirt.
I mean, Stododo just hasn't had a great day with the AWP, has he? I mean, he had some rounds on Nuke, but that wasn't with the AWP. Those were SMG rounds or the 157 round to finish off the job. We need him to come to the party here with the AWP, in particular on the CT side of this map. But I love that from TNL. Like you say, just immediately as that smoke's been dropped by Mopos, that's their cue to split into the A bomb site without any hesitation. Because as much as it kind of keeps TNL at bay, as you make the perfect point, it also denies Mopos info. He doesn't know what's going on the opposite side there. So Iberian Soul are actually somewhat blind at that point. They decide to smoke the front of Donuts. They also don't know what's happening in Donut, and TNL just goes straight through it. And even though Sassel gets that first kill on the boost, he's still always going to get traded out there when he loses his teammate.
.3-0. Shades of Mirage immediately. Flyrax has just thrown U2. He's 0-0. But now he has an AWP, which is quite nice for him. Alex and Mopos, let's see what they can do with these hero rifles they saved and carried forward into this round. Maybe something a little bit more punchy for the pistols to get the rifles on the angle. Use them as scapegoats. It's the same pistol play, actually.
What, the setup that they had in the pistol round?
Yeah. TNL. So they had that flash held, but they didn't get any contact.
I see. Okay, I get you. Yep. I do like the point you make. I mean, when you've got the rifles, you want to try and put the pistols in front of you to try and use them as bait. Put them on the end of the fishing rod is the analogy I like. You cast them out there, see if you can use them to get any kills. For now, Alex is in Donut with his, and Mopos is Red Room. So could we have a quick rotation over towards A, which will be necessary eventually.
Very slow. Now the smokes come in. They wait for the A main one to fade. And here we go. Incendiaries put forward. Trying to delay, and they are buying a lot of time. That also means Iberian Soul now have rotates. 4 players strong, trying to defend this A hit. Around the corner they go. The lesser weaponry doesn't matter as Sassol snaps 2 necks. And suddenly, Flyrax and Ken are in a spot of bother. You even have to break open your own T-Smoke on Donut. Spray transfer's good, but not great. And this is going to potentially be a flawless round, and even an AWP given over to Big Stadodo.
Well, Stadodo is the one who's hunting for it right now. He's the one who's searching. Flyrax at least will have a chance here to keep his beloved AWP in play. And he does hit the shot indeed. So at least Stadodo is going to get denied on that front. And DaVG is like, yeah, no need for me to commit. Let's just bolster up our economy. And what a way for Iberian Soul to get themselves on the board. That's a massive reprieve. And it kind of felt like TNL didn't have any other options just because of the way that they were set up in the round. They were kind of forced to actually go into that A bomb site. And Iberian Soul were perfectly set up for that.
Just the block util. Like Incendiary A main, they threw a flash in there as well. They used and made good of what little they had. And it's one of those rounds where you expect TNL to win rounds like that. So it's really good to see that Iberian Soul have really grown into this series. Pre-smoke on the molly for Flyrax to potentially peak. Doesn't go as anticipated. But TNL will still take the space in towards mid. They still control. Knifey has taken all of ledge completely by himself.
Yeah, he's looking to try and control this portion of the map right now, make sure the CTs don't have forward positions for the information. And he's got that foothold now that his teammates can kind of rotate back in towards, and they're going to go all in here. They've got 4 players that are going to be grouped up at the bottom of ramp. Iberian Soul, they've really bolstered their setup in Jag. They've got 2 players, DaVG and Mopoz. We know that they do form quite a deadly duo, and they've got a job to do.
I'm worried about Alex. But Knifey's already ahead of all of this. Alex at long, you know he's going to get cleared, but he wins out the headshot. And now this double setup in cave looks a lot more powerful because you haven't lost your guy on the long extremity.
Oh man, and now you've been forced out of the bomb side as well, so you've got literally nothing to show for the 5 versus 3. Haven't forced the trade on Alex, haven't gotten any control to speak of. Gonna go back and towards Jag, but this is the position DaVG has held for like a minute at this point. Doesn't have someone to take the bait for him. Onyx is not going to intentionally clear it. He just kind of gazes in that direction. It's going to cost him his life. And sure, there's a trade, but you can't afford to trade at this point if you're TNL. You just need outright frags.
And that's not happening. And now you got to save again. Now you got to give the AWP back to Flyrax. He's got to just hold on once more. This is brutal. I love the way you described that as well, like the intentional clear of that cave corner. I didn't have the time luxury. That's the big thing. Because you've been forced out the bomb site, you then got to go back in towards cave. You anticipate there's going to be a rotate because you did see 2 in there.
Oh, wow. He ran out of ammo. If he had a few more bullets in the magazine, I think he gets the kill.
That's it.
But yeah, good adjustments from Iberian Soul, good setups, and they proved to be successful, so they can build on the eco round that they won preceding that.
Roll through some of these little highlights here. Where we had TNL getting off to a blistering start. And now Iberian Soul have made some really good adjustments here in the mid-round. Looking really good indeed. Oh my god, that's the second shot Soul hits? Okay, dude.
Yeah, I don't know if Davey actually intended to drop off the boost there. I think it was maybe unintentional and then just kind of so susceptible, so vulnerable at that point. And now TNL kind of have to just try and save around these guys who carried their guns over. I guess, what, they get $2,400 next round, so it'll be enough for a couple of the players, not Onyx, not Ken. This is Iberian Soul's opportunity. With the broken economy, with the state of the half here for TNL, this is Iberian Soul's chance to actually really get themselves into the game early on, which they weren't able to do on Mirage.
Absolutely.
We haven't had a back and forth game yet.
Let's bring it. I really want to see this on Ancient. Alex playing close. He can just drop utility and back out immediately. It's going to be another one of these B execs. double smokes, that's not the issue. I'm looking at 2 flashbangs, that's being the point of issue. How'd you get into a bomb site when you're only armed with Glocks and 2 rifles with limited sparse util? Knife's taking a good amount of space here and towards mid. Maybe he can lurk somewhere.
Yeah, he has found quite a bit of space. I mean, Salsal's watching for this at range right now, but I don't think Knifey's going to activate until his team have really committed to getting onto the B bomb side. I think he's going to be playing that late lurk role. Already nestled into a good position, and now the pressure's going to start to mount on this B bomb site, but Iberian Soul pretty well poised to deal with it because they've got 3 players here. I think they will be iced out of the bomb site by virtue of util. Davy's going to throw the long smoke now, and it should give TNL a path into the side, but they still have to try and weather the storm with the smoke bang. There's going to be a boost up as well. Been spotted. Information relayed through. Still costs them a life though. Now Knifey's activated. He actually got a kill.
Oh, but now he's dead. Mopos has followed up onto Davey. So you're in a 2v4, and you've got the guys that actually had the hero weapons to start with, so at least they've got armor. They both found kills. So that's made it a little bit more bite-sized for Flyrax. Has to hit this shot on the long player immediately to give himself half a chance, and Alex never peeks. It's so smart, but Flyrax still hits the shot anyway. Time's now ticking, and he goes back in for the re-swing. Never mind, it doesn't matter how smart you are, because he can't die.
Oh, that was really smart there from Flyrax to slide into the corner just after the flames had dissipated, because Iberian Soul was still kind of living off of the molly that was thrown earlier on, not expecting him to be there. I mean, I just don't really fancy the post-plant position there from Alex, honestly, because he's watching for cave. What is he worried about? The wall bang? He can't do much about that anyway.
No.
You know, he needed to be posted on ramp.
Yeah, but he didn't want to swing because he didn't want to give the upper kill. That's why.
Yeah, but when the diffuser's being stuck, I think you have to go all in.
He had to at least jiggle it. You bang on. I saw the knife out for a second. I thought that was just Iberian Soul going crazy and towards A main. Instead, it's the Dodo going a bit mental towards B ramp. Knifey removed again quite early into these skirmishes. And now you're all in. You've got no map control anywhere else. TNL have to go A.
I think that might be Stododo's second frag with the Yorp this series. I'm not joking. I'm going to go back and have a look on the scoreboard on HLTV, but it might very well be. Anyway, still around to be focused up on here. TNL going to try and get themselves into the safe bomb site. Ken will get past the donut there, but there's still so much more in the safe bomb site. Alex is really floating all over the map right now and constantly finding himself wherever the action is going down.
And now these smokes are going to fade, by the way, and they've got no replenishments. So that means you've got to go dry. You've got to try and take all these fights. The Dodo should win out this fight, and he doesn't. But fortunately, there's been a trade out. So you imagine Flyrax's life finally will be short-lived. 35 seconds. Mopos Davigi playing this perfectly as the Dodo's repositioned. So should have this kill dead to rights. Brilliant work out of Iberian Soul, and as you mentioned, Alex just floating in all of those little pockets of space and then disengaging. Getting the kill on Can is so necessary, and then he runs back away in that smoke. He does not give them a chance. Doesn't give them a single chance to get isolated kills, which is what TNL were doing all Mirage, by the way.
Yeah, it's just good reads from Alex where he's constantly, wherever the action is going down, like I say, just padding up the defense, giving them that extra man, which has proven to be a big difference maker. And like you say, not overplaying his hand. But I mean, the one thing about Alex is he's always had really good game sense, and he's got good mechanics to complement that game sense as well. And now TNL's strong start is kind of been negated. I mean, they were supposed to be up 4-0. They lost to an eco. They did win a round back by virtue of a clutch in their own sort of eco where they carried a few guns over, but Iberian Soul, for me, looking the more convincing of the two teams up until now.
And now it's double push A main. Okay. It's fine. Never mind. It's absolutely fine. There's no way this can go wrong. Onyx got an M4, but he doesn't have armor. And that's my TNL Eco song.
Okay. Fair enough. Little jingle. Trademark that, maybe.
I always liked the little radio jingles.
I mean, it's just the problem is they were so good that I started hating them because they would just be like such an earworm, and there was never much sustenance to them. So it would just be like one line that would just ring on in your head.
CCT needs a jingle.
That's so true. You've actually missed an opportunity there. Like, I remember there was this bathroom shop that was, and they haven't existed for a long time, or at least I haven't heard their adverts, but when I was a kid, it was always like, that's Bizarre, come to Bathroom Bazaar, come to Bathroom Bazaar. And that was it. And it was like, hey, they got me. I went to Bathroom Bazaar, Brandon.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. They got me, man. The marketing won. How could I not?
We got to.
I owed it to them, yeah.
We've got to make a CCT jingle.
It could be fun if it's like all the casters harmonizing with something as well.
Oh, God.
I don't know.
Is there any legs to this round? I'm going to go out on a limb and say no.
It could be if Can gets a 1v. There we go.
Oh.
Look, there is now, and they know Dodo's position. He's going to go for the USP because he knows there's no armor. And that will work out for him to reduce it to a 1 versus 2.
And Davey's got no armor. Right, this should be fine. He can isolate a kill, but Dodo's not swinging, which is nice. Okay, Davey took the fight to him, but again, aim punch. But I tell you what, 3 kills in the bomb plant. Banger.
Well, one thing we highlighted a lot coming into this game was that TNL almost always win their series 2-0. They have been so dominant in the past month or so. This time they've been forced to a third. It's almost unprecedented for them. So how can they handle the pressure? There's a lot on the line here as well with it being a playoff game. Big gun run for TNL to actually maintain some sort of semblance of control. I mean, wouldn't say they're in control. And Brandon, they're actually using their 3rd timeout here. So Kane getting a real chance to relay some thoughts very early on.
I'm going to be the guy that goes, well, actually, because Kane is the...
Is he the assistant coach?
Head of esports, I think, over there at TNL.
Oh, is JR still coaching?
JR is still the coach.
I see, okay.
So, actually...
Well, my point still stands because it was more about the coach getting a chance to give some thoughts. So,
Don't you set me off. Oh. Yeah, you are right though. You are. The point was right. I've just been a dick.
That's all good. Always an opportunity for some tomfoolery behind us. Between us. And here we go. It's going to be more pace coming through. Knifey looking to find an early duel. This is much better here from the T side. The way they just brute force their way forward. Mopaz is still here though, and he's going to remain in control.
Look at A-Main. Look at Alex. Oh, Alex has pushed A-Main. This is a mega timing. Can he get 2? Yes, he can. He lines them both up. And drops them to the floor. Was that the bomb as well? No.
No.
The bomb's over towards B doors, and now you start to feel really claustrophobic if you're TNL because you've got no space, and Mopaz has just taken shelf off you.
Yeah, you have to completely reset here if you're TNL. You got at least a lot of utility. Knifey's been tagged. I love that from Alex so much because he recognizes, again, like his game sense is on point. He didn't really need fantastic mechanics to get both those kills because he was in the perfect place. He realized, okay, they're pushing into middle with numbers. They're fighting for lane with numbers. There has to be space somewhere. I'm going to take that space. And he gets 2 kills and stays alive. And look at where he is now, smartly positioned.
If he gets pre-fired here, this would be very unfortunate for him. Or he could just take the swing. He could take the swing and just get 2 headshots. He saw the shadow, he took his opportunity and ran with it. Alex has been unplayable in this first half. Onic, he can put this bomb down. Maybe. Maybe he can get a little bit more. Nade goes deep. It softens up Mopos a tad. But you're surely not going to give these 1v1s over. Dodo's now clearing all these deep lines. He's pulled out a nade. He's pulled out a nade and Onic has seen it, but it's actually Mopos to lock in the kill. Unfortunately for him, he was shooting the rifle and not the AWP.
Yeah, I mean, what's unfortunate there is it's actually done well to cross. He's done well to get across towards the boxes there, undetected, because they knew he was on the opposite side of the site initially. But that element of surprise just doesn't work out for him because he can't get that first kill. So Iberian Soul have now got a lead on the decider.
Hey, Iberian Soul, we might... Let me start that sentence again. Iberian Soul, we better start putting some respect on their name.
Yeah?
Because they're looking really good. And bear in mind, this is all without their David. He's been a little
So
bit
it can
slow.
only get better.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it can only get better. He's
Scary
one of the star
prospect
players,
for
mate.
TNL. Well, here we go. It's going to be a big, fast approach in towards this B-bomb site from TNL. Ryutal raining on in. Alex is going to be able to avoid that flash, though, and his support flash has come through from Mopos. Not only does he support with the utility, he's also been able to get a kill to just stop this round cold in its tracks.
He even made them team kill. What more can this man do? 13
Has
and
Alex
5.
ever not been where the action is going down?
I'm
like,
going to say
genuinely,
no. To fit
I
the
feel like
narrative,
he's just-
no.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I'm sure there's been a round here or there, but in these really important rounds, he's just constantly showing up for Iberian Soul.
Absolutely. Another one of these rounds as well where you can't get the bomb down. And why is that important? Because Flyrax, remember, he was 4-0 and he saved the AWP for like 3 rounds. He's not had the AWP out since he died on that A bomb site because they can't place the bomb down.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, that's kind of a reflection as to how somewhat dominant these rounds have been for Iberian Soul. I mean, I wouldn't say dominant in the sense that TNL haven't gotten kills, but it feels like Iberian Soul have just always had an advantage in these rounds. Running out of time are TNL. They had 3 out of 4 at the start of the half, but it's been one-way traffic in the gun round since
Look
then.
at the
They're going to try
reads.
and just simplify things.
The read is brilliant. And it's because you've got all this space. Like, Ken's a dead man. In a second. He'll join Davey in the locker. Or maybe he won't. But it's okay, because Dodo and Davy G have already found shots on site. Ken's found another one. And Firex is still alive, but only for a moment. There's that Davy G round we were screaming about. A multi-kill for him, a multi-kill force to Dodo. Everyone is coming up trumps for Iberian Soul on Ancient.
What's unfortunate there for TNL is even after Kane gets the kill on the mid player, because the bomb's already committed and it's been dropped on the side, Flyrax can't just jump back into A main and try and rotate around. He has to try and do something. He's almost forced into fighting Donut. Maybe a slight criticism is that he could have waited a little bit longer to join up with Ken. Maybe he didn't have to take matters into his own hands the way that he does, but either way, it is 7-4. 7 out of the past 8 for Iberian Soul. They've got the momentum behind them, wind in their sails. I think TNL need this last round. I don't think it's game over if it's 8-4, but it's going to be really difficult to come back.
And Sassol's made it even worse. Davy G just now hiding and will actually disengage just for a moment, but will at least come through and trade. And he goes even further. Davy G, we spoke him into existence, and now he's just popping off. So Dodo misses an opportunity, but it's okay because all the riflers are here as a well-knit support network. And he can't get it done on the AWP, but it's fine because he's still got his trusty pistol. 8-4 for Iberian Soul. What a turnaround in the series this has been.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, because it's 8 out of the past 9 on the half here as well. They got destroyed. They were completely at sea on Mirage. They drowned out of the map entirely. Barely any positives to draw from that map. And with TNL being the overwhelming favorites coming into this, and you see that first map performance, it's like, yeah, this is going exactly the way that most people expected. This should be a 2-0, and then it's like, okay, well, they got destroyed on Nuke, but we know that Nuke's Iberian Soul's best map, and surely we'll regress back to the mean here on Ancient, but that hasn't happened either. And I mean, Brandon, they lost to that half investment. Was the first round they lost at the 3-0 scoreline. They never really got the campaign back on track. The only round they won outside of that was the round that Flyrax clutches 1v2, where they're basically ecoing around the AWP. So no gun rounds for TNL throughout that whole T side.
Yeah, and look, it comes back to something I mentioned in Mirage, where I said, look, TNL have been in control the whole game because they've been choosing as and when these engagements come forward. And what Iberian Soul did really well in this first half, more notably through Alex, is be really proactive in the mid-round. They were so fluid on their CT side. Everyone was just being ready to be proactive. Mopos took so much space over towards B. Alex pushed A mains. The Dodo was floating with the AWP, so he could be in the best possible situation. They played the game on their terms, and TNL couldn't hang with it because they weren't ready for it, because they were always underprepared with the resources they had to go with.
And that's not expecting... That wasn't how I expected it to go. The sentence you've just said, I thought would have been about TNL. At least they have been able to draw blood here. Such an important pistol round for this CT side. They won the pistol on the T half. They almost have to win the pistol here. And it's going to be good util usage to just open up this B bomb site and guarantee a plant.
That's a risky swing. Oh, especially when you can't get the kill. That is
how is he still alive?
That is a whiff and a half. I don't know. but he's going to go back in for more. That's another team kill added to the tally for TNL, and then Sassel goes round the corner. This is all fallen apart. If Flyrax can get this kill, we maybe are back on, but Sassel's dealt with the long player. 1v1 at low HP, no kit, so time's a burden, and Flyrax is just sticking it. A 10-second stick, you're never anticipating this. Sassel is worried about long, but Flyrax, he's got it. Surely the bomb has been stuck right under Sassel's nose, and he's scared of peeking because he's got low HP. He's played him like a fiddle.
It's exactly that. Because Sassel barely has any health to work with, he's so reluctant to try and push forward there, fear that it is actually just a fake, but it's a really good read from Flyrax. I mean, so few players would actually just straight up go for the 10-second defuse in that situation. And think about it, had he tapped the defuse, Sassel's playing the time game, so Flyrax probably loses it out there. I mean, listen, Iberian Soul were never supposed to win that pistol, so the fact that they come that close is still scary in itself.
Look at this force buy just from both of them. They got no util. They're prioritizing the weapons. We got a dogfight out here. And a big scrap it is brewing at Donut. 2 players here for Iberian Soul, and 1 player and 2 players removed for Iberian Soul. This is a mop up, a mop-oz. Needed to maybe get something more here. And he's completely out the action, but finally we'll find Davey. But Onyx just swings in from heaven. It should be fine. There shouldn't be any disasters. It should be a TNL round.
Yeah, Ivy's just going to peek out of top mid here, just chipping away at Sassel. Nice little back and forth from him. Really difficult to track the player who's moving like that, and TNL will be able to hold their nerve and follow up the win there. Follow up the pistol round win with a anti-force buy win and draw the gap to 2.
No!
Looks like they might actually all be on boot camp, by the way, with the way that they're all sort of turning around and looking at each other. I think they need a bathroom break or something, though. I'd also be shitting myself with the way the game's going.
It's a naughty word.
I know. Few and far between.
That's true. Apparently we can get away with that here. So all good. 8-6 now eco. 1 round game. And, oh, what's going on?
They've got some sort of... Oh, a drink's been knocked over.
Oh,
I just
no.
sort of paper towel there, wiping the table. They've done a me, Brandon.
Davy G's gone to help.
Oh, here we go. Davy G's like, hold on, guys, hold on. I've got that microfiber cloth.
Yeah,
it's like really good at absorbing. Flyrax is like, you guys are on your own. I mean, there's already like 3 people trying to dry it up. I think. Wait, why are they cleaning up multiple desks?
Well, you got to remember they're all on boot camps. They're all next to each other, so maybe it went across like the one table, and it's like slowly spilling into your mouse mat. Yeah,
the mouse pad's the worst because you're not drying that instantly, and then you've just got like that. It just feels so heavy whenever you move your mouse over that patch. Not ideal.
It's fun comic relief for us, though. We get to watch it.
I mean, listen, we're already so far delayed. What difference would an extra 5 minutes make at this point, right? Supposed to start the second game 16 minutes ago. And this one doesn't have an end in sight.
Someone's got their pajamas on.
I mean, that's just like us, right? It only matters what's on the top half.
Yeah.
I'm often like a tracksuit pants kind of guy.
I'm currently wearing pajama bottoms, everyone. I'm breaking the 4th wall.
That's it. Yeah, we're letting them in. Surprise, surprise. They thought we were so professional, Brandon. You know, they thought that we were always suited up to the nines.
And I've got no socks on, but you can't have the dogs for free.
Oh, okay. That is... Oof. Don't know how I'm going to focus now.
Good news. Davey's back in his seat, so he's ready to get focused. He's still, overall in the series, he's winning out the Battle of the Davids.
Sure. That's not the battle that matters, though, ultimately. A little intra-battle.
Well, if anything, it's actually quite fun, because it's literally David versus Goliath because it was 13-5 map 1. And now now David, Iberian Soul, is now fighting back against the Goliath for TNL. They're putting up a strong showing.
Goliath obviously just means big, right?
Yeah.
I wonder like what Goliath's name actually was. Maybe it was also David.
There's gonna be. Hang on. What was the Goliath? I'm typing this into Google. The Goliath's name in
From
David and Goliath.
Is it just Goliath?
In the story of David and Goliath, the giant's name is Goliath.
Okay, well, that's
with a
original.
capital G.
Do you think like he was just really big at birth, so they just could name him Goliath that because he was a giant at birth, or was that like a nickname given to him after they realized, like, damn, you're really big, bro?
So I knew you were going to ask me this, and I've already looked it up. And
okay.
According to multiple biblical sources, he was either, and this is a pretty big distinction, he was either 6'9" or 9'9".
Okay,
that's a pretty big discrepancy there.
Yeah, 6'7" like, all right, yeah, I mean, you're just average heights in the NBA at that point.
Yeah.
9 foot, then that is of biblical proportion. Okay, this is a very fast-paced round coming through from Iberian Soul in the full eco. Have invested into a little bit of utility and enough to get them side control. They're fighting more. The flash is perfect. The problem is it's blinded everybody, including Salsol. Oh, and they can't even plant the bomb.
No way. Look, they went through the donut smoke, and then Sedona went through the CT smoke, and so did Flyrax. So the bomb's now denied. Sedona's just hoping for a little kill. Or maybe a little bit more. And he gets nothing. As if you're holding for that, you cringe lord.
Yeah, that's sweaty. I mean, to be fair, he's got nowhere else to look in that situation. Just tucked in behind the box, but still. Okay, TNL have drawn within 1. I mean, they started the first half 3-0. Started the second half 3-0, but that makes up 6 of their 7 rounds. So this is where we need to see them complement that strong start with the gun round win. Yet to win a gun round here, RTNL on the map.
Let's go. You're getting really aggressive, and so too is Davey. He's even dinked a player over a shelf. This is a complete mess.
Yeah, I mean, he's just has no option, I suppose, but to try and fight his way out of that. But well done from Iberian Soul. And Knifey's made a move in the meantime. I mean, there's just zero world in which they expect this, but how does he play this hand is the question.
Wait, no, Alex is holding this.
Not really.
I think he can adjust.
You should have seen the gun barrel now.
Yep,
he has.
there you go.
Oh, man. I mean, if you're Knifey, what's the point of even just going that far forward? I guess he's worried about the wraparound through tunnels, but I think he just should have kept up the flank with nothing going on around the map, especially with the player in Jag.
Was that case hardened M4?
No, but it does look like one. I think is that not like the blowtorched one kind of thing?
I'm
not a skins guy. I'm not a skins nerd. I just know there isn't a case hardened M4, so...
Uh-oh, needed that trade.
Brilliant.
Really needed that trade. It's still doable for Onyx. Oh, what movement. That is beautiful movement. But he's hit the instant headshot. And he knows the bomb's over at elbow. Surely you know the bomb's here over at elbow. He takes an off angle. And Alex isn't ready for it. Onyx has outplayed the in-game leader.
It's so smart there from Onyx just to try and force his way out, and then he hears the shots coming through from behind him, so he realizes if I can just round the corner and get the kill on the mid player, I've got an upgraded gun, and I have a superior position to work with in the 1v1 as well. That's just really good decision-making from Onyx in the heat of the moment.
And look at this. Remember, they called all 3 pauses in that first half. Now Iberian Soul used their first, and that means that you got another opportunity to get your coach on the mic. You can take a 30-second breather. You've done the hard bit. Now it's about the landing. Can you stick it? Can you make it heartbreaking for Iberian Soul, who have been fighting so valiantly in this series so far, losing out to an individual moment like that? How's your mental looking? Is that the straw that breaks the camel's back? We've now turned all the lights off. It's getting serious now in the boot camp.
That's a good question, though. How does losing that round affect Iberian Soul? Because they've done really well to get themselves in a strong position, and after they'd gotten the kill on Knifey, I thought rounds as good as done, but they dropped the ball. Half investment now and a chance for TNL to regain the lead.
Shout out Flyrax as well, by the way, for getting that multi-kill in towards jungle. Fast A again. This didn't work last time. And it might not work again. Flashbang dodge lineup is okay. At least it is for a moment. Still a 3 versus 2. Alex is limping into this bomb site. Another break on the smoke. Another spam. Sets another player quite low. Stododo needs to plant this ball. And he's being mollied and spammed. And he eventually gets it down. But at what cost? Pretty much the round.
I can't believe how much the Incendiary sucks that actually hasn't killed the guy when he's taken like 5 or 6 ticks anyway. He will still eventually die, and there's no chance for Alex just by virtue of the health alone. 6 HP at his disposal. And I think the Smoke and Donut probably gives him the best chance, because now he can just try and Hail Mary spray through that smoke to see if he can potentially deny the defuse, but Onyx will answer back with a bit of a spam of his own, and TNL have indeed gotten their noses in front.
Yeah, it's one of those as well, whereas if Alex kills one of them, where he's roughly shooting at the bomb, he's going to think he's knocked off the diffuser and he might just stop anyway. But it's good by all accounts. Obscure the vision, obscure the chances of him winning the round. It's so destructive getting in towards that A bomb site with all that util, all that lead being fired through that smoke. TNL take the lead for the first time in what feels like forever. Stododo's got his AWP, it's uncontested against Flyrax.
Well, let's see if that can be the difference maker here, perhaps. TNL have been able to get Knifey in a deep position because they've given up mid control, so they've had to push somewhere else, and they've actually gotten out lane as well.
I was going to say, you speak about Alex being so proactive in that first half. Knifey's doing exactly the same thing. Already seen him push down B doors. Now we're seeing him in A main. The thing is, Alex is doing this, so will Alex expect this?
I mean, surely he's going to at least give it a glance. I'm sure he'll clear it to a degree. The problem is, the longer that Alex takes, the more Knifey will be focused here, and Alex does glance, but he doesn't clear. And so that's going to allow Knifey to shift back towards the same bomb site. This is why I was saying they need to keep Knifey busy, but it actually doesn't make much of a difference because WG just tears his head off, and now it's a man advantage here for the T side after they plant the bomb.
Look at the HP. That's a disaster, and you've got no mid control. Now you start to establish it for a moment, but do you actually want to give this a go? It feels like they might. It feels like they might go for this really late exec or almost Spirit-esque where you just flood the bomb site, you put the smoke on the bomb, and you go. Mopos is holding for this A main flank. They now start to move into position. Here we go. And it's short-lived. I don't think you can go for this now. And you absolutely cannot with Mopos getting that one. Nice try, but Iberian Soul are ready for the tricks. That's a lot of damage. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of damage on the way out, though.
That is at least something for them to take away from the round. The problem is that Iberian Soul are now 9-all. And the finances, I think, just caught a glimpse of them. I think they're going to be okay for TNL. But a really good way for Iberian Soul to answer back here and win their first round of the half, actually. Because if they lost that one, then we start to get seriously concerned about their campaign at large on the map. Yeah, perfect lineup for Flyrax here to mow them all down. And that means if you can win this round as TNL, it should be 2 for the price of 1. But you could make the exact same point for Iberian Soul, who have doubled down on the entries against Sarsel and WG.
This A bomb site, they've identified this as being the weak link, even though it originally wasn't the weak link. But they trusted this strat. They trusted the fact that they can get things done. That spray is disgusting out of Knifey. Flyrax is also going to lock out another one. 2v3. They've been sent scampering away.
Look at WG, though, so deep in towards CT spawn is going to be able to catch Knifey off guard, and now it's only Flyrax left remaining. Man, there was a lot going on in that round there for Iberian Soul after they win that arm wrestle in middle, but they're able to at least finish off the job. And like I said, this one is for 2. This should be an anti-eco going into the next round for Iberian Soul. I mean, TNL are going to have, what, $1,900 injected into their bank account here? They'll have to save their money.
Shout out Iberian Soul for sticking with the game plan and trusting it because it's working brilliantly right now. TNL are just being sideswiped and again the tides are turning and is, as you say, that the first half of these halves, probably a better way of phrasing that, have been all TNL, and then the gun rounds, the majority of them, have been Iberian Soul.
At least we have a competitive affair in this third and final map, though. Both teams just going back and forth, difficult to separate them. Should be more of a gap built up here, though, for Iberian Soul. Just going to have to navigate that AWP and Flyer Axe. And they're going to be grouping up on this B bomb site. They're sending everybody in this direction. That's exactly where Iberian Soul are headed right now. This could get ugly really fast.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh,
It's
no.
getting ugly fast. The AWP still needs to fire off as well, and he is missing shots, but Davey isn't. The USP has found 3 kills, and the AWP still can't get a kill. Stododo is left in a 1v3. He forces his way up the site, and maybe this isn't done yet. A 1v2 with 2 players out long. He gets the bomb, and he's out of there.
Yeah, and he actually could win the foot race to the A bomb site here, but Flyrax has read into this. He's immediately on his little bicycle, and he's going to be looking to try and circumvent the rotations on the jump up. He does spot Stododo, who now has to make a decision. Knowing he's been seen, he's actually going to revert back into the B bomb site. I really like this little bit of decision-making from Stododo, but again, Onyx has read into this now, so TNL constantly one step ahead of Stododo. Okay, well, Onyx is in the corner. Stododo's going to walk straight into the crosshair, and that is a disastrous round for Iberian Soul to lose. But Brandon, I mean, what's the thought process behind the approach there? In the hard anti-eco, you've just gone straight into the B bomb site. Surely a little bit of finesse could have gone a long way.
I can't believe.
Especially when you know there's a hero AWP still, right? Like, you know
Well,
that there's at least... Not that that cost them, but just with the way they approached the round... Yeah, but with the way they approached the round wasn't respecting the AWP, and that would have made a difference.
So the only thing I can say is that I do rate it and I do understand it, because how many times have they gone A? So you try and flip the script. Maybe the design of the round, as you say, wasn't perfect by going really aggressive, by not searching for context clues that there was a stacking towards that B bomb site. But also, can you really account for Knifey to soften you all up, and then Davey to get 3 headshots? Big flash down ramp. And that's info, at least being given over to Iberian. So 3 in cave. You might expect 1 outside the B doors or the bomb, but you don't expect 3 cave here if you're TNL. Oh, I'm going to go back to Onyx Micro in a minute, 'cause this is really cool positioning from him. And now he starts to move over. Flashbang is great. And there's
Double
a follow-through as well. Oh, but it only gets 1 kill.
Oh man, Mopos does such a good job to find the first frag and get the trade as well to completely deny the impact off the back of the good util. Flyrax desperately wants to try and force the issue through the smoke, but he decides against it. And that's going to give Iberian Soul full control of this B bomb site, looking to bounce back after losing to the eco.
Boost up, maybe that can net something. Stododo's given the bomb over though, and now it can be planted safely. I feel like you got to save this, mate. Even in the 4v3, yeah, you've got kits, but now you've just made noise. You're out long. You've got no utility to block off any of these choke points. And Davey is just so far away. Nade goes onto default, sure, but they don't have to move. That's the key feature piece. They do not have to move. All the pressure is on TNL, and that spray isn't good enough to warrant a retake. And now you might just lose everything. Davey comes in round the corner. Flyrax has found another one, but can't transfer onto Sassol. And Ty now becomes the biggest burden for TNL. Iberian Soul will go 11-10 up and will move ever so closer into advancing in the playoffs.
Oh man, I mean, that's a really big round for them to win, just to keep the demons at bay after having lost the eco round or the anti-eco round before that. So very good work from them. I mean, dealing with that flash play into cave, the double flash as well, I thought that was almost certainly going to be enough, but Mopos regained his vision just in time. Gets both those kills and they finish off the job. And like you say, not as many weapons as TNL would have liked had been saved in that previous round, which means it's a broken investment here. Oh man, Iberian Soul, they don't even have to win a full gun round to get the job done from here. It's this round here, and then an even worse force fight if they can win this one to follow for TNL. And Davey, well, he's already been dropped.
At least there's a trade. Ken. starts to have some impact. And now this man needs to have impact as well. It's a really wide angle for Flyrex, and he's got rid of Alex, and he nearly gets rid of Stododo. He even drops in the molly, and he's... What? He's not dead. This is ridiculous that he's not dead. 3v3, game on.
Oh man, the molly also misses the mark. I think it would have done more damage to him. There was even a follow-up HE grenade that didn't do much. So Flyrax keeps himself alive. It's now going to be the focus that shifts into Donut. Salsal's been bested, man. Advantage now for the CT side. And oh my goodness, look at how uncomfortable and awkward these post-plant positions are. Mopos and Stododo don't have any room to maneuver. Mopos was trusting Stododo, who's missed his shots. And that's cost Iberian Soul the entire round.
Oh no, and I really don't want to scapegoat him. I really don't want to call him out, but Stododo, how many times have we said he's missed his shots? We've given the same criticism to Flyrax. It's important we give the same criticism to Stododo as well. Was given such an important responsibility. But also, that afterplant is just awful. And it comes down to the fact that you're so scared about this AWP of Flyrax. Because as soon as Knifey gets that kill in Donut, you gotta move. You gotta move from here. Like, this afterplant sucks.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't know what they could have done, to be fair. What, push through the CT smoke, maybe? I think if Stododo can hold his line and uphold his end of the bargain, there's a chance. But it just requires perfection. And that's just not something that he's been able to live up to lately, I'm afraid. Anyway, look at what that does now to Iberian Soul. Brandon, they're going to be playing for overtime. They have a hero AK on Alex. They get 2,400 if they lose this round. They spend what they can afford to here to still buy up in the next, but TNL may have just robbed Iberian Soul at the death.
That'd be bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. And do you know what it all stems from? That USP round.
Yeah, true. It's the only reason we're here right now.
Oh god, and I guess that awful that awful afterplant, but we'll see.
That was less criminal than the anti-eco that they lost, because it wasn't even like it was the hero AWP that gets a 3k in that round. It had no impact, actually.
Oh, here we go again, though. Same position, same setup. Can Flyrex hit the same shot to find this opener? They're going to boost. They're going to boost the AK over the top, and it's going to net the kill, I think.
The scope, the back of the scope, I think, was blocking it up, but he still connects the leg shot anyway. I would have loved to have seen that from Flyrex's POV, but I can't fault the observer for switching across there. Okay, so they've been staved off from that A bomb site. They still have a single smoke grenade in play, and they've got Mopaz who's in Jag. It looks like they're going to be trying to rotate back in his direction.
What's the go here? I guess if you're Mopaz, you're saying, I just heard a smoke. It got used over at B ramp. That means their block utility is going to be weak. We can explode on B. But Davies boosted up. That's your key consideration here.
And also, Knifey's kind of rotated back in towards the speed bomb site, so the defense has added up nicely here. Mopaz just walks into the angle. You can't do that, fellas. You just have to go all in. You just got to commit to the big wide swing there. Salsal has crept his way up ramp with the AK, and he'll get the jump on one, but he gets traded out straight afterwards. Davey goes back into cave, continues to inflict death and devastation on his opponent, and TNL, well, they've managed to get themselves up to map and series points somehow here in regulation.
Gotta give him MVP if they win this series, TNL. Gotta give Davey MVP. So many of these crucial moments, these rounds that really could have swung either way, have always gone in TNL's favor because of Davey. He's been so good this series. Look at this final buy, by the way. Stododo is on a Tech 9.
Yeah, this is just awful. Worst case scenario for them. What a chance here for TNL to finish off the job. I was talking about how Iberian Soul had to get past 2 4 spies. They would have won the map 13-11. They dropped the ball against the first 4 spy, and that's given TNL a way back into the game. They've got the AWP, they've got the rifles, they've got 2 AKs, everything they could hope for. Onyx, he's committed in the corner. Smoke fades, Mopaz is interested. Onyx finds timing for 2-3. Onyx is the tonic to the round for TNL.
That's got to be it. That absolutely has to be it. Just when we were rolling them out, when they were 8-4 down in this map, TNL could have done it right there. Because of Onyx, Sasso, and Alex now trying to piece this one together, and it doesn't go well for Sasso. And Alex, the in-game leader, is left all alone. and maybe he can use his tactics to outmaneuver his opponents. The spray transfer is good, but unfortunately there's just too many players, and TNL, they dominate map 1, they get blown out on map 2, and they recover on map 3. For such a young team, this is a step in the right direction here at CCT.
And it's also good to see that, sure, they've been dominating their games recently, winning most of them 2-0, that's fantastic, but when the going gets tough, they're still able to keep themselves in it. They're still able to win ugly, and that's a hallmark of a team that are in a very good place. So just a fantastic performance from them. Nexus, what do you think?
I've got a couple of thoughts here, and it's a well-earned comeback, at least when it comes to TNL here. We're gonna just roll the highlights here. We can get to it. For the first half, it was 3-0 they started. They ended at 4-8. It definitely was an interesting game. They tried to change up the pace here a couple of times, but then they had run into a wall by the name of Alex. He was there for like 2-3 rounds in a row when they tried to change up that pace toward the latter parts of that half. It was the start of the half. It goes, there's a couple of situations where, sure, whatever, but it's that 3-0. No one really cares about that much. Then they start walking into what is, well, Iberian Soul officially woken up here. The beast they had inside of them, all good, all dandy. Then you have this route as well, brings them back, but that was the last route the TNL got was Fleerax on that 1 versus 2. It looked fantastic. Stuck in a corner, forced to go for it. Got great moments, however, for both sides. But more importantly here, Iberian Soul, they're the ones who did give us a lot here. They kind of stole some of these situations away and were able to respond to a lot of TNL and what they had in mind as well. That's the most important thing in my eyes. But being able to kind of come into this game, have that answer to what I was kind of putting up to be a slightly poor CT side numbers wise in recent times. And last month, right, that had only gotten worse. They weren't really able to get much done. Today, they had rotations, they were being active, and we were finally getting these individuals up and running as well, which we have been so long needing from them. Especially in the multi-kill department, right? And that's what did make the difference for the first half, but then comes half number 2. It's the pistol that kind of started a little bit, and then it's losing against a, well, not so great of a buy, let's put it that way. And then Iberian Soul from there on out, unable to really get much more going on. But it's a close one. It's a great one, and exactly what we were kind of wanting in this series as well, finally, towards its end. But I'm not sure if we still have all 3 of us available here or not. But if not, I do think we are instead going to throw it to a quick break. It seems about right, because we've got about 10 minutes, maybe even less, who knows, for BetClick and Fireflux coming up next, so don't go too far. Second game of the day starts right after this one. And so, we come back, our next game of the day, only the second one, but we are going to be here a little delayed. You know, it's like a game that goes 2 maps, 2 overtimes in both. You know, it's not that bad of a delay. But here we are either way. Fireflux, Best Click, joined by Hayes, B-Dog. How you guys doing? Ready for this
good,
one?
Man. Really excited to be here. And you're right, look, second best of 3 on the horizon. It should be a banger as well, because I haven't seen a Poji in a little while, and Fireflux are now returning back to form, so this is going to be a pretty good one.
B. Hayes is nodding. Same mind.
I agree. I was just gonna, just I guess if you'd like me to say something, it's that we haven't, like Brandon said, we haven't seen this bet click Apogee team in ages. I guess they've just been declining a lot of invites because they're ranked 26th in the world on HLTV, so probably, you know, pretty high up on VRS. I haven't actually checked. I guess I could just have a look at their team here and see VRS currently. Where is it? 41. Okay, 41. So they must have been declining a number of invites if they haven't been playing much online Counter-Strike lately. And I don't know if that's to try and, you know, preserve their ranking, because the less they play, the less chance there is that they lose games and then go down the ranking. But at the same time, if you don't play games, you got win points and everyone will get past you. So it's a bit of an awkward place they're in that regard.
Yeah, now, one thing I kind of want to talk about here as well is this sort of form that Fireflux is hopefully trying to find back. We can as well just go to their roster at the same time. Because there was this time, I think around the start of the year, where I found Fireflux to be really, really fun to watch. And then as soon as I had that thought, it felt like that was going to be a wrong call to make. It, like, they kind of plummeted a little bit in their, in the form they'd had. I think that's something they're trying to now rectify, right? They've made roster moves. They've added Dougie recently in favor of Sensei. So, Brandon, talk to me a little bit about what you kind of see Fireflux as, if you're of same mind as me in this regard.
Soulfly's good, Paz is good, Banjo's reliable. It's this core of firepower, and then Scrunk is really hit and miss, and Dougie, unfortunately, isn't at the level I think Fireflux expect him to be at right now, but they are giving him the grace of time, which is really important, because look, he came from Eternal Fire Academy, so it's one of those where you're plopped in to do a job, and Sensei's shoes are really difficult to fill, and it will take him a little bit of time, but I've seen some good multi-kill rounds out of him. It's just about feeling really comfortable within this team, but I love the middle 3 that we've got. I think in terms of firepower, brilliant, and I think Skrunk's calls have really gone up a level because he's got the firepower to be able to implement a lot of mid-round flexibility, which is really important for this Fireflux team, and it's something they've been relying on quite a lot so far in this Swiss stage.
I feel like a lot of the firepower is heavily predicated off of Soulfly popping off, though. Banjo does have his moments as well. Paz has also had moments, but kind of like few and far between. They've got 3 players below a 1.0 rating at the moment, which is kind of difficult to hide behind. And the thing about Dougie is I've seen enough to be like, okay, he probably has what it takes. He's got the potential. But just go open up his stats page, guys, and go and have a look at the numbers in the games that he's been playing recently. This guy's either dropping like 1.3 plus ratings or like 0.8 sub ratings. So there's like no middle ground to Dougie's game at the moment, which is a problem for stability.
Yeah, something that we already kind of mentioned as well a little bit in that previous series. It's just the consistency that players do tend to have. And it does separate a good player from a great player. And right now, Dougie is not on that great side of things. But he has what it takes. And with that grace of time, I do hope that maybe he can stabilize a little bit. But on the other side as well, you've got Backlick, Apogee. Otherwise known as well at the same time. But these guys were, you know, they had a little bit of talk around them toward the start of the year. You know, you've got a Bold Pig, and Jacob, I think, was one of the ones people were looking out for as well. And he is pretty damn good. So, Brandon, your thoughts?
I really like this team, and it's a shame we haven't seen them more online. And it comes into the fact that they do a lot of work offline on the server. I think also bringing in mental coach in Anya. I really want to highlight her because she's been revolutionary for this team when they played at PGL Bucharest. I think it was that they looked fantastic, and going through showing the resilience in that event shows that there is a lot of promise for this roster, and it's really good that they could show it against some of the best teams in the world on LAN. And I feel like that would give them a lot of confidence, but since then it's been a month and they've played one online game since then. And it's one of those where it's like, okay, you've taken so much time off from officials. What is the reasoning for this? And now you're coming back to officials. How is it going to look? You're going to be a little bit rusty. These guys are young, so I doubt it. But it's one of those where pugging versus Team CS, and even one step further, scrims versus what happens in officials is still vastly different, because you do practice a different way to when you play in officials, etc. And it'll be interesting to sort of see this dynamic. I'm really curious to see what this BetClick team looks like after we've seen them for a long time.
Well, I'm going to just torpedo all the good points you made by looking at their shirts and saying the Polish flag doesn't really work on a white t-shirt, guys. I don't know who, like, decided on this design, but 0 out of 10 as far as I'm concerned. But I also don't really like that they took so much time after that successful run at PGL Bucharest, because I feel like that was the wave of momentum for them.
Exactly.
That they could have kept riding and climbing up the ranks, and everyone was so high on them, and everyone's like, yeah, he's sick, he has a national team showing that you can do it, you can climb up the rankings, you can qualify for these big events, you can have good runs at the big events. Let's watch this team. Man, I've seen them once in the past 7 weeks. They played Nexus and they lost to Nexus, so yeah, I don't really know what to expect coming into this, but I am just happy that they're playing Counter-Strike again.
As am I, because it is that sort of thing. Like, it is that exact point of you're hyped and then you take a couple of weeks, a month off and disappear, and people are wondering, okay, what's that all about? And if you come back from that and you don't deliver on that sort of expectation, now it doesn't have to be that exact match you had, or these guys had at Bucharest, but if you don't deliver, it is gonna definitely be a little bit of a thing where we can put it under the microscope and be critical of that sort of decision, nonetheless. But we'll have to see. Right, time will tell us how that will officially look and what they've been kind of cooking up as well during this time off. For some teams it does well, for others maybe not as much, but we'll see. For here, the Veto's coming up next, and we're gonna find out what maps we're gonna be going to here as well. Now, here's the thing. Fireflux, in that recent form that they've kind of been struggling as well, their stats kind of do lie a little bit if you just have the whole 3 months filter on that. If you would whittle that down to about a month, I'd say those numbers would look a little bit better. So, going off that, is there much... or what is the current vibe of this Veto itself? Because Ancient, no matter how you kind of look at it, still is a very weak one for Fireflux. But the last few games they've looked really damn good.
Yeah, I'll take this one. I think the most interesting conversation piece isn't on the Apogee pick, it's on the Fireflux pick, because there's an obvious punish they could have gone for, because small sample size on Apogee in Play and Train, 0% win rate in 3 maps, but I actually really like the decision that they've gone for Anubis. And I'll tell you why. It's because it shows independent thinking of Fireflux. It also shows the fact that they believe so much in their map pool right now and their maps that they're not looking to throw a curveball in. Like, they don't think that's necessary for this best of 3. And I love that mindset out of them, because it could be quite easy to go down that route where you've got a 50% win rate, it's a bit hit and miss or Train, but oh, it's your opponents, they're not very good on Train, etc. It's also the conversation piece of Apogee have had a month off. You know, they'll be refining all of their maps. You know, they're going to be working hard on all of their maps. Let's just pick a map that we feel comfortable on. And it's actually saying, Nexus, the fact that if you whittle it down to a month, they've been playing a lot better in that last month. So I'm glad that it is more of a confidence pick representing strength on Fireflux rather than trying to target opponent weak points.
Especially as the underdog. I think as the underdog, like, that's a really good sign that, like you say, they back themselves. They're not like, well, where can we try and get an edge in the Veto? Excuse me. Where can we try and maybe catch Apogee off guard, or BetClick, I guess, as we're supposed to call them now. Where can we try and find maybe an advance? No, they've just like, well, we back ourselves on Anubis. Yeah, sure, they're good on the map as well, but that's not a concern for us here when making a decision. So yeah, I also like that confidence. The problem is, Dust 2 is the decider. I mean, that's just been an awful map here for Fireflux. Not only have they been losing it, they've been losing it pretty heavily as well. 13-0 to PARIVISION, 13-7 to Monty. They lost 13-3 to Novak. I challenge you guys to tell me one player on that Novak team. I know you can't. 13-4 on Ruby. Okay, well, that's not a player, is it? So fair enough.
Fair enough, yeah.
But I guess BetClick, they've been losing to teams like FaZe, Furia, so their statistics don't mean as much. I think that BetClick should be able to get this done in 3, even if they do lose Anubis.
Also Nealon, if I'm not mistaken.
Did you cheat?
No.
I'm cheating now,
not.
and I know 3 of these guys.
Yeah, but you didn't know any of them before I asked the question.
No. That is true.
Pumpkin66, what a name. Okay, let's bring the conversation back here. I think that
He played
Fireflux
on
have been
Avangar.
good lately, but okay, all right, fair enough. But BitClick have been good Fireflux have been good lately, but I think that if we're hoping to see Apogee build on the successes we've seen from them over the past couple of months, and that means beating teams like Fireflux.
It does. I do actually want to bring a little bit here. Now, we talked about Anubis a little bit. I want to go back to it just for one last time. Right, for Apogee, BetClick, sorry. I don't know which one to really go with, but it's harder to break
Probably
the habit here.
BetClick. That's what it is on HLTV.
Yeah, probably BetClick.
Yeah.
It's just harder to break the habit here, unfortunately. But
Yeah, fair.
they did have a really, really close game against Aurora, right? One of the better teams on that map as well. So you're still picking into your own strength on Anubis when it comes to Fireflux, but you're definitely going into a map that BetClick have tangoed with some of the best as well here. But you can then make the argument they took that time off, and the last game they've only played one of the last month here was against that game of Nexus with 13-7 loss on that one. So it's kind of polarizing in my eyes, but I do want to say BetClick still have like those sorts of they've got the fangs, and they're just trying to showcase them on that map and waiting for somebody to go against them again. Because I wouldn't imagine they're too happy with losing that last game as well on that.
No,
Well, I mean, they hadn't played any Counter-Strike in like
Yeah.
7 weeks, so they were probably just ice cold going into that series to try and give them some sort of a let-off, I guess.
Also, I think you can make that argument not just about Anubis, but any map, because obviously they played in PGL, right? They played against FaZe, they played against Astralis, they played against the Mongols, that they beat 2-0, by the way. One of those maps, Ancient, their map pick. So it's one of those where, yeah, we can sit here and compare the opposition levels, but as you say, this is why it gets polarizing, because, hey, they've not played any bloody Counter-Strike in like a month, if not more.
Yeah, it's more the reason of Aurora being that good on Anubis that I specifically went in on that, but you can absolutely make that on any of these things, which is... It's just almost a non sequitur of a point at that point, but either way, it's... I still want to bring it out, because I do think they've got more than what the last game did show. So I'm kind of looking at this first map as almost as an eye test for what do BetClick have to give today, now that they've had a day or 2 or 3 to warm up since that last one.
Yeah, I think that's
Yes.
valid. I think if we actually just take this a step further, I guess a more apt question as well that we can pose for all of us before we get into the game is, what is a fair position we should expect BetClick to be in for this series? Oh, not for this series, for this competition, but I guess we can hold that point for another time. Sorry, Nex, I'm still in your job, mate, because we've got the game to go, so I'm going to let
No, all good.
I'm going to let you disappear, and we're going to jump into Ancient, and we're going to see what this eye test tree looks like.
I think BetClick did get this done in 2. I mean, I think Fireflux are in good form at the moment, but I think that BetClick should be a cut above them. I want BetClick to be a cut above them, just so that they can continue to build on what we've seen from them in recent times. Players like Skrunk, players like Dougie, they can't afford to not pitch up on the server. They can't be solely reliant on Soulfly, who's been counted out of the round, but Dougie will answer back with one of his own.
Here we go, Dougie. And they're being wrapped upon. This is a very big pressure, but Dougie is aware of it. The bomb is now stuck in CT, but Hypex, with his lurk through middle, will make it work. Banjo now swings in with the dualies, trying to cause a little bit of an issue, and even gets a dink off. Banjo is doing so much damage with these dual Berettas that no one can hang with him. Crisis averted because your anchor is here. My co-caster might not be here.
Oh, I am here. My mic's
hello.
just muted. My bad. I'd muted it to turn my lights off. I was rambling on about what a good job that was from Banjo because he doesn't overcommit to the fight there. He just steps out, inflicts damage, goes back and forth, and he only fully commits once he knows he's done chip damage. Look here, he's not fully committing and going all in. He's just toying with them. Really well navigated there from Banjo.
And Dougie. Shout out Dougie one time. Oh,
Hopefully
Demo.
not the only time. Wow.
Demo, what's going on here, mate?
He is, like, strapped to the wall, and his monitor's on the floor as far as I can tell.
Oh, what a feeling. When Demo's on the ceiling. Bet click come out A. And they can't plant. Unlucky.
Well, they might be able to soon. I mean, there's still that CT smoke that's been dropped that they can kind of try and use as the smoke grenade to get the bomb down. There's not going to be any pressure from Donut. Prism's waiting for some sort of spam.
Oh.
He's going to give Demo time. And what a way for Bitlick to answer back after losing the pistol.
Oh, yeah. What a feeling when Demo's on the ceiling in their spawn. That's going to be the running joke of the series now. Soulfly will get him. And this is weird. And now it's not weird. I was really taking their time to plant. They really wanted to make absolute certain that everything was okay. So Force Buy is a resounding success story. Skrunk might not even be able to get any more kills. He might even be able to hold on to his MP9. In fact, he's looking to maybe just sacrifice his MP9 to the gods. Or that's a tasty Galil. Maybe you could go over there and grab it.
Yum, yum. Galil so good.
Yes, yes.
Let's see. But Betlick are also waiting for this. They know that this is probably what he's going to look to try and do, and Hypex just runs him over. Yeah, Skrunk just lifts up his hands and say, well, not much I can do about that. And that is a really good way for Betlick to get themselves off the mark here. Strong showing from them on the Force by simple approach. Just grouped up as a unit into that A-bomb site, job done.
Skrunk's MP9 was name tagged Germany's best MP9. Certainly wasn't in that round.
I mean, I don't know about that one. I'm not sure I can get behind that, Skrunk. You're going to have to prove to us that that's the case. You know, Crimbo's there, Favin. Flax is great with the MP9.
Tizian.
True. Who was the player who had more kills with the MP9 than the rifles? Was that... Oh, no, wait. What? Searson was the one who had more kills with... Was it like the Mac 10?
Yeah.
Or the...
Yes, it was.
Then he had kills with the rifles, I think. Yeah.
I was gonna say Sanji, but we're still on the German player little encyclopedia bit.
Sanji doesn't even know what a rifle looks like, mate.
True.
He's not in the round. He sees it in spawn for a second before he drops it.
To James.
Like, yeah, exactly.
Good
I
times.
think Jacob looks a bit like Shui. A little bit, maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. Either way, he will clean up towards ramp. My goodness, what a brilliant spray transfer from him. All three of those kills headshots, and those were forced up players, by the way. Those were not anti-eco kills.
Shoots better than Shui.
Yeah, I guess. Shui can shoot pretty hard. I remember when I started casting Counter-Strike internationally in 2021, Shui was in that Izako Boars roster with Shane, Tao.
Shout out.
And I was a big fan instantly. And it's just been incredible to see his career trajectory since then. He was never even the IGL in that team, by the way. I think he took over that role in Mars NXT and really made it his own.
Shui, one of the first LANs he ever attended was a Irish one.
Okay. Did you meet him?
No.
Oh.
I just know that knowledge. I wasn't in Counter-Strike then. I was playing it, obviously, but I wasn't that well connected with the pro scene.
Fair enough. Jacob has to
that
be...
that was disgusting.
Yeah, it was really nice from him. I'd say Jacob and Soulfly probably the two best individual level players on the server. And then
Easily.
keep an eye on HFA as well, because HFA is incredible on the rifle. I'd still say probably a pretty unknown prospect. This HFA obviously got a lot of attention with their run at PGL Bucharest, but I think he could have quite a career ahead of him.
Is it H? Oh, hang on. I'll make that joke in a minute. Because Banjo has just destroyed 2 with the MP9. Here is Hfer, and he can't do anything. This is now a worry. This was your chance to go 3-1 in the lead. This was your chance to have more control over the game. Everyone is whiffing on Cave. This is a nightmare, and Soulfly just goes and deals with Hypex. 5 alive? Really?
In the eco, I mean, there were only 2 guns brought into that round there for Fireflux, 2 MP9s. They were both in Jag, and they find all 5 kills between the 2 of them? Oh, Betlick, we got to be better than that. Got to be better than that, surely.
It's going to take me a few series to get out of the habit of calling the mapper G.
Yeah, because they still have that name in the logo. One of the coolest logos out there, by the way, the Compass. I'm a big fan. But I prefer that, but I'll come out and say that much. Jacob doubles down on the entries. Brilliant work from him, dispatching of both Soulfly and Banjo, the 2 guys who did all the damage in the previous.
He's insane. I'm not sure if Prism spotted that player in towards CT. We can't see anything now. He's so blind. Keep your eye on mid, by the way. There's a really interesting interaction going on. Demo and Scrunker just traded. Hfer is being baited perfectly, but he then swings round on Paz. No way. And knows that Dougie's in Donut and just removes him instantly. That is incredible work from the 2 young rifles of BetClick.
Yeah, that's the thing, man, is the core of BetClick, when they're on fire, will outfrag the core of Fireflux every single day that ends with a Y. Hypex, Hfer, and Jacob. Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
That's well done. You got there. But
thank you.
They are such a strong fragging trio. But I've been waiting patiently. What's the Hfer joke, Brandon? Is it too late now?
Yeah,
Can you just crowbar it in there?
No, eco.
Not even. Okay, all right, fair enough. But this trio, Hypex, Jacob, Hfer, they are so deadly.
Wait, hang on.
Fireflux. And Hfer's just crept his way up ramp. He takes contact, and he probably should have gotten that kill. He can't really take advantage of that position. And now Banjo has a job to do on A. He's really good in this position, by the way.
Of course, it's Jacob to trade him, but Dougie is here with the AWP, scoped in, and the flick back on Jacob is sublime. And Soulfly might even come through the smoke to try and get rid of Hypex. A little bit of damage. The molly goes forward, but Soulfly just extinguishes it. What do you do now here if you BetClick? You've got to try and maybe work your way out the A-bomb site. That's pretty decent out of Hypex. He's got out of there with the bomb, and now he's just holding for a reaction out of Fireflux.
Yeah, they got a little bit of time here to try and let this round marinate a little bit, but it's a nice big swing across there to just get the info, but not actually commit to the fight. Soulfly will, though. He's lost his head. They know there's another player in Temple.
No.
The molly's missed the mark, though, because Prism bumped into his teammate. Oh, Dougie. Great awareness there from him to catch out the boost and finish off the job as well.
I'll tell you what, Dougie with a webcam on is unbelievable. He's just so good. I'm so impressed with the fact that he just goes and holds the boost there. Really good presence of mind out of him. BetClick could not get any space in that bomb site. That's the key thing. Even though they get the trade on Banjo, even though Hfer has kept 3 rotates over B, they still couldn't get the space because Dougie just hit some bangers.
Hopefully a sign of the things to come. From BetClick, though, it's going to be brute force into the B bomb site. Neutral raining on in. They haven't wasted any time, and they've already been able to get full control, and they've gotten a couple kills as well.
This is a disaster now. What do you do? I don't think you can do anything.
Yeah, you probably just have to accept the fate here in the round and call it a day. Paz, though, could get the kill here, and he does. Does that bring them back in? Does that keep them somewhat interested? I mean, they've got a kit. Demo's on the front lines. If they can win the duel with him here, they can quite a bit of space afforded to him. They're going to go for a big wide swing. Does Demo? Banjo gets the trade. Hfer's committed forward. Oh my goodness, Paz should get the kill. He does, but he's not the one with the kit. There's not enough time for him. There will be enough time for Banjo, though, Brandon. And it's going to be Fireflux who have made a highly unlikely retake happen.
Oh, gosh, that's so close.
He had 1 health. A single point of HP is all he needed.
I don't even... Yeah. Good. We get to watch this back. Double openers. Oh, okay. Banjo spray, immaculate. And then Paz is able just to hide in that corner. Great work out of the two of them. That's your individuals. Those are the guys that you need. Look, we spoke about Soulfly. I said, look, it's this core. Soulfly, Banjo, Paz. These are the guys that are going to win you games. These are the guys that are going to make you look good. And again, it's this consistent output of officials that have let Fireflux work. And BetClick, they are looking a little bit rusty here.
Well, here we go, fighting on the front foot in towards middle. Soulfly smokes off the molly and then pushes his way forward, but then that's going to cost him his life. So at least a kill back in the round for BetClick because they've lost a couple players elsewhere. And in the meantime, Scrunk has pushed down ramp. He's actually going to go all the way forward into Hypex in the 4v3. I'm not sure about that. Maybe just with how much focus there was in towards middle for BetClick, he's thinking there's space afforded to him, but that costs him his life.
Issue you've got is that Paz is so dangerous in these situations. He's so good. The issue is his health. One stray bullet from Demo. That's all it could take. But again, one stray bullet is going the other way. Really good smoking towards ramp. Banjo's a good block. He could be a quick rotate. When does Jacob's lurk start to activate? He slides back and waits. Banjo goes and peeks him and still wins the fight anyway. And we've still got this encounter between Demo and Paz on Cave. Hypex now needs to bring the bomb up. Oh, no way.
No. How's it not finished off the job? That does 7 damage, I think. And, Demo tries to get out of Cave. He's not going to be successful. Hypex wants a bomb plant at the bare minimum just to bolster their economy. And at least he's been able to activate the C4. He can find the first frag, but he's taken quite a lot of damage in the process. Like, he's trying to drop the incendiary to try and isolate Hypex and not give him any room. And he will run out of ammo. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Banjo continues to just be the difference maker. That's a quad kill for him in the gun round.
Unplayable. 13-3. Paz staying alive there. You feel like that's just CS2 bullshittery. I'll say it. Because that nade did 6 damage. That nade did 6 damage to him, and it's plonked on his head top.
That's just not fair.
No. Oh,
and imagine they get that kill.
I don't want to cut you off. They've done the meta smoke. New meta smoke.
Like that smoke all the way deep into the doors?
No, not that one. The one that is landed in the cubby in mid to extinguish the molly and allow Dougie to go for that AWP peek in the corner, holding elbow.
I see preemptively putting the smoke down in case there is the molly. I like that.
That's been a week and a half meta change smoke.
Well, good to see that Fireflux are keeping their finger on the pulse in that regard. Paz does well to get a kill before he goes down. Soulfly instantly dinked, has his bell rung. He's forced back into Cave because of the pressure from ramp, but Scrunk does get a kill in the meantime to maintain the advantage. Hang on. This is the half investment for Apogee. I mean, all of these rounds have been contested for both teams. Probably an indication of what we can expect in the series at large, and Jacob now knows both these players are towards the back of the B-bomb site. Well, he has an inkling at least as he's trying to shift elsewhere.
What'd you do? Where'd you go? They're just gonna go completely silent, and Scrunk and Banjo are gonna fall for it. They're not gonna rotate as a pack. You feel like you got to clear out middle a little bit. Banjo give it a cursory glance. Scrunk is close, so you can hear the bomb being planted, and also to ensure that BetClick can't take much space. If Hypex peeks this corner, you feel like he's gonna be dead. So instead he holds a tight angle.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Jacob needed to win that because now they've got all the time in the world to try and close Hypex out of the round. He's just holding this angle, waiting for somebody to walk into him, and Banjo's going to be that man, and there we go. Hypex lands the instant 1B. Obviously puts him on notice. Scrunk is half health though, so body shot could get the job done. Of course, Hypex doesn't know that, and Scrunk will hold his nerve. Good patience there not to overcommit from Scrunk and just pause and wait.
Yeah, exactly. Playing really safe. Making sure that you are closely tethered with Banjo. Going back at the end here to grab the AWP as well for Dougie. 6-3. I can't lie, I didn't expect this. I thought BetClick would look a lot more sharper. You've obviously got Jacob playing well, but it shouldn't come at the cost of the others. Is this the first time we see Hypex on the AWP?
Yeah, it is. First time on the map Hypex has that AWP in play. See if that could potentially be the difference maker. Feels like I said every single one of these rounds has been contested though. So the fact that Fireflux have actually been able to go clear 6-3 is just a reflection of the really good work they've done in and amongst these chaotic rounds.
Oh,
And this is Soulfly going 5-7, and they're still up 6-3 right now. Their best player isn't performing at his normal level.
that's because the other players are performing at a level we don't normally expect. Is
And
that
it's
harsh?
great to see. Well, it's just very good to see that Fireflux can still win these sort of rounds, even if it isn't Soulfly just carrying them on his back. But Prism, well, he's come alive here. Fantastic double from him.
Yeah, what about these sorts of rounds? Because they got both the kills over at B, they're just going to contact walk out A. HV tucked into the corner. Banjo is conscious of it, but he's got a lot of responsibility. He's got to juggle these two angles, and HV just slides in and gets on the headshot line before him. So that's a little bit unfortunate. Now if you're Dougie, now if you're Soulfly, you save. And a much-needed welcome to the server for Prism.
Oh, okay. And Soulfly is going to lose his fight out as well. So, like you say, a good return to form here for Betclick. And they now know where Dougie is as well. What's the money look like? Okay, there basically isn't any. And that's a testament to the point that I've made a couple times now that these rounds have been very closely contested. So, Fireflux, despite the fact they won a number of consecutive rounds, are probably going to have to eco in the round after this or go for a 4-spy, lose that. It's going to be 6-4, becomes 6-5. They'll have one gun round left in the half if they do opt to the force here. They don't have to force here though, right? I mean, even though, okay, Banjo's quite low as well as Skrunks, they probably will.
Yeah, they got a force. This could be 6-6. To be fair, considering what this could have been, considering they've won that round and they've kept every single one close, as you've said, Betclick can still walk away with a 6-6. That's really respectable.
Yeah, they'd take that every day of the week. They'd snap your arm off if you opted on that. But they have to make sure they don't drop the ball against the 4-spy. And, well, evidently that's not going to be any problem for them. They've got that ball comfortably cradled, Brandon. And it's in safe hands.
I love it when balls are in safe hands. Skrunk. 1v5. With his little pistol-wing Jaguar. Not going to be the same raw. Yeah, it is the 4-spy, but they have to force in the next round anyways, don't they? Round 12.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of thinking about whether or not they'd go for the eco here to try and get some sort of a semblance of the full buy in that last round, but it's not going to happen. You also have to think back to that 2 MP9 round that Fireflux won, which was essentially an eco. I mean, that was a massive difference maker in the grand scheme of things with the way that things happened and played out after that.
Very true. Could have been a lot more. Can Strunk keep his AK? No, he can't, because that is a disgusting spam from Jacob. He loves his ecos. Who doesn't? 14 and 8. A beast on the server. And he's overtaken Banjo.
Yeah, he's really kept up. He's the one player from start to finish here for Betclick that has been able to keep up with Fireflux. Looked really well drilled mechanically. Nice way to take down Skrunk, and they draw within 1. And now it's a pretty meek 4-spy here for Betclick to try and level up that scoreline.
And it's going to be an even scoreline.
Yeah, this is going to give Betclick some good momentum going into their second half, I reckon.
Absolutely. Can this double swing yield anything? Well, it can yield the death of Banjo. Dougie will at least trade. 4v2. And Skrunk's still holding on to this 5-7 in cave. It's going to look a little bit rough here, I believe, for old Fireflux. So retake they absolutely have to go for, and I don't even know how he's hit that.
Wait, that's at range. That was not a close no-scope.
Yeah, fair.
Okay, well, we did kind of expect Betclick to maybe have a bit of a slower start just in terms of the refs alone. Fireflux have been playing so much more Counter-Strike than this
True.
Betclic team. Like, let's just look in the past month, right? In the last month alone, Fireflux have played 50 maps in the past month. Betclic have played 3, mate.
Oh, I hope we get this.
Oh, we lost you there, Brandon. He'll be back. Don't worry, he'll be back. His mic likes to play games with him sometimes.
Right, guys, I've waxed it really hard.
Well, it's working perfectly, so there we go.
I was going to say, hopefully we get this no-scope. That's all I wanted. Just this little no-scope.
Not asking for much. Come on, give it to him.
Ah!
Wait, that's not a no-scope. I feel lied to. Unless he unscoped and then just shot the bullet instantly, that felt like
Well,
a normal
that
kill.
was not worth my mic dying for, let me tell you.
No. Like I said, though, I mean, kind of crazy to think that Fireflux have played 50 maps in the past 3 months and Betclic have played 3. I mean, the past month, rather. Either way, here we go. It's going to be a big push in towards Jaguar from both these teams, and it is just the Betclic blood that has been spilled.
Uh-ohs. Hypex now completely on his own, and he gets gooshed instantly. No rebuttal, no reply. Fireflux are looking dominant here. And Dougie's just going even further. God, they've been completely turned upside down in that pistol. And so is
It's
Demo.
like Demo for real. Yeah. Oh, man, what a blistering start to the second half here for Fireflux as well. Just throwing caution to the wind, just running at their opponents, getting those 2 kills instantly in Jaguar. And I don't think they let go of W from spawn all the way into the back of that B bomb site.
Oh, that is 50% of Dougie's kills on the pistol, by the way. He's got 5 of them now.
Yeah, that is pretty impressive return. Is he a pistol round merchant? Is that what we're thinking? Probably not. Decision-making time now for Betclic, and it looks like they're going to empty their pockets. They want to try and answer back as soon as they possibly can here. It's still just a little bit annoying for me that Betclic haven't played nearly as much Counter-Strike as they could have in the past month, and it really just must be down to them declining invites for whatever reason. I don't know if they had something going on that they weren't able to compete consistently, or if they wanted to try and preserve their high ranking and then just try and play less and win the handful of games that they do play. But that means teams like Fireflux, who have been playing a huge amount of Counter-Strike, will just always be warmer as a team coming into these sorts of series, even though they're the underdogs. Very difficult to track Strunk on that Mac 10. Kaz gets in on the action as well. Force Spy not gotten off to the start that they would have hoped for. And Fireflux looking good to go clear by 2.
Yes, sir. I just had to scream into the microphone to get to work now.
Okay. I wish you hadn't muted your mic. That would have been interesting.
No, because the way I did it was really cringe, because I didn't want to I just go
alarm your neighbors? Or...
Yeah. so instead, I pretended I was the Costco bloke. So I was like, boom, boom.
Okay. I mean, your mic is incredibly temperamental.
Yeah, I know. Just like me.
At least you've kind of but at least you've kind of figured out like how to work with it.
Or just hit it.
Yeah. Just like me with my computer monitor when I miss my shot.
Sure.
Until I started paying for my own things, Brandon, then that habit ended very quickly.
I think it's wild that people do that. I gotta be honest. Like how you get so angry that you punch your own stuff. Like.
I know, but I mean, when I was younger, you know, you're just a kid, you play with friends, you see them doing it as well, you kind of learn from them in that regard. And it's almost like an outlet of the frustration because you're not very good at controlling your emotions when you're younger. So you just have that outburst, right?
Yeah. Or controlling the character in the game, apparently.
Wait, what about that?
If you were good at it, you wouldn't be raging.
Oh, Yeah, true. That would help. Would you rather suggest maybe just punching yourself instead?
No, I don't think we should endorse that, actually.
It's like a full punishment though,
Oh.
because you get hit because you stuffed up and you end up hurting yourself because you couldn't control your anger.
I'm just
I
going to
don't
say
know.
yes.
Maybe I'm onto something. We'll have to workshop that one. Fireflux, they go up 9-6. Good start for them here in the second half, and this is on BetClick's map pick. Fireflux are now 4 rounds away.
Do we get a Hypex AWP? Hell yeah, we do. Okay.
We need it.
This has to be the turning point now for BetClick. You're bang on the money. If Fireflux win this, then you can pretty much just say that the game is going to be over. Because the momentum is really with them. The economy will not be there because the CT economy is rubbish. They just invested in AWP. Hypex got to hit some shots. There he goes. Full blind through the smoke. That is exactly what I wanted. In that manner.
And there's
okay.
a second. How you like them apples? Multiple apples.
It's even better
Very
the
good
second
start.
time around.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? He might not be done just yet either. He's going to be starting to just reposition himself here. Doesn't look like he's going to be where the action is going down for now, but this is exactly what BetClick needed to do here in this all-important 16th round. Just to keep Fireflux honest, to keep them within arm's reach. And they don't actually have to make any further moves from here because they've got that man advantage, the two-man advantage at this point. As for Fireflux, how do they get their way back in? There are only 2 players on this B bomb site, and they can ice them out with utility. Problem is they only have a single smoke grenade.
It's going to be really ropey for Fireflux. You know, pop flash your way out of cave. Just hope that you can rely on some good kills out long. Maybe the nades can do something. One goes in towards long, another one should be thrown there momentarily just to generate quite a lot of space. Look at all this utility ready being held. Prism's ready to drop the molly at a moment's notice. Scrunk wants to search. Scrunk wanted info, he gets it, and he at least survives. Counter flash really good, and the bomb still not being planted. HVET is destroying them, and you don't expect 3 players just to be wide swinging you long.
Yeah, you're like, cool, I'm just going to get the trade here, just try and get something back, maybe then we can plant. Oh, wait, there's 2 more. All right, fair enough. Good positioning, good rotations there from BetClick to set themselves up like that and deal with everything Fireflux try and do in the round. So now that means Fireflux have to empty their pockets to afford their arsenal of weapons. Lose this, 8-9 becomes 9-all. And we continue to have this close affair on Ancient.
That we do. Might be a little bit aggressive here from HVET. Prism's lining up a spam as well towards cave. It's the nade that does the work on towards Scrunk by HVET at B ramp. And for Fireflux, they're going to regroup. They're going to try and take mid. This smoke is really well timed because Hypex would have loved that fight on Paz.
Okay, well, at least this time Fireflux have been able to get some ground without losing any players in the process, and it looks like they're going to try and just force their way in towards Donut. Demo's here with Jacob, but they kind of doubled up. Oh no! They're lined up perfectly for Soulfly, who's shooting at one. He headshots the second. Hypex is the first responder, and he at least is able to find a frag back, but I don't even know if they can afford to attempt this retake.
Oh, they might be able to now.
That'll help, yeah.
Spam's good. 3v3, Skrunk's low, but all that damage is unconfirmed. You've got smokes, you've got kits. The utility, the majority of it, though, is on your AWPer. And he starts to swing around this corner at Temple. Dougie tucked in big box, knows these AWP angles all too well. You've still got Paz on the other side of things. There's just no time to operate. There's no space being given, no fight being presented by Fireflux. They work the outer plant to perfection, and it earns them that double digits.
Well, that is certainly a concern now for BetClick, who were able to win the gun run before that very convincingly. But it's almost unfortunate there for Jacob and Demo with the way that they were tripping over each other in Donut. It wasn't intentional. It's not the setup they were going for, but there was just no other room. Just trying to hold that same angle, just both get rolled by Soulfly. At least they're able to keep a couple players alive and they can afford a reinvestment here. But if they lose this next gun round, Ancient's as good as done. And then we go to Fireflux's pick of Anubis.
Not ideal. Really not ideal if you're BetClick, especially the way you started this game. It felt really strong out the gate, even after being reset. You're able to have these really decisive rounds, and now the game plan is just not working as intended. But Hypex on the AWP is the truth. Doing so much here. Those are those double shots on both Soulfly and Dougie. And even another retake. I can't believe they lined up there in Donut. That's criminal.
Completely accidental, though. But I guess that doesn't mean anything. At least they have got that full arsenal of weapons, like I said, to try and fight back. It just feels like BetClick have been chasing this game throughout the entirety of the map. They were down 6-3. Okay, they did well to bring it back to 6-all, and they fall behind at the start of the second half. Win the gun round, lose the round afterwards. Just haven't ever really been comfortable, have BetClick.
Really good point. Like, how many times can you go through this roller coaster in a map? Hypex seems to think he can roll the dice one more time. Really close angle here at Donut. Any flashes for this team to get out? That's the next question. No. But the missed shot is baited.
Yeah, nice jiggle there from Soulfly. Good attention to detail, not to just walk into the angle. Prism is playing that smoke fade. He's been spotted. He's got support. Does he? He does. But they're both dead to Paz. B-bomb site now completely open, and Paz is going to surge forward. This is round over. They can't even rotate because Banjo's circumvented the rotations.
Yeah, this is really, really disgusting. Paz just finding those kills is just so essential to the round because it breathes new life into it. You didn't really have any space. You were pushed off mid a little bit with that Hypex AWP, and then Paz just provides the answer. It rolls out the red carpet, stained by the blood of BetClick, to give Fireflux this 11th. And now what can you do? Again, just hold on. Just save and hope the loss bonus is enough. Well, surely you force back into this, right? But it's going to look so horrible.
They'll definitely buy again. I mean, Hypex has got plenty of money. They've got full round loss bonus. The HFA can drop, so it's not a problem about weaponry. It's just the way that round was lost. You know, Fireflux get some sort of foothold in middle. They have presence. Then BetClick think, well, maybe we need to try and push through Jag here. Soulfly's going to go searching. His gun barrel spotted, so Demo can just line up the crosshair perfectly. Commits to the spray, gets the kill. Doesn't have to overcommit. He's looking to scoop up the AK, which he has managed. But Fireflux are now within touching distance of the finish line. And it's such a well-rounded performance from the team right now, Brandon. That kill delta for Fireflux is just 3 frags. They're all between 13 and 10 kills.
And that is something we don't normally say with Fireflux. Last time I casted Fireflux, Soulfly went nuclear, and then Paz has an unbelievable map. Fast B, that's the call. The utility is exceptional. And how about that for a spray out of Prism and HVAC? A hat-trick of assists and kills, the spoils of war for HVAC. Enough to just push his team a little bit further over the line. That felt like a really good rebuttal. And a change of pace, a little bit of tempo in that round, and direction from Fireflux, unfortunately, just wasn't what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. Like you say, it's a good idea there from Fireflux, but BetClick just completely read into it with the utility that they throw. They did so much util damage before they even had to take their first gunfight, and Fireflux just get mowed down. So now they're going to think, all right, well, that didn't work. Let's go back to more of a normal approach, and there's going to be a run boost into middle. There's 3 players here for the CT side right now. One's dropped. Hypex trades. Banjo wants to continue to fight forward. It's a good support flash, but it blinds up everybody. Oh my goodness, Jacob!
That's wild.
Off the ledge, out of the smoke, gets the kill, and gets out alive.
Look at Skrunk. Yeah, it's a 2v4, but Skrunk's in a great position to get a multi-kill, but no one's there. Instead, Hypex has rotated over to Donut, and now you've got everyone else conversion of the position through Heaven. No smoke to get by this bomb plant. It's going to be a little bit rough, but it's happened now. Let's see how BetClick can respond.
Well, they need this round. There's no two ways about it. Betclic have to make this retake happen. They've got kits, they've got utility, they've got everything they need. Skrunk is on the angle right now. Crosshair off the mark, but still able to adjust. Hypex is waiting for Skrunk to commit, and he looks like he will, but Skrunk has doubled down. What a brilliant second frag there from Skrunk. Oh my goodness, maybe his AK should read best German AK right now, because that's a great display from him.
Yeah, he looks so consistent. So good at Skrunk. Finally, this could be the breakthrough. Money is there, unfortunately. If you're a Fireflux fan, it is there for Betclic. Hypex can get out of this AWP. Everyone else could be on M4s. Everyone else could be a little bit wanting somewhat. But at the end of the day, as long as you've got a couple of defuse kits, you'll all be fine. 12-8. 4 chances for mistakes to be made for Fireflux. Betclic, last chance saloon already in map 1.
Well, we've gotten here a lot quicker than we anticipated, or at least I expected, and also certainly hasn't gone the direction that I expected on Ancients at least. Oh, they're going to look to try and make a play down ramp. They could catch Fireflux a little bit off guard here. They don't expect Paz in the corner. Paz will step out opportunities, but he gets the kill anyway. H4 has to survive. Not only does he survive, but he thrives.
So important. And now what you do is you just block. If you demo, you just try and block Donut. You buy time for your superstars to rotate over. But maybe that's exactly what Fireflux want, because everyone goes to A and no one is really looming B.
All right, well, we saw Fireflux win a round with a disadvantage in the previous. Can they do it here again to finish off the job? They are heading into the direction of the site that's weakly defended right now. There's a rotation coming through, though. HVA's here with the AWP. Hypex is the one who has the AK, so they've traded weapons because of the health situation for HVA. Be careful of the flames there, mate. Can't afford to take a tick, and he doesn't. In the meantime, Fireflux are dumping their util, and oh, I was going to say, Jacob's going to be activating here and catching them in transition. It's a good cleanup here from Betclic as they keep themselves alive for a little bit longer.
Just took too long. You got the long smoke, you got the short smoke up. That means the other smoke should be landed. You don't need to sort of wait a few extra seconds. Maybe they're hopeful they'd push through, they'd commit. They did get blinded by those flashes, but unfortunately long space was taken too direct. 12-9, 3-round game. Money is now in the bin for Fireflux. This could be OT. We really could be looking at that.
Yeah, true. I mean, it's kind of similar to the way that the first half fell apart for Fireflux as well, where they were up 6-3, and then Economy eventually came back to haunt them, and they ended 6-all. Betclic should be able to just melt this round away, Brandon.
You'd assume. You really would assume. Should be nothing in this for Fireflux. They get a bomb plant, sure, that'd be amazing. But I just can't see it happening. 2-round game. If Betclic are able to sort of make this resurgence run, if they are able to get things over the line and go back to back to back 3 times over, show resilience and mental strength in one map alone, in the first map of the series, that deserves a lot of kudos.
I mean, it does also kind of read as a team that are in a little bit cold, right? Just in terms of their lack of reps, because they're taking long to get going in these halves. Both halves. But once they get going, they look really good. So lack of playtime evident right now for Betclic in this map so far.
Time or worry now. 30 seconds left. Well, Hypex will see them, and that means you get the Heaven players over as well. Easy for Prism, easy for Hypex. He'll add 3 more to his tally. 21 and 10, by the way. Don't sleep on the kid. But it is Fireflux still with that lead, still with that momentum.
Yeah, and there's, I mean, it's going to be an investment here for Fireflux, but it's no AWP for Dougie. It's a Galil. In fact, it's a Mac 10 for Skrunk. They get $2,400 if they lose this round, so it's not going to be a very convincing force by either. Overtime is more realistic than it seems on paper right now.
Yeah, no, it does.
Oh, they're making moves. They're getting very aggressive right now. And Paz is kind of read into this. Broke open up the smoke and look out. Oh, HFA and Jacob will just triple down. He mows them all down as they run into his crosshair.
Well, that's simple. Absolutely sublime at Jacob. Now you are going to get this one-round game. Now you are going to do it. And they've got so much money as well. And look, Fireflux have got absolutely nothing. This has got overtime written all over it.
Absolutely, man. And Betlic have just kind of dominated the rounds ever since Fireflux have been able to get up to 12. They're going to use their first pause of the map here to just try and discuss the situation and talk about what they can try and piece together in this final round. Tech-9's armor, probably too predictable that they just run up onto the B-bomb site. They'd be met by a hail of utility, no doubt. I mean, this was the Scrunk masterclass in the post-plant that got them up to 12.
Yeah, true.
There hasn't been a huge amount to celebrate since then.
No, it just looks a little bit flat. And it looks like they are now just fighting BetClick, which, let's be honest, guys, you shouldn't be doing. Shouldn't be just trying to take these dry fights. There should be some lurks. There should be a bit of something. A bit of life. A bit of inspiration for Fireflux. Scrunk needs this call now. Otherwise, I mean, it is overtime. And when you look at the money, you assume it is overtime.
It should be. And they are going to go for that big burst into the B bomb site, but it's a delayed hit this time. Because like I said, it's quite predictable to go for that all-out B hit initially from spawn on a low eco round. So they're just biding their time. But they don't have any presence elsewhere on the map, so they can't wait for too long. And here we go. Flashes in over the top. HFA has, I believe it's a smoke grenade primed and ready right now.
Yeah.
But he's actually going to pull the AK out. He spots the head. He finds the frag. And then he's going to be able to drop the smoke. That's best case scenario.
That's unbelievable timing as well. Takes the kill, swoops out, drops the smoke. Guess what? You can't trade. In a round that is so important and pivotal for these guns to trade. So they can get something off the floor. 55 seconds left. Smoke starts to litter the floor over at Cave once more, and it will be the true intention of Fireflux. This will be the B finish. You assume.
I mean, there should be no way, though. You got HFA rooted in on the bomb side. You got Prism in support, and you got Jacob as the immediate responder. It's looking very robust on the defense right now for Betlic, and it's going to be really tough for Fireflux to break down this defense to try and finish off the job in regulation. Here we go. One last all in play for the T side to try and get this done here. See if they can. They have forced HFA out with the util. So much damage done through the smoke. Scrunk has the bomb. Oh, Scrunk has the bomb. He's dead. Round's over, and we have overtime.
Wouldn't have had it any other way. Especially with Hypex and HFA playing the way that they are. I mean, Jacob's 24 and 14. OT on the horizon. Look at this again. Just the fact that it is so disciplined. And that one's lucky. But you know what? You take those all day long.
Again, I mean, we had a 6-3 scoreline at one point in the first half. It ended 6-all. You know, Betlic got going the later on the half progressed because at that point they were warmer. And like I said, I think that's just down to lack of game time lately. The longer the halves have gone on, the better they've been. They were down 12-8 here. They won 4 in a row to force overtime. And none of those rounds were ever seriously contested either from Fireflux's perspective. So now I'm quite worried with that sort of projection in mind that Betlic should be able to get this done in overtime, and Fireflux have missed their opportunity.
Yeah, that's the key takeaway. That's the key sentence, right? Missed opportunity. And you gotta take a look at this. Remember when we were praising Banjo? Banjo got 1 kill that half, I think. If I'm not mistaken.
Big yikes from me. And I think you're actually right, which is insane to think about.
That's a real worrying thing because we were praising these guys so much for being consistent. We were saying, listen, Banjo's playing well.
We've lost your mic there, mate.
Unlucky.
There we go. Got you back.
It wasn't that important anyway.
Everything you say is important to me, Brandon.
Well, basically, Fireflux stop getting kills equals Fireflux lose. How's that for an equation?
I think that's, I was going to say, that's an equation I'd be capable of solving. And it's pretty accurate as well, I'd say. I mean, they've all just dropped off a cliff. Soulfly is 10 for 19. I think he had like 7 kills in the first half as well. What if Skrunk doesn't pop off and have that crazy post-plant round there to win that 3v2 post-plant for Fireflux? They could have lost the game in regulation. At least they do have the insurance policy of overtime at a bare minimum. But now we wipe that slate clean and we run it back in OT.
And now we say goodbye financial problems. They don't exist anymore. They're all in our heads. Quicker play in towards middle. There's that meta smoke, by the way, I'm talking about. You see how it waterfalls just on the edge of that? It's beautiful. Yeah. Chef's kiss. Jacob. Demo. Now looking to do the damage. Demo's getting ready to line up this spray, but look how no one peeks. Soulfly gives it a little bit of a jiggle. Jacob up to the task. The flashbang is brilliant, but Hypex has not only found an AWP shot, but Prism's just domed 2 through the smoke. And in a blink of an eye, Fireflux have been removed. They have vanished off the server, and BetClick are here to play.
And I don't think there was a break on the smoke where Prism gets those 2 kills either. I think that was just a straight up spam. I mean, the value of the M4A4 when it comes to those smoke spams has the read. Demo could be in the cubby, but he can't get the kill to complement the read. Skrunk now left alone. I mean, this 1v4 is vaguely doable because of how low 3 of the 4 players are.
What?
He's taking down Hypex's AWP. The problem is the time, and he himself is also down to 40 health.
And Prism's behind him. Not happening. It now really starts to get even more concerning because, again, going back to that kill situation, Skrunk's the only one finding meaningful impact. And this is no disrespect to Skrunk, but it shouldn't be like this on his team. He'd be the first to say it. Should be Paz. Should be Soulfly. Soulfly is having a rotter in playoffs.
Yeah. And I was talking about how it can't afford for Soulfly to be the only guy who pitches up here for Fireflux, but they're going to need more supporting him. And he isn't even showing up right now. And they're running out of time. BetClick, this is the first time they've had the lead, I'm pretty sure, Brandon.
Since round 1.
Did they win the opening pistol?
No, they didn't. Yeah, this might be the first time they've had the... No, they
led
the
3-2 at one point. Okay, yeah. But that's all. That's superficial. It's just the start of the map. We don't really count that. This is where it matters.
All right, okay.
Noted. Just to fit my narrative. Yeah, there we go.
Very interesting. Very wow. Let's see what happens. Fireflux determined to take lane control at the bare minimum. They've got 4 players here, 1 in elbow. Maybe focus on the idea that they can flash. They've always been given pretty good space here. Over and towards middle. It's now being fought with utility. Jacob needs to lock in, so he's turning his camera up. And the push out A main is brilliant. That will force them into the B fight, though, which means going into this AWP.
There's still a window of opportunity, though, for them to find success. Oh my goodness, Skrunk has just destroyed Hypex, who looked a little bit slow on the trigger for my liking. Maybe he was just had his scope too close to the edge of the wall there. Needed to be holding a slightly wider angle if I'm going to be hypercritical. And oh man, Prism does damage on the players looking to cross onto the bomb site, but he can't get the frag on either. The nade should, though. The nade has killed Dougie, which has denied the bomb, but Aether can't get his job done. So every time it looks like there's something going for BetClick here in the round, Fireflux just get a frag back to shut them down.
Yeah, this is one of those where you look for damage. You can't really retake this. The kill that Skrunk gets on Hypex is just absolutely absurd. No util. No kicked in OT. Feels a bit of a no-no. Mr. Jacob. You got the money to afford it after all.
It's tough to see because it's on his shirt.
Oh, he does have one. Oh, excuse me.
No problem. That's why we work as a duo, and it's going to be the duo of Soulfly and Fireflux Soulfly and Paz to finish off the job there and level up the scoreline once again. And I mean, like you said, it was kind of less than ideal because of the fact that BetClick get that kill, what was it, pushing through A main or Donut? I can't even remember. I just know it was on that side of the map.
And on Death Cam, you would have seen too.
Yeah, and then exactly. So you realize you have that window of opportunity. So that was their only chance, and they made it work.
You also got to think about all the audio from that round as well, right? Because you had double B, but you had double nades in mid, you had double A main push, and now you got Soulfly finding another one. Maybe the job's not done yet for BetClick, and maybe Fireflux are starting to shift up a few different gears as well.
Yeah, but I mean, that would be super impressive if Fireflux were able to get the job done here in overtime, considering the way that the game went in regulation, how it kind of tailed off towards the end of both the halves. And he's just going to group up and head in towards A, but BetClick have a very good idea that this is going on right now. They've got Prism, who's at least getting some info ramp, and they've had full control of mids. They're just going to hedge their bets.
A little bit of edging never hurt anyone. Speaking of which, HFA on the edge of this smoke will swing out but not find anything. Hypex will at least find Soulfly. That nade is brutal, and the spams this time don't do enough. Hypex is still finding impact, but he's the only one that did. Spam, brilliant. And the AWP shot doesn't go back the other way. They both swing in tandem. And Dougie even swapped to an AK to ensure that the AWP shot would never miss.
Yeah,
Fireflux will take 2.
Can't miss a shot if you don't have the gun, and the AK just gives you a lot more insurance in that sort of a situation that you can't be as severely punished if you miss that first shot. And the fact that Fireflux get 2 rounds here in overtime is ridiculously impressive, because we had 6 all halves in regulation, and they lost the first half of OT as well. Pinpoint precision there from Prism, but he needed a bit more life in that smoke grenade to try and get onto the bomb site.
Paz is stressed. Look at him. This is how you know he's a true gamer as well, because it is
Fully invested.
3 PM and he's just in the dark, like just in his little goblin cave, just playing Counter-Strike.
I wonder if he's in Turkey. Is Turkey about an hour ahead of CEST, I think?
No,
I don't know if he's even in Turkey, but if
Nexus
he is,
says
then
yes, so
it's approaching the evening.
yeah, it'll be like 4. 16 if you're a European. Sorry. I always find I always find that really difficult. Like, you guys use the 24-hour time like quite literally. I'm
Did
going
they
at
say 1600
Yeah.
or no? I've never heard that.
No. So in Sweden once, I was like, "Oh, what time do you want us to like meet?" And they were like, "Oh yeah, let's just meet at like 21." And I was like,
No.
"What?"
I don't think that's popular throughout Europe. I think that was just like someone in
Are
particular
you
that
sure?
you were working with.
No, I don't know. I've heard that a lot in Europe.
Then I think they're just silly. I don't know if that's what they do. That, like, come on, it's an easy conversion, guys. It's an easy conversion.
Oh, you mean 4? Well, actually, that's 9.
Yeah,
See,
like
it's tough.
16 to 4. Yeah,
Point proven.
it's the 16th hour of the day, but it's the 4th hour of the second half of the day.
Let's get it going then. Can Fireflux make the most of this? I'm just gonna. I will go insane.
No, fair enough. No. I get you. I'm also just twisting and contorting my brain right now.
My brain's already doing mental gymnastics in this map.
All right, well, here we go.
I heard
it's going to be Fireflux who have the lead. Again, Fireflux have the lead again here. Beltic. I've been avoiding saying Beltic the entire time so far, and I finally slipped up, so there we go. BetClick. Looking to try and level things up here. First round of OT, second half. And that's a great way to open up.
Good trade. Really good trade by Paz. I can sort of come over and help Scrunk. Scrunk needs help because the whole forces are coming into this B bomb site. He dodges all the U2, or at least tries to, but Paz loses his life in the process. This spam, is it going to do anything no matter how close it looks? 4v3, Prism's got an advanced angle on Dougie, and Prism goes even one step further. Incredible work from BetClick. They will equalize things. They only lose 1.
There was a really good support flash that came through there from Hypex as well. I mean, it could have completely worked out against Prism on the front lines, but he gets the kill quickly enough and then faces Skrunk, so the flash is to his back. Skrunk has to turn away from the util, but then stands no chance in the gunfight. Look at Hypex, 24 and 13, and Jacob is 26 and 18. The highest kill count for a player on Fireflux is 16 frags.
Yeah,
16
actually,
for 19.
it's
What's
actually
actually
wild.
happening?
Yeah,
How
it's
are Betclic out-fragging Fireflux so much, and we're here in OT?
It's wild how we are coming to that conclusion, but this is where the individuals again need to step up now for Fireflux. This is where we need to call on them. Hypex takes a bit of damage in that molly. But he's still going to keep searching. He's going to try and secure something for his team right now. Skrunk can't jiggle. It's too dangerous to jiggle this. So instead he doesn't, but shoulder spotted. And tell you what, a fast kill collected out of Hypex. He might even want more,
Oh,
but Soulfly's
mate.
trying to deny.
That's lazy there from Prism, I reckon. And Soulfly will punish. And there's a lot of damage that's been done to both HVA and Hypex, so it's actually advantage. Fireflux right now, big fight between Banjo and Demo, and Banjo will prevail. And it's just those players who were left on half health here remaining now for Betclic. 2 versus 4, and Fireflux on course to get themselves up to map points again. What is Dougie's cam doing? It's dancing around. Wait. Okay, it's still now. Looked like it was moving for a second there.
Having a party in his room.
How do you concentrate with lights doing that right behind your screen?
I don't know. Zoomers.
It's just like to keep the brain like busy with something.
Oh, well.
Didn't help him there.
No, it didn't at all. 25
As is
seconds.
going to be ahead of the smoke. And there's Soulfly in the corner. Oh, this is impossible for Betclic, mate. Yeah, there we go. I mean, Hypex would have heard both these players, but it's impossible to try and get between them. And that's map point for Fireflux.
Yeah, long time coming. Dougie slow pan of the camera moving back towards the monitor. Oh, that's gold. So we're here again. Same juncture. Maybe same result. Maybe Betclic can get this double OT over the line.
Well, let's see. Betclic have done really well to just kind of hang on to Ancient. When I checked the frag counts for the teams in total going into that round, by the way, there was a 26 kill discrepancy between the two teams. Betclic had 26 more kills across the map than Fireflux up until that 14 all round.
And they're losing.
Not
But
for long though.
they might not be losing anymore. Really? We're going to go again here?
Well, it's not like we're like an hour and a half, nearly 2 hours behind schedule at this point. So lock in, fellas. It's the playoffs on the line. And Betclic look like they're on course to force us into a second set of overtime.
I mean, what can you do here? Realistically, nothing. You got to just walk down B ramp, hope you don't get spotted. Banjo's got to get basically every single kill. At least passes here. Spam is okay, but it's not good enough just to upset these players. But Jacob's now on the prowl. And he will strike onto Banjo. That should be it. There should be no way you work your way back into this. Laboured sprays all over the place. Missed AWP shots. No time. And that is Betclic forcing double OT.
That's 5 map points that have now gone a begging here for Fireflux, by the way. 5 map points. 4 in regulation, 1 here in overtime. They're not going to get many more than that, I'll tell you that much right now. Who can hold their nerve? Who can keep their composure with this game going all the way? 30 rounds played so far. Who will be the difference maker? Both teams won 2 rounds on their T side in overtime. Is that replicable? Many questions.
.30 rounds of Counter-Strike. Like the good old days. It's only overtime 1, mate. What are you talking about?
Fair enough. Yeah, the nostalgia kicking in. I mean, it's quite crazy to think that this was a normal length game of Counter-Strike before. I mean, it has been a while that we've had MR12 coming up on it's actually over a year and a half now.
Yeah.
It was what, like November 2023 when CS2 was released? October, somewhere around there. And yeah, MR12, it's the way to go, I'm afraid. Either way, OT2 upon us. Let's sink our teeth into this one. Soulfly is still struggling. Everybody's struggling right now for Fireflux.
Just needs to catch a break. And that's not catching a break. That is HFA using this lurk smoke yet again. He's done this, what, 3-4 times just running up B. Able to get that kill on Scrunk. Flashbang to set up just a peek for Banjo himself. Still doesn't see anything. And Paz will strike and get rid of Prism.
In the meantime, though, Betlic are making some moves up their way through mid. They're going to come across Soulfly, and he hasn't really been too convincing in those fights. He's going to go down here again, and that puts so much pressure on Dougie with the AWP, but Hypex is already posted on the angle. Continues to deliver the goods here for his team, and Betlic on course to get themselves the lead. 2 versus 3, so the job's not done just yet. Nice deep nade will not do any damage. I guess Paz had actually fallen back even further to line up some util of his own. Trying to enable Banjo to come through Temple, but Demo's there to support his teammates. Step up from the Xbox. It's only Paz left remaining. They know exactly where he is. This should be an impossible clutch. Even though he has a very good idea of where all 3 of these players are positioned, that's the first part of a very difficult equation that's never going to check out.
Yeah, look, you might know where they are, but getting rid of them is a completely different kettle of fish, especially when they're swinging on you back and forth, especially when one player fakes out the jiggle and then wide swings you instantly. Really tough to manage and maintain. So first blood will go to Betclick. I feel like that's a change as well. Could be going balmy, but that's the way it is.
Well, let's see if we're going to be leveling it up here once again. Jacob looking to try and brute force his way in towards middle. Wait, he's going to not get a frag on either of those 2 players, but his teammates have been able to get 2 kills. Soulfly has been forced all the way back on low health. It looks like Betlic have a new lease on life here, Brandon.
Yeah, looking, feeling really good, aren't they? 5 alive, as you say, would be a statement. Okay, it doesn't happen, but it's good enough. It basically is the same result. You are still putting out a statement. At least Soulfly is building just a little bit back into this. But how can you stop this firepower of Jacob and Hypex? The fact that H was playing well, Prism's now getting some important multi-kills. It's relentless.
Yeah.
It's so many players. This ties back into that conversation we had in that first best for about needing more than 1-star player. Well, these guys have got all of them.
I mean, that is the problem with the game that goes as long as this one. Eventually, you will get caught off by the fact that you're just not fragging enough to keep up with your opponents. And Betlic are going to just go for this approach, just trying to force their way into the A-bomb site really early on. Good counter util coming through from the CT side. And okay, that's effectively 3 kills for Banjo because he's caused that team kill there from HFA, and that is going to be a 5 versus 2. At least Fireflux won't go into the second half of OT empty-handed.
Yeah, at least they got something. I feel like they really needed that one because it's just momentum now falling apart from them. You got to think as well, Fireflux went down a rabbit hole where they couldn't sort themselves out mentally for quite a while. They kept losing every single best of 3. And yes, roster changes have helped the situation. They have helped the environment. But it doesn't change the reality that you are used to losing. It's a familiar feeling. It can start to get demotivated. It can start to build up as well when you least expect it. So in order to win that round, it is so big just psychologically for Fireflux because it does mean, in theory, you can make 1 mistake and it will be okay. But if you make more than 1, that's where it starts to get a little bit difficult.
I mean, we've spoken about how Fireflux have had their chances to finish off the game. Betlic have also had their chances to kind of tear ahead in the game where they haven't been able to do that. They won the first round in OT1, then they kind of fell apart after that. Won the first 2 rounds in OT2. Couldn't completely put Fireflux away there either. Let's see if they're going to leave the door slightly open now for Fireflux to level up the scoreline again. They did manage 6 rounds on their CT side in regulation, so we know they have a decent CT half here.
Just get Hypex going. Hypex has maintained like a 2 KD across the
Yeah,
map for the longest time. This is fast, this is quick. And the flashbangs are brilliant. And Jacob and Demo, it's Demo again. Just rushing through the smoke, being such a pain over at Red. And the round is over before it even really started.
Oh, Prism's going to overcommit though. And Jacob's also pushing forward. If he goes down here, that'll be a big problem, but never mind. Demo, he's locked in. He's going to take all the attention, allow for HFIT to finish off the job. And BetClick, for the first time here on the map, have got a map point at their disposal. 2, in fact. 2 opportunities to seal the deal on their map and take us to Anubis.
Tough. You've really got a feel for Fireflux, don't you? Feels like they had it. So many twists, so many turns in this map so far. Jacob can now go in his little cubby corner. I really want them to throw that molly. Instead, they're going to throw a nade, and the jumping player over Banjo provides such an unnecessary sort of entertainment show for Jacob's eyes. Takes off the prize for just a split second, and now Hypex needs to hold B. Needs to do it. They will have one more chance, BetClick, if they lose this, but they don't want to.
This is the problem. He's worried about Cave at the same time he's trying to control top ramp, and he doesn't have anybody who's anywhere near him, and they're not going to be coming anytime soon either. Paz just edges his way forward. Going to get that kill on Hypex, and that's job as good as done. Fireflux will survive for another round here. They'll force this all the way. Last round of OT2, unless HFIT can do the unthinkable, but I mean, there's nothing on offer for him right now, and it actually looks like he's just going to commit to saving the AK. Thoughts, Brandon?
Knew it was happening a mile off, didn't you? Knew it was always going to happen. HFIT loves his AKs. It means he can drop them to Jacob.
Fair enough, have the AK in middle. No point if he dies here, though. That defeats the entire purpose of him committing, and it's not like economic damage means anything here either, so no point in hanging around, mate. Commit to saving the gun, which was your plan all along. And Fireflux draw within 1. Can they force triple overtime?
Honestly, I hope not. Like, that would be, again, just even more mentally burdening for these players. Or maybe we just go and set a new record today. What's the record for overtimes?
I don't know, like 6 or 7, I think. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've seen 2 maps being played in one, like one of those like 31-29 score lines.
Yeah.
Like zero tenacity involved in that or something.
Sounds right.
Probably, right? Yeah.
Oh, my silly Billy was just about to go, oh, look, at least they've all got guns. Yes, overtime. Well done.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a very long drawn-out series, or map so far. Got some information here from Nexus. MAT versus Fnatic was 71 rounds of Counter-Strikes. That's more than 2 maps within one. That's almost 3. What's that? 24, 48, 72 rounds would be 3 maps of regulation. Is that what you want, Brandon? We're only at 35 now, mate. That's 2 times from where we find ourselves currently.
All right, halfway there. Let's go.
Halfway to insanity as well. That's a good bit of damage done.
Yeah,
Paz
huge.
is limping.
They thought about taking that fight as well, but they just decided against it. Probably a really good decision to make. If you BetClick, let the fights come to you. This is very quiet, isn't it? It's very slow. Nothing's really happening.
Yeah, and I think that's just a testament to the gravity of the round here. Both teams recognize what's at stake. Neither of them want to make a mistake that gives up the round and leads to an ending here for Fireflux or double OT. However, Prism and Skrunk, the IGLs on opposite end of the server, will exchange glances, or not really glances, just blows through the wall there.
Yeah.
And Skrunk is dead. And Paz has been tagged up a little bit more as well. Oh, this is starting to get a little bit precarious.
I think they win this now, potentially, because Demo's in such a good spot to shut down this Lurker Soulfly. If it's not him, then it's Jacob on this swing. And Prism, does he get hardcoded by Paz? Yes, he does, but Paz is looking the wrong way. Soulfly gets rid of Jacob on the other end of things. So you've got two players here on B. H was burning alive just a little bit, but you still got to get by Hypex on this AWP. It's a hard clear for Dougie, and he's so distracted by this rifle. This is the beginning of the end. It's a 2v3 with 15 seconds. You've got to get that bomb.
That's the big problem. They have to try and find a way to get across past Hypex's scope, and it's not going to happen. Only Soulfly left. What a moment for him to try and come alive, but Hypex fittingly will finish off the job. 3 kills in the round, and he does complete the map with that 2 KD. BetClick get the job done and go up 1-0 in the series eventually.
Yeah, eventually is the key word. It takes 2 overtimes, a marathon of a series, and we got Nexus to break it all down.
We called this one the eye test when it came to what's Bentley gonna do after such a while of not really having these games played. And they didn't start off great, that's one thing. But it's that second half when they decided to wake up. But before we actually get to that second half, there are a couple of things, right? The reason we get this sort of competitive beginning as well, right? You have Banjo in the first one, and him essentially being the hero of that first half alone. He goes 13-3, then you blink, you miss it, he's suddenly 13-10. He goes missing for a long time here on the server, and it was noted as well, I think, as we were about to enter overtime as well, or at least close to it at some point. Everybody was between 13 to 16 kills on the side of Fireflux, so things did really slow down. And there are a couple of good reasons for that. Now, unless I'm missing a round or two here, I don't think I am. But that second half, which I'll be focusing on here, I'm fairly certain that BetClick did not lose more than one player on any of their rounds they won. I'm pretty sure. They kept them either by only losing one, or by having just completely flawless rounds for that second half. If I'm not 100% mistaken. Then in overtime, on that T side, they continue that same trend essentially for most of it. Like, the amount of rounds in this one where it was won by 5 alive or just 1 death is crazy. And one thing we actually ended up missing, which I think normally, we would expect more and see more out of BetClick specifically, is individuals clutching up rounds. Just the 1 versus X situations. That's where I think Hypex is incredibly influential. We didn't get to see it, and at the end of the day, apparently we didn't really need to see it either. But that's something that you do need to kind of look at as well here. That you just didn't get to have. But multi-frags, yeah, Hypex delivers. Jacob delivers so many openings here, and he's not the only one. This one goes back and forth. In so many different situations. You've got a polarizing defense and then a continuation for Fireflux when it comes to the cave, in my eyes, as well. Where there were a few situations where Paz essentially gave up a kill or two for free. You still win that half, or you come out of that first half 6-6 as well. It's okay. Then on the second half, it doesn't really get any better. You have that map point, you get towards it, yeah, but then it's that streak of 4 from 12-8 down that things do decide to balance out a little bit. And at the end of it all here, right, Hayes, in his theories, was kind of correct in this saying as well, that it's gonna take them a while to warm up. And that's exactly what happened. It took a while to warm up these individuals on the side of BetClick, but when they did get woken up, every single one of them not named Jacob because he was feasting from the very beginning, it was a sight to see. Having like 5 or 6, I think 5 or 6 map points there for Firefox to play with. You should have had it at that point. One of those should have been enough. But the perseverance that BetClick kept showing here is absolutely ridiculous. You've got a clutch attempts going both ways as well. You've got near misses. You've got individuals giving us absolutely everything, essentially. And unless, as well, right? There's so many things I've got written down here. You've got Skrunk the Unk in round number 20 going crazy to get them toward that 12th round, to even ever be there. If he does not go crazy in the 2 versus 4, pick up 3 kills there, we don't even talk about overtime. It's got to be a 13-11 win instead for BetClick. You have that as a possible situation, but showing what he can do. Everyone on Fireflux in that regard, yes, they did what they were supposed to. Because you have these moments of Dougie on that first half, open like his life depends on it. It was doing great. And Banjo, of course, had a fantastic beginning. Him and his retakes had like 2 or 3 of them in a row almost, where he was getting a multi-kill 2, 3, 4K. Such a good job. While some mistakes, he was making up for those as well in his own regard, right? You can lose one, but he'll win one back as well. And then you have Skrunk with a massive run of his own. There are these things that do go both ways, but for the kill discrepancy between the teams, it really comes down to BetClick just not losing any plays. The rounds they won so goddamn dominating, so one-sided, that there was no contest in them. If you see them with a 2-man advantage, the round was already done at that point. Except for, I think, one. One round, I think, that did not hold true. And that is insanity in my eyes. But there are a lot of things. And 1, Hypex. 2, Jacob. 3, not enough of the individual power toward the end there. I really wish we could have seen a couple more clutches actually pulled through for this map as well. The only one we actually got was Skrunk, and that was 36 or 30... Well, yeah, 36 rounds of Counter-Strike. Didn't really get to see enough of it, I don't think, but it still gave us a good eye test, a good grasp on what BetClick is going to be doing. We had the questions, are they going to be really wide awake? Right, they've only had that one game in the last month. That was against Nexus a few days ago. They lost that one. Didn't look that great, but now coming to this one, it took them a while, yet here they are. So we go back to our thoughts from the very beginning of the series. We can kind of say, yeah, we're going to be thinking that they are good. They are probably going to be having this one in the bag eventually. If it is going to take 2 or 3 maps, I don't know yet. Because Anubis is going to be a bit of a tough one to kind of call, because that is Fireflux playing into some of their own strengths. They've been having some really good results on this. Yeah, they've had a couple of losses as well, sure, but overall, it's one where they have been still convincing when it comes to their own victories. Their T and CT sides have not really been lacking any departments. And for BetClick, it's just a question of can they carry this over? Can they still show us what they had before they took this break? You know, Bucharest and before then. Can they have that same sort of form here? Have they been cooking during this break, and how much? Can they showcase that? That's the question. The answer, that however is coming up after a little bit of a break, so don't go too far. You know, we've got one more thing to go here. After a heated double, triple overtime, I can't even remember anymore at this point, with map 1 going the way of BetClick. They're going to try to get a 2-0 here, but I do have a suspicion there's still going to be more of a fight here as well on map number 2. Coming in from Fireflux, so don't go too far. We'll see you in a bit. Eskerid, someone said here in the casters department.
It was
Somebody,
more Eskerid!
There we go. Yeah, he's got the energy. He's just got the energy. He's ready here for another... Not overtime. We
Bring
can go
it on,
back to
mate.
our first game of the day. You know, we had that one going very quick, and then a little bit of a longer one. Here we've drawn things out to... I think that was a triple overtime. Am I
Double.
crazy? I don't think...
Double.
Okay. I just don't even know anymore. I'm lost. I'm not the only one, probably. But
I feel like I
in
need
this-
a double. Double
Oh,
of something. I don't know
you are,
what.
yeah, you are speaking the truth right now. But we're gonna be headed towards a news. We gotta talk about this one as well, right? Veto, you mentioned this being a map where Fireflux, they're almost not afraid to play to their own strength instead of trying to force a punish pick into this one. Right, like Ancient, that's a map that they're not supposed to win in a way. Like, or when you go to that, it looks better when you kind of look at the statistics from like just nearby times of Ancient. But they still make it a very close game in the end. They had more than a fair few chances, so let's put that out as well. Like 5 opportunities, I think. So, from that, how confident are you we're going to see a third map? Because Kills Department, I don't think we really saw much of them.
I think it's really possible to see a third map, to be honest, because I think when you look at it, Soulfly came alive towards the end there, and Paz was playing very well, and if they are playing to the same level that they were playing towards the end of Ancient on Anubis, we're going to get a really good showing from them. If it's a bit hit and miss, and there's some rough around the edges syndrome that we got on Ancient for Fireflux, where the kills don't really reflect how good they were playing as a team, then you know, you can maybe imagine that BetClick are going to take this. But the way that Soulfly was playing right towards the end, they're getting all these multi-kills, the way that Banjo was anchoring down the bomb site, especially in that first half of Ancient, was more than enough to justify that this can go free. It's just whether we're going to have these consistent pieces actually be consistent.
I think all the signs do point in the direction of a third map here. You know, you look at Fireflux, the results they've had on Anubis lately, beating Monty 13-4, generally okay on the map. They beat Zero Tenacity 13-7. I mean, they were a powerhouse on the map last year. Can't really compare them to that standard anymore, unfortunately. Then you look at the game against Cybershock, they lost 13-11. They beat Sashi, they lost to Eklot and Pashnue. Those were both close games. So the point I'm making is Fireflux have really enjoyed Anubis lately. Even though they only have a 50% win rate, they probably feel like it might be like their best map at the moment. But with that all said, that entire preamble, I think this ends in 2. I just think that the individuals for BetClick who are really good throughout the entirety of Ancients, if they can keep that form up, I think that Fireflux could get blown out of the server.
I could see that. I definitely could. Especially when you just kind of look at how the... I'm just going to keep harping on this because I do think it's such a important factor. How, like, the multi-kills and how decisive some of these rounds were for BetClick. Yeah, Fireflux, they played well as a team as well, right? They had that going their way. It's not... There's no other way you're going to go double overtime and have about 20 kills between, you know, top frag and the bottom frag with the opponent on your side, you know, in that regard. But they did play well. But for BetClick, the thing is, these rounds they started off, they get an entry or 2 delivered by Jacob in some of these rounds, or H5, doesn't matter who, Hypex even. They always pile more and more punishment on top of that, so it's not just 1, but it's 2 and 3 all in the next span of like 5 to 10 seconds. They're ready for the reactions, they're ready for these plays that Fireflux were doing there. And that is my thoughts on this, and as to why this is going to be ending in 2 as well. I just don't see that coming to an end that easily.
Hopefully we won't be waiting much longer to find out. Let's get into that second map. What's the delays? Is it the cameras? Normally is. But I'm keen for some more Counter-Strike action here. Thing is, I think Fireflux need to get off to a good start, regardless of the half that they're on. I think that they have to get off to a good start because I think we saw from BetClick they took a bit longer to get going, but as the game went on, they got better. And so with that in mind, if BetClick starts strong and get off to a flyer, then it'll be very difficult for Fireflux to fight back.
Yeah, especially as they start CT, right? So you get the pistol,
True.
Fireflux is already like basically 50% of the way there. If you can just battle the demons on the Force and then the Eco, like you're set for 3 rounds there straight away.
Yeah, now I do believe we'll still have to wait a moment or 2, unfortunately. I don't know. It takes a while with these cameras being set up, you know. Players go outside for a little bit, gather, group up, and then set your cameras back up and all that, or whatever else it might be. You never know. But for us, it is a small break. I'm gonna let you guys take it over afterward. And till then, we'll see you guys in a moment, so don't go too far.
Apologies, everybody, for the delay between the first and the second map. I think it's probably fitting that we had an extended break with how long that first map actually was. Double OT required. Eventually, Betclic got the job done on their pick, which means they take the 1-0 lead into Fireflux's Anubis. Betclic gets to start on the T side here, Brandon. Can they keep up the fragging power we saw from the previous map?
Yes. Yes, they can. Banjo removed instantly.
Wait, they're not going A. They're not going A. A's open.
No, they're going
A. They've been forced that way.
That was a sexy shot from Dougie. That is the best adjective to describe that. Plucks one out the air instantly. And now he's hoping for a little bit more. Soulfly waiting outside A. Maynard's going to take the fight to them. Betclic are taking the fight straight into CT. And it's working out pretty well for them because Jacob's killing everyone. 3 kills immediately. Soulfly's going to fake out the defuse and then try and scale Heaven. But Prism's already there. Betclic decisive in the afterplan, earning that pistol.
I mean, that could have gone either way a couple times within the pistol. The first time it could have gone wrong for Betclic was where they're trying to path their way through middle onto the B bomb site and they just run into a stone resistance. Then they double back and go A, where there's no one home. Then, as you say, they try and fight deep into CT. They take the fights to Fireflux, and this is where it certainly could have gone wrong as well. Jacob needed the full magazine to get those 3 frags, but he comes out on top.
Force back in for Fireflux. Got the MP9s out and a quick play on B. Look at all these mollies that are just littering the floor. Soulfly goes toe-to-toe with HFER, but the MAC-10 comes out on top. 3 players A main. Now all scurrying, and Paz was doing a pretty decent job at holding down the line. But unfortunately, for Fireflux, Demo has now spotted all of them in towards water, so one smoke is going to ruin their plans.
Yeah, I think they just have to call it a day here and try and keep these forced-up weapons in play going into the next, where they won't have anything to work with otherwise. The Betclic have been able to make sure that they complement that pistol round win with a nice simple approach against the Force Spy. It looked like Paz maybe would have been able to lock it down a bit more, just the 1 kill. I know it's a tall order, but he probably needed the multi.
Yeah, also Fly went out his fighting connector. There's just 2 isolated 1v1s. It is the biggest issue there because of the pace that Betclic put towards that B bomb site. And the molly just completely ruins everything. It's double layered mollies. They're really cool because one lands in the mouth of connector, one lands on the pillar. So Soulfly cannot go back to site. He has to take that fight in towards connector. And HFER just wins it out immediately. We can do that joke now if you want.
Oh, yeah. Goodness. It feels like that was weeks ago. It was just the previous map. Give it to me.
Is it his name HFER? Or is it...
Brandon, you forgot to mute your mic when you were coughing there. Don't worry. It's all good. It's all good. These things happen to us.
What a brilliant joke.
Reminds me of the joke I saw from Scriv on Twitter in the break that we now have IEM, the sound a gun makes when it shoots. Krakow.
It's AKA IEM Lightning McQueen. Ka-chow.
Yeah, okay. That's a good one as well.
Yeah, that was better. You can find me here basically every day, guys. Sorry.
And we've got your correct Twitter handle now as well. So everyone knows where to find you even when you're not on the stream.
Yeah, please feel free to follow me. I don't tweet. Right.
At BDogCSGO, everybody.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm so annoying. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Can't help it, mate. My brain is rotting. HFA is going to be able to step out and get both those kills there to seal the deal. Near flawless there for Betclic against the Eco. And now we get into the meat and spuds of the map, the gun round. No prizes for guessing who I got that one from. Meat and spuds.
It's either Travel Frederick.
Neither. Come on, who's the one Irishman? Okay, everybody, now we're here in Anubis, and we've got a really important round. It looks like Betclic are going to try and go in towards this B-bomb site. Jacob is going to be on the front lines here, and there's smokes raining in. Jacob's going to go first. He spots 2. He's going to get the frag on the Oper, and HFA as well gets a multi. Come on, that's pretty good. I was pretty proud of that.
That was really good, actually. It's like he was here with us, and unfortunately for Fireflux, no one's there with them because they've just lost every single fight. There was no trade, and again, it's just the pace. Immediately, the guns come back out for Fireflux. It's the fast B aggression. This time, they didn't even layer it with util in terms of the mollies. They just flash their way through. The smokes are landing as they're running, and there's no hope for any of them in that fight. Blink and you miss it. It's 4-0.
And I just love that approach from Betlic as well, because they know that they've got Fireflux in limbo coming into the first gun round. They know how important this gun round is for the CT sites. They're like, well, let's just test them with that all-out brute force approach on the B-bomb site. And it proves to be successful. This overwhelming firepower that Betlic had on Ancient that basically just scraped them the win has come to fruition here on Anubis as well. Just do yourself a favor and go and have a look at the scoreboard on HLTV for Ancient and try and make sense of that. Anybody who's watching this game right now, the top fragger for Fireflux had 22 kills. The fourth highest kill count for Betlic, 22 kills on Prism. Everybody had a positive KDR at the end of the map. No one had a positive KDR for Fireflux. It's such an obscure scoreboard for a game that ended, what, 19-17?
Yeah. Really, really weird one indeed.
Apparently, the team ratings for the scoreboard was 0.79 for Fireflux and 1.21 for Betlic in a game that ended double OT. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it.
I haven't either. Can Scrunk
Shut
do
up,
anything with the ump? Ooh, he can.
Oh, umpy poo. That's a good way to find a first frag. Can't get the gun necessarily, though, so he's not going to get the upgrade, but he has locked in that man advantage early on.
I've got a better one for the ump. We'll see if it comes through. See if I can weave it in.
For the umpteenth time, Brandon, I've told you. I love your joke. I don't know where I was going with. I just want to force umpteenth in there. Oh man, Scrunk, he's been spotted.
Oh dear.
Oh, just edged himself through the smoke there ever so slightly. They catch a glimpse, and that completely cancels out his opening kill.
Yeah, I call him Umpty Dumpty. So he just had a great full in mid.
Ooh, okay, he set you up nicely for that one.
Double A main, that's the pressure. Banjo's still got an M4 here. This still could prove to be a little bit of a disaster here for Betclick. Prism's now working his way through mid. Anti-flash is being set up, but the contact's just being taken. Round the corner goes Dougie, and Banjo can't trade him until it matters. That flashbang is terrible. That team flash has really hurt them, or has it? No. It's completely fine. 2v1, and everyone's dead.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly did hamper their chances, though. I don't know why Jacob even swings before the flash there initially. He was playing anti-flash, then he just pushes flash pops after he dies, and that was messy for Betlick. That was really messy. That's going to cost them financially going into the next round. Paz looks like he does want to feel this one out, but with no kit, no... Oh, there's a kit on the floor in front of him. Just hoping and praying that Molly flushes somebody out into the open, but there's nothing on offer. Betlick now know exactly where he's coming through from, so no need to face him here one by one. Draw him all the way into the site, force him to the full commitment, and then frag him with the double. That's going to be Betlick who get the job done and continue their flawless start.
Brilliant work, and I think it's just a little bit of overzealous in towards mid. You can understand what he's trying to do, but I don't think he's fully aware of how close that smoke has landed to that window, unfortunately for Scrunk, because he wanted to try and crunch through in towards the water players, maybe Banjo and I think it was Dougie up close to the 5-7. Like they were the ones that were going to go forward into A main, and they were going to crunch together. Didn't quite work out. HFA has just ran through that CT molly and has taken 15 damage. And I don't know about you, Hayes, but I don't think they've got any idea that he's here.
I mean, the longer that the round goes on, the more they'll start to anticipate it, though. So he hasn't really been able to take advantage of that forward position, unfortunately.
But you can leave him here. If you go B right now, that's going to be dangerous. There are 3 players lying in wait. Smokes off camera, smokes off temple. This now starts to get really horrible for Banjo.
Yeah, but because Fireflux have full committed to this 3-2 split, they feel compelled to try and get some sort of
Oh,
info.
look
So
at
they've actually,
this.
double pushed through E-Box, but that means they've completely vacated the B-bomb site. There's
Well,
nobody
they know
looking
now.
towards B main right now, and they do have the inkling, so they'll double back. Will it be in time, though?
Yeah, it will be. It
Only
will
just.
be. Yeah, because they came through A main. And the smoke
Lots
comes
of
in at
moves
a
being
perfect
made.
moment. Yeah, 35 seconds. They got a really good understanding of this. Great nade as well. It actually gets rid of Demo and just does a chunk of damage towards these players. But Jacob's an entry machine. 2 kills back and forth. But look at how quick this rotate is in towards Con. Dougie's now been identified, but he's taken 2 to the grave. It's a 2 versus 2. It's a spam on Prism that does net a kill. And now Hypex can be overwhelmed by Banjo. This fast play, this mid-round and in towards the waters and A main will yield success despite a scary showing on Jacob.
I mean, they should never have been a world in which Betclic win that round with all the information Fireflux had, with all the util damage done when the T side were trying to get into the bomb sites. The fact that it gets that close is still, like you say, scary, but still successful here for Fireflux. And Banjo, he was the one who nestled himself into the corner and E-Box. You might even see it here in the highlight. Once the AWPer goes down, they don't know Banjo's there as well. That's why he's able to pounce on a moment's notice and catch Betclic off guard.
Good news is they got money for days, right? So they'll be fine. Dougie now wants to get a little bit more active. I like this idea of the boost. It's like, can you go a little bit wider so I can see up? Not quite. Jacob, though, is going to throw a molly. Oh, no, he's not. Oh, instead, he's just going to kill them. How on earth has he stopped throwing a molly, turned around, and just dealt with these players? Dougie's waiting for his swing. Prism goes hella wide. And Betclicker just won another round.
Yeah, and that's almost entirely thanks to Jacob. The fact that he's gotten 2 of the 3 players trying to aggress through B main there just pulls the rug out from underneath Fireflux's feet. And now all they can do is try and save their guns. Strunk and Banjo, no other option available to them. The bomb's just been scooped up by HVA. Going to be ahead of Strunk, though, so thankfully no concern in terms of the bomb being dropped, and it should be 6-1 here in a moment's notice. Good return to form for Betclic to make sure that they can't deny Fireflux building on that previous round. And Strunk,
There's no
I'm not
need.
sure what he's thinking there.
No, there's no need whatsoever. And now Banjo's just died as well. You've lost
Also
absolutely
facing.
everything. Yeah.
And look at their money. Paz and Dougie, they don't have enough for a rifle and armor. Strunk and Banjo could have survived, and guess what? They could have dropped guns.
It's needless.
That's just poor decision-making, man.
Mm-hmm. Not ideal. Oh my goodness me. How many times are they going to get an opening kill? And how many times is it going to just be a multi? These spray transfers out of HVA, out of Jacob are just insane. That they're outplaying Fireflux right now. You feel like... You think about the amount of times that Fireflux had to build back into that game. On Ancient. The fact that it goes double OT. The fact that you lose it. The fact that you can't close it. Or even force that third overtime. It now just feels like you're just throwing anything at the wall and just hoping that something sticks. You're now relying again on individuals. Where's your trade spacing? There just isn't any. There's just no trade spacing.
And it's the complete antithesis for Betclic. How good has their trade spacing been? How good was their utility usage there? Their flashes to enable the gunfights, the smokes to create the space. It's just perfect timing on the combination coming through A main and coming through middle, collapsing on that A bomb site. Even though they run into the final 2 players, it actually works out better for Betclic. Even though you're thinking, well, hey, that means they still stand a chance of losing the round because they're running into the resistance. But yes, Anon, they get both the kills though, so there's no weapon save for Fireflux. I'm just creating up people in my head who are not making points at all, but I'm just imagining them into this world right now.
Oh my gosh. How fast is this guy up mid every round? It's actually relentless. Scrunk has been bullied this entire half. We said about Soulfly, he needs to be consistent. He's 1-8. This is the worst Soulfly series I've seen from him in a very, very long time.
If
And that's
not
because,
ever.
yeah, he's just set such a high bar for himself.
I know, that's true. Yeah, it's a good point. We've just come to have a very high level of expectation for Soulfly. And he just has looked like a shadow of himself in the series so far, unfortunately. Now, I did mention, I mean, I took no credit for the prediction for Iberian Soul winning on Nuke earlier against TNL, but what I will take a bit more credit for is that I did say, hey, there's a chance that Bedclick just ride that wave of momentum where they completely out-fragged Fireflux. That could happen on Anubis as well. Yeah. And it is.
Yeah, you bang on. I don't think they're going to be ready for Prism in CT, but I don't think Prism's going to be ready for the others in CT. This is weird. Oh, maybe he is. He's done a lot of damage on towards that spray, and he gets a lot of info as well. He must have heard one. Running around the corner. Smoke goes into Temple. Smoke goes into CT. Reduces the chances of Fireflux going for this to be about 0. Don't go for this, gents. There we go. It's not worth it.
If Fireflux can salvage an 8-4 halftime scoreline, there's still a chance. But that's such a tall order. They just haven't shown us anything to really get excited by. I mean, remember the one round they have won, they were always supposed to win that round, and they still almost dropped the ball on that occasion. So
yeah, look,
nothing convincing.
I'll be real with you, even if it does go 8-4, I've seen nothing substantial here from Fireflux yet. Got to bear in mind, this is their map pick. This is your map pick, and you are being bullied. Absolutely bullied.
And it's their best map in the pool, alongside Inferno, as far as I'm concerned. Their most played map. Okay, I lie. Second, third. Okay, we got there eventually. Third most played map. But they're happy to pick it a lot of the time. 38% of the time they've been picking the map more than any other map, but geesh, hasn't looked that way so far.
Look, their T-side win percentage isn't great, but at 45%, you expect, what, like 5, 6? We've got 1.
Yeah, that is not really a good reflection. Like you say, stats show that they do have a decent CT side on this map, but we just haven't seen it delivered on this occasion, unfortunately. That was the weird sort of misplay where Banjo got way more than he should have from that position.
This is a ridiculous sequence of kills, by the way, from Jacob.
Because he's by himself as well. Doesn't have support. No one in the back line pulling attention away from him. No one's throwing support util. 7-1, this or 8-1 now. This next round is of utmost importance for Fireflux. There's no two ways about it. And I was gonna say, is this the round? No, we're good. I'm like my Nan watching sports. Oh, they scored another goal. No, Nan. Just a replay.
What team does your Nan support?
Nan is a Accrington Stanley supporter.
Damn. Okay. Oh god, the Europeans aren't going to know that, are they?
She's cultured, right?
That is really cultured. So for those unaware, Accrington Stanley is a football League 2 club. They play in League 2. They're not good. I'm sorry to say. I think they finished, I've just looked now, 21st this season. Like 1 point off the relegation zone.
I just love saying that name, Accrington Stanley. They're not Scottish, but it just sounds better in the Scottish accent.
Not at all.
Alright, there we go. 8-1. This next gun round is everything for Fireflux. If they lose this next round, then we could just call it a day at that point. Let's see, have they got what it takes? Soulfly is dead. His tough times continue. At least there's a frag back from the Yorp, though. I don't think we've seen the Yorp a whole lot on the CT side so far, and it's found some impact early on. Look at the pressure, the monumental amount of pressure being applied by Jacob, and as that smoke starts to rebloom, Dougie catches a glimpse and gets the kill. Alright, well, man advantage now for Fireflux to try and win this all-important round, but the pressure is relentless over on this B bomb site. As nade should do a lot of damage, and he will follow that up with the frag, and the player coming through from B main. Dougie's burning out, but he's still able to find a position, and it's going to be 2 of the 3 Turks of the team that prevail in the round. They find all 5 frags between them, and Fireflux are still alive.
Yeah, they are. God, that was eventful behind the scenes.
Are you still alive?
Yeah, just about.
You good?
Yeah. So, fun fact, guys, is when we stop talking and we let the other guy go, it's called a throw. And they're normally very deliberate. As soon as Hayes just threw to me, I just started sneezing uncontrollably, and it lasted the whole round. So I actually have no idea what just happened there. So,
well, they used to say on the playground that 4 sneezes felt like an orgasm. So I don't know, man. That's
it was like 8, so I'm dreaming.
Oh, good lord! I'm surprised you're still standing. Or
Look at this
maybe
mid play.
fortunately you're sitting.
Oh
Yeah,
my
they've
gosh.
just gone the entire way through, and this is the first time they've successfully been able to get this control so early on in the round.
Oh, look at the pixel that Strunk's holding. Now we'll drop his molly, but they don't care. They say, okay, you smoke that off, cool, we'll just go through Temple. 3 players are
And
there.
now?
They're going all the way around into CT to A, and
And now?
Hypex is holding with the AWP, but he can't get a kill.
Scrunk was ready for this though, so at least he finds a frag. Now you have Banjo in position. You've got 2 players that are hard-rooted in CT spawn. Banjo dies. They're going to be going through, but Jacob waters that spray. I mean, the fact that he goes down isn't the end of the world. Dougie is reluctant to push into the bomb site though. Oh no, Prism's planting open for A main. That's going to cost him his life, and Demo's just a late lurk through middle. Dougie will check back, and he's really come alive in these past few rounds, says Dougie.
Yeah, he has. Let's be real. Like, that's another round that BetClick shouldn't be winning. They knew all about that one, Fireflux, and then Jacob hits the most nastiest spray transfer I've ever seen. That is actually just so gross. That is a pixel headshot on a different elevation plane in spawn. That is ridiculously hard to pull off, and he makes it look so easy. Open plant, yeah, it costs him there, but he had to plant there because of the mid lurk. And Dougie knows this, and Dougie's now holding, as you said, has really come alive. Great flashbang to get him off the angle. They want to fight for this space. They want to at least pretend they're interested in A main.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm still here, Brandon. Someone disconnected from our TeamSpeak, but it is not I or Brandon. And Demo has disconnected Banjo from the round. The nade spam combo gets the job done. That's a 1-2 punch if I've ever seen one.
Still got the AWP here, still got Scrunk here. But you have still got this play in towards mid. Yet again, Fireflux are going for this play where they walk out water and they're going to be invested in quick flank. Scrunk in a really good angle, just on the edge of this smoke, and they're not really sold on this. They'll break it open.
No.
They'll try and take the fights in between the 2 of them. They're all disorientated. They can't handle that smoke in at camera. Hypex is also holding for the flank, goes for the quick shot and can't make it happen, but Jacob is there. 9-3. 9-3.
I'm afraid that Dougie has sold Scrunk down the river. Why is he pulling out a flash? Why, you know, it's not necessary. At that point, it's so important that you just keep that angle and a lock and key. You can't take the risk of trying to... What's a flash even going to enable there? What, push them back for a couple seconds? The problem is Scrunk is fully committed cameras. It's completely up to Dougie to try and control A main, and he's pulled out the useful at the worst possible moment.
That's a tilter.
Long way back now for Fireflux, down 9-3
Absolutely.
going into their T side. Have to win pistol, conversion, gun round, and maybe then we can start to have a conversation.
Bang on. That's only if these requirements are met, because right now it is one-way traffic and it is BetClick just in complete control. Very good to see. We wanted to see this out of them. Like, I'll be honest, I was made a fan of them at the end of last year. Was disappointed that I hadn't seen them recently, but my God, it is good to see them again, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I'm loving what we're getting out of this team. At least on this map, and the way that they were able to sort of keep themselves together on Ancient and not fall apart with the way that the map had gone as well. Down 12-8, forced OT seamlessly, evidently.
Oh dear.
Anyway, yeah, Prism, well, he's seen behind the curtain. He knows what's coming their way. I'm surprised that Fireflux haven't immediately reacted. I'm surprised there's no rotation from BetClick either.
Oh, there they are now. It is a little bit late. There is still a mid lurk. Everyone's going into CT, and everyone is pushing CT for Fireflux. This is a disaster. Oh, Hypex, what on earth is that? triples up in a matter of seconds, and this pushing towards CT falls flat on its face. And now this mid lurk turns into a con play, but Hypex is already defusing the bomb. It's done. It's over. There's no further say. As BetClick get double digits.
I'm afraid you can't even really fault Fireflux, because what's gone on there is they've killed Prism towards the back of of Long, and they're thinking, okay, well, the B site's open, let's take the control. Okay, we spot one, let's just swing him together. Let's force the fight plan for Long, get the control, job done. But BetClick commit all of their players to retake through Long as well. And they just hit the instant shots. That's a disaster for Fireflux.
Absolute disaster. We said, look, that is the first primary objective. That pistol round, that gets you back on track. And now you've got to force into this. Feels like you've got to force into every single one of these rounds. Galil's Tech 9s, where's your util? It's lacking. It's just on these pistols. You got to bleed out this util from BetClick, and then you got to execute together as a unit.
Yeah, they're bleeding out here, I'm afraid. And this is the playoff matchup as well. No double elim, no Swiss stage. One and done, baby. Of course, BetClick invited into the stage of the competition, and it looks like they're going to be able to get themselves into the quarterfinals 3 rounds away. As for Fireflux, it's strength in numbers through middle.
Great flash. Oh, it's an unbelievable flash. Hypex is just destroying them. Another flashbang. Demo now starts to feel the pressure. The incendiary is really good. I tell you what, Fireflux have cracked open this bomb site. Hypex's nade has somehow killed Banjo. It's a 2-on-2.
Oh man, I mean, Hypex is doing everything he can right now to keep his team in the round, but Dougie will just force the issue on the swing, and now Skrunk will join up with them so they can take complementary post-plant positions, but Skrunk hasn't actually planted the bomb. It's going to be a good double peek, though. Seal the deal. Jacob gets just overwhelmed, and Fireflux keep themselves alive for a little bit longer.
God, what a cool round. What a molly into A main. Because that completely wrecks the MP9 player. Most common access and avenue for the CTs on Anubis is when players push mid is to go in A main. Oh.
More
and
of
that molly,
please.
yeah. And that molly just completely ruins them.
It's late, but it may not be too late just yet if Soulfly can come alive in the way that we know he's capable.
Give it some eeks. That'll help him. There we go.
There
That's
we
3
go.
of them. Any
Yeah,
more?
Maybe a 4th. Absolutely.
How about an
Pop
ace?
off King. Right there for the taking. And he's been baited in as well, and Soulfly will indeed get all 5 frags for the round. That will bolster his confidence, no doubt.
It should do. It really should. You still got it. It's against the pistols, but they all count. It's a necessary round for Fireflux. They are still halfway to achieving the score tally of BetClick.
I just noticed it actually wasn't a full force buy there from BetClick. They'd all kept like between $500 and $800 in the bank account, which means that once the gun round comes around, it's not going to be 2 MP9s, 3 M4s light utility. They'll even have an AWP here as well. So I like that extra attention to detail from BetClick. You don't see it all too often. Teams normally just go all in. And Armor wouldn't have made any difference in that round either.
It's a fun stack. The Soulfly gonna be a victim of it.
Oh, how much damage? All of it. All of the damage. That is the meatiest nade I think I've ever seen. And he's followed up his ace for the quad kill.
Fair. Is he so back?
How much damage do you think that nade did? 300?
Yeah, it's got to have been. We'll have a look.
If only we could pause now.
22.5. Yeah,
Someone was on 7. Jacob was on 7.
over 300 easily.
That's crazy numbers. Okay, well, here's the gun run I was referring to that BetClick have kind of looked forward to by keeping some extra money when they did spend on what would have been a a half-4 spy, if you will. They've got the AWP here as a result. They've got full util, they've got kits, and this is their moment to really sail off into the sunset.
Yeah, they've already pushed B main, so they see the lurk smoke coming in. They think, oh, cool, a lurk smoke that you will not be using ever. Hypex is just looking over the top of it, so you can never push into it either. So now the util dump starts in middle. Soulfly looks to occupy that space. And to be fair, they've got all of it. Here comes this A main push, and Banjo's holding for it with Scrunk. Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, Banjo's been dispatched off, and it looks like they want to try and force their way through A main. Scrunk is just using utility to make sure that's not an option, though. In the meantime, the focus will shift into middle. Hypex is sweeping with the AWPs. They have been able to kind of re-emerge here. It's not... I mean, there's a smoke that leaves quite a lot of room here. They're just going to re-aggress middle with 2 swinging from mid, 2 swinging through cameras, and that'll prove to be successful.
Yeah, really cool. And Paz gets caught in an awkward timing. And then Scrunk just gets one-tapped. Brilliant flashes out of Hypex. I love that BetClick is so decisive in that moment. They've already pushed A main. They've pop flashed to see camera, didn't see it. Okay, let's just bring everyone over.
Well, that is a statement round for them to win. And I love the way that they move their way around the map as well. They're not over-committing A main once they kind of get forced back. They're like, okay, we haven't been able to do that. What else can we do? Cool, let's combine with the guys rotating through Temple into middle. Just collapse on mid with numbers. And now it's do or die for Fireflux. No money left in the bank. Oh, I say that. They actually have a decent chunk of change left remaining after the investment here. And they've drawn first blood as well. Oh, Prism, he should be a dead man. I don't know how he isn't yet. In fact, he's found a kill. And he's found a second, perhaps. A third coming through from Prism. It's the pistol. And eventually he'll go down. Okay, back into a 2v2. Not entirely sure if that was necessary for Banjo. I think the info on his position would have been enough. And now, that's given H for some space to kind of go searching a little bit. Yeah. How far does he go from here is the question. Is he going to hear anything that's going on? Does he expect anything to be towards the top side? Timing, awful. Scrunk, dropping down.
Oh my gosh.
Turn, looking the wrong way, and that's going to cost him his life. The timing couldn't have been worse, I'm afraid. You can't even fault him.
Yeah, that's so unlucky. You can't go for this if you're Hypex. I feel like the AWP's too valuable. But maybe you can. Maybe if you get this opening kill right now, Scrunk just presents himself. Oh, we saw him.
I think so.
And that has to now be the escape path for Hypex. No chance in this round whatsoever, but he will retain his AWP. Fireflux get a necessary round, and that economy, it starts to bend. It starts to break a little bit now for BetClick. I always find it really funny how obviously like the camera is ever so slightly delayed on like the feed, but it's still fun watching him play through the little webcam.
Yeah, it is, right? Just looking at his actual screen through the webcam.
Oh, he's got
try cast off that sometime.
He's got the little nervous twitch thing I do where I just keep pressing tab all the time. Like, oh, am I doing well? Oh, okay, good. Oh, am I doing well? Oh, okay, no.
What you got to do, Brand, is you got to toggle the stats on the scoreboard. Then you see like effective flashes, util damage, assists, you know, things like that. That way you don't get so down on yourself. This is going to be an eco round for BetClick, by the way. So they're just saving around the gun that's been carried over. A rifle's been bought up, so it's not like this round is without its potential pitfalls for Fireflux. They've thrown a smoke that gives them some room to try and emerge into the B-bomb site.
Yeah, just going to whack it in B. Prism gets the first kill. Spams. Should be the end of him. How is he alive?
Oh, he should have gotten another.
Yeah, fortunately he doesn't, though. But Hypex is now posted with this AWP. They've got to put this smoke across the CT, which they do. And now he looks for Dougie, who has since vacated. There's no nades to break this smoke, but maybe you can just get the 5-7s going forward. It's messy, and it's just collateral damage. Now for BetClick, they want to try and get the AWP out. I feel like Fireflux should let them. Well, maybe you could
I
send
mean,
a few
Fireflux.
players in. Yeah, you got
They-
money actually. You can go.
Yeah, I reckon you go hunting here, see what you can find. Let all the hounds off the leash. This is going to be 11-8, and we're going to head into another gun round after this. Nice frag from HVA. If Fireflux win the gun round to follow, especially if Betley can't save any guns, then this game is very much alive. This game has legs to it. Could kind of reverse the roles with what happened on Ancient now coming into Anubis, where we had Fireflux who were up 12-8, couldn't finish it off. It was a fight back from Betley, forced it into OT, won the game there. Can Fireflux reinvigorate that?
Surely not. You're actually looking at kind of a similar scoreboard as well, like Jacob, HFA, like just like 18, 16 kills, like Paz, Banjo, Skrunk, he had to hit double digits. Soulfly got an Eco Ace and then the Eco 4K. So he'd be on 4 kills as well, effective, let's be honest here. Like this... And it's what, a 4-round, 3-round game?
Yeah?
3-round game.
It is now, indeed. And like I said, if this next gun round can be won by Fireflux, then all of a sudden I'm starting to think long-term. Betlek have been in control throughout the entirety of Anubis. That's all brought into question here in the 20th round. Can they keep Fireflux at bay? Okay, I think that's enough to dissuade Prism from committing. Saw him find quite a bit of success the last time he went on that excursion. I like that Fireflux are conditioning the B-bomb site with that same smoke as well. Just keeping Betlek guessing the entire time whether someone's going to try and lurk through there or not.
Yeah, this time they said that, you know what, we're just going to play for A. That spam is now being checked more and more now. A little boost up on the corner. Flashbang's good. Molly's brilliant as well. But Banjo just extinguishes it, and it somehow doesn't matter.
Oh man, I'm just surprised that Betlek continued to commit there.
Yeah, same.
And it works perfectly.
That's genuinely really surprising. You still got the AWP here that they don't know about. I feel like they are just going to keep people posted here. I don't think the intent in this round for BetClick is to push any further. I think they're going to say, okay, Fireflux, we've got 2 entries. What's your move?
Yeah, and that's the perfect way to approach this as well. And they've bolstered up the defense on the A-bomb side. Hypex posted on the angle here is going to have a job to do. Soulfly eventually going to have to commit you. 2 players trying to make their way through A main.
He is open. That's the only thing I'm worried about. He's very open.
He's got support though. He's got H for right next to him. And then Demo on the bomb side as well. Surely the 3 players here should be enough for Betlek, right? Demo's going to get forced out into the open. He's only good for damage. This is going to first force one of the players to turn away. No one's watching cameras. Soulfly comes through. He's gotten both. How can they leave that unchecked? There were 2 looking there initially.
Oh, okay, but that's a kill back. You remember, Dougie is low. Soulfly needs this kill on CT, but he can't adjust onto Prism. He's looking at a closer angle on the floor with the Pixel. And now Dougie's going to probably suffer the same fate as the rest of his teammates. And they've got more than enough time to just expend here. Kit on the floor that's now been scooped up. A jumper, jiggle, but it's Dougie with the headshot and the collection on Prism. How on earth has he done that then?
What has Dougie just done? How has he won that round for his team? That's ridiculous. The 1 tap on the first player, and then he's in such an awkward position afterwards, but he still comes out with the kill anyway. 11-9, no money for Betlek. This should be a 1-round game. I mean, Dougie was the one who kind of delivered the goods to reinvigorate Fireflux in the first half, and he's the one who's doing it here in the second as well. It was a little burst from him, but that spray, man.
Yeah, it's unbelievable at Dougie, but why did they not swing together?
I mean, that was a 5 versus 3. That is egregious for Betlek to lose that. The fact that they just completely don't even cover camera anymore after having 2 players looking there is also a disaster.
Oh, it's because the AWP was so open. They see the molly, they just get all scared. Like, that's why, because the AWP was in such an exposed angle. You needed someone close just to hold. And look, A-main this time doesn't work. HFA finally gets a kill, but he can't follow through on the second. And Dougie is really starting to come alive here. 20 kills to his name. His AWP counterpart of Hypex, only equipped with a Deagle, is on 11. This is going to be a one-round game.
It is indeed. And it's Fireflux who are on the T side. They're in the ascendancy. They were down 9-3 coming into the half, and they lost the pistol as well, which means Betlic have only won a single round since then. Just one round ever since they won the pistol here in the second half. I'm super nervy right now for Betlic to try and get this done in 2. They're actually at risk of losing this in regulation even.
They gotta get this up on more active lines. Like that's the ultimate reality of it. They keep investing. Hypex AWP. You gotta get him shooting. You gotta get him blocking off the line for you, so you can have your rifles to be more flexible. Instead, it's H for up close indoors, and Hypex is gonna take the camera angle. This can work because Soulfly's creeping.
Oh, okay. Well, here we go. I mean, Soulfly has also really just come alive in these past couple rounds, especially on the T side, but he doesn't consider the position for HFA, and it's a 2-part setup, although what HFA's had a rush of blood to the head. He's just run forward straight into Paz, and he's given up that kill. Makes the numbers look a lot more doable here.
That Molly's not spread all the way down onto HFA, not HFA, Hypex. So you can just keep holding, smoking camera as well. In fact, no, he goes Temple. Fireflux are going to reroute, but this is a good time to clear middle. That's exactly what the AWP and the Rifler have done, and if you go B, that means you're going in towards Jacob, and they've done a pretty good job at avoiding Jacob, to be honest, for the majority of this series.
Yeah, that's true, and that's probably the best way to go about things. He has got some support here from Prism as well.
No smokes.
A split. That could be a... Well, there is one. Strunk has one.
No,
so does Banjo.
For Betlic.
Oh, right. Okay, that makes more sense, yeah. So it's going to be good util here for Fireflux to just try and isolate this bomb site. Smokes and mollies raining on in.
Dear.
Jacob is going to break the smoke open so that he can try and fight the players coming through B main. Banjo, though, can't make his way through the smoke. That's a big life to have lost with Fireflux. 2 versus 4 rotations come through. And Jacob, the man they've been looking to avoid, is the one who does the damage on the double.
Break on the smoke. Can you get this kill in towards CT? No, he can't. But also, we've got to talk about this because, look, I've said Betlic have not got any utility. Fireflux have misthrown their smoke that lands in CT for the cross, and Banjo has right-clicked to smoke in connector. It's not gone temple. It's not gone for the cross. He's just right-clicked it in con. And sure, you don't have any mid-space. You might be worried about a flank, maybe, but it feels unnecessary. And because of that, it gives this one way in the second tier right here. Why is that smoke there?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering as well. Who even threw that smoke? Was it?
Banjo.
Does it look like there was
Banjo in con. He right-clicked it.
Yeah, that you just... I don't know the logic behind that, man. Maybe that's why I'm not a pro player, but... Problems. Either way, there's still problems for Betlic. I mean, they've got a full buy here, sure, but if they lose this round, they've got no money. And overtime is surely going to be the outcome. So it's essentially 12-11 as far as I'm concerned. Betlic have to win this round here and now.
Still want Hypex involved, as scary as it is. I'd love to see him just go for an advanced peek. He's got the spawn to do it over at doors. Like, he has gone up, but he's holding stairs. That flashbang is brutal.
Okay, well, Fireflux have just cast themselves across the map. They're watching mid, they're watching B main, they're watching the bridge, they're watching A main. They're waiting for some sort of aggression to come through from Betlic, but Betlic have decided against any proactivity here.
Good nade. They're going to take this fight. Wait. Dougie's here. Dougie's here.
Oh, this is... Wait, wait. What is going on? What are they thinking? Knife out walking into the smoke. That's egregious. There's only H for now on this B bomb site. You have to try and save the day for Betlic. And there is so much pressure mounting on him. Rotations have been cut off as well because of the utility used here from the T side. Fireflux taking so long to actually pull the trigger though.
Oh, they're not going.
In fact, yeah, they've decided against it. At least for now.
What's that rationale? Guys, you've just dumped all your util. This is weird, man. This is so
hoping
weird.
The longer they take, the more Betlic might start to consider that they're going A.
But they're not going to move. Think
they
about
don't need
their
to
money.
because they're going to save. Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. So there's a chance for Betlick, but it could work out against them as well, Brandon, if they all go down here. So it's a double-edged sword.
Oh, a shot from Demo. But it is only one. Hypex will at least get one back on this AWP. He's going around the corner. He's taking the fight. The bomb might be planted, but Hypex is still finding all the kills, and it's evolved into this 1v1. Demo versus Paz. Paz has had a really good route around in towards Pillar, but he's in the open, and Demo finds him. Fireflies go for the double pump, and it doesn't pay off, and it's Hypex combat AWPing to end this series.
I just can't understand why they wouldn't have pushed into the B bomb side off the back of the 2 kills that they get in E-Box. Like, what is the reason to try and set up your utility? You're just throwing util for the sake of it at that point. You're not throwing util because it's what the situation requires. And that, for me, is a huge blunder from Fireflux. Like, that's doing something for the sake of it, not playing the situation at all, and it costs them everything.
It's criminal. It's a criminal way to end it. And it felt like they were deliberately giving them a chance, like you guys mentioned it. It was going to work out for the stack they'd made. And insane we get there. It's insane we get the comeback, right? I think... I don't know. I want to say, like, without Doggy, of course, is his map to perform, right? We had our doubts as well about him and how he's going to be performing given time, because he is hot or cold. This time he was real hot here. He was really good. But... at the end of it, is that enough? No. Fireflux, despite, I think, Veto as well, you mentioned it, you praised Skrunk and his calling throughout the series as well, like at the start of it. That's one that's really gonna off with that sentiment.
Yeah, not that one, mate. That one was, it should have just gone. Like, I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. And if you're gonna throw utility, fine. And you did, but then go with your utility. Because... it's malfunctioning, because it's like you're 22 seconds left, you've thrown 2 smokes, you've thrown 2 mollies, you've thrown 2 nades, and then you've got 20 seconds left, and you go back into an exec with 1 molly, 1 smoke, 1 flash. It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but that's the call they went with. Hypex is just taking all the space with the AWP, which is just the right thing to do. He cuts the bomb site in half, and it's a fantastic series from him, to be fair, and Jacob, HFA, all of them, really. They played so well.
Yeah, Hayes, before we do call it here and send it to our next series for the second shift, any takeaways from this one? Because we had it right. You were thinking about like the time they'd taken off and whatnot. What's your thoughts at the end of this one, then?
The diagnosis would be that there's still a lot to get excited about for this team, but God, guys, just please play more Counter-Strike, get more reps in, because when they get that momentum, they look really convincing, but then they do just look rough around the edges in some instances as well, and I think that game time will just fix that.
Yeah, I think I had a couple of moments in that game where I was just talking to myself. I was just saying, oh my god, Jacob's the GOAT. He was so damn good. It is a shame we haven't seen him more here, but maybe that'll change. Maybe it won't, because, you know, the player break's coming up and all that, but who knows? Maybe afterwards. But for us three, we're going to be calling it quits. We've got our next pair of games coming up. Navi Jr. Sangal right after this, but of course, added in PARIVISION Partizan to close out the day. But from the three of us, we're going to be calling it quits. Thank you so much for watching, and stay tuned. We'll be right back with our next game of the day.
Misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
All right, we're back here, taking over for the previous crew, guys, for CCT Season 3, Series 2, European Series 2, and of course, we're in the playoffs, and we've got the elimination on the line for all of these teams. I got Mark and Vincent with me. Mark and Vincent, how are you guys doing?
Man, we're doing so good. You know, JRT, I know you're holding it down for some of these squads we're going to be seeing in this event. Last weekend in Dallas, me and Vinny were holding it down on the ground floor. We're enjoying some Counter-Strike, but now we're back online. Vinny, I know you're excited about that.
Yeah, I'm pumped up. I'm ready to go. I'm actually really excited about some of the storylines that we got coming into this playoffs. It feels like just about any team can kind of make it through as well. Like some play-in teams continuing to fight and bounce into playoffs is really cool to see.
Yeah, and we've got some pretty good matchups coming up. The first one that we'll be covering, we're going to jump right into it, is Navi Jr. up against Sangal. We know what Navi Jr. brings to the table, of course, in terms of their skill level, in terms of a team that, you know, might be able to punch above the tier 2 level, but currently they can't really because of the fact that, you know, Navi is the main squad and Navi Jr. can't really compete at those levels. We're not going to dig into that too deeply, though, because I really do want to focus on these matchups. And then we have Sangal, who made it through the open qualifiers to the, you know, all the way through to the playoffs. So that's pretty impressive on their side, Mark.
It really is, and I got to see them versus Cybershock earlier in the tournament. That was a fun one to exactly check up with, you know, where exactly this Sangal team was at, meeting up where you have Beanox back into this thing, really getting this thing together. I was really excited to see Mari having a pretty good game when we got into it, Vincent, but Dennis took the cake.
Yeah, the problem I think like that I have with this Sangal team is not that they aren't capable of like stepping forward and stepping up. I think that, you know, we've just struggled to see some of like the calling be consistent enough for me. Like Mast has some times where like both on an individual level and then in the calling department, I think there's some question marks. That being said, Beanox is a fantastic rifler that has continually put this on, and like you were kind of alluding to, man, Dennis Opp has been a real bright spot. I've been really impressed with it. It's cool to see another talent that has been building, you know, make the next step forward and find a lot more consistency than I had previously seen from him.
Yeah, Dennis was that bright spot for them for sure against Partizan on Nuke and Mirage. He was either at or near the top of the scoreboard for both those maps. So yeah, definitely a player that we're going to be keeping an eye on. Let's switch gears now to talk about Navi Junior. And this is a squad that, we've seen a lot of good things from. Yes, they're coming off of a 2-series losing streak, but overall, they won Thunderpick World Championship Series #1 in Europe. They're going to that the next stage of the event, and I mean, we kind of expect them to do big things here again, don't we, Mark?
Yes, we do. I just got to say, man, this is my first time covering them, and I've been watching them for some time through those tournaments, like you mentioned. I'm so excited to be here casting guys like Makaze for the first time. I mean, you hear like exactly where these namesake brings them on this Navi Junior brand, right into the top 25 after wins like that. I mean, these guys have been going crazy. I mean, there's a reason why Makaze got 2 shouts on the like top 25 list from players back down, and also I believe is the registered sub for Navi going into Blast Austin. There's a real reason why that young man gets a nod, Vinny. Ain't that right?
I mean, no doubt. I mean, he's been the top-rated player on this team, but I think the real storyline for this Navi Junior roster, outside of that, is actually that there's really not a weakness on this team. I feel like we kind of see everybody able to perform, everybody able to step up. Kerbini, I don't know, like, if the stats back me up, but I feel like that guy's actually a god on pistol rounds, to be honest with you. Like, very consistently gets a big impact on that. Demon is in the same boat. I think the issue is that Navi can have is just sometimes, those young team issues, right? Like that, they have some massive upsets and big wins, but sometimes they can also play down to their opposition. I think that the beauty of this roster, though, is that everybody is on the same level when it comes to like the firepower. That's what I love to see. It's exciting Counter-Strike to watch.
No question. And I think what's also exciting for them is there's not really a weakness in their map pool outside of maybe Inferno, and immediately you're going to see Sangal are going to pick into that because they want to try and find that win. But Navi Junior immediately go into Dust 2, which is perhaps a little bit of a surprise with Mirage available to them, but I guess they figured Mirage would be in the map pool still as map number 3, but usually you want to go with your better pick immediately, so interesting stuff there. And yeah, so we have the Inferno pick, which I think definitely will favor Sangal, assuming that they perform better than they have in the past, because they're sitting at a 2-8 record. This is absolutely a punish pick, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, it really is. I think this Inferno obviously does show a bit of a glare for this, Navi Junior roster, where they're usually are without a couple of those stances. But I mean, it's close. It's a lot of close losses that the Sangal roster, does have behind them. If we're gonna, have them on a positive stint with that Inferno, but if Sangal is to make the most of an opportunity where they go 3-1 in the Swiss, right? You already mentioned how they played through in the open qualifiers for this tournament rather than the play-ins. I think they are to really bolster up on this Inferno, make the most of it, and see if you can bring this thing to a third, but then that third is Mirage.
I think the surprising thing for me isn't actually this Inferno, because I think that there's like good reasoning, sound logic behind the Sangal pick into this, even though if you're like a stat watcher, it maybe seems a little bit more questionable. I think the biggest surprise for me is that Navi Junior picked Dust instead of Nuke or Anubis. I mean, that seemed like not a gimme. Dust is definitely their more preferred map. If you were talking about maps they like, I think Dust is certainly like above both Nuke and Anubis based on what how often they play it. But I feel like that was a prime opportunity to get a relatively easy win if you're talking about the way that Sangal have looked on both of those maps recently, and they don't go for it. They go for a more middle ground map, which leaves us into a pool that I feel like anybody can take. I favor Navi here, but I gotta say that Sangal are going to have chances on every map.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you, Vincent. This is going to be interesting for sure, and I think sometimes in some of the videos that we've seen for Navi Junior, there have been these question marks where like, why are they going this direction? And oftentimes it does lead to closer series than perhaps would have been the case if they go to some of their strong suits. And I mean, look, Nuke and Anubis are absolutely weak for Sangal and would have been strong suits for Navi Junior. So I'm curious to know maybe what they've seen on Dust 2 or why, like you said, they like to play there. They have had some convincing wins there, but also the upsets have occurred on that map for them as well. They are the favorite team no matter matter which way you slice it, heading into this duel. But we also can't forget that Navi Jr. have not played for quite some time. It's been about, I think, 21 days or something along those lines, almost a month essentially. The Navi Jr. have not really played versus Sangal, who have been getting reps repeatedly here, as we talked about already, through the play-ins, into the playoffs here. So it should be interesting to see what the result will be. I think we're almost ready to get into the server, but let's check out the head-to-head that we've got going here between these two squads. It's Makaze up against Dennis, and we already kind of highlighted, I would say, Dennis pretty safely, but how do you feel about Makaze here, Mark?
Feeling excellent about seeing this man up into the server and exactly how this is going to play right off of the acknowledged op battle of Danis and Symmetry. I'm really excited to see that young man tote it right now where this gets going. But to get this all with Makaze, I mean, he's all here with Carabeni, his old IGL from KS. I mean, there's been a reason where when this thing was combined, you talk about this duo on the way up and how impressive they really can be. I mean, that's where the real strength of this roster really molds. It's through their kind of brutality on the rifles. I can't wait to watch it myself.
I'm a little bit split here. I feel like this is a little bit of a weird head-to-head because you're talking about a rifler versus an AWP player. I think it would be a little bit more accurate actually to talk about the Makaze versus Venox or Danis Symmetry. I think that might be a little bit more valid, but I think that at the end of the day, I think Danis has to be the important piece to gap somebody like Symmetry for them to find that extra next step that I think Sangal are going to require to win this game.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot, I think, to ask a Sangal to get this one. But the Veto does give them a better chance, honestly, of being competitive into this one. We're still waiting a little bit longer, I would say, to get going into the server. So I think we might hit a quick break, guys. And when we come back, we'll have that first map for you.
Alrighty, we got our first map finally underway. Na'Vi trot along to their map pick, Vinny. We're on Dust 2.
That we do. Yeah, it's one that I think is going to be interesting, right? Sangal have been pretty decent here. You know, it's definitely not the map pick I was anticipating coming into this one today. It's a lot of like not Na'Vi sprays in there.
What spray do you got on, Vinny? What spray do you got on? We'll find out. Oh, Dennis, it's one.
I'm desperately trying to remember, but they're up catwalk. They're moving fast. They're trying to get back into this. This is a fantastic fight for Dennis, who's going to get 2 more before Dazooks is able to trade. It's Demon to continue forward. 2-on-2. Phoenix got a pair of dualies. There's one flash on Mass, but both of them are coming through CT. That's going to be problematic as Dazooks escapes for the bomb site proper. And now they're set up in a post plant that's very difficult to break. Well, maybe not that difficult, to be honest with you. Dazooks hits the 1 required and follows up with the trade. Beanox doing a great job for Sangal. And despite the good work that Na'Vi was able to do, Danis overcoming a lot of adversity in that round. Picking up 3 kills. Beanox will put the finishing touches on it.
Excellent work there by Na'Vi Jr. Hopefully to roll this one along, as am I, Vincent. That's a nice little run into the Sangal defense immediately up the cup. They go back right for the force. Don't worry, I've just connected the wires on my end, too.
Good to hear. I think I may have gone NRG for my spray, just to answer you.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah, I think that was the move.
Couple good NA options this time around.
People are gonna be angry about my pick'ems though. I had to.
I was already giving our analyst trouble for his yesterday. Not to hurt his credibility right at the beginning of the broadcast. Bagaze into this short fight. They've taken a good bit of room right in this maneuvers, but so has Beanox right down below in the tons, and the way that smoke blooms covers the back of those heads so perfectly. But Demon back to back got that onto Long, and now they will start to roll all the way through into the bomb site. They carry on with their change.
You get the bomb plant. Na'Vi feels like they should probably be in a good position to take this away. Kripini, that's crazy scenes. Beanox is going to creep away slowly. Mari might get sort of caught here. I mean, caught out. Not down just yet, but it seems inevitable. Kripini will make sure that is the case. That's a tough loss for Sangal when Na'Vi just pick up the pace, speed out Long, overwhelm the defenses, and devastate the CT side. Peanut should be just fine to get this out, but force buy very effective for Na'Vi Jr.
Terrorists win.
Now, those long fights quite effective in numbers. They do a very nice job going ahead and not really even showing that weakness. That is the, I guess, advertising selling point of this roster. Ain't that right, Vinny? What are you supposed to do when you got 2 good squads upon one brand like Na'Vi Jr.? When does this, when is the question going to be asked, right? Everybody's wondering who's going to buy these players. What happens to a team like this, obviously, being so dwindled in, like, placing so highly in competitions like this, man. For me, man, keep them together. Keep them together.
Well, you know, that's what Spirit we're trying to do. I think, unfortunately, they failed on that note. What is Mass? Is he looking for the smoke to do the funny? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, he's got one right back for him. I mean, he's standing there like a punt return, waiting for his smoke coming all the way back down. Beanox, he's got 2 saved on this rifle. It's going to pay off. Now they're going to keep on holding it down. Well, here's another double, making it triple for Demon right up the cut. Let's see if he can just continue to strike down the pins. Well, it becomes more complicated. Mass put Symmetry in a clutch situation. Now off to the secondary rifle of this round. Head up versus his opposing IGL would have to be 1 headshot, and Symmetry's got another for you. Na'Vi Jr. they have to really dig deep there. But between Demon and Symmetry, no issue.
Yeah, that's a tough one, mostly because Sangal, they fought long last round, and we saw how that went. This time, they like to try and flood back in after the smoke goes up in order to play a little bit more of a surprise game. It's very effective. Vnox in particular, very effective. But Symmetry, 1v2, capable of clutching, even on the rifle. We got a eco round for the first time on the half. Sangal going for that. 4 strong on Catwalk. We'll see what these USBs have on offer. That's
a welcoming statement. Oh, get that AK out, Symmetry. You don't know what is behind this wall. And goodness gracious, it's not a wall. You're going to be pushed by very easily. But there, you're going to let Carabeni get into the mix, have his share of the pie as well. Navi Jr. fly on by a couple of those shots. Mikaze in the mix to begin. This is a great little rhythm at the beginning of Dust 2. What are those, heroic sprays? Mongol spray? There you go.
We got a Mongols in there. I saw a Tai Lu. I don't know where it went, though.
Now,
I
I
might be
respect
standing
that.
on it.
I respect that. That's real.
You a big Tai Lu fan?
I am a supporter of Asian CS, yes.
Okay.
You gotta be.
Name 3 Tai Lu players.
This guy is crazy, man. This guy is crazy, bro.
Got him.
Zeus gets a headshot all the way out long. We can roll this along just like the conversation. God, not gonna be able to run past that name, no. Or Blitz or Beanox. They're putting them all in cuffs. Out long, big shots that they have separated to begin, but we just have the IGL farming into a couple of pistols. Quite more armed and dangerous Sangal are now. Go ahead and get rid of the trash.
I mean, I would call that some expensive trash, but you got to make sure
Another man's treasure.
Yeah, that nobody finds said treasure. Available. I mean, basically, the first 5 rounds of this game have been both Sangal and Navi opting into long fight. Like, this is defined by who wins long, and Sangal finally finding a way to actually take that victory. You know, pissed around a little bit different, but every gun round, every force buy has been all about this position. Interestingly enough, that Sangal have like fully disengaged from A at this point. Krabini has all this space to work with. Now, it's not a free and clear cross, but he's got a smoke. So I don't know about this. I feel like Navi Jr. getting a lot more respect than I think they probably deserve.
That's what we were waiting for. Big Molly, and he's going for the jugular into CT. Has to force a fight. You can respect the bunny hop into the waiting arms of the defensive player. But Sangal, they roll up into a second, bouncing back off of the 3 in a row by Nadas Vencer Jr.
I've never heard anyone say that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
So
the
far.
full name. Thank you.
Yeah, a little bit like that's like the Govey almost.
I would agree.
Yeah. Is that what happens when? Never mind.
What happened to Nadas Vencer Youth, man? We got to bring him back.
I don't know. Maybe that just wasn't. It's part of another time. This time, it's the same situation for Sangal. They're not done fighting for long. They finally got that victory. Now they want to stamp their ticket and prove that it's theirs for good. Navi Jr., on the other hand, they're going to play a bit more of a default, get their mid control, start to scale up Catwalk maybe. They don't have anybody in the tunnels themselves, which is a little bit concerning, but it should be okay. Especially as this smoke flies. I think that's the Zoogs on the other side.
Waiting for it very patiently. And you can refresh upon it right now. Here goes that flash. And immediately, not sure they spotted onto the head of Mask.
What?
Oh my gosh, just jiggling out with the movement. And this is just disrespectful. Out of short, they can connect this, and with one smoke, you lock them off. Navi Jr. opening back up on A, and God, that nade is just a heat-seeking missile.
Yeah, I mean, bro's in like the office of angles and still gets like dunked on by that nade. And hey, how about a save? Sangal gonna try that, but Dzoogs has all of Tun's control still, so it's not exactly gonna be easy, not simple. They've got to hold this B side. It's now their territory. That's easier said than done. I think Navi Jr. is prepping a full court press here. They want these guns out of the hands of Sangal. But they slow it down. Okay. Maybe for the best, considering the economy for Na'Vi isn't exactly perfect.
Terrorists win.
I'll be able to work up a little bit of return on what was problematic previously. That'll be the save alongside those 3 rifles for Sangal. I think that this is a little bit more of a conservative approach with regard to their economy, which I can appreciate. I don't think that there's any reason to toss it all in on this round. I like this as well. The duo got 1 USP along with 1 rifle to try and trade frag. That doesn't end up working out, but you can still see the vision.
Certainly can. Oh, seeing even a little something right behind the smoke there, and see you later, Blitz. Man, Demon has been seeing that vision for a while. If you want to flip the page back to the conversation of Na'Vi Youth, and I actually was hanging out with a couple of friends of mine last night, having a conversation about Counter-Strike, and I've been yapping to them about the donks and the Monacies of the world for the last couple of years, and one of them asked me, like, how young some of these players get, like, signed onto this roster, and it was literally the perfect question to ask me after I'd done my Na'Vi Junior prep, right? Because this guy got brought into Na'Vi Youth at, like, 13 years old because he was a Face-It star.
I mean, you're seeing that happen, you know, sort of more and more, to be honest with you. Like there is, I'm forgetting who it was specifically, but you know, there's a couple of teams that are kind of like looking to bring in players that are like 14, 15 years old, you know, and playing in bottom ESCA leagues, you know, whether that be like main or advanced or whatever. And it's been pretty interesting to kind of see and how they are putting investment into developing talent even at that age.
I mean, of course, the Zoog, 16 years old only, right?
Yeah, well, and it's sort of proven a successful way to go about things, right? Like, you look at, obviously, Na'Vi were sort of the OGs to do it, but, you know, now with Spirit, Malzahn XT, all of these things, I mean, even Astralis Talent was a relatively successful project.
Yep.
With a lot of pieces that get brought up and become incredibly good pieces for either the main team or pieces that you can ship off and sell to another project.
Food chain, the ecosystem, Vinny. That way it's natural upstream. The same sort of direction for Na'Vi in this round. They're carrying it into the face of Sangal, but not showing very much. It's not exactly their entire hand yet. But honestly, you may see it. It will be too late. All the way aggressively dwindled to go up towards short. The posture tells you a whole lot through this setup, but Danist, at the same time, has a connection, has a little bit of help with Blitz, but now he is going to be under fire, literally has to swing out of Goose, and oh my goodness, swinging for the fences. He's got 2, and then Blitz has got a second. What a great hold by Sangal in this round.
I mean, you know, Danist, I was just about to point out that he's unfortunately not really had any op opportunities. Well, how about the rifling on this guy? For good reason, he is the highest rated player for Sangal. He's got Blitz for support, is calm under pressure. That Molotov makes life very difficult for him, but yet he still is able to fight through it and get a double kill. That's exactly what you wanted to see, and Blitz playing off of him incredibly nicely. You love to see that for Sangal, who have kept themselves in this match despite Na'Vi. I feel like in general, Na'Vi have dominated in a lot of these rounds. They make it a clear statement that, you know, that cat approach isn't going to be easy.
Whatever posture Na'Vi decided to go for at the beginning of round 8 echoes into round 9. It's very heavy into where exactly you want to get this control back into short quite quickly. But Sangal, they're not just standing idle. They are going to be making adjustments on their own route. They face heavier into middle just at the initial look of this utility. You're going to get audio information back, whether it's players dropping out of CT. Whether it's the spams on the B site, whether it's Beanox lining them all up, it is 3, and that's a deep cut into Navi Jr. right now. A 2 versus 3, not an impossibility, but damn, they're bleeding. Right in the corner, not ready for Mari. Zoogs thinks otherwise. This 16-year-old prodigy is out into the site. And now let's see if he can just put this down, as IGL's got this bomb right at the double box, Vinny, and he's taking another peek. Can't complete.
Oh, that flashbang. Second's going to come over, but they don't fight with it. The smoke. A couple of flashes for the CTs to work with. If either of those go in, there is a kit here for Mast and for Dennis. So, going to take the flash, unfortunately, swing ahead of it. And Forbidding's trade is perfect. What a read from Dzoogs to come out, lurk out of that smoke on B, and then go back to re-clear the close corner. Knowing that that's an oversight he could have made, seeing nobody home on B. Very smart from the young man.
Yeah, that's a huge round, and he's been sitting idle, waiting for his chance in upper. This guy, I called him the 16-year-old prodigy. It wasn't just me that was calling him that, man. JL this summer, or last summer, during his top 20, had him as his bold prediction going into the new year, said the 16-year-old Lithuanian prodigy was showing up more in the server than could be described on paper, and that's a big play to describe exactly how they convert the 2v3 after a very deep cut. Their symmetry with their second of the round, they are kicking it into gear right here as we get into the double digits.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit fortunate. Through the edge of the door and the smoke, by the way, is the way that goes down for symmetry. But Krubeni, it's a victory on Catwalk to start. What a spam.
Oh my
Great
God.
return, though, from Makaze. That is ridiculous. He's somehow returned fire fast enough that the fact of the matter is that he probably should be dead. Symmetry waits Beanox out, and just like that, this round is over.
This round is genuinely over, and it was as soon as that cut came down from Makaze. Just the things we have been seasoned to take a look at in symmetry, fading out of the CT. Smoke has the quickest scope and has Navi en route to their 7th round.
About everybody providing on the opening duels perspective as well for Navi Jr., right? The Zook's kind of the only one not in that conversation, but, you know, he's lurking on B, so that's to be expected. Navi, funny enough, to take the tack time out off the back of that dominant round. Don't know what needs to be discussed, but clearly they feel that something is amiss. I can't imagine what that would be, considering how dominant that round was. Though, I guess to be fair, Sangal kind of made it easy for them. They all playing quite aggressively. Mari may be the exception as he gets shot through the door, but Sangal felt a little bit desperate in that round, to be honest, Mark.
Feeling pretty heroic, but
All right.
on the other end, I don't know, man. It's a little ironic, right? Considering where exactly we're at, but right on this block, we're out long, and they're going to be turning this corner and make it a little bit shaky up in the split, and that might have to be the mentality here by Navi, but when have they ever been intimidated? When is it their plan to just tuck tail and run? Not when Makaze is just at the wheel of this ship. He's going to go ahead and reach for a third, not too high up the shelf, but neither is Blitz potentially for the 4. Maybe heat it up.
I mean, a little bit dangerous, but yeah, goodbye. Makaze, it is the 4K. A little bit of an eco farm for him in that round. Navi slide into the last round of the first half with a guaranteed lead. It's 8-4 at worst for Navi Jr. That's some good news. Dennis, I mean, here's the tragedy. First AWP of the half, and he's got it in the final round.
Oh my God, it looked like those nades just collided in midair. Is Source 2 that complex? That's the question we'll have to gauge. Maybe on a Mythbusters episode. Ooh, Mari gets that through the smoke. According to your calculations, maybe it's possible, but can this be done here where Mari is forced to the back of the bomb site alone? Maybe not on his end, but Dennis does have one right through the window. I was keeping my eye on the lurk out of the double doors. It was immediately canceled. So right here, Navi Jr. are in very good standing to go and complete the 9-3.
Yeah, that Krabini trade on the door guy swinging through was actually perfect. That's what allows such strong post plant. Now for Symmetry, you thought so. Blitz rips his head apart. Now to Zooks, it's got to do a whole lot with not very much health. Fortunately, Krabini has his coverage. That's the good news here. As Blitz now solo gets the final information. Don't need to continue swinging. Krabini has the high health. He's the final potential for the victory in this round. He's still taking fights, though. Maybe running out of time. There isn't currently a hit here for Blitz, but is there one down? Didn't see one. Didn't need one because he's already down. Krabini for 3 to put the 9-3 half into reality.
Yeah, this is super impressive stuff. And now I'm starting to kind of realize not only the, admiration that we've sort of had for, certain players on this roster. We talked a lot about Dzoogs. We talked a lot about Makaze, but I mean, it's almost exactly as, you served it up in our pregame. I don't really see a weakness upon really these situations, right? I feel like when you do have the, scene in which you do get down into the dust, it's a guy like the Zoogs that's going to, clearly dig you out. You need somebody to take care of everything overhead. I mean, even Kara Benny has been praised so much for exactly the impact he's having fragging wise in the roster. That's being held to a great standard today. We need to see a lot back by Sangal on this dust too, because I was expecting it to be a little bit better than this. I know that you mentioned how you thought that there was a nice clear-cut chance on every single one of these maps. Is it going to come in the second half for Sangal?
I mean, you definitely can talk about that. I also think, a little bit of a missing piece in Mari, but Dennis not having an op into the final round of the half, that also really hurt Sangal. I think that they get a lot of value out of Dennis having that weapon and defining this map by it. So what a great nade. Makaze dunks him down into lower tons. That's disgusting. Mari starts the round at 45 health, Beanock 75. Frustrating way to begin this one, but still, they've got plenty of space to work with. Gonna climb up catwalk, and it's going to be the vast majority of Sangal stepping into this area.
Ooh. Kaze knife pulled, 3 HP. Go ahead and just prove him wrong. Blitz through the box is going to go ahead and just drop this down. Now having to really come up with something serious. It's Sentry that's just blazing out from his own fire. Mast and Mari back to back, but the Zoogs has 2 of Sangal right where he wants them, softened up for 1 shot each. And he is just surgically moving around this bomb site. They're hunting him down as well. The investigation about to pay off for Sangal. But right now, they even get a gush right in. So now we're on an even playing field. This bomb is going to go down as Mari just stands guard with Mast. They separate, just draining, and now making the noise up the ladder. It will get slippy at the top. And Sangal, they start on the second half with a better foot than they ever have.
I mean, that's a little bit of a sigh of relief, man. So low up against 100 HP. What a ridiculous set of shots there from Symmetry. That 1-2, it's just so perfect. Today I learned as well that box on A site's spammable with a Glock. I didn't know that. That is something that I have now learned. Yeah. Did you know? Were you aware?
I mean,
with a Glock, I mean. Specifically,
like maybe through the very corner, man.
Yeah,
maybe
but
through the very corner.
It wasn't even that. It was like straight. Anyway, I always got to take something away. Big learning opportunity.
That's one of the best things about you, Vinny. You're always trying to get something out of the day, even when you're stranded at the airport for 24 hours.
Dude, that was rough. Don't get me started.
You're a trooper, good. Man. You are a trooper.
Yeah, getting home from Dallas was a nightmare. Navi Jr. They won the force fight last half. They're gone for another one this half.
You kind of know.
Go ahead.
You must know what it now feels like to have traveled from Astana to Dallas.
That's true. I mean, that is probably accurate. That, I think, might have been somewhat easier, though, to be honest with you.
I agree.
I mean, harder in the jet lag, but like,
at
least you were moving,
the logistics were easier, and they're pretty smooth up to this round too. They just had to get set up, and now they are straight up leaving the gate. They are up short right now. Garrett Benny forced to fight. He got right off that Molotov. Had to go somewhere. These MAC-10s continue to try and feed. Oh, what has happened? We look away for one moment. Do not even blink, because Dzooks, he's got 3 on the 5-7, and now Navi Jr., they're going to come running along. Met up through Cat. Look at where Blitz stands on 36 health. This is a big problem. Oh, my gosh.
The immediate tag with the scout as well. Mikaze takes down Mari, and Blitz is, I mean, bro's just running. They didn't even see all 3. That's devastating. I feel like Blitz is just giving this round up.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's going to peek the bomb at all. Poor guy. After the very intrusive just hop through the smoke, they're not even going to let them breathe for a moment. It's straight foot on the gas for Navi. They deserve double digits in that manner. Go ahead and get this man's hands on an AK. That is a huge priority. Saw what he was really causing all of that down at long at the beginning of Dust 2. Here, Navi Jr. just got to whack it off the tee a couple more times, and they should be good.
That's right. I feel like back-to-back halves where you lose the pistol, win the force buy, kind of tells the tale of Navi and like the individualism that we've been experiencing from these guys. The Zooks, 3 kills with the 5-7. We didn't see the fashion, but we did see the impact. I think all a force buy of their own. But just as in the first half, it seems, you know, that is far less important than what Navi just did.
Stay away from short. Another Molotov we have. Be running low at this point on the Navi side. That's what Mask's got to be thinking. Even trying to pull back some eyes towards B. You just see a lurk smoke go down there. Response in the middle, if that was their scent distraction. Really enough here on A to keep this calm down. I mean, one flash after another, nobody's going to move besides Carabeni. Gives it the respect it deserves, and now you're going to be seeing Mast and Co. at least give it the shoulder up Cat, but, you know, where is the real play here? Because the bomb's just gone down in middle, and where Sangal have forced up an opportunity right when it was hottest on the press. It's been fumbled right at the margins, and this is going to look really ugly on their report card, Vincent.
It's not looking pretty. Zoogs with another triple kill. That's not exactly perfect, but Navi Jr. will be just fine with that because Sangal, I mean, they force there. They don't get a bomb plant. There's really no world where they can force again. I say that, but then they start forcing, Mark. I'm a liar. I'm just a liar. Sadly.
There is no good world where they have to force.
I just feel like that these rounds have not been successful for Sangal. So I would prefer to see them play a gun round. That's where I'm coming from. I think their perspective is clear. Well, we can't let them get 12 because that would be worst case.
I really don't feel like that last round was due to them being on. They could have been on Glocks and they still could have, you know, choked out the play right there. It was really complicated into middle, and you know, this time they straight up go for the Heimlich, right? They spit it out towards middle, and that's where they try and get this dealt with the pistols. But it's like we're not even really so committed. You can tell to it. Lucky for them, they got another avenue right just next door into the short play, and Symmetry is going to be ready for it. Get ready to feel the heat, but they're all the way past it. Doesn't mean it's not going to sting. Hold along. Look at these pistols. They are actually bleeding them quite well. The Deagles are permanently accurate to it, and Amikaze, he was just at this lane a moment ago. Final connection. It's going to be bearing so much pain, and the 5-7 will take care of him.
Man, what a recovery there. Mikaze now 17-7 off the back of that 4K. utterly absurd. Sangal, I mean, if they had some better weapons, they definitely would have been able to win that one. They got the rotation. I mean, the whole key of that investigation towards middle was to get Kribini rotated down into CT spawn and make it so that he's kind of moving back in, not able to provide supportive utility so easily for the ramp and for the long player, but nonetheless, all of those victories meaningless in the face of Sangal's loss in the round. Kribini, he's done with this. He's ready to call it quits over on Dust 2. He wants to end this one quick. He's up mid, and he's ready to roll for a first frag.
Gonna keep it rolling, too. There gets that down right in course with symmetry. The 18-year-old gets his 18th frag. There it is. Navi Jr., they've got their map pick in the bag, and in the round of 16, couldn't be an easier of a breeze.
Yeah, not a problem whatsoever. Navi kind of climb through Sangal, make it look simple. What the good news is that there's more to play here for Sangal, but we're going to talk about this map, or rather JRT is going to take this one away.
Thank you, Vincent. Yeah, that was pretty much domination from Navi Jr. I think the most important point to take away from that is that Sangal won both pistol rounds, and you saw it there, and then the force buy afterwards was a Navi Jr. win immediately. It's just, and that happened twice in the map. You're not going to win in any map of Counter-Strike if you can't convert off your pistol rounds. I mean, that's when they need to get their rounds, and they don't do it. It's very difficult for Sangal to watch them be so effective on their pistols and then suffer afterwards. I mean, look, Jugs over on that second half in round number 14, which we're going to see in just a little bit, with the 5-7 all alone coming into reinforced long. They already lost their long player. He gets one. You're like, okay, you know, going City, that kind of makes sense. And then I don't even think we saw it on screen, because who would have thought he's going to come through and get 2 rapid fire headshots on the players towards the A site afterwards. And I think we're hopefully going to get some sort of visibility on it into this one. After this round here, guys, the pistol round. Again, you know, Sangal taking this pistol round and looking good. There it is. Oh, we're going to get the first-person view. That was ridiculous. They lined up for him. Absolutely unreal stuff from Jugs there to help his team. But Sangal, the spacing could have been better on their side. Either way, you know, this is very reminiscent as we're going to watch the final rounds. It was really Navi Jr. to the finish line. Although, I did appreciate what Sangal did, you know. A very big risk in that round that you just saw where they forced up for a second time and said, okay, we're going to try this. We're going to try to go in and disrupt Navi Jr. And they did. They got 3 frags. It was a 4v2. You're like, okay, wow, okay, I respect this call now. However, right after that, Makaz is like, hold my beer, I've got this, and gets a 4K with the 5-7. I think they were all with the 5-7, actually, when he pulled it out and just absolutely decimated. So that 5-7, magical for Navi Jr. But it just like, Sangal looked flat on their CT side. Yes, they had a couple of rounds. You're like, oh, that was convincing. Round number 8, you know. They ripped a third away from Navi Jr. I think that was on the blitz towards long or something along those lines where Navi Jr. just tried to punch through them and they denied them. But after that, it was, you know, all these rounds were coming through as victories for Sangal were immediately isolated by Navi Jr. afterwards. And I think it was round number 10, yes, where Navi Jr., they picked them apart at mid, like really made it look too easy, honestly. 2 frags immediately. Mid hold was gone. Sangal tries to reinforce it, and they lose the other 2 players that take that space. So all the fights happening at mid, pretty much, except for maybe one, which I think might have been leaning into CT, but still in that vicinity, and Navi Jr. winning pretty much every single one. So that was tough for Sangal, and it brings back echoes, honestly, for me, of the Partizan match on Dust 2, where they had won map 1, number 1. They looked good on it, and then Dust 2 was just a complete stinker, unfortunately. And for them, against a Navi Jr. squad that is, in my opinion, far more practiced than Partizan, you're not going to have any additional success if you come out with a similar performance. And unfortunately for them, it was that. And I think it's an important point that Vincent brought up, was that there was no op for Danis on CT side pretty much at all. And that's the key for them for victory. They need Danis on that AWP. Yes, he's good on the rifle. Yes, he did get a 3K on that rifle to give them a round on that CT side. But I mean, at the end of it, you want your opper to have the big green in his hands, and it just didn't happen. So a lot is going to have to change here as we switch gears and go on to map number 2 of Inferno, which, I mean, Sangal technically aren't that good on either, but they're hoping, because Navi Jr. aren't great on it either, that they can somehow capitalize there. But I still feel like it's going to be a very even footing, I would say, for both squads going to that map. Sangal's going to have to bring out their A game. and much better than we saw on Dust 2 for sure. We're going to take a quick break, guys. When we come back, we'll break down what's coming up on Inferno. All right, we're gearing up for map number 2 on Inferno. Sangal had a rough time on that first map, let's be honest, and it's not going to get any easier here going on to Inferno because they've lost their last 2 up against Eclat, Iberian Soul. I mean, 2-8 over the last 3 months. On the other side, it hasn't been great for Navi Jr. either, actually losing to 9, Rush B, Ecstatic, and Eclat. Look, I mean, fact of the matter is, Navi have that cushion. Sangal are the ones with their backs against the wall here, Mark. What needs to change?
Yeah, look, this is a playoff. This is a round of 16 where we get back into the mix, and straight up, even where you have a little bit less of a great opportunity here for Navi on this Inferno. As you mentioned in the pregame, right, these guys haven't played for 3 weeks right before this, even for a Sangal team that's been really grinding at it for, within this competition and in others for, that time period. I think that really the performance on that Dust 2 speaks a lot, that even, after that spell, even right back into a playoff series immediately, they're not going to slow down and show up exactly the Navi Junior that we, expect them to be, JRT. And so I honestly think for walking onto an Inferno, you didn't see a crack there, and I don't think they're going to slow down in any metric.
I mean, the hardest part here is that Sangal, they didn't lose that map because they aren't good at Dust 2. They lost that map because Navi Junior were better individually, and they won every important round. That is the answer, right? And that's despite winning 2 pistol rounds. And I understand those are important, but you could consider the anti-eco, the anti-force buy even more important, as we saw. So it's hard for me to see like a positive sign there for Sangal going into Inferno, even though it's their map pick.
Yeah, no, it's going to be difficult. I mean, Vincent, you talked about Denis needing to activate with the AWP. Inferno isn't really an Opper's playground, so do you think that's going to be another hindrance for them?
I think that you kind of have like teamed me up to something I was just thinking about, because my issue is that this map doesn't stylistically fit this Sangal roster very well. I feel like you need, some really good aggressive riflers, right? You got that in Beanox. I'm right there with you. But I think that you really can't afford to have any weak pieces, right? It's harder, I think, on Inferno especially to like cover off a weakness. I'll be real, Mask is a pretty big weakness on a like individual level, right? Even if he's calling a great game, he's still individually a really big weakness. And I think, unfortunately, Mari was one of those 2 on Dust 2. Now, that usually isn't the case, but we're like already at a piece where like your best player is sort of nerfed because he's the Opper and it's Inferno. Even on the CT side, where it can be useful, the T side is pretty tragic. You have 2 pieces that right now you're trying to maybe cover off. Like, just stylistically, this is a struggle for me.
I mean, last time they won it, excuse me, it was Denis at the top of the scoreboard. So there was something there. He managed to do it, but he can't repeat that performance all the time because that's from rifling. And you saw it already on Dust 2 where he did a good job on the rifle, but he's not going to be able to deliver that consistently. It's usually the AWP that's going to be his strong suit. You talked about Beanox as well. I think he was also integral in their win. I think that was up against Rush B at the time. But, it's another level of opposition when you're going up against Navi Jr. Makaze was great. Jugs was fantastic as well. Mark, I mean, look, there's so many big pieces on this Navi Junior squad, and you guys already talked about it before, and we did it in the previous pregame. Just the fact that every single player is strong. There's no real weakness in their armor. So really, how do you get past that if you're Sangal here on Inferno? What do you need to change in terms of your calling, in terms of your play?
I think I don't mean to hop, specifically right back on the mass kind of criticism train, but I think it was very telling right at the end of Dust 2 where you had those back-to-back forces, and the first of which you really couldn't get off of your feet and very much have a clear kind of path in the direction of where the round was headed fully. And it's where a couple of those more considerable calls that are very much clear and cut, right? You're not really rolling the dice into a couple more things with those Tech 9s. It's sending it up CAD. It's doing what you do best. And the second time they did that, it's like they got those kills, and then it was Makaze around the corner, 2 in the AK, 2 in the 5.7, right? When they were confident in those calls, I think that there was some real good stuff out there on that Dust 2. And like you mentioned, I think that Beanox and Blitz were a couple of names that were actually showing up pretty consistently on those rifles. So I think if you can actually have more consistently to be in a, Sangal rhythm on this Inferno, kind of finding out what our expectations are going to be. I know that, Vincent said this Inferno may not match their style completely, but I'm excited to see how they'll hop on it when we do.
Well, we're going to have a little bit of a wait here, guys, but when we get into it, we'll see if the Riflers for Sangal can wake up and upset Navi Jr. and get us to a map number 3. Keep it locked here on CCT.
Second map, and we're heating up. This time, it is Sangal's choice. They got this thing right into a second map, and Vinny, we're finding out exactly what they're made of.
Well, you know, here's Matt's opportunity to call a great T sign to get him into the mix and find that those criticisms are going to fall flat. Mikaze here onto the site. Ooh. Oh, going to catch one as the smoke is going to cover them off. Only one gets the cross. That's Dennis. His Masked starts to break this in. Great second shot from him as well. Dennis continuing and fighting for success. The Zeus is alone, and this is unbelievable. They somehow split the difference and found every fight they needed, but it's still a 1v1.
Can you shoot 100% today? This is their third pistol opportunity, and Mass has gotten all the way back to where the tree was rooted, but now to just root up into this pistol round and just strike that 100% mark I was just referring to. It's the IGL to put the exclamation point on his 3K and deliver another pistol for the side of Sangal.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't really understand how that goes wrong for Navi Jr. Like, they get the 2 initial picks, both the B players get a kill, and then somehow Mast is 1v2 on the site. He, like, wins both duels. You've got Dennis keeping everyone company over at CT, so the rotators are cut off. But, like, where are the trade frags? Like, they had the numbers advantage in each of those engagements, and yet it still goes wrong. I'm a little confused how that happened, but I'm happy for Sangal nonetheless to keep that perfect statement on their pistol rounds. But problem is 100% to 0% on round 2.
The stat that's hard to argue with.
I feel like if you ask the question, like, what's your conversion round victory rate, and you have to say 0% for the series, like, that's a tough stat.
You can get flashed out. I mean, hey, 0% on those pistols, it does too. You still end up with a 13-4, right?
True.
Some of those things can just be a little bit of a silly anecdote at the end of the day, depending on how it does end up. Symmetry staring right down the lane, has this scout toted where it feels comfortable. Sangal are taking their sweet time reaching around this A site, and it sort of seems like Na'Vi are going to be up to snuff here, but likely on this A site too late. We'll see how they stand, but with 29 to go, I took a look at my wristwatch, and we're really waiting on the wrap smoke at this point. For Navi Jr., they're going to be loving this. Here it comes, the Deagle to just dip right in, and now we're starting to flip the tables.
That's absurd from Krabini. Now they gotta go, but he's now joined the site. Nice shot. Phoenix is gonna wrap around, and Mass has the coverage. There's still a man here. Dazoogs, okay, they cover that off. Mikaze thinks it's being planted opposite default. It's simply not. And Demon's alone.
Can he strike twice? Have to go down. Have to be 3 total, and then kind of speed it down. That clock about to be ticked just halfway there. About to try and land one of these through the wall here onto the default box. 100% onto Mast, and Mari has a clothesline that is just as convincing. Sangal, they are now flipping that statistic right around, Vinny.
I mean, Matt's having a good start to this game. I love that he's just not peeking ever. Like, that is the right call to make. And as you saw, when Demon finally did get the one real shot, he nailed it. So, really good decision-making from Mast. Sangal, they take their time about things. They cut it down to the wire. And despite Krabini making life difficult, they still win the round for the late A hit. That's good to see. And, well, it's no longer a 0%. conversion rate, Marky. They've turned the tides on that stat line.
Nate headed right to Krabeni. Checked in at the library, was a perfect time. But man, I mean, all the hype for Sangal, all the hype for Mast upon that, dude. I am still not loving how long we are putting that clock up to 24 seconds, Vinny. Makes me uncomfortable back here.
You know, that's just because we're from North America, and if there's more than like 40 seconds on the clock, we just kind of have to go because it's it's NA. So I understand.
Insert North American joke. Yeah. Once a broadcast.
Well, you know, I
Fair man.
contractually obligated, to be honest.
I read that. I read that actually.
Yeah, that was in the fine print. A lot of people missed it, but I didn't. You know, I got my microscope out.
You never do.
I always search for clues. I'm keeping it on that slow burn once again, man. This is something that, you know, this team specifically, like this core, they do like to turn the clock down just a little bit. We really didn't get to see their T side on Dust 2. So it wasn't super relevant. We didn't get to talk about it, but you know, they're a big fan of taking their time about things.
Interior, apartments, alone, daytime, Makaze. Oh, how does it go? Oh, this is bloody. That's out of a Tarantino for sure. Poor guy. A D against the world, Vinny. But now you are just striking on the green. I need Mary to stay on the T for sure, but here comes the Mac 10s. Make some cash.
Yeah, put them into position to start to farm up a little bit of that cash.
Oh.
There we go.
Saw a couple of toes as well. Blitz
You
is
gotta pay for
after
that.
those. Really?
Oh my goodness, he really
Nothing
did pay.
for free.
It was an empty price. I don't think he realized the price he was paying. Well, Demon will go down, but it's not super relevant to the next round. Look at the buy-in here. They've actually figured out a way to get symmetry in AWP. I didn't think the finances were going to allow it, but they've done it.
Finally into the first real function. Got these guns in the hands of Na'Vi. And where Sangal looked really, I mean, put a ton of these resources into this beginning banana function, right? They've sort of seen into a whole lot of this pressure, but it's like, I don't think we're getting much actual space out of that kind of earned entirely. It's always gone back to brackets here later in the round. I'm not sure the script is going to shift up much, but I mean, unless Mast can connect right now, if he gets flashed in, Benny would meet him just with a friendly face, but nobody connects.
It's very important that Krabini like take contact there and then do some damage. It makes it so that Sangal want to go into this 4-man stack over a day. Critical trade there for Demon. He steps into fire, but he survives. Healthy spot to be if you're a Demon, I guess.
Oh, and he just made so much noise walking across the bomb site. I would not be surprised if you see this lurk out of the apartments right now. Have that right on lock. This position, though, it should be telegraphed. They should know that somebody is going to be around somewhere. Right now, we're the mines of Na'Vi, right here to the pit in Dzoogs. How is he going to put up a defense alone right now? Blind into the bomb site with 10 seconds. Just let it tick. He's got the hour hand right down, and he's got 2 inside of it. Demon right on the bomb site with 3 to go. You don't even have enough time to cash in. You're right into the Na'Vi Junior bin. That is a beautiful look at this A-site defense for the first one on the board on Inferno.
I mean, it is, but it's a beautiful look at like that duo, right? Demon and Zoogs able to, like, do it alone. Na'Vi go from a 4-man stack over on the A bomb site where Blitz comes out, gets the initial frag, so it's 3 left, it's traded, and then they stack towards B. And in fact, Demon was starting to like put a 3rd man over to B when that attack comes forward to Zoogs, but so much time for them to actually get back into position there at Arch side. So beautiful work from Na'Vi, from Zoogs specifically, put on an island and asked to survive. He does that and gets 2 kills in the mix.
It's great. I mean, that reminds me of the 2v3 they convert in Dust 2. I mean, clearly this guy is the man to go to when the going gets tough. It's where Zoogs gets going. And so it's beautiful work to see out of a player that young, that poised. Right now, Sangal, they reload, they recycle into the next round. And this time it's a brand new look, right? And they have to really kind of bolster this up. They would have loved for that to be a quick check onto the B player. Could have just seen the waterfall down. But it may be a bit of a quicker connection out when the brackets do come up to snuff, Vinny.
I'll be taking a different tactic over towards the B side as well. A lot more passive in their B hold, but it's not just Krabini here, Makaze as well. Smoke's just been refreshed, I believe, on the CT's perspective. So the Sangal group up behind that smoke, they're going to have to pop through. There's not a lot left for this attack, but it's plenty if they can do it in one try.
Kaze trying to block it. He's got one flash up in the pocket, and yeah, now let's go. Krabeni, he's trying to take a couple of crosshairs away. Well, now he is the main function, right to go. They're running this down. It's time for this next course. Mass, he's gonna just pass ahead of it though. Oh, and these bullets just raving through the smoke oh so quickly. Blitz, he's battered, but gonna get the bomb down.
No bomb.
In Symmetry, they're going, and you're right, it was canceled around in the cut. It just came down raining on their heads, and it's gonna keep pouring from Na'Vi.
Yeah, and here's where your concerns, I was kidding with you before about, you know, it's all good. This is kind of a singles modus operandi. They go for this a lot. You know, it's all good until it's not, right? When time becomes an issue and it's part of the losing of your rounds, then you start to worry. And that's where Sangal were in this one. Their smoke starts to fade, and they aren't able to get the bomb planted thanks to Na'Vi, making life very difficult. 2 good holds, 2 good, like, anchors onto the site. We saw the Zeus last round. Krabini does a great job in this round. And that's the exact part that we've been talking about with regard to Na'Vi Jr. Spoke about it on the desk. JRT talked about it. There's just not a lot of weaknesses to this team.
They're some pretty good gamers, man. Say the least. And loving seeing what I have gotten to pass for the first time today. I'm seeing, especially watching along the playoffs of the first series of European Thunderpick was really something, Vincent, where I think everybody was, you know, looking to exactly what each step in the way was in front, right? Had to go through a static, had to go through ends. A couple of those were quite a test. Here's Mari catching him off guard. That's off the rhythm for sure. And, you know, that's kind of off their expectations. They were looking for pistols. So now you've seen where this one hero rifle is going to be netting into. Oh, they're roping this thing around off the track in a different sense. And now you got to put it back online. And there's Makaze. Can he rope in the third? Doesn't seem like he is too tempted for it. He knows what is what. Last Glock is going to be sneaking in with brackets with a full minute ahead of it. Glock dink, but Demon is going to take that so easily.
Yeah, I mean, good to see Mari getting a little bit of value out of the hero gun, but it doesn't give them the victory. So unfortunate as it is, Sangal won't get much value out of that round. This is the important factor, though. Mari's gotten onto an SMG because of those investments previously. You're starting to see Na'Vi with the opportunity to build an economy of significant value. All the bells and whistles in a round like this one. Oh, interesting setup. All for Symmetry to get this early fight on top of the boost. Yeah.
B-Nox. Oh! Just so close upon it. Symmetry, a hair, just a flash flick away. And a close miss keeps this thing even at the beginning of round 7, but Beanox is in dangerous territory. Should be reaching up there when you know that there is a scout in this neighborhood. An op, rather. Wonder how Sangal shake things up, man. You got no flashes. We got a MAC-10 if you want to set some pace there, Vin.
Mari's already like taken not entirely arch side, but the smoke for library has threatened it at the very least. They have bracket control now, do Sangal. So whilst they don't get a lot of value, Na'Vi Jr. keeping this 3-stack towards B is interesting with the amount of pressure that the A side's being under right this moment. Look at how defensive Na'Vi Jr. are postured. They're mini pit, big pit at the moment. Excuse me, Demon's up on top. But still, a very difficult position. This is not a crossfire in the same way. And so if they attack A, Sangal, they have a big chance to actually find the victory. And it looks like that's what they're doing with 20 seconds.
Who's getting in this spot again? He did so much damage here last time, and now he's got to get down ball point. They are ready for it. Dennis connects 2 headshots, and this may be the first time that you see Na'Vi Jr. fully forced to save.
I mean, I think they should. Yeah, that's what they're going to run away to do. I think Na'Vi Jr. Big error in this round, and that they stuck with that B stack for so long without any information. Like, they didn't have any info on A. They were super defensive on A, and it wasn't a good setup. Like, Demon up on top of the balcony, and then Dazoogs in mini pit kind of works, but then Dazoogs repositions over to be on the backside of the truck. And while that's great, we saw how effective that was for him in the previous round. Bro, he was just there. He just won the round for them a couple of rounds back. Like, they're not going to overlook that again, surely. Just seems like a little bit of an odd decision there for Na'Vi Jr. Taking a bit of a gamble towards the B site and losing because of it.
We'll take a T. They will get 30 seconds to make sure that they're feeling exactly how they want to. Beginning of this Inferno, starting to feel like exactly how Sangal drew this up into a point where, I mean, honestly, man, I really was disappointed with the beginning of that Dust 2. You know, I was very impressed with Na'Vi Jr., don't get me wrong, but, you know, when some of the Sangal scenes and the symptoms were starting to come through of a team that was, you know, not fully ready for that Dust 2 opportunity, man, this has even different colors 7 rounds in, and I'm already very pleased, and I think that it's not going to end right now for Sangal, now that I'm just making this point, right? I think it's just getting started.
Do you think we're going to 3? Is that the early?
I didn't say all that.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to like
all
see
that.
where you were like leading in. I was wondering. All right. Off the back of the timeout. This is a fast move. This is something Sangal really haven't done. They're up into Arch. They're all the way through, and they can split towards B if they really want to.
Oh my gosh.
Swinging into spawn. Nasta's gonna get his, but oh my goodness, there's so much chaos on the map. 30 seconds in, and Na'Vi Jr. are split apart.
Dude, I have got to be praising Makaze, but I'll wait a second against Demon. He just does not know what is around the corner, and he might just put them down below, drag them down for Demon days, and he has to connect it right through the corner of the wall, and Blitz that got off to that exactly aggressive of a start is going to be in the backfield and wondering where the hell the ball went.
I mean, shout out Demon for continuing to just recreate that chaos and find value in the back lines, but nonetheless, Blitz 2 HP just doesn't seem like enough, does it? Demon might be half HP, but Symmetry full health, and he's holding the line. I almost don't even know what happened in that round. It was so fast, genuinely. At the end of the day, though, I think Navi's reactions to that aggression was what won them.
Dude, I can't, nah, man. I can't condone what Makaze did, bro. That's how I rotate in a pug, man. I hear the, like, immediate, like, A column just diving right through the bottom B smoke. It didn't even, like, fully ruin anything for them. Hell, he even got a kill off of it, but that was an aggressive rotate I've seen in a while. Okay, Beanox, he's right through. Talk about that aggression. And that's more like old Inferno, right? And how we used to start off in Banana. That's a lot of bloodshed.
1 for 1. I think Sangal pretty happy with that type of trade. Not so happy with their in this round. Symmetry out in the open. That's unfortunate, we'll just call it. Is Sangal break through? 2 on 3. Mikaze is already half HP. But they are fast. They are in position quickly.
Looking to separate on this road. Followed by the Romanian. Gets that Molotov out dunked. And gosh, with this Molotov, he's going to be held to stand right on the net. Navi Jr. calculate their losses. They really look out and see how this will spring about. Would have loved to see a spicy retake right back onto the grill right now. But Sangal, let us let it rest.
Sangal's trying to make some adjustments. I want to shout them out here. I want to talk about it because Sangal, you know, we talked a lot about how slow, how methodical their T side had been. But in these last 2 rounds, they've really picked up the pace. They've shown that they've got a different look, that they're capable of playing with a lot more aggression than we had seen previously. It was fast towards Arch side before. They get into the mix there with like fast bracket control again, and they really punch up with regard to Navi Jr. and how long they've had to like sit around and wait on the site. I think they've started to really hold on to their utility, and Sangal taking advantage of that fact, they just come out and fight immediately. Love to see that from them. Great adjustments right now from Mast, I think, as they take attack.
I mean, keep up a very successful, you know, shade that Sangal is presenting. I don't think it's impossible that you're reaching to a Mirage, right? It's already how we've served up that Mirage that is sort of the issue. But there's no need to feel any sort of vein of hopelessness if you're a Sangal fan. I mean, check out how this is going. But right now, it's going to be a very good lane of Navi Jr. showing the beginning of this opening kill. And you lock out Banana, this time without a casualty.
Oh my goodness, Kerbini. He's a dangerous man over on Banana, we'll say.
Is.
Oh, that flashbang doesn't quite work as intended. And so Mari puts him away. Still not a guarantee at the moment. That nade's falling flat. Nobody's there to receive. And it feels like Sangal prepared to go back to this position, but Mikaze up ahead of the smoke. This is a big difference. They've rarely been so aggressive in this position. Navi, they've let Sangal have their way with bracket, but not this time.
Oh, so close onto Mikaze. And a final nail with a plethora of 7.62 that comes out of the other end of that AK to be the nail in the coffin of round 10. Navi Jr. all back to a tied game.
And it's Sangal once again, man. They just can't. They can't not be broke. Like all half, they've been broke. It feels like, and that's understanding that like they've had the lead for like most of the half. You know, it's been tight, but it's been the lead more often than not. A little bit absurd, to be honest with you, that Sangal the one struggling in such a fashion. They're back to it, full force in. They look to go towards the apartments. Symmetry currently had his op there, but it's actually just been replaced by Dazug's rifle. It's going to be an abs pop by the look of things.
I mean, he's literally going to keep them down from the rim like Shaq right now. He's so close. Zooks is now just going to see them all flooded out and didn't even need to see it revealed one hand from the rim. It is the Zooks just chop them all up, mincemeat, coming out of the apartments. You should have stayed home today. And the Zooks, he smells Dennis in the water. He is just raining around this corner. Give him the 4K, please. He's earned it. He's earned it, and he's got it. Zooks stacks them all on to the next. A quad kill for the 16-year-old Lithuanian prodigy.
Well, you know, I feel like Navi Jr., this is kind of back to the same problem that Sangal had on Dust 2. Every time there's a big hold, anything happens, it's multi-frags, right? The Zoogs, Mikaze, Demon. We've had so many of these moments, Krabini as well, like where they just, anytime they need something, they've got the guy to do it. Whatever the issue, they've got the problem solved. And it's courtesy of some of that aggressive rifling. What a nice nade. How about another one? Should be the cleanup. Demon, Kaze, they both got their one. Krabini arrives, and see you later. Alligator, that's Navi Jr. with 7.
Yeah, they are certainly chomping at the bit right now. What, they step into the swamp of B Sangal for a second. That is a vicious cycle, even tipping to the top of this first half. It'll always be Navi Jr. stare back down at you.
I love that Krabini's like smiling, laughing, having a good time as well. You know, like that tells you the story of where Navi Jr.
Like a
are
lovely
mentally
day
at.
out there, man.
It does look like it. Not a lovely day here where I'm at. It's a rainy, mucky
Yeah,
day.
it seems to be rainy in the America server today. It's raining over here too.
Oh my goodness. It's raining in Dallas when we left as well. Yeah, it's everywhere.
Cloud is
Crazy.
following you around. Whoa. Move the playbook, dude. We don't want to see that.
You gotta be careful. Do you see the picture that I don't know, I forget what outlet put out, but like somebody had done the like zoom in enhance cliche and like saw one word on the page, and then the team was like, "Can you please take this down?" Like, what do you mean, man? You put the playbook out in the open. Calm down.
All right, Bill Belichick. You can cool it. You can cool it. Oh my god, they have not seen him around this corner with the dualies. Here comes a couple of them dropping, and yeah, those flooded out to the B site ever long ago. Demon is a track athlete. Look at how far he's gotten in the spawn.
Did I tell you what? Navi Jr. really just making life hard for our observers tonight. So many times, like everything
Keeping them on their
happening
toes.
all at once there. Navi just engage at every aspect of the map, right? Over in apartments, over on B, back and forth. Mari's gonna give this a go. Low HP for the last 2 remaining players. Did they both have mollies? They've got 2 mollies. Never mind, they don't need them, but they got 2 mollies.
Dude.
Like what? I guess to be fair, they were lining up a B exec and they didn't need them because everyone was so aggressive. You know what? That's no longer the 100%.
100%? Yeah, man,
Nope,
they lost
no
that
100, yep.
a little while ago.
No, Sangal. They had 100% pistol rounds. Prior to
Correct,
that, right?
correct. Excuse me. Second round. That got changed too. Can we flip back to page I wish we were used to? It's Demon. He's already taken down a couple of battles, and yeah, that couple turns into a triple.
Stop peeking him. Just stop. Just don't. It's not worth it.
Who do you peek then?
Oh, we
Mr.
got
Know-it-all. Mr. I have all the answers.
I don't have all the answers, but stop peeking Demon because
okay.
I know the answer to that one. He kills you and fast. That one I've seen the vision.
Heard about this Mikaze guy too. Got a little Mac 10.
Pretty decent. That's a good trade from Krabini. You got a blitz or a blitz, a bait spray on the wall there from one of the Navi Junior guys.
I like that. How are we feeling about these stickers, Olvin?
I haven't taken the time to look at all of them, but the ones I've seen, I like. I think it's nice that they're a little different.
Cute. It's cute. Like one of them's like a map, I guess. It's like, you know, old paper, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of like yellow, you know? How
Yeah.
it would be in the West, in like the Wild West. Ooh. Yeehaw.
I think allegedly paper looks that way everywhere. If it's
No,
old.
it's... What do you mean? What, in like the olden times?
Yeah.
Every scroll I've gotten in Oblivion, in dude.
Are you on
Skyrim.
the Oblivion train?
There we go. I've witnessed it a whole lot in my life. I used to play the original game when I was younger.
Okay. I was gonna say that would have been new tech unlocked that I didn't know about you.
Yeah, man.
Gotcha.
Said you wanted to find out something new every day, huh?
I do. That's why I ask.
Learn more about your co-caster. Here comes a nade. I feel like Beanox just ran the opposite way, but the opposite way was the way that was going to make him pay. It's similar to what you just saw coming down middle. 35 little bullets, right with your name on it. And poor Dennis may have
I got a
been
question.
avoided. I have an answer.
So you said, AK-47 is 7.62, right?
Correct.
We know the M4, that's 5.56.
Correct.
What's the Galil? What?
So I
kind of
actually
bullets
do
you
know
put in there?
this. I believe that the reason for the Galil being invented was so that I can't quite remember who it was invented by, but it was the fact that it did use the same ammunition as the AK. I believe was the selling point.
Okay, so 7.62. Cool.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. That's good lore that you know. That's awesome.
Yeah, man.
We'll get into the gun rounds here. From silliness to serious, Sangal trying to put this one on notice, but man, Makaze is just a deadly duelist over here in Banana. How do you stop him?
He's a duelist.
Yeah.
Yeah, wrong job that you've prepared for today, apparently.
No, it's like from Star Wars, like a duelist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, he's certainly that part of the deadly. He's really up next, back in the pack here. This is getting awkward. Dennis, he's gone with the wind and gone with these shots down. Here's a mass still breezing by. And now just going to have to pull it down probably one more time. Sangal, I would want to see into holding on to as many of these rifles as I could see into holding on to. That's exactly what the memo is.
I wish we could get a replay of masked spray into that smoke.
Replay?
That's a deep cut. He actually painted a picture with bullets around every enemy.
Like, Looney Tunes action.
He really did. It's so sad what happened to Mask.
What's up, Doc?
Wabbit season?
It might be. Eventually for Mari. Should be all good. For now. Navi Jr. take the next peg up, and it just comes that much closer on Sangal's map choice. But for lucky for you at home, honestly, we should be getting right back onto the tally with our regularly scheduled programming. I know I've really been enjoying watching TNL, Vince, in these last couple of tournaments. Of course, into another playoff. They take it in 3 this morning, if I am remembering correctly, against Liberian Soul, and then also had a game in ESCA Advanced Playoffs versus Unity where they had to play another 3 maps.
Yeah,
Hashtag grinders, dude.
Yeah, they are on the grind, that's for sure.
Respect.
See if Sangal can start the conversation. Give them a little more of a break, right?
Ooh, I see that PARIVISION also beat Ensign a 3-mapper just moments ago.
Yeah, lots of Counter-Strike happening these days.
So it seems.
Sangal, I mean, one of the last good opportunities to start to claw this back. Woo! Makaze does it again. 2 for 1. Makaze is an unstoppable force.
I see an unstoppable force here at Banana, man. That MP9 can do a whole hell of a lot. Maybe not for the entirety of this situation. Maybe not for Beanox's being. As he'll be lead right now. Navi Jr. kicking down the door practically at 12. They could taste it a long time ago. And they're ready to put it all the way through. They want to make it 9 rounds in the series altogether for Sangal, as that would be a statement series after 3 weeks of waiting along since their last competition, back into the playoffs of CCT, and they don't slow down.
No, not at all. I mean, looking to swipe them aside with ease on, not number one, sure, their pick, but Makaze is like, hey, let's try this again. Like, anybody else want to take fights against me? No? Understandable. Have a nice day. Beanox gonna eat a nade, but he'll take the fight to Grabini instead. Just all.
I
this
mean,
sort
how
of-
does this is literally like turning this protocol on its head right now. Why is Beanox the one that is being forced into this corner with all the utility? We had Mask literally jump spotting up top with the 36. We are lucky that this did not just break down the way it was. Sometimes you were just forced to go on exactly the time you least expect. Sangal, listen to what I was hearing about the 9 rounds total in the series. They want to reach and raise the roof further. They've got another Molotov forcing them away from the Bravo base, but are they going to let this 7-second fire tick away or just let them into a different plan? It gets awkward up the cut. Now you have information as to where the CT player could have gotten off onto. Beanox is on this boost, but are they aware of it passing? And now they are just going to be dealt with. It's Symmetry that would have to come up with a 1 versus 5 with Bomb on his back and the sight right behind him, at least within the area code, but nowhere close to this clutch.
Well, there's something to actually have for Sangal this half. Not entirely lost, not entirely gone, but a long road back to recovery, and even that's just overtime. It's not a guarantee of anything. Bags of cash. I'm sure you're familiar with Marky.
Yes, I am, apparently.
The Navi Jr. You can't be sad when I say that. When your name is
That wasn't a sad. That was a. I'm prepared for the scrutiny ahead.
All right. Well, it's a lot of utility flying up banana. Mostly Navi Jr. on the worst side of it though. Krabini on the off. I guess toss the off probably. How does Makaze win that fight? Genuinely, how? He does some things that don't make sense, Mark.
Many have asked this question before. Not sure anybody's gotten a straight up answer quite yet. We've rotated this op into the hands of Krabeni. Navi Jr. want to slow the round down. Sangal. They put some high up on the shelf of this B site. If you see back into, with this whole minute that is seemingly leaning towards this A side, away from the initial BID for Navi Jr., I think this should be a nice finish or situation for Navi Jr. to have a clean look. It's one player that, you know, we're getting the bird's eye view on, and it's honestly a timing that Mari would have to catch right now, and he's looking the right place. He's looking in the perfect place. Mari will catch a third. The landlord right now, you cannot rent anything out of this A site without paying a pretty penny. Sangal, they are going to stay alive in this Inferno.
Man, I guess price is just getting out of hand over here on Inferno in Italy, but
Happening
Mari puts him to
everywhere.
bed. Yeah, more. That was
My
maybe
rent
too
costs
real.
more than the SpongeBob chip and tissue. Yeah, that one cut steep.
That does cut deep. A second round in a row for Sangal. The fact that the money's still just fine, though, is a little bit worrying for Sangal. Like, they need. It's not just this round. Like, there's another buy round coming too. Like 4 buy rounds in a row, and by that time, Navi Jr. done it. Like, this is the infinite money glitch that I like to talk about.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, like in GTA 5, there was this like one glitched truck that I like. Dude, and you know, the statute of limitations on this is over. It was on my 8th grade account that I had when I was playing on Xbox, dude. I would like buy a bunch of the cars into the one garage, and then there was no penalty to sell them like after a certain time, so you could just drive them back and forth. Bam. It's like how I don't even know. The Dynasty sports teams revealed their secrets after so long until I made my digital currency in an online video game.
I think that
Wait, I hear a knock at the door. I think that's a
Yeah.
Rockstar, dude. Oh,
I was
no.
about to say, I think 14-year-old Mark is about to get arrested for GTA
In
crimes.
GTA 6. Here, the cells are nicer.
Oh yeah? Well, that game's not coming out for another year. Sorry, buddy.
I hear we're getting that alongside the same time we're going to get the 3rd animated Spider-Verse movie.
So never.
Never. Batman 2 as well.
You hate
Oh,
to see
boy.
it. Look at Navi. Changing the pace a little bit. Not so much like a faster pace, but, you know, less banana-centric. They're looking to try and pressurize here in Archon towards bracket. I think Sangal correctly has stopped fighting Mikaze in mid. I would have too.
And they're going to play in front of this smoke over here at the archway. Sangal, stand or die, right here in this position. So, they just say they don't want to go with that second option. They'll duck behind, because they got 3 players on this B site. There is no reason that they have to go and stand on a risky play. There is always something better in the deck, and one thing that you cannot shuffle is the timing. Gotta get that out and gotta hit it perfectly. Mari in this setup, and right now, gotta be the kingpin with it, but not today. In the white suit cloak is Mikaze, and I think they are gonna be forcing everybody out of the kitchen right now.
They're so bloody low. No HP, nothing on anybody here. Mast and Beanox, they've just started the timer on the CT's or on the T's side. Missed shot from Symmetry, and like I said, this will be unexpected. Demon's still here. They've got no idea. They've just killed Symmetry. This will be entirely unknown, surely.
Let's nail that second shot. Can't do it. Right into the pit. It's a 1v1. Mast against the youngest player in the server, and he shows them what's up. A 4K right here to keep putting the belt down on this Inferno. Sangal are still alive.
Alive and kicking, man. Mast with the 4K. I talked about him as kind of the guy that needs to step up. I think in general, when Sangal, even when the scoreline was 12-5, I don't think Mast had a particularly bad game. Has now been stepping up big time with regard to an opening pick, making a name with regard to that clutch, a 4K in that last round. In-game leader. Keep Sangal in there. Keeps him alive. And Na'Vi, I think there was actually finances to fight for a buy, but they're going to rush it down banana.
Uh-oh. Yeah, left the key under the mat for Mikaze, and he does not have the most grand of intentions. Into the B site right here, and not looking to let it go. Blitz says, how do you do? Has another one out of it. Has to run through the fire and the flames. Is currently breathing them from Na'Vi, so no difference there. It is Sangal that do look to be equipped in here, but gotta check on that watch. There's no kid about this, and now there's no Danis. Mari and Blitz, how far can you lift this bar on Inferno? Already been for 3 rounds, longer than expected, but now we are turning the table. Can't even see out of CT, man. There's a traffic jam. Getting him up on the boost. They felt like it was the more appropriate play, but now you're falling. Wings flipped, and Na'Vi Jr., they'll equip into a quarterfinals appearance here in European Series 2 of CCT.
Yeah, nicely done, Na'Vi. I mean, it got a little bit closer there at the end, but realistically, they dominated 2 maps. They dominated their way through. And as we look to bring JRT back in, man, Na'Vi Jr. looked darn good over the course of this one.
Looks so good. I mean, to point that out, right, 13-4, you get that down on that dust to 13-8 right next door, Vincent. That was just such a ball to be alongside with you all. Welcome back to the desk, John. What you think about that ordeal?
Yeah, no, it was a great job by Na'Vi Jr. overall, and we're going to have a look at the highlights in just a little bit, but I feel like it was a good start from Sangal. They finally ended that little bit of a run at the beginning that they had going for them, against them anyway, losing those force buys repeatedly, but after that, they could never gain control in that first half. You know, it was constantly going back and forth, and what really hurt them, you guys already talked about it, was when they kept going for those slow takes at the beginning. I think it was 3 or 4 times in a row that they tried to execute with 20 seconds left on the clock. And yes, it works one time, but that's a 25% success rate. It's not great. I think the one positive maybe coming out of that is, of course, the fact that when you throw the changeup pitch, when you come in with those fast executes, you kind of set an expectation in the minds of your opponents so you can catch them off guard. But even then, that only lasts for maybe 1-2 rounds max. So I don't know. It felt like they didn't necessarily play that well on their T side, Mark.
It really was something that, I mean, I think did improve. I think there was a better strike entirely on it. Confidence wise, I don't know, a pistol round, particularly like showing out through Mast, which was, I think, a big reason as to, where we were moving on that. I think just firepower wise, we're, for those first 8 rounds, I think really able to kind of, let Navi Jr. know that, Vincent, they were probably going to be striking on that iron just as hot, where, their stance gets desperate, right? This is where maybe a Sangal team starts to slow down in the end, obviously being their grind to get here, play in Swiss and all, Vinny. But I don't know, man. I feel like you did see that like allotted chance where on that Inferno, it did get really interesting. But again, like, I feel like we're still missing that from the Dust 2. I would have liked to see a whole lot more, Vinny.
Bro, it can't be all that interesting though when when it gets interesting, quote unquote, is as at like 5 to 12.
Yeah.
That can't be when you wake up. That's the problem. And I don't think Sangal, I was talking about like individual issues and stuff like that coming into Inferno. I actually don't think like that was particularly a problem for them on this Inferno. I think Navi just showed their depth, right? Like, I mean, it wasn't even really required, but Makaze looked like he was playing FPL sometimes when he's just like sprinting up mid, taking fights, and ripping people's heads off. And we saw that in the last round. The fact that the last round, like after buy round, Sangal win, the last round is just Tech 9, sprint up banana, and Makaze gets a double entry. That tells you all you need to know about the whole map to me.
All right, well, let's take a look at the highlights, right? Because there's a lot of Makaze to watch throughout that highlight reel as we jump into it. And yeah, I mean, we already kind of highlighted it, but the fact is Sangal get the first round there on the pistol and then convert it afterwards, which was strong. But that 4th round slow execute that came through, they just had no time, and they overlooked Jugs at truck, and Demon was at the site. It was a beautiful crossfire setup from Navi Jr. in that 4th round, and I think you might have already gone over it, but either way, that was a key one. And then after that, they go for the late execute again, and it still doesn't work out because they can't get the bomb planted. So it's like when you're leaving yourself only 20 seconds to get on that bomb site, nothing can go wrong. And this is a beautiful one, by the way. Jugas catching off 3 players as they try to spam the smoke. He goes right on back, says, "Oh, I saw you guys. I'm just going to go ahead and take care of this." And I think it was just the story of the entire first half, really, that Navi Jr. continued to rebuff whatever Sangal were throwing at them. Yes, Sangal pierced through a couple of times, but they never got a win streak again until I think it was late into the second half, right? From the first 3 rounds that they got at the beginning of the map. So yeah, I mean, looking here at towards the tail end, you see just a fantastic execute coming through from Navi Jr., but a lot of damage done from Sangal. And we saw Mast, Vincent and Mark were talking about it. Mast needed to show up here on this map. Unfortunately, it was already 12 rounds for Navi Jr. afterwards. So, they didn't really they needed that recovery sooner, needed Mast to come through and contribute at an earlier point. So, yeah, I mean, we talked about Makaze. I did want to highlight that second half because I think he had an opener in almost every single round. Even the rounds where they're losing, he's still coming out and getting ridiculous ones, like the one at half wall up banana. He comes around in an unfavorable engagement, let's be honest, and gets it and almost finds a way out of it as well. I think you were talking about it, Vincent. It's just wild. And then that last round, the 2 Tech 9s. He's probably the MVP here. What do you think, Vincent?
I mean, it has to be for me. When you're talking about like the impact that this guy had on the T side, there was some other moments from other individuals talked about like heroes on the CT side as well. And Dazooks had a good game, but man, Makaze untouchable. I think it absolutely was that round that I was like blown away, where it was a smoke in his face, and he's like, I mean, there was sort of a flash, but it was mistimed. And like he comes through the smoke and he still gets a kill. Like that's just such an unfavorable fight, and he's still doing it. I mean, feels like there's no question about it. He is absolutely MVP for me.
How about you, Mark? You agree?
I don't know how to even like say without I feel like being a little bit inappropriate, being a little bit overzealous. I mean, in every peak, this guy was just like holding a stick of dynamite. Like it really was the namesake of Makaze living up to it. I'm really excited to see this guy continue to play on with this Navi Jr. roster in future opportunities. I think that, this is a guy that lives up to a whole lot of namesake, where I think that's where Navi Jr., line is kind of wrapped. And, one guy that like I was really, really loving seeing alongside, right? If Mikaze is like, you know, boldly showing up on the paper, then it needs to be Dzoogs that gets a ton of that credit with him. And Demon had a fantastic game. There's so much to praise about this roster, but I mean, Dzoogs gets a very big hand from me as well. I don't think he is ever going to show up. This is obviously objective. He's never going to show up with those Mikaze numbers always, right? But as a guy that, I mean, when the going gets tough, he does his best work. Saw it on that Dust 2, saw it in that Inferno. Super impressive stuff from the 16-year-old player.
I do agree. Let's see if we're going to have an agreement here on the graphic in terms of the MVP coming through. As we'll bring up that MVP for you. We should have it for you right now on your screen. Maybe. There it is. Yeah. And yes, it is Mikaze. And the numbers do agree with you guys. It was obvious, I think, if you watch the series, that he was the one creating all the space. Even going back to Dust 2, he was very integral in their opening duels. And you see 40 frags, only 21 deaths, 111.1 ADR, and a 1.74 rating. So I think that pretty much wraps us up here. We got the expected result with Navi Jr. taking this in 2, and Navi Jr. also kind of getting us back on time here, guys, because we're going to hit the break. When we come back, we will have PARIVISION up against Partizan, right?
Partizan,
There we go.
Yes.
Two teams where the similarity are the first 3 letters, but outside of that, well, it gets very different. We're going to talk more about that when we come back from the break.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
All right, we're getting ready to get back into it with our final match of the day between PARIVISION and Partizan. Two teams who are, in my opinion, on opposite ends of the spectrum right now in terms of their performances. I think we should start talking about the Partizan roster, honestly, because there's just so much going on. There's so many moving pieces on the squad. You lost your IGL and Emmy. You have op sub coming in Depression, who's taken the op away from Kindo, who's gone to the rifle. You're struggling against teams like Delta, who would be considered tier 3 in Counter-Strike right now. I don't know, Mark. It's been a rough go for them.
Yeah, it certainly has been a tough go. I'm not going to lie to you. And I know exactly what you are referring to. You know, that Delta squad within this competition, I got to watch them against Monty, and, you know, Monty cleaned up, right? So, I mean, that's a one that I think you should have a better time for on this Partizan roster. But, like, you know, when I actually got to see them in the server just off the rip of it versus the Copenhagen Wolves, I was actually quite pleased with how this team was getting along without Emmy. And I wasn't even aware that we were going to be taking the op out of Kindo's hands and, you know, passing it to Depression, who was actually playing like out of his mind, I swear to you, against the Copenhagen Wolves at the beginning of the Swiss, of all things. You know, that's worth noting. But, you know, here they are rocking into the playoffs against our runner-ups.
This is true, but that hasn't continued. Like, it hasn't been a consistent factor. Like, unfortunately, like I wanted to see like those possibilities continue to move forward for Depression, but it's not been very good in you know, in the following matches, and I think that Kindo's better. So the fact that we're taking the op out of his hands is a little bit frustrating to me. On top of, like you were kind of alluding to, the fact that they lose their in-game leader. You know, I think I talked about in that game that Mark and I did against the Copenhagen Wolves. It felt like there was some sort of rift that was being created there.
There was a little hope
between the coaching staff and then the rest of the team. And Emmy, I think, probably in the same boat as the coaching staff, and so they split ways. I think that leaves this team lacking a little bit of. I mean, not even just a little bit, just lacking in general. I think that they are a team that is currently cut into pieces, and they're trying to put themselves back together, and that doesn't bode well for a playoff run.
No, I do agree, and I've seen a lot of concerning signs on their part, in particular on their T side calling. Hesitancy, you know, lack of decision making, right? You see them rotating, like, wait, no, we can't do that. We're not gonna rotate. We're actually gonna go back towards the site, and then they just go into a complete slaughter. So it's very tough. And before we start talking about PARIVISION, just want to mention, you know, there's other players that had to step up into different roles. And for example, Emmy was leading the charge with 0.91 flashes thrown per round, which you expect of the IGL, but no one else is really contributing in that department. So Collins has gone from throwing 0.57 flashes per round to 0.81 flashes per round, a 42% increase. So that, of course, having to focus more on that element might take some of the edge off of your rifle game. And then, well, trying to step up and fill the void of, well, I don't know if Emmy is necessarily contributing rifle-wise, but Dragon's trying to step his game up. He's gone up from a 1.13 rating since the last 90 days playing with Emmy to the last 15 games of 1.22 rating, so an increase of 8%. But there needs to be more. More needs to come through on this Partizan side. Okay, I've said my piece. Now, let's switch through over to PARIVISION and talk about this squad, which has been impressive on most occasions that I've seen them. Yes, they have their off maps. Yes, Jane does some crazy things sometimes. You're like, why, Jane? Why are you doing this? But in the end, it usually works out for them, Mark.
Yeah, I think you articulate that quite well. And look, man, it's sort of been in a bit of a lingering period with that, right? I know that, you know, we're, you know, also hopping on the horse of the duo that, like, not too long ago came over from Amcal. I'm actually a pretty big fan of Nota, so I think that's like a nice sprinkle of youth into this thing to, you know, hopefully inspire, I think, just a fresh perspective into kind of, you know, feeling where you kind of just like place that a little bit antsy for how you feel this PARIVISION roster to go ahead and, you know, strike all the way to the top of CCT, right? You know, involve a lot of very important kind of placings to get them tracked alongside, you know, back into the mix for this. But Vincent, I think I've rather not been satisfied.
It's hard to be satisfied with this team because you see the pieces and you're like, well, you know, James no longer in game leading. You know, he's looked good on the op. I've not even been, I don't even feel like I've been not as much of a fan of like what we were seeing from Kicker. I think that like he's been good. Look, the calling's been good in that respect. There's like a lot of things to like. I feel like this PARIVISION roster is on the right track, but then sometimes the results, and by sometimes I mean like basically all the time up till the last like 2 months. They've changed things around a little bit. They've been able to kind of step forward, but like up until that point, it felt like they were always almost there, but never able to get across the finish line. That I'm hoping to see change, right? Like took a second place, deep series against Bait in ECL. They were second to Ints in the last CCT Europe. Those are acceptable losses to me. Those are losses that I can stomach a little bit. So I like where PARIVISION is at. They need to continue to move forward.
Yeah, I do agree. I think that overall they're on an upward trend, though. Yes, they have those tough losses, like you said, Vincent, but I feel like there's a lot that this roster has to offer. And you're right that they haven't necessarily met our expectations with how the roster has been built, but I think that's why we're so harsh on them, because we see the pieces, we see the potential, and it just isn't necessarily hitting that bar just yet. But maybe it will soon. And we'll see here in this one up against Partizan if they can pull off the win. And that we're going to see a pick of Dust 2 coming through from PARIVISION, which of course has been phenomenal for them, so why wouldn't they go for it? Then the Inferno pick from Partizan, which, I mean, look, this is all expected. I don't even really have to read it out. What do you think about it, Mark? How do you think this is going to play out?
I will say that I hope our fans watching alongside CCT today are a fan of Dust 2, Inferno, and Mirage, right? For
Yeah.
our back-to-back VO3s heading alongside. But as far as kind of a common ground where PARIVISION can see into a Dust 2 and then the flip of the coin onto the back side of it into an Inferno that's going to be comfortable for a Partizan, excuse me. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how comfortable we're going to say, Quicker's going to be in the calling today alongside James on the op and the youth of this team to, try and take advantage of, I don't think it's quite going to be the, battering down of a Navi Jr. back the way of Sangal on an Inferno. I think we could potentially see a Mirage here.
I think it's possible. I think the Partizan are walking wounded at the moment, and I don't know that changes as we move forward. I don't know that more time with this like set of 5 players, because I don't know like how much of like a set thing this depression situation is. Is this a stand-in? Like he was there for the Galaxy Battle tournament, and obviously he's played the entirety of this CCT, but there isn't any announcement that I've seen. For me as well, I want to point out, I'm a little surprised to see PARIVISION ban Ancient. Like that's, I would say they're like second to third best map. They're definitely up there. It's a little bit odd that they ban Ancient out and opt in to go towards Mirage instead. Like leave that one open. I know the win rate doesn't really say it, but Partizan are good on Mirage. So it's a little bit of an odd one.
All right, I'm going to disagree with you guys and say that this is a mismatch. I think PARIVISION are going to absolutely stomp Partizan. It might even be worse than Navi Jr. I'm just going all in on this one because I just haven't been impressed by Partizan at all over the last 2 BO3s. Anyway, the match is ready to go, so why don't you guys take it away?
Thank you so much, John. This time we were here for the handoff. It went off smoothly. Perfect, Vincent. Looking for Partizan to get across that line just as successfully. They get the start of the defense here of Dust 2. PARIVISION going to conduct under center as they wish.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. I think that, this should be an easy one for PARIVISION. This map, that is. Viladin, just devastated. Nota puts him to bad. Depression is here. What a second shot onto Nota. That's ridiculous. And now they're walking wounded. They've got to get their way back in, but it's a little bit disjointed. Great work from James. That P250 closes the distance, and the Glocks follow suit.
James just right underneath this window. I mean, quite a stab back in those doors is going to rustle the rhythm back down to exactly where Partizan are to step. You have another kept up here in tons. I mean, Partizan pull back this spread. It's got to be the bodies in these doors to try and separate a little bit back in this retake. But they're taking their sweet time about this. Collins now to tee him up. It's a great flash to send in for it. Travis, he is just kept. He is content looking elsewhere. It is clean from PARIVISION back into the B site. They bolster bound and they survive the spam from the Prussian.
Really not sure why Partizan were so unsure of themselves. I don't even know how to describe it.
Man.
Yeah, what they were waiting for. Maybe they were looking for like a tunnel lurk or something, but they had the kit. Like they didn't have any utility though to get him in. Sans that one flash, which was effective. Give them credit for that. Just don't know what the waiting game was about. Partizan taking their time with things. Either way, we're going to get a tech timeout right out the rip. Great recovery for PARIVISION. We just say recovery, though, when Nota delivers that opening duel so nicely.
Right.
Thanks to Depression, though, that was required recovery, that is.
Quicker spurt of it pretty nicely out of that. Don't use all your tech time right at the beginning, Vinny. Sort of a curse up to it for you. PARIVISION, we're going to be seeing immediately into Partizan's skeevy little plans into the second round. What we got going on here? I feel like we could potentially be interested in what's happening in upper B. I mean, while all that is going on, you've separated back on the long engagements. PARIVISION set up shop elsewhere, aware of the utility.
PARIVISION have done a great job, though, of reacting as such. This is a flashbang. You can drag it into the mix, but overwhelmed. Full swing. I like Partizan's perspective on this round. Its outcome, though, seems set. Bullets left here for Vlad, and they've almost lined up. A couple more bullets there, and he would have had a double kill, double spray, but it's not to be. A little bit of extra cash thanks to those MP9s, but it's still going to be a save round for Partizan. They do some damage, though, and I think they should be happy about that much.
Should certainly be pleased. During our, I was about to say, previous broadcast, previous best of 3, know that I mentioned there. Wait a minute. We got a little Zeus downstairs. Tell Travis hello. Okay. And he even gets the Zeus alongside. What a mess that ends up being on. It was a dust 2 that PARIVISION had to win against ENCE, so they are warmed up on the track this afternoon. That is clear.
It's a good point. You know, lots of Counter-Strike you were kind of talking about in our previous game. Lots of Counter-Strike being played on both sides of this equation. Both Partizan and for PARIVISION. You know, I think for PARIVISION, their sights were certainly set on making major, and the fact that that's like a frustration that they've had to deal with over the course of this season and not being able to make there. I think that's kind of where my frustrations start with PARIVISION, because this is a team that feels like they should be punching about there. And yet, they haven't been able to do so.
You want to know what the best cure for not making the major is?
What's that?
Winning CCT European Series 2.
Is that like doctors do recommend?
Yes, I've heard about this, actually.
Okay.
They have been farming up in the VRS, right? They also got second in Challenger League, I believe. I mean,
Correct.
So close to a Pro League spot. Flash long doors and Kindo says, how do you do? And there you got it. Partizan is an opening frag.
You know, I think Kindo's rifling has actually been pretty solid for this
What a
team.
shot.
It's not the same as his AWP, but it certainly isn't bad. That's a good example of it. Return frag available thanks to Nota. Collins drops off of Catwalk. That's going to be heard. Nade. They disrespect it. They run by. And Kicker provides the opener towards A.
What you can with this smoke, Collins. It's not going to come easily up to their level. Just barely. They might barrel down for you. Flash to literally signal you are not welcome back. I don't think it's going to be that kind in any sort of wind. They're going to be right good to save. Better focus upon it. Flatten with a decent shot on the Kicker. They find safety at the B site, 4 in a row for PARIVISION.
Yeah, you'll take those. If you're PARIVISION, lose the opening duel. Nota climbs one back for you, and 2 dinks later to the edge of the wall on Catwalk. Partizan are out of the round. You know, I think we didn't get to discuss it very much, but JRT saying that he thinks it's going to be a dominant game. And I think that it's really hard for me to have confidence in anything I say about this matchup because of how Partizan have been in the last couple of best of threes. Like they can win games that I feel they have no business in, and they lose games that I feel they should have all the wins.
And it's just like we're just at the end of May. I feel like it's been downhill for this Partizan roster ever since the CCT finals, and I mean it's awkward to sort of like kind of envision a reality like this. Like, I mean, JRT's probably exactly right. I'm not gonna sell it to you short. And if you take a look at the odds, they may agree with them. I'm not too sure. Freshen up top toting this thing. We referred to there being a reason to get excited about it on their overtime outlet on Dust 2 versus the Wolves that you and I broadcasted. But I mean, even saying that result out loud is concerning. Indo, one and done.
Yeah, it doesn't change the reality. That trade comes through and PARIVISION maintain a big space over at long. That's thanks to that frag. Collins in a very committed angle right now. If the smoke commits off the smoke fade, I'm a little bit worried. Dragon, big victory. That's over in mid. And now the pressure's on for Nota, who's alone here on catwalk. Collins is going to creep forward. Does he check it? Well, gives it a look, but he gives it a loss. Depression into position here with the AWP, but great jiggle there from Nota. He's getting flanked, though. And Dragon has his number.
That's a great stab in the back, and right now they are going to have to get tricky here on this A site. Molotov is going to be refreshed, and James is going to have to hold the line into the bomb, but whenever the heck that is, they're going to have to make it happen themselves. Trying to refresh into the smoke for a little bit of space, and you're not even going to see it clear. What a headshot hit by Dragon, and now James is going to get on with the Nikes, but it might be James time at another round. There's literally nowhere to run, but James, if he gets this second right on the time, line it up for the headshot, but he cannot find the space. Dragon will let him know that this is going to be Partizans as long as they hold on to it in saving the bell. Just one more second could have separated. It's James that will not get that op along, but he's got some cold hard cash, don't you?
Yeah, he's lucky he's got $7,000 there. There is no reason to continue fighting that, if we're being honest. Zero whatsoever.
For the dignity, for the game, for the love of it.
For the dignity? What dignity? Whose dignity?
The one more kill in the stat.
Bro, his name's synonymous with saving.
This is true.
I don't know whose dignity is being saved.
I don't think I processed that he killed the long guy. I didn't think he was getting out in any notion.
I got you. Yes, he did pick that kill up. But regardless, my funny reflection aside, PARIVISION still have a pretty darn good buy. So it's noted on the other side for Partizan that they do have to take some limitations here, Vladin in particular. Ooh, Depression about to swing it, but it's right after James is off the boost, so will not be seen.
Here goes Collins, 0-4. Oh, a jump like that might be 0-5, but I've been wrong before. Gonna send out and is probably counting his lucky stars.
Yeah, that's probably a kill. Like, I mean, good stuff, I guess, but a little bit absurd. He got away with that, Mark. Come on. Let's be for real. Great Molotov. Gonna force Depression's AWP back a little bit. He's not going to drop down. He is going to stay towards the A site proper. All of this just meant to be a bit of a distraction for Partizan as PARIVISION prep the B attack.
Oh, and they are going to be right on gear. Dragon now whipping out the AK. That is a instant laser. But look at this. PARIVISION, they are gone from this B lane. I mean, easy to call the save when you have James right around, and oh no.
I don't think he's getting out with this thing.
It's to be an entertaining 30 seconds.
They're closing in the gaps.
Jaws music.
Give it up.
Bump, bump. So you got one man in Sui. No James today. Not yet. Oh, all right. Well, that's anticlimactic, I guess. Collins adjusts his posture. Partizan, get a second round.
Really is like Jaws, huh?
Yeah.
Is that a hot movie take? I don't know.
You're going to have to explain what you mean by that.
What? Jaws was anticlimactic. IMO.
Dude. I haven't seen it in a long time.
So, okay. We get an eco here for PARIVISION. Should allow Partizan to start to close that distance a little bit easier. In fact, it's a near clean eco. There's one eagle
my gosh.
on Belchanok.
Good, nice chomp out of him. Walks away with teeth marks off of the great white. Swimming away. Oh, Collins. Sheesh. Clean on to the short peak.
Got that confidence
Page
back.
returning next.
Nota really wanted that deagle, but he can't have it. Can't get it.
Sheesh.
Gladden.
Oh my gosh.
They're Glock smart. Let's calm down.
I know. Where are we seeing Partizan tap away like this though? This is when you can. All right. You'll get like a 6.5 out of 10 for that last spray. I'm hard to please.
No,
Partizan,
easy.
they get a third. I don't know, man. It's an easy breeze, but
Like woo, ecos.
somebody clip that soundbite.
You're gonna have to do the hard work. Nobody do that for him. Make him do it himself.
Oh goodness.
We'll see how
I
hard
wonder
the
if-
work really is for PARIVISION.
Man, it's gonna get tough here because I feel like we are, not seeing the striking kind of. I think it would feel a lot more natural to get Kendo on this op, kind of for Pete's sake. But we get this down, and we're forcing it right back. Gotta get this kill for Dragon. Has a superior angle. Oh, now to put Dragon on a pedestal. Fortunately, he's going to be knocked down from it. Gladden running through upper tons. Breaks down the door. Gets one kill, but that's the B site exposed.
He got one there. I'm blown away that he got one there. Depression, smoke, and a flash. That's going to keep him there at B. Collins is the only one who's really left in this mix. We're at the A bomb site. PARIVISION a little bit separated right now. Kicker's getting into position at long. It's going to be James and Travis up catwalk, but they'll get there in the end. This will be well executed, or at least it looks like it should be. Kicker needs to wait. He doesn't need to take first contact here, but he does anyway. That allows him to isolate the fight. Collins could be in for one hell of a hold, but his HP so low. Depression's gone to the rifle, excuse me. No AWP instead. Got the AK now for a 1v2.
Seen a couple of heads. Now he's just got to crack them, and they are so close together. Can't quite complete. This Jane, that will have a triple. Adding that up for PARIVISION. They continue to roll on this T side, Vinny. It's starting to speed up.
Yeah, I mean, it's triple for James on a rifle as well. I mean, James has been playing incredibly well for this PARIVISION roster. These second place finishes over the last 2 weeks. Get all the bells and whistles for Partizan. They get the AWP included in their purchase package. They're going to get up mid again. Dragon did this last round. It was spotted out early, but this is not going to be the same exact situation. Dragon continues to push, and he'll be traded. What?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Dude, he was...
Ball had to drop at some point now.
You couldn't see him. It was through the door and the smoke. That is ridiculous.
Now to continue without the leading man in this equation, just toting from the scope. Thankfully, it's their real caller that's still alive in this, but pieces to pick up with the former AmCal duo currently separated. Gonna likely have the young gun buzz around where this B site to be the real play.
Interesting reaction here for Partizan. They put themselves locked into this site. They know that there's potential coming. Great flashbangs. Depression returns vision, and as he flashes again, he hits them both with one bullet. All three fall to the Depression scope on B.
A fourth for Partizan, a quad kill in that round. Man, give him the baton and let him run with it. This is exactly what I was referring to, where you were really having a fun time against the Wolves. Decimated the pack at the beginning of the Swiss stage, started to slow down, but in the playoffs, it's just a hot streak you gotta mimic for, what, 2 maps?
Doesn't seem like all that much time, to be honest with you, when you put it like that. I mean, Depression, Dust 2 specifically has seemed like a far better map for his op than any other. That's a devastating loss for PARIVISION because it breaks their economy again. At no point has been easy, but PARIVISION's lead about to be tested as they go on to pistols with Partizan. Hot to trot. Vladin right up in the mix.
Do real well. If it's not going to be a quad kill out of Depression, it might be out of Dragon. They are all just put ablaze. The Glocks fanned down. Very easy for Partizan to just meet PARIVISION at 5.
Dragon having a great game. I mean, that's definitely a win condition for Partizan. They need that to happen. Especially when, as was highlighted on the desk there, that like Collins has had to maybe take a step back by JRT. Talking about how supportive he's had to be in comparison to previously. Penultimate round here in the half. PARIVISION been pretty interesting. I feel like they continue to play this like slow, methodical game. But then they're not covering Depression's boost.
And they've already shown it once. I mean, it's not like the craziest boost in the world. You're going to absolutely throw it up again. Meanwhile, it's Kickert that it's a little bit of space out of the long doors. They start to set up shop where Partizan come right back to brawl, and Dragon with his 13th surviving on 5 HP.
Where to go from here? PARIVISION are a little bit out in the dust right now. Again, Kickert's separated. He's over at long and he's low. The rest of PARIVISION trying to creep their way up catwalk, but I mean, it's still not great. Look at the utility. Travis has the only smoke left. The other one put into mid to B to hope to pull a rotation, but that's fool's errand at this point.
Now 25 seconds. This is what we were criticizing Sangal for in our previous series, waiting too long to just go on this dust. But with 15 to go, that's enough time after all. They get these down on the B site, considering the bomb is right here to go. Landed for Kickert. James to do some heavy lifting right now. A perfect nade that's going to be barreling in their direction. That just did so much significant damage onto Vladin, but James, he has been put down to the same pedestal as Kickert. And now the IGL, he's got to lift the most in this round. Hope can just play the timing game to perfection. They literally may have seen his barrel staring back up. Vladin not ready for the fight. Around the corner, it's Collins that just ducks and then dives right back on the bomb with enough time to take the lead for Partizan.
I mean, that'll do. I think that Kicker's idea there is just to close the distance. It's planted for long plat, and so hoping that he can surprise someone by being close range, I think it's a good idea, but it doesn't work. And PARIVISION, I mean, make the most out of a bad situation. That was a 3-on-4 with low HP on 2 of those 3 members. Great trading to get onto the A site. They dodge onto the Depression's op. I think this was more than they could have hoped with the bomb plant and everything. Now it's the last round of this first half, and we get into tough spot for PARIVISION. They just pick up the pace, get out long fast.
Dragon getting a little crazy. He's gonna have to hold hands with his primary op on the way back from this short escapade. Quite the adventure. Highest fragging member of Partizan is seen into in the first 45. Staying alongside, keeping their tabs on middle. Partizan, they want to really stand on a 7-5. Without knowing what exactly dwindles at long and with minimal information on the other extremity, going to start to get pressured, but information back onto the pit, refresh with the FlyQuest smoke, and they've locked them out.
Sometimes you just got to bust down the door, though. Don't take no for an answer. That's what PARIVISION needs to do. Depression creeping back in. He's got Collins for support here, but it's actually not going to be there fast enough. HE somewhat on target, but Nota working his way back and wielding away this Partizan defense. James in trouble, but look at how split they are. I mean, James always going to be a problem for Partizan if they don't clear him out.
The long doors dragging alongside. Yeah, easy pickup for James. And now they're like, we don't even go for this retake. Are we fully fledged? If not the rug pulled out from middle, then surely on long. What a pickup by Collins, who's still alive, but the cord left on this bomb, and he's got to try and cash in for that 25. It's PARIVISION that will meet them at a 6-all.
A pretty good recovery for Partizan. It started out looking dominant for PARIVISION, but they were able to claw things back. Good performance. I mean, really good performance from Dragon. Depression had a lot of big moments as well. Didn't necessarily have so much in the tank with regard to like those opening duels, but a big hold when he was asked to have it over on B. And a lot of times just being a threat, like getting his one and making it difficult for PARIVISION so they've got to like flash him off these angles was good enough. And so consistency key as Partizan find their victories. To recover that to 6-6 scoreline, I think they should be happy.
And it was a really close game that PARIVISION played against ENCE earlier. I mean, I could signal some struggles today if you want to pull that from a scoreline. However, I think I rate ENCE to be higher dust team than exactly I square up PARIVISION in these exact circumstances to deal today. I would be pretty pleased with this if I was switching sides right now.
Happy but not sated. That's the takeaway. Especially from a tied scoreline like this. You've also got, some big performances there from James, but a little bit of a missing Travis. And we saw a lot of good stuff from Nota, but I think that duo, right, the younger guns on this PARIVISION team can really heat it up on the CT side as well. Specifically Belchanaut. I'm excited for that. A little bit of an extended halftime break, it seems.
Well, I found out his name translated actually means squirrel in my prep.
Belchanaut?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
I did not know this.
Yeah.
You're doing a lot of translating in your prep.
Shout out to all the squirrels, man.
All the squirrels watching.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're a
I don't
squirrel
think I was
watching.
gonna.
Type W in chat right now.
It was probably when B-Dog and I were covering some of the Thunderpick series, we were looking at the live stream of the Shrimp 24/7. I'm sure there's a Squirrels live stream out there. Leave it to be. Likely to be on the Bravo base, right to go, Vinny. It's Para, Doolies, and Nota to lay the red carpet, but we may not even get that far. Kicker takes a second look, and do Partizan still decide to cook with this? They want to go ahead and get into some fights, but I mean, it drains them very quickly. Down to 50 health or Dragon and Kendo.
I mean, they missed the flashbang, so now they don't have any initiation tools available to them. Reroutes incoming, but yeah, this is pretty bad news, I would say. I'm not gonna stop. Great shot
man.
for Noda.
Yeah, man. Love a nice Dooley pressing. Balchinook, if you can get another look right here to just get a second frag in this, it'll be James to punch that through one to CT. And he's just got to try and fade right back over. Euro stepping just between the fray. And there's going to be a bomb placed down right on the site. Leave it to Travis. Just put him down on that press. It is Collins hard on this. Got to get this done. It is so important that you try and lay the foundation, but it will be Partizan to just stay off of it. Travis gets a second going right back in there from Cat, and it will be 7th to fall the way PARIVISION.
Yeah, and they had extra time to play with as well. Noda goofing off a little bit.
Bruh.
He's gonna let Travis have it. Why it matters? I mean, maybe he wants the stars. You know?
The RWS, I hear it's back on Face It. Now we can.
It is, but this is not face.it.
Yeah, man. But we can start saying that again, which is for the culture in a better sense.
It's for something. I don't know if it's a good for the culture.
I don't think it's a good sense.
You can find like one clip of me saying something good about RWS. One. I've been here for a while, and it's only happened once.
Jarvis, pull it up.
We don't have that power. Sorry, buddy.
Maybe Jamie will then.
I get it.
On Cats.
I get it. That's pretty good. Force play here for Partizan. About to be Matt. They almost lined up for James, but he gets felled. And that's a big opening. Travis is here on the site. This is going to be a surprise.
Yeah, a big flash like that, and he did catch 2 of them slipping. You are getting a lot of attention, and that's back from the site, and they just line up down like a couple of pins in a row. And Depression, Vladin with a line now set are going to be trying their way into the B site. Should have enough respect to get that far.
This Vladin cutoff is kind of crazy. Kind of wild scenes. I don't know how expected this is going to be. Belchanok doesn't check. Is the trade there? No, not at all. Travis, he recovered this round, but now he's got to recover the entirety of it again. One burst, and he's out of bullets as well. Depression and arrived on scene fast enough. Great work from Vladin. He cuts him off at the knees and puts Partizan back to a tied score.
I mean, this is a guy that's feeling heroic in this game right now. Big plays alongside the important members of Partizan, and this was a man that just joins them to replace Emmy when their grind gets going. And look, I mean, in this playoff, has got to have the most poignant CS. Like, I really think the best play that you've seen so far. Got to get this down.
Well, it's a bite, but it ain't the same as what Partizan just put together. It's Scout, it's pistols. Barely anything else left to be honest, as well. A really committed fight on Catwalk that was there for both James and Nota in the last round. A little bit of a mistake. Ooh, great tag. Might have a little bit more to speak on the matter. What is that Scout? That's a 6 Scout. Like orange and white. I don't think I've seen that one before.
Well, maybe you should read the skin book, dude.
I don't learn like that.
Somebody teach him face to face. Right to his heart.
That's the way I need it. Despite this, the tag, it's still not like a big deal here for Partizan.
It might be significant. They have the tools to actually negotiate out a great round from the defense right now.
It's going B, surely.
Dragon with this kill. I mean, hardware headed elsewhere. You're exactly right. But honestly, PARIVISION stay where they go, and they literally just hold on to these guns again. I'm not sure you're going to see them spend any more cash in the next round than they need to if they could just get all of these pistols out, including the Vibrant Scout, as you pointed out.
I think you've nailed it there. Yeah, it's gonna just hang on to what pistols they've got, but it's not like all that great. Like Kicker and Nota don't have armor or anything. Dragon, put the rest. Kicker doesn't need armor. Puny armor, not required. Yeah, what is that Scout?
That is a good question. Maybe I should frickin' read the packet, yo.
I feel like
not
you
seen
do.
this. I have not seen this either.
Maybe it's one of the newer ones because I haven't paid that much attention to like the last, like the 3 sets of skins that got released with the.
Yeah, I agree. And maybe that's because we're old, you know, we're getting up there, and like the, you know, all the kids, they're liking all these cosmetics, man. I know they have been like actually pretty fresh though recently.
I'm going on a mission.
It's summer. You got to have new threads in game. Looking good.
Get the recovery on that AK, and Noja's got armor for it, so it's not too shabby.
Ooh. And this is where it can get tricky. Dragon doing a good bit of officiating from the suicide position. Oh, this is going to catch him off guard, though. Great pickup for Noda. Huge in the round at the moment. There's going to be nobody that far beside him to go ahead and just excite that next rifle. But right now, they have to go and just be all ears at the A site. Actually, you do recycle this along, so it's going to be more strength within this defense than originally expected. Here they go. It's going to be a shot right down. There is that James Scout going to be connecting a headshot. Kickered at that same time. A 4 versus 2 right here for PARIVISION.
I mean, it should just be a victory. I mean, Kendo's about to climb into the same position that Vlad won the round in previously, but surely this is checked at this point. They now know what's possible. Belchanok up ahead. First time not checked. Great work from Travis, and he might even be able to do it onto the second. Tons of damage onto Depression, who's fumbling the bag there with the movement, but what an adjustment for James. Takes out the pistol and pops one head. Kicker will get the defuse. First try on this source buy wasn't so successful. The second one, far better. And it's all thanks to Nota, who's got the surprise factor at the very beginning of the round. James puts together a second kill at the end, and PARIVISION have tied us once more.
Dude, JRT told us that the Scout is called the Threat Detected from the Control Collection. I will first praise my analyst on field reporting. That's the stuff we want to see. And secondly, so a little bit poetic for how exactly those guns are saved along, kept alongside, and where that's actually dwindled out. Great little scout shot that you have to send them away from long. That puts out that B engagement all to begin with. And now James gets the upgrade that he fallen well deserves. Big nade coming through. Oh my gosh.
Jeez. That's gotta
Big
hurt.
chunker.
Gotta be painful.
Physically, outside of the game.
A little bit of a slower burn here, Partizan. I mean, that's been exactly what they've been interested in doing. Not necessarily fast towards their takes, regardless of where they go, but James off-posted it long. Flashbang tossed in that direction by Partizan, not going to wield him off of it. Slow crawl for Partizan up the catwalk. Smoke for the CTs, refreshed at the mid door. Not a lot of activity for PARIVISION right now. I think that's the only weakness I see right now in their setup. They're very passive.
This is a great smoke to keep them just outside of short for now. But they just spell this open, and that goes 2 ways. And opened up to the lane right now and stabbed by James, put on the sickle. And right now you can go back forward again. It's the 21st for James right now, who is red hot in the sight. But as he backs up, this is valuable ground gain, backed by Depression. Told this on the angle, but a missed shot can't capitalize. And now the punctuation may be put back down by James' squad, who just comes up the ramp and has to get this back down. Kindo puts this really close to bear. Can Kickert clutch? Finds his way up the balcony, and now finding nobody in the sight, clear in the hand. Now up to the double box, can box, and he lands the shot onto the chin of Kindo, but it's Vladin to put him away in the ring. Partizan with a great win on the T side, and they have to get dirty for it.
I mean, Vladin is owning PARIVISION right this moment. I mean, his lurking has been unstoppable. Talking about the round victory, bought off based on Vladin's positioning, but this is the case once again. He's like so late on that flank too long. I mean, the whole time James is cognizant of that possibility, is cognizant of the idea that that can happen, but it's only when the team rests on the site, puts on the pressure, makes it so that James is like consistently fighting long instead of or fighting site rather than long, that Vladin activates. He puts the finishing touches on that with a trade towards the site and the kicker. That's exactly what you need out of Vladin.
Want to tussle with him straight up. About out long to get this deal done. Travis Nota. What a bullying they have been put down so far immediately. At a minute 30, you may start to sweat this round, but I mean, I would have been sweating this scoreline for a couple of these in a row. I'm here doing that at the casting desk, Vincent. How do you think it feels to be Kickert right now?
I'm gonna say pretty tough.
Pretty tough. But actually a pretty hot take there.
Thank you. You know, that's what I'm known for. It's my zingers and hot takes.
And the zongers, don't forget that.
Don't gotta forget those. Belchenok, though, I mean, this is... I have troubles right now. I don't know how Belchenok can win the round off of this, but his timing needs to be perfect. There's so many bodies here for Partizan. Oh, and he's routing towards mid. Oh, he's routing towards mid. That might help. Kicker getting that kill. It's gonna slow things down. That smoke is all the fake. That's a cool smoke, actually. Xbox smoke late into the round, faking like there's some cat presence, if only for the fact that Belchenok was already there. So now it doesn't matter.
They're not looking his way. They're not looking his way. And Kicker, oh, he can't land the second. It needed to be 2. It needed to be 2, but no. I'd seen it right into the barrel. What a scene. Depression hits a huge shot, and that's out of the dream. I don't even think you're going to be seeing into this anymore. You're burning down the foundation of this building. It collapses on top of you. James still lands one while he can, and Depression has another slick shot in this thing to go. James with no kit is going to have to get creative at a bare minimum. Hopping alongside, let's see what track he can giddy up on to just try and separate Partizan from 10. But you put Depression right in the limelight immediately. James has to cut up, has to dwindle the time. And at this point, you're thinking about that 10 seconds. And it's a long 10 seconds. It's a long 10 rounds. You have led up to Partizan, but you have no choice.
I mean, I just feel so bad here for PARIVISION. They do so many right things in this round. Kicker's position's wonderful. He gets that kill. Like, the information gathering is the smoke that... I don't know, did FlyQuest originate that smoke? You've been calling it the FlyQuest smoke. Is that, like, legitimate?
Man, I heard somebody else call it that.
Okay. I was just curious. But I liked how Kicker
and
was, like...
they're a cool team. Yeah, the boys.
That is true. Was searching for information, like playing off the back of that smoke. The smoke we're referring to, by the way, is like the half long smoke where it covers deep long as the CTs you throw it just to play delay a whole lot. So
Uh-oh, what are we doing here?
everything goes right in that sense, and everything is in the right position, and Velchonok gets nothing from that flank. It's just devastating for PARIVISION, considering how well they'd set themselves up.
Great find onto Vladin. Tells his minions to go investigate. Go get that gun, guys. One check. And I gotta say, that's gonna be cleared. Quickly at that desk, it is cached. It's Collins on to Kicker. Ooh, look at this smoke. It's not gonna be holding Dragon back, going all the way through, and here comes these taps right down. Did you expect the AK to be here? And now you're forced to really go and get this down. It's gonna be James facing the opposite direction. Gotta stand back into the B site, but it's gonna be Belichonik that likely be aware with you during this retake. It's a 3v3 now.
Flashbang, perfect. Great double swing. It's disgusting from Partizan. It's Dragon's second kill of the round. So critical. James hoping to save what he's got. There's an AK to be recovered as well for Travis, I believe. He's actually found an op. Don't know if that's what he wanted, but he's going to get it taken from him. Never mind. What an adjustment for Travis. He tosses the op and says, my AK. Thank you very much. And he won't get punished this time for it. That's some nasty work for Partizan, though, who have found themselves not just the lead. It's been tight all half, right? 8-8 not long ago. But 3 straight for Partizan is what leads them one away from taking map point.
Put T on it, and this is even going to be the final on the Partizan side. This is a great moment. Kind of realize where you're standing. Exactly know where PARIVISION looked to teeter. I mean, that was long ago. This is a concerning time to be within that PARIVISION camp. Be wearing that gray, because right here, you may be capitalized, stamped into a second map, but in Partizan colors.
Important to note how big an upset this would be, just on this map. PARIVISION, I mean, this is unquestionably their best map. It's not even close. And Partizan, just a couple of rounds away from making this a nightmare. Track back what Inferno might bring. That's map number 2, but we still got to put the finishing touches on number 1. Lightly sprinkled across this map are Partizan. They keep themselves spread. A good default as they scale themselves towards the catwalk. Nobody going to see anything. Nobody going to notice. Only audio cues being given right now.
Game with enough time to return to this corner after facing the utility. Gonna have to be uncomfortable. Gonna have to be effective in that line. But now you hit it. Had the collateral before. One will do it, and that's for sure. 45 to wait. And you know there's more behind this. Vladin with a great kill in the bomb site as they look to lift this thing up. Nota just trying to really feel the rhythm of this round, because here's a big base. That is a great kill that you've gotten onto Long, and you've gotten to see the other side of that and crunch down on that head. Gonna have to be more. It's gonna have to be the most from Nota. Depression to cancel that out. It's a 1v1 on the site, and Travis has it done. Wipe the sweat off your brow if you're a PARIVISION fan. That is a big win that just came along to your side.
I mean, that's precisely why you have Travis in this team, right? His ability to be both supportive and available in the clutch. There's so much to talk about and to love about what Travis can bring to a team. He clutches up, takes that next step in the right direction. Partizan's money is actually really bad. I didn't realize how much economic damage that PARIVISION had done over those 3 rounds. That's frustrating for them because they might have a bit of a win streak there, but as soon as they get cut off, they're down. Another great timing. It's Kendo this time, by the way, on that late lurk up long. Partizan getting a ton of value out of that, regardless of if it's Vladin or Kendo.
Lurk smoke out towards B. But at the end of that last round, it's PARIVISION that land quite a hit on the chin. And Partizan dazed walking back out of the corner into the next. Another smoke that is going to be so poignant. Can't see into that. Even when you want to get the most crazy, but like, oh my gosh. Are PARIVISION with 3 players here on the B side, or am I seeing things?
You're not seeing things.
Do not go B. Do not go B.
You know the
Oh my gosh.
you know how you have like the do not op list?
Yes.
Yeah, well this is the do not go B angle.
Wow.
This is run away. Never return. Please. Looks like they won't be returning, at least not through tunnels. That would be a death nail. But they are gonna head through this other direction.
This is really good, and keep your head down, kicker, or just lift it up. But when you do, it's gonna have to be the full taste. Beautiful work at the back of this site, and now you just gotta stay shifty. Here to go. Icy right on this site, and now you're gonna be frosted up right at the end. It's buyback clock, but at that time, backup is on the way, and it's arrived. PARIVISION, look at where we stand now. Just across the board, it's one that separates Partizan from PARIVISION.
This is something I've kind of noted about PARIVISION's CT side. Pretty much all have. Like, they're pretty passive. They don't really search for a lot of mid-round information. And in general, like they're passive to begin rounds, too. Like, when's the last time we ever saw them, like, fight up mid? Never. They're never in lower tons. Occasionally, they're on catwalk, but it's very weird. It's not as aggressive as you would want them to be, but it's like they're in the off angle on catwalk proper. I don't know how to describe that otherwise. The idea that Partizan just hit B with like 40 seconds left in the round and PARIVISION off of 0 information are 3 stacked at B has to be the most tilting thing ever. I'm mad on their behalf. It's that gamble that has gotten PARIVISION back into this map, like almost singularly.
Oof. Good grab by James. Keeping these pistols on a leash. Can back it up to get a bit more oxygen in the way they fill the needed gap. Toted up at the blue. PARIVISION on the CT side. It's so poignant. James gonna get one racking up, and they are ready for him to just be raising into the B site. Nota, 2 headshots. Who's gonna raise a third? It's Kicker that needs to get his 2 cents in. His squad is just pulled up right back to 11, and they look like they're gonna be going from the 3 right now.
Mind-blowing that this is now a tied game. Partizan, they had everything going for them. It was all right. It was all correct. And PARIVISION, off the back of some ballsy calls, pretty consistent play in all fairness. Maybe one mistake from Partizan. They're tied it up. Back and forth has fallen flat as now we look at another tied game. Same standard for PARIVISION. They start this round without much control, but they hold and wait. They passively plod. The only exception to that rule is currently Nota, who's on a bit of a hanging position out at long. He's super alone. They haven't really played here before. I like this idea.
James starting to really heat up at the end of this game. Another great find. This time ticks along. You trying it pointing out of short, that it's not an option. putting the hatchet down. PARIVISION are looking to separate into a 12th on their map pick. Each individual piece stronger than the next. But it's finally snapped onto Noda's neck, and right now has got to be Vladin to even try and skate further uphill.
I can tell you from experience, that's tough. Not easy to do, but Vladin, he's been putting in the work. That would have been lovely, but it's close, but no cigar on that peak. Great anticipation here on the flash.
Ooh.
It's deadly from Vladin. He's got the confidence. He's had the game, but can he complete it? 52 health is not a lot, Marky, and they're not giving him any fights. This is correct from PARIVISION, and they'll finally get that flank going.
Great to cash it in. PARIVISION have got it 12th. At least can check down on that. Partizan without a real caller. Whatever vibe they are working off of, the rhythm does work, but until a new tune comes to town, and just scream in the name of Jame within it, I gotta say, it is PARIVISION that is impressed right back down. But again, you're facing back-to-back into end-round scenarios against ENCE and Partizan today. Gotta consider you gotta force out right now, but it's big damage onto Depression. Gotta stand and fight. Doesn't take that option. Not sure they're gonna be leaving you much time to think. It is Partizan to try and force this though, T.
Well, they forcing their way into the A side at the very least. These nades aren't successful. Like, they just cycled 3 nades. None of them actually broke the smoke. That's a little bit annoying. Belchon got nobody looking, but Kendo finds vision. Surely this is the end. Surely this is PARIVISION pushed to the limit in overtime. Guaranteed. 1v5 for Jame.
Back on the Xbox. All right, Jame. No real scene into that full gander, but hell, I thought we were reaching out of the third act. You get a post-credit scene, baby, into OT. This thing's not over yet.
I know you love those, Marky Dragon.
Yes, I do.
27 frags. He's a bit of a Marvel head, for those who don't know.
Let's go see the new Marvel. I hear it's crazy.
Yeah, you would say that. Also checks Rotten Tomatoes like a 7%.
Yeah, you should. You should.
PARIVISION make the comeback, but not able to close. Great round from Partizan, and I mean, again, feels like it's Dragon to carry them over the line in so many of these rounds. And that's not to take anything away from who, Vladin, who I think really kept them in this match, right? Like the early stages of the second half was all about Vladin. Depression had a lot of good moments on the CT side, less impactful on the T side. But when we got to the final stretch, those last 5 rounds, I mean, it was a Dragon show all the way.
Travis doesn't get the intended target. The Kendo still in this corner, and now clearing out the close dust corners. Got that on to Travis, and that's a scene warning back. Partizan, they have fought and bled for this long space. And right now, we're holding on, and at that 25 on the minute mark, it's Kicker that delivers a big nade to Vladin, and that's turning the weight back over to this CT side.
I was a little disappointed to see PARIVISION just escape there. They had Kicker, they had Jame in position to continue fighting for long. But that's just fine if Kicker's going to dunk the nade, get the frag from far back. No risk, but all the reward. And a rare turn about of fate. Crazy timing there as Jame lines up the angle right as Depression crosses. Great shot for Jame, who's approaching his 30th. Notes gets the info. We'll drop another smoke. 35 seconds isn't a lot of time to play with. Partizan have not any map control. Belchanok, this is mid-round aggression we haven't yet seen from PARIVISION, and it's perfectly timed.
And no right back to get that next check. Kicker, he is just clearing the next press out middle. Depression 1 versus 4. Been many miracles in the regulation, but here into the extra calls, I'm not sure it's coming first.
Yeah, I don't think so. Doesn't seem so. It'll be over. PARIVISION round 1 of the overtime half is theirs. And a very big step up, a difference of form there for PARIVISION. I've been talking nonstop about their CT side, how passive it is, how non-moving it is. You know, they have space and then they just hold it. It's basically a set round from the very beginning is kind of the way it feels. The PARIVISION starting to change things up there in overtime. I guess it's a wake-up call. A head-to-head here. James. Oh, he's hoping for the timing. That awful close.
Kicker opening kill. And may have to just ask for more out of this man. There's around this corner, but so antsy about how to go forward. This is not when you need to be getting unconfident, Partizan. I know PARIVISION has put you in a place like this. Fire needs to meet fire, and right now, Partizan have been put out of middle. Have been sort of waxed alongside, and PARIVISION have eyes all over.
Hey, remember that B stack? Remember that critical round in regulation where there was a B stack out of nowhere? How about another one? How about PARIVISION 3 stacked on B, ready to roll, and the mid to B hit seems likely.
You're so close to it. Here goes the smoke, and right now the feet are hitting right around the corner to dust it out. Seeing a barrel, something's got to connect with it. And with that stack, there had to be another option. Notice still going to be in this sight. Oh, and James is just so close to hammering through this smoke, but something's got to give. Is it from either of the two primary targets or for the oldest member of this roster, Travis, sinking into it? Oh my God! Depression just ducking right below that smoke the way it fades. Goodness gracious, and oh, just a meat indeed. He's found James and CT with a knife bolt, and he slaughtered the neck of Depression. PARIVISION with 14, and that'll leave an impression. What the hell is even happening on this CT side in OT?
That's James' 30th frag. That's where he gets the big 3-0. Is with a knife of all things. He pulls
That's a dirty
it,
30, baby.
it, dices.
Oh, God.
Partizan in shambles. PARIVISION with everything going right in overtime. I mean, their economy certainly of problem to a certain degree in regulation, but I didn't think it was such a problem. Depression gonna get some revenge. It's on to Belchinok, and he opens the door. The first shot is great from Nota, but surely it's only gonna be the one. This spam is all that Nota can provide when there's a smoke in his face.
Trying to open that door. Ding on the hinges. 2, it's shut. Molotov to push you out of that corner. Gotta wait for Kindo to catch up. Or is that a curse? That was dwindled indeed. There's so much fire right next to the window. It may just put out any hope. Vladin coated right where his head is going to be exposed, but catching one off guard. It's Kicker that stands tall. Depression with the quick scope back, and the big box going to have to stand. Collins with the great jab back, and you've got the uppercut. It is Partizan to at least get one in the first 3 of overtime.
And Depression getting hyped about it. Super excited about the round he's just having, and he should be, right? Big opener onto Belchinok, that first nail in the coffin, and it's never easy from that point on for Partizan. They get it themselves onto the site, but PARIVISION, they maintain an advantage. They grab back the one-man victory that that Depression had found onto Belchinok, and yet still they maintain and they hold on. Collins and Depression, a duo there in the clutch to hold off everybody from window. Small advantage. to get PARIVISION into the second half, but feels like that's a tide turner, that victory for Partizan right at the end. Time to see what Partizan's CT side looks like. Remember, we tied this game at halftime. It was close all the way through.
Now to be more than just depression, like on a little bit of a hype spree, right? He's the man that's bringing spirits, and I think it's fine. Just got to match that right here off the bat in the first 40. And such a common place for this op, and just perfect on the way back. No immediate response on top of a flash. In fact, Partizan, they spend utility keeping them away from the short play. Vladimir just welcomed them into the B site with open arms and a kill for each hand that he's got this down. A 2 versus 4 right now for PARIVISION to just try and rake up to 15, 14, where they currently sit. It would be a huge clutch, the biggest that they have been demanded to go ahead and grab. But they've got the bodies, they've got the numbers on Partizan.
They do, but this is potential for a strong position here. Got to deal with the one player up in tunnels, and Belchanok's already done that. They've given him a lot of space. James allowed a reposition. This is deadly. Smoke comes out. Belchanok fires off a shot with an op before he drops it back. James got the rifle, and it's a big box, and he's got the big kill. Belchanok slides back into the smoke, and a 1v1. Collins.
Big box, but a small sight, and he's going to have to catch up right behind the double. He now can smell all the trouble that Collins is in, even connecting with the shot. Got to get on way down. 5 seconds, hop back on it. I don't know, but it's going to be pretty damn close, and I know it's ringing. That's going to tell you it'll be 15 singing in a 2 versus 4, converted by PARIVISION to put themselves to game point in this first map.
I mean, Partizan, it's the same situation that I kind of feel like they've been in a couple of times, really indecisive on some of those retakes. Back to the CT side, I know it's a long time ago, but they had those moments there too, where they didn't quite take the initiative that I wanted to see them. And it's one thing leading into another. An important factor that our analyst JRT has pointed out to me, Dragon, not a single kill in overtime. That is such a huge point to make because, I mean, it was Dragon that really dragged them, kicking and screaming across the line to get into OT. And now in OT, it's a whole different story, Mark.
Let's see if Partizan can force another chapter. I mean, at this point, right now, PARIVISION have seen enough dust too, I think, for their margins. So much so, we're putting Dragon down 2-1 health. Not going to be much discussion to put the Bogdan Law into his hands.
No, it's a secondary op. He started with that.
Oh, sheesh, you're right.
Yeah, and I think that kind of goes to show you where he's at mentally right now. That's the type of confidence he has after, what an incredible rifling game he's been on. To think, okay, well, it's not working in overtime. I need an op. And he starts it at 1 HP.
Hunting him down. Oh, Dragon just so close. And fades away. A hand shown. But right now, they're trying to get back on that press. Up on that double. Will stand and can't fade away. But practically is already hit the net. In it. You're so far gone. Vladin trying to stay hidden. Vladin, he's pulled out his ring. He's pulled out his blade. And he has just synced away.
How he's escaped. It just shouldn't have been possible. Another 2-on-4. The same site. And the same 2 guys. They'll start the timer rolling. They know where Vladin escaped to. Smoke in the doorway. It's going to make life hard.
Find this kill before you can open up shop, and it's going to be close. Time for James. Post up would have to be 37 total after this clutch, and he has moved so far. We'll go in the rest of the way to overtime 1. PARIVISION to 16, and we go to 2.
Shout out Vladin, man. His anchoring and his lurking as a whole, this entire map has been incredible. That's another round where he's gotten 2 after his teammate goes down without getting anything done on the site, and then he escapes. He survives. He's at car, the most like 1 and done or 2 and done position you've ever seen on any map is car, and he still escapes from it. That should be impossible. Call him Houdini the way he's escaping. Shout out poor Dragon, who once again starts the round sub 20 health.
Hard knock life.
I mean,
Maybe you'll
James
see into...
He's terrorizing the cross right now.
Oh, I know. Even was that way on the offense, rather the defense. One more lurk smoke pulled. Trying to be too tall for the task. Trying to look right over and see what deck just between those PARIVISION fingers. Here goes that Molotov to see into that lane where exactly they expect Dragon to be. And the mind games right now that are being played on the side of Partizan, staying in the connection where they need to breathe. Considering the full B approach, it is PARIVISION that will go when they're ready. Have everything they need. Flashing into the long doors. Partizan are taking care of it on the other side. Second lurk smoke up. First op shot by Dragon on the way down. They have more plans for you, and it involves your body in a casket. It involves it being moved all the way to Inferno. If you're able to convert on this 3 versus 4, you will have deserved another chance at overtime. But PARIVISION, they're going to put on the locks. They're going to turn the key on this B site, Vincent, and this should be the end of Dust 2.
Belchanok's got another smoke that he can refresh here in a moment. Yeah, as soon as they start moving, they're going to eat a smoke and door. There it is. Not bad. The situation has gone even worse. James shuts Vladin down. His 37th kill in 30 rounds. Finally put down, but it's over. Belchanok and Kicker will put the finishing touches on that one. PARIVISION. It's hard, it's tough, and the road wasn't clear, but they do win Dust 2.
Exactly as I expected. Complete blow up. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, obviously, PARIVISION, not as strong as I expected. I mean, look, you had a crazy win streak on Dust 2 where they were making opponents look foolish at times. I think the biggest difference for them here was Belchanok not fragging out the way I've seen him do on Dust 2. And James, I mean, as he's done many a time before at the top of the scoreboard, but he was carrying the team on his shoulders at certain points with the peaks through mid, opening frags found on CT side. Without him, I don't even think they get to overtime. It was really quite impressive, the show that he put on. And the same could be said for Dragon over on PARIVISION, over on Partizan, excuse me. Let's check out the highlights here, guys, if we have them, to go through each round, of course. And at the beginning, you know, you had PARIVISION looking as expected, right? They get 4 rounds off the pistol, but then this comes through. Just a complete shutdown on the attempt by PARIVISION to go in towards mid and long. And they really couldn't recover. It was strange, though. It felt like PARIVISION and Dragon, obviously, I already mentioned it. He was absolutely critical to the success of Partizan. But it always felt like every time there was an extended engagement, or there was going to be an extended engagement, PARIVISION fell off the fight. They didn't want to take it. So it continually gave Partizan the advantage on CT side because PARIVISION just refused to go for these aggressive fights. And you see it again there, like, right? Dragon gets that one on Cat. Vladin catches Travis at the end of the round. And really, it's just bits and pieces for PARIVISION that never really come together on a consistent basis. And I think one of the key rounds is what you're watching right here. Depression, crazy, right? The Colat comes through. And before that, an insane shot through the door. Like, he had no visibility on James. Just a shot through the smoke and the door and a headshot to boot. Into dark. So that was ridiculous, and I think that those types of individual efforts really helped Partizan, excuse me, carry the torch there in that first half to at least get the rounds on the board. And then The second half came through. It felt like Partizan continually had those answers. We already talked about it with Dragon being the one who was really doing a great job, but Vincent mentioned it as well. A player that we can't overlook was Vladin. He cut them off in rotation. I think that was round number 14 that you're going to see in just a little bit, where he gets this positioning after it looked like they were rebuffed out of the ace site. And I think it was even, James. It might have been the round where he got that call at. That was ridiculous. But either way, I think Vladin deserves a lot of credit as well for the work that he did, both coming in on flanks and lurking and anchoring. It was really well done. But at the end of it, if you're Partizan, you have an 11-8 lead. You have the ability to close it out. And then it's just those clutch situations that start to haunt you a little bit. Travis in a 1v1 in round number 20. There's the 9th. Then Belchinok finally activating for a 2K. Didn't have that much presence here on the map, but that was an important one. And then a straightforward eco that leads into James continually getting openers in round number 23, where he made it 12-11. You're going to see it here. First shot. Nailed it. Depression gone. And I mean, Depression did a good job. And that's going to lead into another point, but I'm not going to get to it just yet because I want to talk about these rounds. But yeah, after that, of course, it ended up being a 12-12 OT. Is one thing that I liked about Partizan on their T side was when they went fast, when they kept it simple. When they go early in the rounds, they were finding wins. When they took a longer time, when things started to get extended and dragged out, that's when the problems arose. And I think that's because of what we were saying, the IGL issues on the Partizan side. They don't have one right now. So when you get into these more extended rounds on your T side, the calling looks a little bit sketchy. And even on their retakes in overtime, going towards that B site, it wasn't the best. Partizan did manage to hang on there to make it a 13th round, but in the end, PARIVISION were just a little too strong coming forward. This was ridiculous. This round, I don't know how Vladin gets those 2 frags. Vincent and Mark were talking about it, but there's just no way. How do you get those 2 and get out of the site? They were desperately looking for him. They knew he was there, but they couldn't lock him down, and that's the only reason why Partizan get around in that second half of overtime. So, I mean, that's the story, I think, in a match where obviously any James team gets paid by the round. So I should have expected that before I made that bold call in the pregame. But still, one thing I want to talk about on the Partizan side that I was alluding to earlier is the AWP. Look, Depression's doing a good job with the op. I don't know if it's necessarily stellar. He had some impressive rounds, that call-out round, and I think one in the second half as well. But overall, you're looking at it and you see what Kindo's doing, he's invisible on the server. You're basically in a 5v4 on the other side every single round, which is even more impressive that, part of them were able to do what they did. But at the end of it, Kindo's probably not happy. He was the primary operator. He was doing a good job. His rating was good. Everything was going well for him. Overall, you look at over the 3 months he was playing with Emmy, 1.12 rating. The drop-off since Depression has joined has been very steep. I mean, you go from 1.12 to over the last 15 games, 1.02, which is still okay, but you're not contributing as much as you were. It's a 9.8% decrease in your output. And it's expected because he's not playing his primary role. He's not on the op anymore. So, I mean, we were kind of alluding to this before. The bits and pieces are not, I don't know if they can come together on this Partizan side. Yes, they looked impressive in some moments. Yes, I have to give them credit on their T side. There was a smoke pop that came through up Cat, and then they flashed out and just caught PARIVISION completely off guard. There were instances of utility usage in the B site too, where they had a beautiful pop flash into the tunnels. They double swung it. Beautiful coordination. But at the same time, you have probably players that aren't happy right now with what's happening on this squad. And I think Kindo has reason to be, because he's kind of gotten his role swiped away from him, even when the performance was still there. So I don't know. I don't know what the permanent solution is for Partizan. I don't want to take anything away from the performance that Kindo, not Kindo, that Vladin, and of course Depression had on that map. And we can't forget Dragon. Very nicely done. But at the same time, it just feels like it's spurts of individual efforts and not necessarily that full-on coordination, at least not every single round, that they need to have success against PARIVISION squads and things like that, and other teams like that. Anyway, I think I've spoken enough on the subject. We're going to head to Inferno and see if PARIVISION have it enough in them, I should say, to get a 2-0 here on Inferno, or Partizan, can they strike back and make it a map number 3? We'll be back after this break.
Not once, but twice, we're hopping back into an Inferno to be our second step in a series here this afternoon. Partizan and PARIVISION require overtime to handle out of Dust 2, but PARIVISION, they keep it within their court video and they score.
Yeah, I feel like PARIVISION very fortunate to score in that fashion, too. I thought Partizan kind of had control of that map. And they did. They did have control at a very key part of it. 11-8 is kind of where I thought things were set. But PARIVISION making the comeback. Impressive performance from James in particular. I mean, talked a lot about individuals, but James, above all else, was simply dominant. I mean, he farmed. He led the charge basically the whole way through.
I mean, he just had quite a crazy series right on that. Always a pleasure. I mean, even when he was out of a lot of those rounds, it was like a 1v4. He's hopping up on the Xbox. He just gets another instant flick. It was Jamin, quite a good scene, but a little bit of an extended break between maps. I wonder if PARIVISION are going to be cooling down. This is Partizan's pick, and where they turn it up. This is great from them. They are in this bomb fight, just boxed out the rest of this Partizan squad, but it's a 4v4 post plan.
Some good work to get into the site, but like you said, still even numbers. Depression's a little bit lacking in that HP. Collins in the same boat, but they're going to creep in from the back hall. Nobody over swinging, nobody overstepping. This is really dialed in for PARIVISION at the moment. Belchanok still hasn't seen anyone. This is deadly. Collins, though, makes the first move, and that's a great shot from Vlad in the overwhelm, and there is such a thing as a little bit too passive. I think PARIVISION kind of learned that the hard way in that round.
Yeah, no kidding. And just with a couple left to squeeze here at the end, it is Partizan. They get off onto the desired start that they were looking for. Into this T side, it's where PARIVISION prefer to open up shop. On the defense, it's Partizan just getting started.
Impressed with the way PARIVISION get into the site, but not so much the way they hold it. They'll go for the 4th spot. This is exactly what PARIVISION have wanted to do basically the whole series thus far. As they play aggressively with regard to their economy. Oh, that's unfortunate for Nota. He steps into the smoke right as Collins swings, so Collins gets vision, Nota has none.
It was a really quiet game overall that you got out of Collins here, too. I think there are certain parts of PARIVISION that even in the closer game that you did have, rather Partizan, can take a next step up and I think do real well. I think it was less of that Dust 2 that I expected to get very hairy, but originally our expectations in this series were to just get even. They just got rocked in the face. Those Depression, these MP9s are going to have to activate. He's looking to swing off the contact and not catch him looking, but he is peppering down. On the way is Partizan into the site right now. It's going to be just into the jaws, brought down. No member of Partizan actually fell.
And that's free and clear, free and easy. I mean, a force buy as well as what Partizan were up against, so PARIVISION in a good position. Try and work some of that magic up Banana, and they get just devastated at the first hurdle. Should mean this round, allegedly, could be a bit easier. I don't know how much more simple things could look. Partizan take early fights. Dragon, a bit of a frustrating let off the gas for him on the last, not even the last half, just like in overtime period. Had such a strong performance to get them there, but then really struggled once they got to that point. I want to see a bounce back from him. Already kind of feeling that.
Depression continues into alternative middle. He gets his Full house between Dragon and Depression. 3-0 start on Partizan selection. But now we got these rifles into the way of the PARIVISION camp. Do we continue where we left off, where I think the rifling plays were vastly supported by it's not even there to argue, a credible star op performance. I mean, Kickard really had a lot of great impact in there with Travis, I think Nota, but on the youthful note, I think it's Nota and Belichonik that both have to step up.
I mean, Beltronic had a lot of good moments towards the end, but yeah, after the early start wasn't as perfect. Depression. I'm going to say WP, the only one in the server right now, towards Banana. Gonna have a target-rich environment if he steps one more further to the right, but he'll get flashed off.
Put a molly on the corner. Try and make him back up to CT. Play the predictable way. Sending out feelers where they can afford to. Can be a great deal back on this B site when PARIVISION, finally get organized. This is taking a minute here. Depression just that far up. How much space do they give them? Oh, what a close miss. Nota going to be taking full advantage of it. 33 seconds to barrel into the bomb site, and Kindo standing tall with that down. Collins can take advantage of the smoke and the funnel that it creates, but they can't find his face, but they take it off of his body just in time. They are just getting down in the bomb site into the 19-second mark where it gets complicated. And look at the mini-map. Not moving a muscle are Partizan.
Dog, where the hell are Partizan right now? Like, yeah, now it's obvious that you should be saving, but bro, that was the slowest B hit I've ever seen. PARIVISION were there forever. They were spamming. There was like 3 guys spamming a smoke for 5-6 seconds, and nobody's moving, not an inch on the A site. I feel like Vladin and Dragon were committed to save no matter what happened here. I just don't understand. Might feel a little bit harsh, but it's questionable at least. I mean, I guess the upside is they do get to hang on to the guns. That is how saving works, Marky, believe it or not. But yeah, like, I mean, why commit to such a... It just feels like a losing perspective on the round.
I mean... There's a bit of the, I guess, feel to the 3-0 and not trying to kind of get a little bit too crazy right at the start and lose everything that you've, begin to build up at the beginning of this defensive side. But, I mean, for it to not even really seemingly be considered was a bit of a doozy. And for Partizan, I guess, to have the protocols we expect to be straight, they seem to be committed and sticking to them. That we can tell. Depression sends this AWP into apartments and has an opening kill.
And this is already a good start for Depression. I know he missed a shot last round, but, having impact, getting the scope back in his hand immediately. Him and Collins having a rock-roaring start. And I think JRT had some fair criticisms of like the depth that Partizan had, right? Talking about like Kindo in particular. That needs to be a change. And right now we're already kind of seeing a big difference in the depth that Partizan are showing. About to be a big surprise. Depression started the round over at T-Ats.
That changes things, though. A good measurement as to where this thing is going to be put off to. Bomb in the back of Jame. It's headed into the A site. Indo is going to have to gallop alongside when on time. Depression in its seam. Collins phasing. Jame looking the right way and nails him to the throne. Beautiful work. PARIVISION kicks down the door, and they sit pretty with 8 seconds just to spare.
I mean, PARIVISION, they like to play it tight with regard to the timings, and that Travis kill changes everything. As you highlighted, that was the wording you used, and I couldn't agree more. They were ready to maybe walk into the AWP that was there on Banana. I said a good rotation from Depression after he got the opening pick, but instead, he climbed through onto the A site, and James takes care of the only wrinkle that could have been there. That was Collins, who walked through the smoke into James' crosshair, basically. That's some good work. That's a second round. And a clean one, too, thinking about PARIVISION and how they can continue building. The economy's already looking good, and or survive.
I know the JRT mentioned any team with Jame on it is being paid by the rounds. We're certainly taking our time for that stint today. I know even in our first series, I was grilling a couple of our callers for really taking our time. Mast on that first map. He turned it up on Inferno. Right now, it was seemingly on to the same pace for this Partizan roster. 3B start.
3B start, but not a lot of activity off the rip. Now they start to make that move. It's not your traditional, like, B retake setup. It's a little bit disjointed, but it's actually a bit of a surprise, I think, for PARIVISION. Notes is going to get his one. Collins only one trade. Might still be a surprise to see Dragon here. So if they continue to aggress, Dragon could be the canary in the coal mine.
It's like an orange. Oh, we can't land that frag onto Travis. Clean entries once again. PARIVISION this time don't have to just track down on the clock. The whole minute they set up shop and do well.
Bro, look at this post plant too. Not that they're going for it, but 3 players just full took back Banana control. It's planted for them. Travis, the only one elevated into a forward position. It's a good thing Partizan aren't going for this, because this would be nigh impossible to retake.
Even the 3B right there is just not putting it together in a satisfactory tone enough to actually make that interesting. Sing away out of CT. Gladden and Depression back to back. Not enough to really get something too crazy alongside, but maybe a MP9 armor for the rest of these Partizan players if they want to get tricky in this round.
They're going to need more than a little trick. But I think they got more than that, right? 2 guns saved over. Add the MP9 to the mix. This is not bad. Got a whole lot of something. And oh, there was about to be the boost, but even before it comes active, James dismantles it.
We have here are retaking into apartments, and what is toting right behind you is the scope. Big surprise, Depression right around that corner, and the mouse jump could cost him enough time to just laser around the corner. And the relocation is all the way to Moto. This could be even better to buy the time for Partizan. Depends how graceful these entries do continue to go. Depression with another line set, and here with the man advantage over to Partizan. What is the call? It's going to be a long call that we can see. Going to have to go right from Banana.
Kicker's in a crucial position. He's right there, available in Boiler, and super non-committal to it, too. I really like this. It's critical that No to win, but he doesn't. Now, Kick has it all to do. Timing, almost perfect. McKindo watches and waits. So that'll be the clutch up as the lesser weapons win out for Partizan.
And that's great, right? Off the back of a good couple of ricochet scenarios that go the way of PARIVISION. It's Partizan that can, I think, familiarly go back to exactly where we opened up this playbook on Inferno, where they wanted to set tone. The entire idea of how they wanted this half to look, that's more like it. That's the move that we want to see them right in to begin and sit with the confident face. Back to a 3. I don't know why the shooting of those pots just, like, jarred me all the way out. Back to the 3-player setup at B, Vinny. This time it has a little bit more muscle.
And they're muscling their way through. They're putting the body on the line. Collins committing to stepping into the Molotov to clear back Broom. A little bit interesting, though. The immediate 3-man hold there just gets dismantled. They get the information and they fall all the way back. They're just going to leave Dragon in the mix in that position. Excuse me, that's Kendo. And in response, PARIVISION just like walked their way back up. They're really quiet about this. There's like no utility until that moment.
On the run, practically back and forth sprint for CT. Has a great headshot into kicker, but have you realized what exactly is laid through this smoke? Call it double trouble, right through it. Collins, he's surviving still, but there's not enough on the investigation yet. There's your next clue, and Travis to get that on to Gladden. Dropping another John Doe, but this time it's the Dragon, and he's got a big nade right at their feet. Depression, he is going to be all too late to this, as the A site is going to be set up.
Speaking of too late, PARIVISION might be a little too slow, or just slow enough. The fact that they are going to be hearing all this...
Wait, no, it's perfect. They didn't hear a thing. Maybe James did. Maybe James did.
A little correction there, James. He's got eyes on and ears perked, ready to see those guys coming back. Partizan, I almost worked out. I feel like the timing through those smokes on Banana were actually really interesting. They got themselves into a winnable position. Mind-boggling that James gets the trade, though, onto Collins through the smoke at Banana. Like, just a little bit unfortunate. Dragon had a great timing, but Travis's lurk very effective. These swings of economy, always going to be tough for the CTs, and it's the same situation here. Game locked in on mid, but Depression not going to give them the wide swing. So they'll shake hands, metaphorically, and walk away unscathed on both ends.
Those MP9s bought up every little nade that they could. With one more opinion upon that, it was Collins that is going to be sticking around this B site with one more smoke. Scratch that off of the Bravo base conversation. It is Depression that hits the last pixel necessary onto kicker. Right here, it's Noda that is gone with the rest, and it is going to be quite a mess here in brackets. Out to middle, putting out this fire in the corner. Gotta sniff out Dragon eventually. Not another nade, not another knife. Out here swinging from James. He's trying to clear this corner, but he actually just gets them both to show their hand. Oh. James gets a great stab back, and it might be PARIVISION still reaching in this round. A very great gunfight that is almost won against Depression, but flat in surprise, he's still here.
Ridiculous the way that this has gone. Those MP9s. Dragon, obviously, part of that. James. Nice quick scope. He's looking for another one, but Depression takes out the USB. He's done with that. Done with those shenanigans. Partizan, I talked about how frustrating these economic swings can be, but they keep winning on the, difficult purchases, so As much as that might be the truth, they still weather the storm.
Trying to put the pressure on PARIVISION, going for a very quick A play, and the right to do so. It's going to be 3 players reaching into bracket right now, and Vladimir was just seen getting back into the corner with more coverage on his own flash, and with a little bit more help around the corner, they just melt the effort of PARIVISION in round 10. Well, Collins running around on B.
I mean, this'll do. Partizan, you know, I think their CT side needed to be not dominant, but I think they needed to win their CT side, and now they've set themselves in position to do that. There shouldn't be a bye for PARIVISION next round. And yes, I'm counting James 1v5 with an AK out. But
what a monster you are.
I know. Someone take me away in cuffs.
For Pete's sake, man. For Pete's, man. Whoever he is.
That's a great point. What's the etymology of that phrase?
How many Pete's can you name?
Dupree's name is Peter. That's about it.
All right, so I got a Google AI answer for you.
Okay.
And it is just like a replacement for using GD, right? In that usage, you know, like for Pete's sake instead, right?
I see. Okay. I mean,
similar usage would be for goodness sake.
I see. Okay.
Yes.
That one I think makes a little more sense because, you know.
Right.
The concept of goodness is like out there. We know about that one. I don't know about Pete. Who's Pete?
I bet he's a nice guy, man.
He probably is. No shade at all. PARIVISION being overshadowed right now by Partizan on the map of Inferno, but tactical timeout taken. They're first actually for PARIVISION on this map. They've been right in there basically the whole time. It's a tough decision. I don't know. I want to say they've got 2-round loss, so they should be able to like save one by next, I think, if I'm recalling correctly, but it's clear that they're unsure. And it looks like they want to go for this force buy, which, you know, opts them in for the continuation of that. So that is the decision. They'll go for the force. They'll go all in. I feel like this gives Partizan a really big opportunity, Marky. Talked about, like, not necessarily needing a dominant half. Well, 8-4, you'd call that pretty dominant if they could pull off 2 in a row here at the end.
Definitely. Even if the vibe, I don't think tracks to be an 8-4. I mean, it's hard to argue with what's exactly on the board regardless. I don't really like how they do kind of spread to tease, but there's got to be some nods to the B site. They're a nice Molotov to keep them busy. Smoke that is on the way to Moto, it looks like. Just in the arch. That goes not so far. Balls pop ready and loaded. That flash is ready to go. Into lane. Checked kickered in. Eye is going to be looking right here to go. Gladden has seen this before. No fool. But is gotten down. He is just flashed within the white. Kickered with a great entry. And Kindo does so well. A triple out for Kindo on the A defense. And finally loses his life to James. But between Kindo and Vladden, there's nobody passing.
I mean, I want to kind of talk about something that JRT mentioned on the desk, because he mentioned Kindo being somewhat somewhat invisible on Dust 2, and I didn't really notice it that much at the time, but when he pointed it out, I fully agree with him. On Dust 2, Kendo very much was a little bit invisible. Even though, he had some impact moments, he was a part of the team, but it was not to the extent to which we'd previously seen, right? And that definitely has to do with him having to make adjustments, changing in roles, but that's been basically the opposite of what we've been seeing from him on Inferno. And that's a perfect example of how different it's been. An incredible hold from Kendo and a fantastic perspective on that round, considering that Partizan, they've not only just denied PARIVISION access, but they denied PARIVISION the chance to get a bomb plant and therefore a better force buy.
Might be right on track for that 8-4. We still got to give this thing the full just to it. Op sitting with the 2 on this B site. My opinion, you might be weighed a little bit too heavily over here. Getting active. Got to investigate further. Now right around this corner, it is not looking good. Noda has a shot before he goes down. Thankfully, they do have these bodies here after all. Kendo going to be into 12 health. Got to consider this in the late round. But do you even wait that long? There's bodies over here on A in there. I don't think they're going to be waiting too long.
I mean, Dragon's just stepped away. Reposition might be.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is bad news. Vladin is so alone. Kicker's already there. Great takeoff as well. Vladin still gets a second. Incredible work from Vladin, and he's done his work. I mean, he's done all that you could ask of him, considering that position and how entirely separated he was from the rest of his team.
Bomb now getting forced onto default. There were so many illustrious 1vx situations that PARIVISION just muscled out on Dust 2. How do they do it again? Sitting into the pit right beside with James on the site. Sending a kit up into apartments. Rather, each member equipped to do so on this Partizan side. James with such a good angle out of this smoke. Is he actually going to be able to use it? Dragon with that first shot. There would have to be 1v3 for James to separate his squad from the 8-4, and it just will not happen. Collins has the details on the defuse, and Partizan have quite a bold placement through the half on their map selection.
I want to say the word dominant definitely describes the scoreline, but it doesn't describe the half itself.
No.
Right? Close half all the way through, and then PARIVISION broke at the wrong time, right? Like that's really what it comes down to. Partizan win the critical round where PARIVISION are then forced into a force buy twice over. And I was saying that maybe it would have been better to get an eco on that first round, but you can understand both lines of logic. And PARIVISION, they go for one over the other. It doesn't work out, and Partizan take big advantage. This is exactly the type of scoreline that I think they needed on their CT side.
I mean, you're really getting a very nice look all across the board at this PARIVISION, at this Partizan, excuse me. I know we were kidding about that in our first series. It was going to be a fun one. But particularly, I mean, this is our last round of 16 matchup of the day, and baby, don't you worry. We got 4 more of those for you tomorrow, so don't go far. It was a really fun one that, we were watching alongside. I mean, I actually can't say that, honestly. We were definitely asleep when Sangal, or rather TNL and Liberian Soul were, just kicking us off today, Vincent. And then BetClick, obviously, 2-0 over Fireflex right before we started with Navi and Sangal.
A nice little recap of where we've been. This is where we are, though. Partizan.
Where we're going.
Well, we're always going.
That's the more important phase.
Always moving. PARIVISION moving into a little bit of a more dicey perspective position. Down by 4 rounds. A CT pistol would certainly alleviate some of that. Gonna go heavy towards A for 1 set. And into that. Partizan want to work their way through the apartments, it seems like, but they take their time on the first approach, the first phase.
Couple of shots right here. Ooh, and Jane with a good headshot. Now they're bringing this back. Is it PARIVISION that reach into a pistol? They would love it. They would love it. James, Noda, to a piece. Call it a triple for the Opper. Gets his 12th, gets a 5th up for PARIVISION, and that's how they start the CT side.
I mean, nice work from James, who's continuing what can only be described as just like an insane series from him individually. Making up for a couple of missing pieces, right? Belchanok and Travis, like, to be honest with you, struggling in a big way. You really expect a lot more from Belchanok in particular. That could be the change up, though, into half number 2. That pissed around the start of it. And despite Partizan not really getting any bomb plant money, they're still in for everything.
They most certainly are. There goes that flash. Good time for that knee to go down. Oh no, James has just been caught. Unfortunate right there on the rotation. Was blind, couldn't see his hand in front of his face. With an MP9 to defend from 4 players just rounding in this corner. Collins with 1. You still have not seen this face. And, oh, Travis. It is just going to be so difficult, honestly, keeping him on the hook. But now you are just all the way above water. Noda going to be waving the white flag out of this clutch. It is Inferno back into the hands of Partizan.
I don't even know where to start on this round. Because I don't even know where it goes particularly wrong. Like, specifically, each individual having, like, a frustrating time. We didn't see it, but not sure how someone burns alive to a molly on Banana to start this round, but tough position for James. From that spot, everybody else is in a nigh unwinnable position to work from. I'm a little bit frustrated at how things go down for PARIVISION that round. Partizan take full advantage, though. You got to give them credit for that. That little bit of sky showing through the clouds on the other side of Inferno that PARIVISION had, well, it's just been snuffed out. The rainstorms are in.
Jiggling this corner is James. Oh, the fortunes they foresaw after winning that pistol. Now they're going to have to win it with another majority group of pistols right here on A, and their utility is stopping them up quite well. But Partizan, they can just see through right in the library. Say why not? Noda may be surprised, and he is. Collins with a nice shot on the way back down. Travis toting that pistol, done quite well. This is the flip of a coin out of the smoke, and they do it perfectly. I mean, where are you going to complain out here for Partizan? Just lined up in those smokes and found their way through the dark. Okay, double digits just like that, Vincent. And if, like, I'm PARIVISION right now, I feel like I've just been played.
I mean, they've been played, they've been skewered, they've been devastated by Partizan. Their buyback good. James and Travis going to try and save these two bits of armor, save the pistol. Timing's not great there for Depression, so he's actually going to lose an AK. That's a great find for James if he can hold it. Be careful, James. Don't want to twist any more ankles. And it it looks like they're gonna hold it pretty easily. James hanging on to that. I mean, the right guy for the job. You're talking about the impact he's had. Oh, goodbye, James.
Hopefully we won't be Mr. James for too long there, but I mean, sheesh, you better figure it out. We may go on to a third map. Hey, he's back.
Yeah, I was kidding about the whole like twisting ankle situation.
No, you weren't.
I definitely was.
Let me get the trainer down here.
Somebody
tape
check
around
him out.
that, John. Have you ever ankles taped, Vincent?
I have. I had a high ankle sprain when I was sporting.
I think we
high
both
school.
had a moment in Dallas. We were like stepping out of the Uber. We both like almost twisted our ankles, and we were like, "Ha,
Fine.
clumsy individuals."
Yeah, this one wasn't so much clumsy. I was playing soccer or football for our European friends.
Yeah,
And,
read the room.
Yeah, my bad. That's on me. Well, see, but as an American, you can't just say football because then people just assume that you mean American football. It's a catch-22 is the point.
True,
But there was
true.
just a
Did I see
little
a
bit of a
yawn from
divot.
Travis, dude?
They've been on a long day.
Looks like
man.
he's got a cool place actually. Good for him, man.
It's just like a little divot in the field, and unfortunately, it got me.
You're telling me, dude, you could. I don't know when that was, bro. You're a lawyer, man. Actually, you're playing sports. You signed a waiver.
Yeah, it was also high school, so like, there's no
There you go.
world. What am I gonna do? Sue the school and get the no money that they have? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that'd be mean.
Maybe I could steal all the money from the American football club that had $1 billion at my school.
That seems to be the case. It was actually, I don't know, man. I'm from like St. Louis. I was speaking about this to Zola and CMD when I was casting with them. We like got a MLS, excuse me, team recently,
That's a
and you know
player.
they're not great generally. Like, you know, that league isn't like too crazy or anything, but like that culture is pretty great, man. Especially, you know, where I'm from. I felt like, you know, the high school I went to, more kids were more interested going to the Thursday night soccer games than actually like the Friday night light football.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
Yeah,
cool.
we
I mean,
suck.
listen,
We suck.
your city's got some struggles holding on to like sports teams, so maybe you can hang on to that one.
Through that.
Sorry, that was really
Many
mean.
Europeans want to go down a rabbit hole.
Oh, that was really mean.
Look at the St. Louis Rams. No, it's a funny chapter.
We got PARIVISION back on the kicker just gets airstrike, double nade. See you later, buddy. I mean, he did have the worst of the weapons, so
What
maybe
happens
it's
when you get 7 kills in Call of Duty 4 airstrike right onto your head, man? See you later, pal.
yeah, he's feeling the heat. Get it? Because they're heat seeking.
Didn't even have a chance to exit the kitchen, man. Tell you what.
I know we were yapping just to like contextualize this a little bit. PARIVISION did end up full buying here, behind the saves. I thought they would probably eco again, but they were able to drop a couple of guns, and so that's why they invested. Still very scary though, because Partizan, you know, one reset away from that point now. You know, if they win this round.
There it finally swings up top, and Travis active. Putting that all the way forward, bending the corner, Dragon with that all the way down. The great opening shot that they have, and you can serve up another nade on the way back through. Game's got 2, and it's going to be bounced right around that corner. Dunked onto Collins. 5,
No time.
4, and James, he's got to just sink in with his thumb. Nothing going to be going right through, and it's a very good thing. He told the young gun to stay right here. Carl in the house, baby. And Partizan, they've got 6 on this CT side.
I mean, that's nice stuff from PARIVISION. The fact that they get into that round, and the fact that they were stacked for A as the B hit was happening. Like, James wasn't even on B. He wasn't even like deep CT. He was still more towards arch side until they started to accelerate. So very fortunate that they were able to win that. Great nade. Yeah, they stacked up the utility there in the corner. James to utilize should it be necessary, denies the bomb plant, and then comes back in to try and deny it again, even though I don't even think the time was there. I think that they had already won the round, but James wants to make sure of that. But that's a reality. What a huge win. Unfortunately, it doesn't really give PARIVISION a lot of buying space. They're still mega broke in a couple of individuals. So,
That's true.
Yeah. The tragedies of the CT side. You know, is this really a commentary on being the good guys is sometimes hard? Because you're broke. I know you're a fan of...
Where are we going in this gas?
I don't know. Don't think too hard.
You're making a good point. Look, man. On the way back up with it, I'm not too sure how exactly you're going to be seeing this back and around. James all the way through this has what? Like 46, 7 kills in the series? When are we asking this man to do too much in this A site? Won't be this round. Asking No to stand up. A flash in his face that he's not going to be able to avoid, and he is done. He is dusted. And here's a bit of emphasis behind what was in this B scene. It's at least a little bit of utility, and they get away with a kill. But, I mean, Partizan are going to be hot on the press. They knew this felt empty.
Yeah, it feels very, very much that. A little bit of contact. That's Kicker who's taking damage through the smoke. So, like, trading back damage and fire towards B. But this still feels very A-centric. Partizan grouped up in that direction, but they don't have all that much control. Like, they've yet to really test towards Racket. And it's what a great read of the situation for James, who starts to step away, it looked like. He's come back to toss a Molotov, but Partizan gonna build up their resources over at B. And once again, man, PARIVISION gambling wrong.
Back right turn to him. Can't quite land the kill. After that slight motion, I don't think there's going to be much discussion. We'll stay on this side. Partizan, you stay over there.
Yeah, I mean, PARIVISION, I've noticed this and talked about it a couple of times already, but they're so gambly about these, like, stacks. Like, it goes back to the same situation that I mentioned on Dust 2, where PARIVISION are really not willing to fight for information. They will hold utility. They will play the long game, the long con all day, but they will not take aggressive fights to get map control back or to claim space or to find info. And so what it means is that late into these rounds, so often they have no info, they don't know where it's going, and so they just gamba. They just say, okay, well, let's stack A, let's stack B, whatever that looks like. It's been more often A, and it can be an effective strategy, especially if you have a lead, because like you just saw, they're able to save, they're able to get another buyout. They don't have a lead. They're 5 rounds to the bad.
It's fighting uphill. Just at the matter where we have, I mean, Travis completely empty on the utility end. How are we even supposed to line up in the B site? You got nothing to get back. It's just going to be all of a stack, and can't say Partizan have been too worried about sniffing these out. I feel like if you get caught, you get caught by this right here. But leaning heavy in to the apartments actually may help them right now. a smoke that is going to cover off the vision, but right now this could get awkward. This is going to be really, really hard for PARIVISION. Collins connects in his second kill, and now it's a rotation to B. A Hope alongside James, who's just been left in the dirt. 12 here handed to PARIVISION. Partizan, excuse me.
Oh,
you giggle?
I'm giggling. That's crazy timing. They walked by each other, by the way. Collins and Kicker in library, that is. Wait, they're all leaving. There's only one guy there on the site. All right. Kicker's not so ambitious as I. He can't see the vision, to be fair, that I do. But he will be safe, almost certainly. I'd be able to claim an AK. Trying to get that thing is going to be tough, though. Won't have the opportunity. It is 12 rounds for Partizan. PARIVISION just so flat comparatively on this map to the last. A trio, Travis, Kicker, Belchinok, I mean, individually struggling in comparison to that map as well, but more than anything, I mean, this CT side has just been really one-dimensional.
That becomes a concern. As this thing trickles along, man, around to 16, man, this is the second 3-map series that PARIVISION will, potentially have to deal with right now. Just fought versus ENCE right before this in another event. Here, this Mirage could get really tricky up the manor. But as long as it doesn't get even too dwindled on this Inferno, stomping into this for Partizan will get me excited for that possibility. Gonna finish here on this A site with a Molotov. It's headed every way in Travis's direction. Face the fire, face the bullets, face the iron at the end of the day. And it's Vladin's to put you in your place. Kicker, my man, you're going to have to come up with a grand old plan to go all three, because that's what it's going to require. Your 6th map of the day is going to have to be your best map of the day. Partizan force a third.
Yeah, a big win and a big victory as we toss it over to JRT.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, that was tough for PARIVISION, honestly. And Vincent said it at the end. They looked one-dimensional on their CT side. I would argue it looked kind of one-dimensional on their T side too. There were instances, and we're going to check out the highlights now, so we can kind of go into what happened there in that entire match. But really, you saw it from the beginning. Partizan were able to get those 3 rounds at the beginning, and yes, PARIVISION got 3 back, and it was a good job on round number 4 for them to pull it off. And I think that it was just a late round take that worked really well. But outside of that, after they lose that 3-round streak, and I think it started in round number 7. I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit here, guys, compared to the highlights. But in round 7, that was one of the big difference makers, honestly, for Partizan in the half, where off of the saved rifles and pistols, they pick up the round. And it looked like PARIVISION would be able to take control from that point. But after that happens, then we end up in a lot of back and forth. And this is that round 7 I was talking about. I mean, you're down to Kicker, and again, there were just 2 rifles on the other side, and the pistols rang true for Partizan. After that point, yes, PARIVISION get one right back, and James gets a nutty shot through the smoke in the follow-up round. But it's after that point Partizan are able to, again, with a limited buy-up, ring true. And Vincent was talking about at the time, it felt like it was only on the limited buys that Partizan were able to get it. But then I think PARIVISION make a little bit of a misstep. We've talked about force buys in CS2 and how impactful they can be. But forcing up repeatedly at the end of the half is what cost them, because I think it was 2 rounds in a row, round number 10 and round number 11, where they didn't have full buys. They could have gone for the eco in round 10 and then, or excuse me, round number 11 could have gone for the eco and then bought on round number 12. Instead, they just force bought down both times and were crushed because of it. I mean, there were moments where it seemed interesting. It's just that Partizan were able to take control. And after that point, you go to the second half. I don't know if I even want to say too much about those rounds. I mean, the only one that deserves mentioning is James. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit more afterwards, but just to highlight it, his nades in round number 16, 2 of them thrown onto the bomb site, denies the plant and wins the round. The problem is the only person we're talking about on the PARIVISION side is James. Everyone else is missing in action. Belchinok in particular, who's usually a great duo with James, can't find his crosshair right now. So you have your rifler, your main rifler is not connecting, your supporting rifler is also not doing anything, and the only one that's able to get frags or any type of impact is James. And that's not a winning formula. Absolutely not. I mean, I also want to mention that Inferno is not the greatest of maps here for PARIVISION, but still, this is not just about Inferno. We're going back to Dust 2 as well, where it was James, 37 frags, guys. 37 frags. They needed him in every way, shape, and form to get that win. Everyone else was still invisible there. Yes, there were some moments from some of these supporting casts, but it was James carrying the team on his shoulders, and he just couldn't do it here on Inferno. Now we go to Mirage, which, you know, is a little better for this PARIVISION squad, but they need to wake up. I don't want to take anything away from Partizan, by the way. They played pretty well there over on both sides of the map. It's just that it felt like every time, again, there was an extended engagement, it went Partizan's way, and also simple plays, like 2 one-dimensional coming through from the PARIVISION side, in particular when they're pushing up on their T side into Arch side twice in a row into a crossfire and getting blended twice. Like, it just didn't really make sense why they continued to go back to some of the plays they were calling there. So anyway, Partizan, great work to get a second map, pretty convincing overall, and PARIVISION looked invisible for the most part outside of James. That has to change for PARIVISION if they want to take this series, and Partizan, I want to give them full credit. Despite not having an IGL, they're looking pretty good here. Let's see if they can keep it up as we hit to map 3 on Mirage. All right, we're getting ready to kick it off on Mirage for the final map of the day and the series, of course, between PARIVISION and Partizan. It has been quite a crazy time getting to this point. Inferno was very lackluster on the PARIVISION side there, Vincent. What has to change for them to have an impact here on map number 3?
I mean, I think for me, the biggest problem that they kind of experienced was like, and I'm just gonna go like beyond the individual struggles because I think that can happen. I'm not too worried about that. The bounce back is very possible, but the fact that they were so flat-footed that they seemed like they were not willing to fight for information on the CT side. They didn't do that on Dust 2, and it hurt them on Dust 2 just to a lesser degree because of how punishing these rotations can be on Inferno. I think they need to be more proactive. They need to be willing to take some risks and not just like, listen, taking risks is not the same as gambling the site, man. Like taking a little bit of a proactive decision to like fight for map control is worthwhile.
No, I do agree with you. I feel like they really didn't want to take fights, and they've looked scared to take fights both on Dust 2 and Inferno. It's a really valid point that you bring up, Vincent. And I mean, on the other side, Mark, Partizan haven't looked too bad. It feels like whatever they've been planning behind the scenes in terms of switching up the IGL duty, switching up the rifle and everything. Even, you know, I said Kendo didn't really look effective on Dust 2. Vincent, you mentioned he looked much better on Inferno. I agree. So it feels like everything's starting to click for Partizan at a moment where everything's falling apart for PARIVISION, right?
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, I felt a little bit surprised myself, you know, coming into this, you know, being a little bit excited about Partizan. But here we are actually walking into the third map, JRT, and I got concerns about our runners-up from Series 1.
Absolutely, and it looks like the map is now live, folks. So we're going to bring it to you. Mark, Vincent, take it away.
Finally, you got this, Mirage, Vinny, huh?
I'm happy. I'm happy we get Mirage, man. Listen, you put me on Dust 2 and Inferno back-to-back series. Bruh. Like, just say you hate me already. Like, come on. No, jokes aside, I'm excited to see kind of what this provides in Dragon, who, listen, was really good still on Inferno, but not nearly the menace that existed on Dust 2. He's already off to the races. That's going to be a huge boon. And he's just not stopping. This is crazy levels of aggression after getting that opening pick.
Not underpass. Going for the deepest cut that he can. All the way back to the A site. Where PARIVISION will end up belonging. That was the whole plan. That was the whole time. Right now, the rest of Partizan is going to realize it. Parties start right here on this A site. If we're going to actually kick this one off to begin, look at Dragon go. Smoke to just go on the run. It's to actually be competitive for jungle. And how this is paced, speeding up to CT. Ooh. Dragon going to be late. Depression stacking the bodies. And he gets a triple. Look at how this A site stands up so solid. That's that third map already kicking off. Great for Partizan.
Man, it really is. And you know what? I think that we didn't give our due diligence over to Depression either. Because coming into this series, and I stand by what I said. I'm not walking it back. He's not been great. I think it's had some flashes of good, especially on Dust 2. Have seen some really good things, but as a whole, it's been less than stellar, right? But this series, Depression has been very strong. I've been impressed with a lot of the stuff, Dust 2 CT side, all the way through Inferno, and now a pistol round that he really leads the charge on for Mirage. That's exactly what you want to see from a guy that, whether it's, you know, long-term or not, is currently working their way through this Partizan roster.
Don't do it again. Was tempted, you can tell. But it's just the Glocks that they're gonna have to deal with, old Vin.
Am I old?
If you're old, then I'm freaking getting there, man.
That's a good point. So we can agree, handshake, not old.
No, we're not. We're young. Out of the A site with our Glocks, running through the wind. The hair is there as well. It's flowing. Oh, goodness gracious. At least you have your first casualty out to the Partizan side. That's Dragon, who, goodness gracious, has looked at his Fitbit, seen the steps that he has taken in this route, and is quite impressed. He's gone so far in this game already, and I don't think it's going to stop. Big plays
No.
like that are going to make the difference in a third. You just have
No
a best of
doubt.
one here.
That's a good point, right? Like reset any sort of mentality.
It's Mirage, dude. Like,
Got
bug out
James.
as large as you did on that overtime. It was very impressive for some time on D2.
James got to forget that he's like got 50 plus frags in this map in this
It's
series.
James time.
And hasn't won the series.
Or it's
That's
the
a-
rest of PARIVISION's time.
I think it needs to be the rest of PARIVISION's time, to be honest with you. It's not a knock towards James in any way.
No.
It's just I think what
we
needs to become a
stand.
reality. I'm a big fan of this angle. I like this little
it's
setup.
deadly. It's really
Yeah.
nice.
It's so hard to check.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think you can clear it exactly out from some of the obvious points to which you just dwindle this down. Partizan, they grab and hold onto middle control. What is exactly Stu in along up top to just spread this down to immediately handle to an A split, B split rather, right up the catwalk, towing. Oh my gosh, what a find from Travis and Nota. The duo from Amcal is still swinging in like a wrecking ball. Bomb now onto this site, but he was lying in the cut. It's Depression, and he's got a fifth in Depression. Going huge here on the empty pillar, has just canceled out the hopes for PARIVISION, and I think James is going to stay protected.
I mean, he's probably going to step in for this, but 20 seconds isn't a lot of time to work with. Depression might overstep a little bit. Never mind. It's
What a
James who's going to
farm.
be caught in the open. Yeah, that is nasty. It's so understandable that they don't anticipate, PARIVISION don't anticipate that there's another man over NP, but a very fast rotation for Depression, even after the 2 kills over in mid work out. That is great patience by him. And I mean, talking about like all these question marks surrounding like what this team looks like, who's going to be in this team. I don't even know who's calling for this team anymore.
Right, yeah, it's
you know,
it's not clear to us.
There's so many of those question marks, and for Partizan to be fighting and then winning in these moments is incredible.
I mean, I don't even remember exactly the last time that Depression was actively playing within competition. I remember we were, caping back on the storyline. I could probably tell you right now, but it was for a very good moment since the last time you were actually active within play. We spoke about important scenes that rather impressive play that, did drop off. Yeah, last active in November 2024 with ESC, right? So,
And that was a short stint too.
yeah, and it's like, do your best. He's 7-0. This is the third map. Keep running while you are still hot.
That's a trot. Partizan, this is seeming to be a strong start. I mean, probably going to be 4-0 here. I mean, the amount of investment here is pretty strong as well for PARIVISION, but they can afford it. Something that can't be afforded, though.
I love the
James.
theme of the Mirage so far, especially in that side of the map. They're just pushing so much. Great opening kill. There's something
Miss-
behind this, Vincent.
It's a missed smoke over on stairs, unfortunately. A little bit of unraveling here for PARIVISION. Gonna be a late con flank, but I don't know that it's gonna get anything done. I know it's a last alive,
Maybe
and
one
of
or
course,
two at max, but
he's actually slipped into that corner. That's a pretty good
Yeah.
spot.
oof.
Never mind. Spotted and removed. Stream got cooked up. It's gonna, I mean, it's kind of has to be a good call. A big call. Uh-oh. I think we've been lost. But
Back to the times.
yeah,
What
nonetheless.
loss? What's the bunker code there, Vinny? What is it? Do we know? We got Jean Locke on the line. What's good, my
Hey.
friend? Maybe he's got an answer for us. How you
No,
doing?
I don't. I'm good. I'm doing all right.
4673. That's the answer. That's
I
the
mean, Honestly, I mean, just to talk about the match a little bit, this is a really good start for Partizan, right? I mean, 4-0 up. They rebuffed that pistol round around number 3, and then the anti-eco looks pretty straightforward. It still feels like to me it's kind of missing in action on the PARIVISION side, right?
Very much so. I think that it's hard to like take too much away.
It's
from,
still early, yeah.
Yeah, from like what we've seen thus far, because we haven't gotten a good gun round. Well, I guess we'll just like put it that way. But the issue that I'm actually seeing is that PARIVISION, it seems like their general perspective on how to play is that they're waiting for that type of aggression, and they're still losing it. So, the gun round upcoming, like that's what I'm looking for. They're going to play that passive style. They need to be able to receive a fast play or a more aggressive stance from the CTs. That should be their bread and butter.
I don't think it's going to go as perfectly as it did. Excuse me. I really was impressed, remember, with Nota and his former AmCal teammate UpCat, right? Just going and gunning up. And then you have Depression with, one of the most impressive individual holds we've seen in the series so far, right? To like open up your first gun round. So, I mean, go Depression, the super sub. If you can keep that up, man, we're going to have, quite a storyline to rope into a quarterfinal. And that's really exciting. But man, I mean, it's like, when is that going to drop for PARIVISION, JRT? I just don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's very strange. I mean, I think Depression deserves a lot of praise. I think he played really well throughout the entire this series so far. I mean, there's still a lot of rounds we played here on Mirage while we wait to get back into it, guys. But at the same time, it's more the inconsistency from Depression that's concerning for me. If he's a permanent solution here, they need to have this type of performance coming through him on a consistent basis. We were getting it from Kindo before on the AWP. He was playing very well. His rating was consistently good. It's going to drop off. I think it's probably below 1 at this point for Kindo, unfortunately. So like the drop off continues on his side. I hope he can recover. But anyway, look, there's still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played. We've blabbed enough. We're going to go back into the game now, guys. We're going into a break. Excuse me, we're not going back into the game. We're hitting the break, and we'll be back after this with more Mirage.
this thing on? Hello?
Hey! Oh, hey.
Hey,
Sorry,
we're back. We're back.
You woke me up. I was taking a little nap.
Yeah, I heard you snoring.
Yeah, that's my bad. But I'm awake now. I've been jolted by the Counter-Strike. I was just hyping up the potential buy here. Did we like lose a round? Am I crazy?
Who knows? Right back on point. We did. It was 4-0. It is 5-0
Okay.
now. Whoopsie daisy. Getting those shots all the way through. Maybe 6-0 by the time I'm done yapping about this.
Well, the sad part about that is that was the gun round. I really sad that we didn't get to see, because I'm like looking at the money, and the money looks pretty good. I feel like Partizan kind of swept that round by the look of things. So, oop, hi, well, hello. This is
At least you're implying that there is some respect in me greeting up top. I don't even think so. Sprinting away, avoiding PARIVISION right now. And Travis will have to meet up in the time. 35 to go down, and it's going to be here on the B-bomb site. Collins waiting without a man in the wing to connect. Now it's just so close to the low HP player. Clean onto Travis. Disconnected from the bomb. Disconnected from his team. Disconnected from a lead that they had in the series to go. Back on their way through at a 1-1 stint. It is Partizan to not let go.
I did do some looking, a little fact check there. HLTV still had the logs. It was a perfect round. It was everyone surviving there for Partizan in round 5, just for the record. Yeah. Not exact, or round 4, pardon me, that's what I meant to say. Partizan not changing that fact, at least not for the most part. The next round. Here is the gun round. Faster towards the catwalk. Yeah, Nota unheard. Like, Gladden is just fully caught off guard, and this should be the round. They have it all.
Yeah, well done. I would just turn that ship back the same way Dragon is heading. Right back around to the A site. I mean, all the way reached around to Skindo, too. They'll be satisfied with this. Man, Nota, what's he got on? Quite the sneakers.
Yeah, bro, sprinting up there. I like that change of pace for
Hero.
PARIVISION. You what?
Although had a lot to focus on being really the only player in the B site.
That's very fair.
Yes.
I was gonna say though that I like this change of pace. I think PARIVISION making a good decision there by trying to get things moving. Not so big a fan of Partizan like committing so much to getting these exits. They lose 2 more players in the mix, and they have all the money they could want right now. But I think it would have been just fine to let them have that.
And to play devil's advocate right here with you, I think we're probably having a different conversation, just if the outcome's a little bit different. I think your reasoning is still true right there to, stack up. I feel like I was implying that I'm just gonna like bunker into the A site, not even get anywhere near. So concern is dear and true. How are we feeling about checking right into middle? Nobody's seriously home in that doubt. Gotta get concerned about potentially something coming quickly at one of these sites, just to be seen. He's gonna be swinging right back at that ramp, and honestly, let him in.
Yeah, I mean, they knocked on the door, didn't get an answer, and thought, well, I guess I'll invite myself in, is what PARIVISION were thinking. Partizan, as they noted, not home. But they're returning. They're getting back into position. 3 through CT. There's some supported utility, I think, about to be tossed from middle.
Great player at Firebox right now. The position is so huge from Nota. Flash is just going to dice this one up, and if it's not going to be to this setup across the site, then it's going to be to time. I mean, a quarter left to tick. Nintendo gets a good shot It is a triple out of the youngest gun, and then James with 2. That's the duo that we are waiting to light up on the board. PARIVISION 2 in a row, setting a stint of their own rhythm with these back-to-back executes.
Yeah, I mean, that's good work. And James on the board, right? We talked about how incredible of a series he's had. Well, 0-7 at the start of that round. He's picked up the double kill. And this Belchernock cleans up house. He's the other one that I think we really talked about as a big missing piece of this PARIVISION roster on Inferno. Still money for the buy. They're still good and still have money in the bank, too. Partizan, that's how dominant those rounds were. The opening 6.
And one just sitting on the tarmac right now, and Depression so close. Probably some of the first scenes under the big green that we had on this third map, specifically toting from this side. PARIVISION, when they've been so heavy on these executes, Vincent, I mean, you know, baseless of the economy, right? I feel like they would benefit from the 5 rifles. Noda on the lurk again. On an island. Gonna have to stick up with this scope. Now literally gonna be on fire with it. Finally hitting the dust on the bench. Travis long range has that on a good Dow. Vladin trying to get right into course with Collins. He takes so much damage there from the Molotov.
Oh, that's been heard by the player E-Box, so let's kick her. Now James has the big green in his hands. Power position on bench. This should be so hard to break through now.
James gets that down. Just sitting right back to back with it. That's the James we know and damn love. A 3K from the bench as he sits himself to success.
Man, I mean, listen, I haven't gotten the privilege of seeing that in any of these PARIVISION games, but I've been hearing through the grapevine, been talking to people, been seeing the stats, and, you know, that James is, like, back to a degree that we haven't seen when he was in Tier 1, even when he's winning a major, right, that we had never seen before. And, yeah, I mean, that is exactly what we're seeing right now. He is just focused, locked in, and running over some opposition. This is Partizan getting demolished if you give him the op in his hands. That's all considering Partizan. Like, Depression gets his 1. They maintain the 4v4. They're not doing a bad job there, Partizan, but PARIVISION, James specifically, just puts him to bed.
It can't just be James, right? It has to be rounds like they spilled out on this A side. If they're to tap it up again, it was a triple from Belchernock. They get out right to just dive in out of the ramp before these smokes even go, and they're not going to wait for him. Here comes the utility to have an immediate response, but they don't dash through. Just because they commit the utility does not mean they have to commit their lives. They're being pushed back into the CT lane, and this is where PARIVISION are going to exactly want them. They want this fight right here. They need to set it on their terms, but here's one more flash that they have in the back pocket, and now they know they're going to be overwhelmed. Noda was such a huge kill, and this is going to gain them ground over here towards the jungle side, and Belchernock needs that impact where we were looking for it. He goes down with nada. He goes down with nothing, and a smoke right down. They line up. Noda, 2 in a row, and they're spamming onto the bomb. Nobody on it, and a triple turns into the quad from the young god. PARIVISION with 4 in a row.
Incredible work from Nota, who has heard all of that information, right? They were stomping. There was so many footsteps in CT, and as soon as he sees and his teammate gives the communication over the pushing CT, he just fights for jungle control, and in that case gets the kill onto connector, and then sprints into jungle to take back that space. He's got the support as well of James Op, who's dropping an op out of the map, interestingly enough. All right, then. No way to bring that back. I don't know why.
The way he's feeling, man.
But I guess he doesn't want to give the ecoing Partizan any chances to have that weapon.
True. Aladdin. Surprise, surprise. Belchernock again, back-to-back rounds with nothing. put into the catalog. An AK now dwindled into the Partizan pocket as all of the mystery of B suddenly snapped out of their minds. A site is the limelight right now, and the numbers for the CTs.
That 3-man stack, hoping to be effective, but the weapons the way they are, it's going to be tough regardless, and that doesn't help. Dragon tosses a defensive smoke, but it doesn't save him. Actually, that molly doesn't quite go deep enough. Depression unexpected. Dragon down, and now Depression can't fight out for more. Aladdin's the only one with the rifle, and he's coming back from B.
Check out that health. 15, 31, and 40. Softened up just right. Such a mad dash they are making through
So
the
risky.
T-spawn. This is
I
catching
don't-
me off guard. It is so risky. They could be there before you. They're not.
Let me maybe back that up a little bit, because to be fair, they did kill 3 pistols at A. I think it's reasonable to suspect that they might be 5 stacked, especially after the first kill goes in the way of Partizan on B. Like, they had all of Ab's control. I don't think it's that crazy.
Oh, no, absolutely. It's just the time that you are very much concerned with. And even one member better in place for Partizan not playing together. Already seen what damage can be done by Depression. Putting on multi-frags at the beginning of the CT half at the empty pillar. As we get to the end of this half, we're going to be just neck and neck. One round separates PARIVISION from Partizan. This third map absolutely looking like a classic.
I mean, I'm ready to call it a recovery, though, for PARIVISION. Like, they were down 6-0. And they have bounced back 5 strong in a row. Big moments from James. Some good calling. I feel like Kicker has really shown up as an in-game leader in this map as well. PARIVISION not so interested in the same type of B aggression. You, I think, highlighted early on that this is exactly where Partizan were winning the early duels in the first 5 rounds of this game. Fortunately, it's not there. It's Belchinok over at A. The A push goes wrong for Partizan.
It up top. Nota. Gotta dill that smoke. How long is he gonna be able to survive here? Dunking the nade. Already the A site dealt with. Depression May seen into this side. Nothing more, nothing less out of those apartments. The Dragon confirms. He is the last line, and he is the man that can set it. Just across the cut. They too even get eyes on. It's going to be a little bit brutal once this bomb goes down, but the numbers currently in the advantage of PARIVISION. When do they get a move on? Oh my gosh! Such a missed opportunity, but he ends up just hammering back Vlad and Dragon at the same time. There they go and pick him apart. Have them right where they want him. Kicker has to have a huge kill. That's what I'm looking for. Quicker going down. And now Nota in a 1 versus 2. Vlad and HP so low, but getting his hands dirty anyhow. It was 5 in a row for PARIVISION, but it's Partizan still just put the exclamation point on this half.
I mean, they deserved the half victory here, but Partizan, well, it moves from what was sweet, sweet victory to a little bit of a sigh of relief that they have been able to claw things back to a reasonable perspective. PARIVISION 5 rounds straight as an answer to the 6 that Partizan had at the beginning. And to be honest with you, I mean, it's the Jame round, it's the calling, right? The fast target towards B, that big round from Nota. I feel like it flew by, but PARIVISION, it took a lot for them to find those 5. And I think they move on to the second half, the CT side, where I have the most question marks of them right now. I think their CT sides have been more questionable on every map.
I mean, we do just come from an Inferno. I know that's not such a great look for them, but yeah, I mean, that Dust 2 is really concerning at times. And I mean, is it going to come down to literally when we have Jame on an op to like make the difference in that sense? Are we going to have a rifler like Depression stepping up on plays like that? I know I literally just called out an opper, but I mean, for the like dealt half of that 6 in a row to start, he was toting the A1S and making the difference.
No doubt about that. I mean, I feel like hard to have a real answer, but it's exactly the type of victories that Partizan were able to find in that opening 5-6 rounds. Nonetheless, yeah, PARIVISION, I want to go back to kind of why I've been struggling with their CT side in general. We talked about it, described it as flat, but it's the lack of information gathering. Like their reactions to things are sometimes non-existent, right? Like they get pressured and they turtle up. They just bed in as opposed to trying to take space elsewhere. And on a map like Mirage, I think almost more than any other map, even more than Dust 2, you're really required to like take space. So I'm going to be interested to see how that goes. That's what I'm looking forward to into the second half. How does PARIVISION look different, or do they look different? You know, because on the other side of that, you know, that just might be a stylistic perspective, a decision, intentional one made by PARIVISION.
Don't know if we're at like some okay, we have a little bit of a Depression's enjoying this. We're hanging I thought we just had a lag in the server. No, we just easily changed our observer. I didn't know if we were getting on to too tall of a time in that pause. I think we did like just take a breather in that, but 2-round lead for PARIVISION. Partizan, up on that T side. And now we got to see where the call is going to be going. Because, hey, man, we don't know where it comes from.
See where it leads. Pissed around live. And here's a little bit of a difference. PARIVISION, it's James searching. What a shot. Deadly. One tapped. His Depression's gone.
Difference might have to come on B. But the bomb is headed elsewhere. Vladin, everybody else ready to go at A. I think ready to go, maybe an overstatement. They will be.
Moving into position.
They're moving. And at some point, it's going to have to be more than just that cut. Vladin returning. I think to potentially deal this smoke. Noda going to go back to CT. He's got the smoke kit. And the eyes on the ace site. You could potentially see Partizan get a couple of seconds of free reign here. Noda does arrive in time. Right side smokes and Molotov for stairs. They are going to be taking the space necessary now. I don't think there's going to be any check into Noda, or rather by Noda. He wants the check to come from them, and he is just so patient to get checked right into the box. It's honestly a miracle that Noda comes out with one right here. It is Kinode double up. Collins right back, and they just bury him. Partizan are just on the cusp of another pistol round, but it was 007 in middle. Hit a golden eye shot on the one tap to start us off, and now Jame gonna tap on the bomb. Gotta hunt down both of these heads, but it's Vladin that will just put another in his pocket. A beautiful pistol play onto A by Partizan.
Yeah, they get there in the end, and it all starts, as you said, with Jame ripping a head off and finding an early advantage, but that advantage doesn't lead to the round. At the end of the day, I mean, it's kind of back to what I've been saying for PARIVISION. They let themselves rest on their laurels a little bit, and in this case, you can kind of get behind them, right? They had the advantage. They knew what they were working with, and yet still, Partizan able to recover. Part of the reason PARIVISION allowed for Partizan to get off to that rocking start in the first half was how aggressively they were force flying. Well, this time they're saving. USPs for everyone. And they will get at least something on that USP. What is their prize? Mac 10.
Mac 10 go kill, but Mac 10 is not in apartments at the moment. Bill's whittled away from him, man. How rude. Facing into these rifles. It's actually the right. Facing it into the way. Not purposefully working out this way, just so happened to go down like that. Name right around that corner. USP. Now seen. Oh, good God. What is he shooting out of that thing, man?
Blanks?
Clearly not, dude.
PARIVISION getting a little bit done with their USPs. I think probably thankful for what was picked up there. First gun round incoming. See what that looks like here. No op for James, but there is a pretty good amount of utility considering it's a full save round 2 angle for PARIVISION.
They speed things up. Smoke right in front of this corner. They're going to put a Molotov down. Might as well break the door immediately. Nobody's showing through. Trying to land a spam onto a site. Do end up actually cracking that bin. Going to be turning this ship around.
It was actually Vladin, I think, there that got that kill. But yeah, ridiculous spam. Fortunate to catch them down. Look at this reactions from PARIVISION. James on the A site, he's alone. He's just popping into Palace right now, but everybody else is like just rendezvoused outside of window. Thinking, okay, well, where can we go? What can we do? They all go to B, but that's not where this attack is heading. It's a big kill from James. It's going to start to give them information, give them an inkling that this is going to be A. But when do they start rotating? Oh, well, now James calling it. James letting them know.
This is a crazy play. But when does it catch up? We had some of those flanks go so long on that other end, and now James is just going to gallop to it. Has to get in a bit more speed when that bomb going to go down. Can't be caught for it. Maybe in the back lines, you can still lay on the cuffs. This is James to make the difference, and now he puts Kindle up at a 1v3 against the world right now under Balk. Got to sniff him out. Incendiary in the hand. This may be a part of their next steps, is just clearing this position. Apex is clear, and now there is only one obvious tell, and it's Kindo that actually connects onto Noda. Not a bad try, but it's PARIVISION to just remove Partizan from double digits.
What's happened to Partizan's like object permanence right there? Did they think James disappeared? Like, I don't understand. They saw him inside of Palace. He got a kill. And I guess he could have like fully rotated out, but the idea that he's just no longer there, Depression super exposed to both Palace and the ramp flank. You know, good work from James to how fast he's on that flank, but I'm a little bit confused at why Partizan aren't anticipating something from James, considering where he got the kill previously. We'll give PARIVISION a big round victory. Partizan have another purchase in the mix, so Collins is on to a deagle.
Does PARIVISION have an extra gear in them? The runners-up of European Series 1 do not want to go out at a round of 16. Such a disappointment here. An opportunity that you get to grind through the playoffs of a European Series CCT, right? This is where you get the big VRS, man, the big bucks, how you get boosted in the ranks, Vincent. This is so important. And for Partizan on that same dial, you're both standing on that deck.
Nice
Big kill.
boost. I love to see that when you're talking about a creative way to get the, one of the 3 rifles you're working with into the mix.
Players peek out right now. They have a second from ladder. Kicker, when is the response? And well, a Chonik on the B site, on a Tetris rather, staying alive, throwing his body audibly onto stairs. A good check by Dragon. He just carries along. James in a CT. Great shot from James. Now, does he have a couple of more in him? James so close. This man is on the tally right now. And James just bloodthirsty through this smoke. He can just smell it. Oh, and James, he's right on target, right on time. But boy, you're going to have to be better than that. And it's Partizan that's coming back at you. And now it is 11 that they are going to be so close towards.
I'm not trying to be a hater, Mark. I promise.
Do it.
But
Do
why
it.
not? Why not just scope?
For the swag, for the style.
I know.
Don't
I
be
know.
lame, dude.
Yeah, but like, they're down. They're down.
Why
you
be
know what I
boring?
mean?
Why be boring?
Well, because you missed and then you lost the round.
Yeah, but you lost
Next
in
question,
style.
Your Honor.
You lost in style.
Yeah. Okay. If you're okay with that, then I concede.
I
don't
didn't say
think
that. I didn't say
PARIVISION is okay with that. Yeah, like I said though, I mean Jay's playing well. That's what I'm saying. Not to be a hater.
He knows you're on the cast, Vinny. He wants to impress.
I don't want to be the hater, but it is a bit of a missing piece there. Had the time, didn't take the time.
It would have been so cool.
You know,
Oh, it was
who
such a
remembers
close
the
miss,
thing that was
too.
almost cool?
But you know what would be pretty cool? Like a nice little quick scope and then turning it around and killing the jungle guy too.
I would have been cool.
Yeah, man.
Don't disagree.
You know what's
Partizan,
uncool?
missing window.
USPs.
Missing window smoke in the year
Yeah.
2025.
Yeah,
Yeah,
actually.
that's
Oh my
uncool.
God. We love to see it.
That is ridiculous, man. There's been a couple of missed smokes. We missed a stair smoke earlier on this map.
Packed up top. Dragon wins that fight 2 rounds in a row. We want to burn out the bottom. It will go for Kickert for a minute. That minute turns into a couple of moments. Partizan, they clean up, and that 11 they were so close towards, they have finally gotten onto the green. They're so far away from the deficit they were from in that hole that they put themselves out from, what? An overtime on Dust 2, man. And then a 13-6 they got on the second map. Partizan have put in the time in this series. I mean, the round count is so far-fledged at the moment. While James is looking like 2016 LeBron James out here doing his best. Like, look at the series total. And honestly, it's been a great effort for that on that PARIVISION lane.
I mean, he's over 60 kills on the series. So, yeah, I think you're nailing it there. Partizan, I don't really know what the plan is this round. Like, obviously, they're stacked towards A. They're ready to, like, play for this A site. The bomb is there. But, like, one window smoke. You're going to send 2 players to kind of fake towards B, I guess. Here's where PARIVISION